Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the NRG series, where we're going to bring you a standard showdown. First off, though, let's introduce ourselves. Well, my name's Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. In the virtual news booth, that's one of my favorite streamers. That, of course, is Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake. How are you doing today, my friend?
Well, much better now that we don't look like a slideshow. I feel like we've done this before, Will.
Once or twice, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of going in the matrix, sort of watching the loop. Everyone's took the wrong pill, but it doesn't matter because we are playing standard this weekend at the NRG series. We were just having a little conversation about how you think it's probably the best format currently. Why do you think that?
I just like the gameplay. I think there's a ton of diversity at the top of the format. It seems like the metagame is shifting every single week. I think the big talk coming into this weekend is Boros Convoke the best deck. It's what a lot of people. It's what is on a lot of people's minds, and it's been absolutely dominating the Magic Online results. Tons of league results and prelim results. So we'll have to see if a lot of people bring it and see if anybody can beat it this
lockdowns
weekend.
and sideboards, maybe, because that card, whenever I play Boros Convoke, I'm getting absolutely hosed by that card, just taking out as a one-sided Wrath. But what is everybody playing for this weekend? Let's have a little look. Let's get that graphic up on the screen, show you all, because this is a $5,000 tournament. Of course, this is a showdown, so lots of prizes on the line. Payout all the way down to 32nd place there. Get yourself some nice cash money, as well as a load of points you can see there on the right of your screen. You need to add them up throughout the season, and the more events you go to, the more points you get, the more chance there is that you get on the big old leaderboard and get that invite to the championship at the end of the year. Of course, that was just won by Steven Dykeman. But on top of all this, Mr. Doomwake, you also, if you win today, get yourself a custom token made in your likeness, which I can't tell you, this is the main prize for me. This is what I want. I love seeing my face on bits of cardboard that I can hand out to my friends and be like, hey, look, that's me on a token. Yeah, here. As you see here, a Goblin Shaman token. Looks like we're ready to go, and both players are off to the races. We've held them up already. Devin, who are we seeing and what decks they playing?
Well, we did mention Boros Convoke, so we have Blair on the right-hand side of your screen on Boros Convoke, and we are going to be watching play against Raja Sulaiman, who is on a deck. These are actually the two decks that I've been considering for the 75K in Chicago next weekend. So Raja's on Golgari Midrange, Blair on Boros Convoke. As far as who's favorite in this match, well, Blair's in the play, so I'll take Blair.
This is the deck I played yesterday. Actually, I played Boros Convoke. This deck is pretty crazy, but over on Bless, I'm not sure we've got a second land here. I think we've got the an explosive draw, but we just don't have a land, so we're going to try and use the little ability here of scrying an extra one using the Warden of the Inner Skies. Bear with me, chat, while we do. It is standard. We're all still learning some of the cards and the names of them. But yeah, Warden of the Inner Skies, how we can tap 3 creatures or artifacts. Artifacts being the key part of this, because obviously we've got a lot of like 1-drops that can make artifacts, blood tokens, clue tokens, etc. And we can turn them into not only +1/+1 counters, but then a scry effect as well to potentially try and hit this second land drop that we've been trying to hit. And then if it gets too big, it also gets vigilance. But on the other side, this little bat, a lot of people are talking about it. Doing breakdown. How good is this bat?
Extremely good. It turns out that when they take, a card that used to see some standard play, Mesmeric Fiend, and they give it 2 abilities, it's even a little bit better. But if you take a look at Blair's hand, Blair kind of had the nuts here, right? You had the turn 1 Epicure. If Blair did have a second land, was able to, do this where you tap the 3 things to put a counter on the Warden, play the second land, Gleeful Demolition, blow up the blood token. That gives you 3 more tokens to then use the Warden again. But yeah, thankfully for Raja, Blair did not have a second land and was able to go ahead and take that Gleeful Demolition, and that's really going to mess up Blair's draw. Now, that being said, we do still have, the 3 things in play to be able to activate the Warden to hopefully find a second land. I believe we picked up a copy of Resolute Reinforcements, which that's not really a second land. It can't currently cast that. So, we'll have to see if maybe Raja's really going to want a removal spell for this Warden at some point.
Yeah, I think we're forced into this. This isn't exactly what we want to be doing on the Boros side. We don't want to be turning our creatures sideways in this way, as in to use it for scry ability. We want to be getting things on the battlefield, turning them sideways, dropping our opponent's life totals down to 0. One thing I noticed yesterday when I was playing this Boros Convoke deck, the biggest weakness, it's mana base. Its mana base is horrible.
It's not great. Yeah, and taking a look at Blair's deck list, I want to see if I can pull it up real quick. I had it on the other screen. Blair's deck list, we have such hits as we have Mirex, which is a colorless land in our 2-color deck. Well, it's a one-shot colored land. We are playing 2 Aganjos, 2 Sokenzans, and 2 Thran Portals. I don't know if you know what this card is, Will, but I would say probably the worst card in the format.
It's rough, right?
It's one of them.
If you've got a kind of 3 or less lands, you pay a life every time for a color. It has when you enter the battlefield, you choose a color type and it taps for that. Yeah, it's not the best, man, but you got to do what you got to do when you want to play these aggressive strategies. Have your first 3 lands basically to come into play untapped, or just in Blair's case here, actually having land, and there's a second land off the top after we see double bat on the other side here for Roger.
Yeah, Raj's going to go ahead and pick up the Knight Errant of Eos with that second bat, which does make sense because, just wants to, make sure that Blair can't get to some power spell. Now, we do have a Bunicorn here for Blair. That's going to put the third counter on Warden, which is going to give it flying and vigilance. So, Raja, like we talked about earlier, Raja really needs a removal spell for this Warden here. One thing worth noting that's come up before for me with the blood tokens and the clue tokens. So blood tokens have to tap to sacrifice, but clue tokens don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, in the event where a blood token is tapped for a warden, you then can't sacrifice the blood. But if it's a clue, you can. So just something to keep in mind as we watch these games.
So I also like this sequence here. It seems really minor what happened there, but we start off with the Bunnycorn because we know we've got our reinforcements in hand, which will put 2 extra permanents on the battlefield, which will grow the Bunnycorn next turn to by 2 instead of doing it the other way around and missing out a point of damage on this turn. So really putting Roger to the test. Do we have that removal spell? Because some lists are playing Bunnycorn, some aren't. What's your opinion on that?
I don't know. I'm kind of back and forth on it. I've tried it with, I've tried it without. I think generally speaking, I'm not the biggest fan of it because in the draws where you don't have Epicure or the Inspector on one, if your 1-drop is Warden, then your Bunnycorn is only a 2/2 on turn 2, which exposes it to cut down. Now, granted, if you do have the Epicure or the Inspector and can get that Bunnycorn out of cut down range, it's pretty powerful. But I feel like it adds a little bit more variance to the deck because you're turning on their cut downs, which are otherwise not great. It has a target of Warden, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that card.
Basically exactly what I was saying yesterday after playing this deck. I was like, Bunnycorn seems great, but I don't have an Ember Cleave effect to give it trample and get it across the line. So it's just a chump block arrangement. Plus, with the 1-for-1 removal, I'm making that better for my opponent instead of doing a reinforcements like we did now, putting 2 opponents on the battlefield and doing this go wide strategy. So, but Roger kind of holding the fort at the minute. Life total still high. A couple creatures on the battlefield. I don't know. We can't be attacking. Flying, we've got on the other side a huge, 4, 5, 6 flying vigilance now, which we get to scry every turn with, and it looks like we like that one from Blair. So kind of, I wouldn't say turn the corner, but we're rocking and rolling now, right?
Yeah, very, very big Warden here. As you mentioned, the Bunnycorn, not normal, a card that has some high variance, but pretty good on this board as we just played that reinforcements. So yeah, I mean, this is a huge attack here. This is a 5-power creature and a 6-power creature just coming in here. And Rasha doesn't really have a lot going on, was able to play the early Deep Cavern Bats to kind of sort of pick apart Blair's draw, but was never able to answer that Warden on the battlefield. And the combination of now it growing out of, it's really going to be really hard for Rasha to be able to block that thing effectively. Really needs to find like a go for the throat or something like that.
Yeah, I'm having a look at Raja's suite of removal. We've got 4 go for the throat. We've got 3 anointing reflections. We've got 2 Gix commands though. They might come up at some point. 1 cut down and 1 bitter triumph. Bitter triumph is such a good card, just maybe not as great in this format as it is in others. But yeah, definitely look for some sort of big removal. But we need 2 of them at this point because there's 2 big creatures on the battlefield. We're doing some math.
Yeah, Raja's doing some counting. Fortunately for Raja, he does have, I would say, more copies of the 2-mana removal spells than what you could say stock. Most lists have probably 4 go for the throat and kind of stops there, but he's going for 4 go for the throat and 3 anoint with affliction and a bitter triumph. So the full 8 2-mana removal spells to be able to clean up this warden. So maybe a bit unlucky for Raja that he wasn't able to find one of those.
Oh, I see it. Gix command in hand.
Okay.
That could be a one-sided Wrath here, right? No, it wouldn't get rid of the bunny, I don't think. The bunny would still be a 3/3 after it all picks up. That is on the screen for you all at home.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how this one works because it resolves top down. So Raja ideally would want to destroy each creature with power 2 or less, and then each opponent sacrifices a creature with the highest power. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that if it resolves top down, you destroy each creature with power 2 or less. That means the Bunnicorn is no longer big enough to be able to have the highest power, so you would be forced to sack the Warden. I think that's how it works, but I'm not 100% positive.
Same,
We're
but
gonna find out.
it's also double-sided though, right? Both our bats would also be caught up in that, so
True.
it's that wouldn't be ideal. I think we managed to find the bit of triumph there. And we're going to discard a card instead of losing the free life, which makes sense against a aggressive aggro deck like this Boros Convoke is. And then the follow-up play is going to be a Sun Slayer. This card, by the way, is great. This card does so much for a free mana in these decks. Just first strike and death touch. It's you basically can't kill it in combat. It's crazy. And then on top of that, it can also draw you cards, destroy enchantments on the other side, or remove counters from things like planeswalkers if you have to happen then. Really, really do like this card. Love the design of it, and it's going to really put a huge brick wall here for Blair to try and get through.
Yeah, it just absolutely dominates combat. Like you mentioned, you can't ever attack into that thing. You can't really ever block it profitably. So just basically, Blair's going to be, as we call, in the abyss at some point this game, or allow Raja to get a bunch of cards. And now that Warden's gone, I mean, there's not really a lot of profitable attacks here for Blair. The Bunnicorn just gets checked by the Glissa. That is, I believe, a Sanguine Evangelist. That is a card that could maybe help Blair go wide. But I mean, if you look at Rosh's board, Rosh's kind of going wide too.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing that. I was about to say, so between the I can never pronounce this Sangre, or I see other lists playing the War Leaders call. No copies in Blair's list here, but what do you think the split is here? Why are we going for this free drop over the War Leaders call?
You know, I've tried a lot of different configurations. I've played a ton of this Boros deck over the past couple of weeks, ever since it kind of burst onto the scene. And I'm still not really sure which one is better. For this weekend, I would probably lean towards Sanguine Evangelist and less copies of World Leaders Call. The issue with World Leaders Call is it's not a creature by itself, which means that unlike Sanguine Evangelist, you can't hit it off of Knight Errant Evios. And I think that's maybe the biggest downside to World Leaders Call is it just decreases the number of hits that you have for Knight Errant. So for that reason and that reason alone, I think I would probably favor Evangelist.
Well, let's see how this Gix is going to resolve. So, which two modes are we choosing? I imagine everything with power 2 or less is getting destroyed, but it's going to be the other mode. Are we sacking the biggest creature, or are we going to put some +1/+1 counters on one of our creatures and give it lifelink? Looks like we
Looks like
are.
you went for sack big creature and then counters on bat, which I kind of don't mind because like you now have a bat that is able to attack into that. The 1/1 bat cannot block Rasha's bat. A lot of bats going on here. So it kind of gives you a slightly better attacker, and you're gaining enough life to where, well, I don't know though, because that Sanguine Evangelist is kind of threatening too. Interesting play by Raja.
Yeah, and remember life total at 6, so real low. Got to be worried about this crackback. Does help having 2 life linking bats. Was there a shout here for maybe potentially we put the life link this turn on one of our other creatures, one of our bigger creatures, to try and get a big swing? Because seeing these bats already have life link.
Yeah, you could maybe just go make you sacrifice the Bunnicorn, put counters on the Glissa, hit for 5, leave back the bats. But I mean, the thing is, you don't want to block with your bats anyways, because if you block with bats, then you're giving you're giving Blair back the Gleeful Demolition and the Knight Errant. So kind of a tricky spot here for Raja. I guess the other option was you could have destroyed all creatures power 2 or less and put counters on, say, the bat that has the Knight Errant on it. So then you only lose your bat and Blair loses everything but the Bunnicorn. Yeah, that could have been interesting too.
Yep, we'll see how it pans out. Life total's going back. That was just a land off the top, but it's you know, is it Crucible of Defense? Defiant, sorry, yeah, the one that can make 2/1s. But we're just going to cash in this blood token, cycle it out of our hand, and we find another land for our trouble. So not exactly what Blair is needing here to get across the line in the face of not only these brick wall creatures, but the big flying life link at the top of your screen.
Yeah, so as the board currently sits, you Blair could have maybe attacked with everything. There was, I guess, 2 good blockers for Raja, because again, Raja doesn't want to block with the Knight Errant bat. So you would block, say, the Sanguine Evangelist and a token. you would take 6, go to 3, so that wouldn't have been a lethal attack for Blair. And now that Raja has that 3/3 bat, just kind of able to chunk in there, gain a bunch of life, and still have good blocks, it's going to be difficult for Blair to kind of push through these last couple points of damage.
I'm kind of looking at the deck, like what is there to draw? There's no reach in these decks. A recruiter might be all right to give an additional +1/+0 and another body of haste. Again, Night Ranger of Eos, that'd be pretty good because then we can kind of put more permanents on the battlefield if we can hit with it. But other than that, it's the clock's running out.
Honestly, I think the card that Blair is looking to draw the most is the Case of the Gateway Express, because that would kind of unlock a lot of things. You would be able to go Case of the Gateway, kill the Deep Cavern Bat that has the Knight Errant on it, play Knight Errant, maybe get a little bit of card advantage and just go from there. But yeah, without something like Case, it's going to be pretty tough for Blair to come back. We've seen Archfiend of the Dross hit the battlefield. That's going to be a massive clock here, and then good sequencing for Raja, follow up with a removal spell, and that is going to do it. Raja advancing or taking game number 1 here over Blair.
Not exactly how you line up, but you're on the boss Convoke side, but we kept a bit of a risky one, right? We kept a 1-lander. If we hit that second land on that turn 2, boom, game's almost over there and then. Like, we would have hit so many permanents on the battlefield and got so much damage across the line, and sometimes you got to take those risks when you want to play these high risk, high reward type decks. Here we've got on your screen for you all here. This is Blair's deck. This is the Boros Convoke 75 they brought. Looking at the sideboards, anything that you want to be bringing in here, Doom?
So for the Golgari matchup, I kind of like the removal spells for the chonky creatures. So some combination of Destroy Evil and Get Lost. We saw that Archfiend of the Dross really kind of close the door on that game. That kills that. It also kills Preacher of the Schism, Sentinel of the Nameless City, and Shieldred. So I don't know if you want all 5, but you probably want some combination of those. And I don't know if the land counter is appropriate for this, but I would like to cut those 3 in portals.
Okay, let's see if we've got the other deck list. We've got this Golgari mid-range list for you all to have a little look at, because I am seeing some cards in this sideboard, let's say. Some cards that are going to be very good in this matchup. Talk me through what you'd like to bring in here.
All right, so what we are looking at here, I'm trying to find sweepers. Okay, we have 1 Path of Peril and a card that I don't think I've ever seen anybody have in their sideboard before, in Choking Miasma. There's, I think, 100 different Infest variants, and this is another one of those. So it's black, 1, all creatures get -2/-2, and you can kick it for a green, and if you kick it, then you get a +1/+1 counter on one of your creatures. So, most of the time, it's just going to be 3 mana, all things -2/-2. So give me those, give me the Path of Peril. And then past that, I mean, I don't think there's a lot else here. You could maybe consider 1 or 2 Tranquil Throwbacks if you expected the Boros deck to have War Leader's Call. As we know, there are no War Leader's Calls in Blair's deck. So, obviously Raja doesn't know that, but might want to go towards those. Past that, not really a ton else here.
Also, big shout out to the Shieldred in the main. 3 copies of that. I mean, we all know how good that card could be once it hits the battlefield. But it looks like the players are still just finishing off that little bit of sideboarding there. So, maybe we can go over some of the things that we didn't manage to catch at the beginning of the stream. Maybe like a future event, like what we got coming up after this weekend. Yesterday, of course, was a Pioneer all day long, where it was a 10K showdown. So today is going to be the Sunday Standard Showdown. But coming up over in Minneapolis, we have got on the Saturday a 10K Modern Showdown, and on the Sunday a 5K Legacy Trial. Where's my Legacy fans out there? I know there's a lot of them. I actually just picked up a couple of Legacy decks myself in paper, so I'm really interested to see how that one's going to be panning out. I think. Let's go to the next one. Where are we going after this one? Indianapolis, all the Appalachians, which is, I believe, just south of the last location. I think when I was using the Google Maps last night. And on the Saturday, we're going to be having a modern 10K showdown. And on the Sunday, a team showdown. That's going to be standard, modern, and pioneer. Like NRG getting the hits after hits here. Legacy team events. Sign me up. Of course,
love those team events.
Oh, I love it. Who's going to be our third? Me, you, and who?
Jolisette.
Let's go. Oh, I guess I'll play modern or pioneer. You can play standard. I don't want to be playing Boros and get shouted at when I do that. Okay, our players look like they're finished up shuffling. Let's get down to the matchup. Let's go for this, and we'll have a good deep dive on everything that's coming up in the NRG just after this. Of course, we've got multiple games going on for you. Potentially, if this finishes early, we can get to that backup feature match. But we've got that all weekend long. I think we've got 8 rounds of standard action today before we cut to the top 8. $5,000 on the line, as well as a bunch of points to get yourself onto that leaderboard for the end of year championships. Winner today, they get an automatic invite as well as a custom token, which for me, that is the big prize. You can keep the money. I just want my own token, mate. I want my likeness on a token. What would you get, Doom?
Oh, I was gonna ask you. I would be a Rhino token for sure. That was gonna be my answer. But what would you be, Will?
I wouldn't see any play, but I've always wanted a golem token of me for some reason. I think it's like a free golem. Do you remember Hammer of Porphyros?
I do remember. I was thinking Blade Splicer, but
no, that one's got that one doesn't have first rate. Gains first rate, doesn't it? Yeah, that's I don't know why I have an affliction with that card back when I started Magic. I used to love the mono red devotion decks back in that standard, and the card's terrible, but for some reason I want to be a free golem. It's a good one for chat though. Chat, what token would you have made if you turn up to one of these NRGs? You take it down. They turn around and go, right, which token do you want made in your likeness? What would you have made? We can see the one on the screen there. I believe that's the adventure one. I think that's the adventure one. At the top of the screen.
I'm pretty sure it isn't because Raja used it last game with the Mosswood Dread Knight. So,
chat, a 1/1 bird.
Will, I thought you were going to say poison counter. That's what I thought your answer was going to be.
No, I can't ever use another counter that's not the man, the myth, the legend, Tom Ross's. Can I? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
I've got his token that he altered terribly, I might add. But that's the one I use whenever I can. But that's also when am I playing Infect these days? Let's be honest. Come on.
True.
When's the
last time you played Infect?
Yeah. Well, I tried the new the Leyline Guildgate one. Have you seen that? Like,
oh yeah,
yeah,
with like Might of the Nephilim and Civic Saber and all that stuff.
Don't play it. Don't play it. It's not good.
it's probably good for content. Though.
Oh yeah, it'd be great for content. It's as long as you can cut and clip a lot of all those leagues where you win one game or something like that, because it falls to a lot of removal. But we're taking a mulligan over here on Blair's side, which does, in my experience yesterday playing this deck, happen quite a bit. It's mainly the mana than the actual cards. All the cards kind of can do the same sort of thing, as in I'm going to squirt them on the battlefield, turn them sideways, but I can't do that unless my mana is good, and this deck's mana is not good at the end of the day.
Yeah, Blair's going to 5. I've actually found that you have to mulligan very, very aggressively with the Boros deck, because you have a lot of cards that, trying to think of the best way to put this, don't do anything. Like you have, Thraben Inspectors, Voldaren Epicures, Gleeful Demolitions, Reinforcements that generate tokens. But if you don't have a way to utilize those tokens, your hand just doesn't really go anywhere. So if you need to have a hand that has a payoff, whether that's Imodane's Recruiter, Knight Errant of Eos, Case, something like that. But if you have a hand that's just a bunch of token makers and no payoff, then your hand, you know what I mean? You kind of have to mulligan aggressively for those payoffs.
Do you think Raja brought the Golgari mid-range deck thinking that there's going to be a lot of this Boros in the field, and this is a good matchup for them, or do you think this is actually a bad matchup, and he just kind of managed to squeak out because of the mana issues in game 1?
Of the mid-range decks, I do think that Golgari probably has the best chance compared to Dimir, Esper, and Rakdos. Those are kind of the popular black mid-range decks. And the reason I think that is because it has better blockers, right? You have Sharp-Eyed Rookie, which is a vigilant attacker. Is Raja playing Sentinel? Let me take a look at Raja's list. Raja is choosing to not play Sentinel, but still has, a bunch of good blockers. Glissa, Preacher, all of these creatures block really, really effectively. And you couple that with cheap removal for the Wardens, and then you even have main deck Gix's Command, which can clean up the tokens. I do think it is a reasonably an okay matchup for the Golgari deck.
It looks like Blair's having a look. I see a bunch of lands and spells, and we're going to need them to get across the finish line here. And this deck is very capable of winning on 5 cards, right? It can go super wide very quickly, pump everything out. If we have a curve of a 1, 2, 3, that might just be enough to get us over the line and take us to a game number 3. But we are off to the races. Blood token coming in, 1 point of damage going straight to Raj's face.
Yeah, I mean, imagine a 5-card hand that's 2 lands, Thraben Inspector, Gleeful Demolition, Knight Errant of Eos. You mold the 5, and your turn 2 is, 9 power plus draw 2 cards and make a 4/4. So, that is the deck ceiling. This deck can operate on very, very low resources because, Gleeful Demolition is effectively a 3-for-1. Knight Errant of Eos is effectively a 3-for-1. That's why the deck is so good. You have to mulligan aggressively, but it mulligans pretty well.
Okay, we're gonna blow this up. Okay, cool. We're gonna Gleeful Demolition. That's gonna bring along 3 Phyrexian goblins. Here they are entering the battlefield. Now, this second land drop, this is gonna be interesting. I think we had the option of a plains. Is that a Battlefield Forge with a random art that I've never seen? Must be
Yes.
coming to play tapped.
I
Untapped.
believe that is a Battlefield Forge.
I don't know what set that's from.
I think that just might be the most recent one, the one that got reprinted, Brothers War.
Come on, I'm OG, my friend.
Or
Come on,
Dominaria?
I don't deal with these newer ones.
You know which Painlands I have in paper? Well, I have 9th edition. So
you're such a gangster. You really just have to flex on me every single time you get, can't you? Can't just let me have one little thing. But we're gonna have a big swing here. 4 points damage coming across. Roger's just gonna be like, yep, guess I'm taking that one. That's all going to drop him down to 14 points of life. And this is the situation where that 1-for-1 removal we spoke about is not great. But if we do have one of these sweepers out of our sideboard in hand, we can just clear this whole battlefield up next turn with maybe like a Path to Power or something.
yeah, and Blair had the option to flip the case that turn. Now, granted, you don't get the ETB of killing anything because there's nothing on Roger's side of the field to be able to kill with the case, but still could have maybe considered flipping it to make all of your threats later on that much better. And we do have the sweeper here. That is the choking miasma. So these tokens are going to get cleaned up. Now, fortunately for Blair, does have a play here, does have that resolute reinforcements to flash in at end of turn, but that's only 2 creatures, and that's not going to be able to flip the case next turn.
No, that is going to come down. Of course, make a 1-1 soldier. Actually, maybe that's the token I'd get. Maybe I'd get a 1-1 soldier, as that's literally my day job. Maybe that's the token I'd get made. Okay, third land drop off the top. That means, are we just slamming here? Are we just putting the recruiter on and just trying to get as much damage in as we can?
Yeah, you have to play the recruiter here. I mean, if you don't play the recruiter, you're playing case, doing nothing, attacking for 2. You don't want to play the case. So yeah, and you kind of want at least 3 creatures in play because if Raja follows up at something like a Glissa, there's 3 creatures in play. Then you can go case, kill the Glissa, attack with 3, flip the case, and then that could really snowball out of control. If Raja has anything that has 4 toughness, or perhaps a Shieldred that has 5 toughness, that case is not going to be able to kill it.
Well, that was 7 points of damage kind of across. It was a big swing. So potentially, if another recruiter comes off the top, that could just be game. We need to do something here over on Raja's side, and we're going to play the powerful 2 for the Preacher. This card really good, by the way. Like, but for like standard, good. I was like, this card's crazy good.
Yes, very, very good. Good blocker, good attacker. Is able to generate tokens, draw cards. Now, big draw step for Blair. Really wants to find a 1-drop here because you can go 1-drop into case. That's 4 creatures. Does not find it. Now, what I would probably do, honestly, is I think you'd still cast the case here, deal 3 to the Preacher, and attack with everything. If Raja wants to block, it's a trade. You still get to flip the case. If Raja doesn't want to block, okay, that's fine. Takes 4 damage, falls to 3, and you still get to flip the case either way. So you're effectively quote unquote trading 2 for 1, but not really because the case is still staying in play and providing you that additional value. This is a card that we haven't talked about that much yet, Will, is the Case of the Gateway Express. I know you said you played a little bit of Convoke. I have been so impressed with this card. It's been phenomenal every time I've had it.
The removal spell that turns into a Triumph effect? It's awesome. It's absolutely great. Yeah. But like talking about sequencing here, like we need to do this pre-combat, not post-combat, right? Because if we do it pre-combat and we just block a 1-1, we smell a trick on the other side, take the 3 damage, we can't then finish it off because there will only be 2 creatures on the battlefield, 1 damage on actually on the Preacher. Yes. So we need to do it pre-combat here. We're going to play. Oh, okay. We're not choosing not to get any of it in. This might be a little bit too safe from Blair here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're holding the case for. It seemed like that was a pretty good turn to do it. Where like I said, if you put Raja in a position where you do have the case pre-combat, which is maybe a little bit awkward, but you say either Raja, you take 4 damage, fall to 3, I get to flip the case, or you trade for your Preacher. I feel like either of those outcomes are pretty good for your Blair. And like I said, Raja's follow-ups from here are Archfiend, Shieldred. The case is not really getting any better as the game progresses when Raja gets to 4 and 5 mana threats.
Well, the Preacher is getting turned sideways, and it's got a lot of text on it, chat, so bear with me. We're going to it is a 2/4 with Death Touch. Whenever it attacks, player with the most life or tied for the most life creates a 1/1 white vampire creature token with lifelink. So that's what you see added at the top of the screen there. If we've got more life, then obviously when we attack, we get to draw cards, and if it's tied, we get to do both effects. That's why I really, really like this card and how it moves forward. And that's one of those case ones, isn't it? Hold on a minute. Let me go back to
No,
it.
that
What?
is my pick for my favorite card in the set, Sharp-Eyed Rookie. It's a 2/2 for 2/2 vigilance that grows when you play creatures that are bigger, that have more toughness or power than it, and you investigate each one of those times too. And you see this board here is just, what is Blair supposed to do from this position? You can case to kill the Glissa, but then you still don't really have good attacks into the rookie and the 1/1. Yeah, it seems like this game is, I'm not going to say it's over, but it feels like it's pretty close to over.
Yeah, so the only thing the Blair's got going for them currently is that life total. Life total at 19, still pretty high, means we probably got at least 2 more draw steps, I'd say. But 4, we're going to be looking at game-winning sort of strategy. So we need to add as much to the battlefield in that time as we possibly can. So potentially we can try and get that, one alpha strike in if we draw perfectly and Raja kind of bricks or gets a little bit greedy. But even with this board state, it might just be, as you said, game over already.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I was talking about earlier, why I kind of like the Golgari deck in this matchup, where it's almost feels like as long as you can clean up the early wave of Gleeful Demolition, it feels like it's able to kind of keep pace with the amount of threats that the Boros deck is presenting. So, you have that, and all of your, like, look at Raj's board. They're all really, really good blockers. Glissa and Preacher both win in combat almost all the time. And even the rookie having Vigilance is huge here. Like, Raj is going to be able to poke in for 3 and still have that as an option for a blocker next turn.
And here comes the Archfiend of Dross. Big 6/6 comes in with 4 counters on it. The oil counters, when there are no more, I believe we lose the game. But let's be honest, the game is going to be well over before that, because whenever a creature, an opponent dies, its controller will also lose 2 lives. So if we had like a next turn a sweeper effect, that is just going to be game.
Yeah, I know. Imagine following up the Archfiend of the Dross with a Miasma or something like that, where you just clean up the board and just dome Blair for 10. But I mean, even here, it's, what is Blair supposed to do? It's probably just going to take 6 damage, fall to 10. And then, I mean, your alpha attack is almost certainly lethal next turn, because the Preacher is getting chump blocked by Bat. That's 2. I mean, yeah, it seems pretty tough for Blair. Roger should be able to present a lethal attack next turn.
Bunny corn off the top. That's not great, but we could go bunny corn. Oh, no, we don't have the second white source. If we can't even play the case here, can we? So we could have
Right, yeah. We talked that mana, the deck's mana coming back to bite it. Yeah, there's 2 mountains, a Sokenzan, and a Battlefield Forge, so I can't even double spell here.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Can we survive though? Blair going through the tank now. What if I take that out? What if I do this? How if I do that? What am I taking in the air next turn? Opposed to me blocking and then losing through the Archfiend of Dross triggers. There's also a creature land on the other side of the battlefield. Don't forget that can turn into a big 4/4.
Yeah, I don't really think there's any way for Blair to survive, because even if you let the 2 vampires through, you still have to block the other 4 creatures, which is 4 triggers from Archfiend. That's 8 plus 2 is 10. So I don't think there's a way for Blair to survive the lethal attack, especially with that cottage.
When you play paper, do you make your opponent kill you, or do you scoop in early? When you're you're out, you're like, yeah, I'm cool, we're done.
Kind of depends. Depends on the situation, how I'm feeling,
Well, some people I don't think I've ever seen Reduke ever scoop. I feel that man's like, no, I'm making you beat me. And I suppose you can also get edges from that in Magic, right? When people know that you're completely down the board. There's nothing you could possibly draw, but yet they make you kill them. So that one turn, then you maybe potentially get something like a big Settle the Wreckage type effect, which is famous from Mr. LSV himself. And just having those little edges of not being known as, okay, I'm going to scoop early here. Or you can use it to your advantage. Normally you scoop a lot, and that one time you're like, oh, I'm down a board, but if I don't scoop here, they might play around something I don't have and give me that extra turn.
The token
all these little
trick.
Edges. Yeah.
The token trick. So if Blair reaches for a token, do you think Raja would play around Settle?
I wish that was in this format. We're talking about this yesterday, actually, how I think this is that card's so good for mind games in different formats. We're going to start off a turnover by drawing a card. We can kind of smell the writing on the wall. We feel like we've got it, but we've got to go through the right game plan here. Don't want to mess it up now, especially when we're on the verge of winning game number 2 and match number 1. Remember, this is going to be 8 rounds of standard today for anybody tuning in, as well as a cut to top 8 after that. So lots of Magic to come from you, and this is the format you need to be playing for the RC. So you're going to see a lot of this moving forward, and we're going to see a lot of how the meta game is going to shift and change. And that's what I love with standard, especially now going to a 3-year block pool. There's going to be a lot of room for metas to kind of shift. There isn't always going to be a best deck.
Yeah. You mentioned standard the RC season. I've played 3 RCQs. I've played 2 with Golgari and 1 with Boros. So I'm familiar with both of these decks, kind of like the back of my hand. We see an attack here for Raja coming in with not everything, it appears, but a couple things, and we'll see what Blair wants to go ahead and do here.
Well, this is lethal, right? Like the 6/6 is going to connect no matter what, and then you've got to block the 2 other creatures away. No, actually, no. You should have got one more creature if he attacked with, right?
Blair has the bat token, so Blair can chump block the Archfiend with the bat token, and then chump the other 2, take 6, go to 3.
Oh, is that at the bottom of the screen, the one with the glare?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So I thought it was
it's the one from the Sanguine, the Evangelist. So that can chump block the Archfiend, but is he able to survive? But even if we survive, it's like, where do we go from here?
Remember, when a creature does die, the trigger will happen of losing 2 points of life. I think, Blair, like just checking, looking for anything. Is anything I've missed here? I'm looking for some hope. That's what I'm looking for. I'm gonna have to double block like this. Take 2. Damage is going to happen. Trigger. You're going to take another 4 points of damage. That's going to drop Blake down to quick math 3. And is there some crazy line to get back out from under this? This is kind of why I like that the Wooly is cool, because you could, if you could play that, you at least got a little bit of reach the later the game goes, as long as your opponent doesn't have a way to gain life on the other side of the battlefield. That plus a gleeful demolition, that adds up.
Yeah, exactly. And it is awkward because you can't hit it off of Knight Errant, but it's you could say that it's arguably a more powerful card than Evangelist. That's just a little bit more high variance, because Evangelist being a body, like 2 bodies plus the Anthem on Evangelist, makes it very, very good.
Okay, Philback did come out of the sideboard here, probably using the gain life ability from it.
Get that graveyard out of here. I don't know what you're doing with the graveyard, Blair, but get it out.
You keep looking at it. Now I've taken that option off. Big draw step. Just another land. That's the handshake. That is going to be a game to Raj on the left of your screen here. 2-0 to Golgari Midrange, taking down probably the deck that's got the biggest target on its back this weekend, Boros Convoke. And you said you've played both of them. Do you think that's how that match is meant to go, or did we get a little? Did our mana kind of mess us up a little bit over on the Boros side?
Tough to say. I mean, I think the Boros deck is pretty heavily advantaged in game 1 situations before we get to the sideboard with sweepers. Like you saw Blair's hand game 1. If we were able to find that second land, I'd think Russia would have been close to 0%. But yeah, it was just had a little bit of stumbling, was not able to find the land. Raja picked apart the key cards with Bat. And then, like I said, once you get to the sideboard, there's a host of sweepers. I've seen some even lists online that have had upwards of 4 Path of Peril. So the Golgari decks are prepared for the Boros decks.
Well, if I was playing this weekend, I'd be moving it down, filling my sideboard up with him, or maybe even having a couple in the main, because I feel like this deck is going to have a target on it. I feel like it can be super explosive if you don't have the tools, as in one form removal is not doing anything. I do need some sort of sweeper effect. I think we might be getting an interview, so we're going to move Raja across to get that interview going. But while we kind of get that sorted out in the technical, in the background for everybody, let's have a little rundown of what you're going to be seeing today. Of course, yesterday that was Pioneer all day. If you missed that, you need to go back on the VODs, check it out. I think there was a crazy amount of Phoenix in the top 8. I think there's 5 Phoenix decks in the top 8. Yep. Plus, 5. You get a Mengu 9th place. Spoilers for everybody that does want to watch that whole tournament. But remember, the Pro Tour is literally happening in Chicago next weekend. So a lot of players from around the world have flown out early, getting their testing in, turned up to the NRG yesterday, battle it out, get their last couple of reps in, maybe try some different cards out again in a big field like they had yesterday. But at the end of the day, Phoenix did take it down. Today, we've got 8 rounds of standard action before we cut to a top 8. Me and Devon, we're the morning crew. And then we're going to be passing off to a couple more casters this afternoon because, I'm in Europe. Let's be honest. It's going to get pretty late for me. So I need to get my beauty sleep. This mustache needs to get put to bed occasionally. It can't just grow itself. It's it's what it is. Still waiting on Raja. It's all good. Chat's loving the mustache. Like I said, thank you for the mustache comments, chat. I stand in root boost to grow it. That's what I do. What else? What's on the line? Let's see if we maybe. Oh no, I can now see Raja just jumping. He's just putting the headset.
There we go.
There it is. Let's see if we can get down to him. Raja, hello, congratulations. You're speaking to Will and Devon. So first off, NRG, we got 8 rounds of action today. You bought this powerful Golgari mid-range deck. Why did you bring that this weekend?
I wouldn't call it powerful by any means. Ooh. It's not good.
Hey,
I love playing it. No, it's a deck that I really enjoy. It caters to my play style. And a lot of cool cards I like. I like grindy decks. I like black mid-range decks, so it's fun. I like the sideboard cards. I think Tranquil Fill deck is really good. Covers a lot of bases against a lot of decks. So it's just a cool deck that I enjoy.
Nice. Yeah, no, I've been playing a ton of this on stream over the past couple of weeks because I think I'm probably going to play this in the 75K in Chicago next weekend. Curious the number of sharp-eyed rookies. I had 4. I've been playing 4 for a while. You have 2. Did you start with 4? Did you kind of go down to 2? What was the thought behind that?
My progression was from 2 to 3 back down to, and the reason for that was because I was finding that sometimes I would board out some bigger creatures that like 4 drops, and it would make the card a lot worse because you'd have less cards that trigger it. So that was the main reason why I went back down to 2. I think the other 2 drops are better, Dread Knight and Bat. So there are diminishing returns on that slot, and we all know that the 3 drops in this format are very good. So you want to make sure that those are there too. So that's why I'm at 2. I can definitely see 3 or 4. It just depends on how you build the deck. Because if you just build your deck with a bunch of spells and planeswalkers, it's just not going to do what you want it to do. So yeah, I think it's defensible to play more.
Oh, I feel like you just took down probably the most powerful deck in the format, quote unquote. It's super powerful. It is the talk of the town at the minute. It's been picking up a lot of good results online. Did you have that in mind coming this weekend, thinking that this is a good matchup for you? And if not, what are your good matchups? What do you want to be playing against all weekend?
So Golgari has no good matchups, but I did have it in
Hey.
mind for this weekend. And the reason for me like trimming down a little, down to 1 in the main deck, playing cards like Choking Miasma and Dreams of Oil and Steel, was to account for that deck because it's very hard to interact with that deck otherwise. And I like Dreams of Steel and Oil a lot because it can get the Convoke creatures or the haste creature or any of those cards before they come down and make an impact. So I definitely had the deck in mind. I made a lot of changes to my deck to account for it. But yeah, I kind of got lucky against my opponent. He multiplied both games. It's brutal. It happens. But the deck also has a lot of moving pieces that need to kind of line up right. So I can see the deck having to mulligan more often than others.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned the 3 drops, right? So yeah, you're playing Glissa, Preacher, Gix, the 3/3/2 split. I know a lot of people are kind of in on Sentinel of the Nameless City. I can't remember if you had that in the NRG Champs deck list. I want to say you did. But you're playing no copies of that today. Is that do you think the Glissa, Preacher, Gix are all better than it, or what do you think about that?
So um, I changed the mana base because I was having a lot of problems. The issue with the enemy colored mana bases is that you don't get the fast land, so you're down a dual land, and you don't want to play too many of the surveil lands either. So what I did to the deck was I added 4 Souls because I realized that all the green cards in the deck were creatures. Dread Knight is a creature, Gliss is a creature, the dinosaur is a creature. So Cavern was the same thing as a forest if you just name whatever you need to cast it with, but it also works when you draw like it lets you cast Gix and Shield. So it's a black source for those and a green source for your creatures. And then it has the upside of making your creatures uncounterable too. So in order to make that work, I had to cut Sentinel because he does not share any creature types or anything else. Whereas like Glissa's a Phyrexian, both the rookie and Dread Knight are both humans. So it just made the deck a little more cohesive. And I don't think there's overly discernible difference between Preacher and Sentinel to where I'd be making my mana worse to play the card.
Well, I'm going to finish off on the mana. Obviously, Surveil Lands, kind of the talk of the town at the minute with the latest set. That's the card that seems to be popping up in every deck and every format. What's your opinion? Are these going to be really good? Are these like basically play a land, draw a card? Or are these kind of like, they're a bit overrated? Where do you sit on that fence?
I think they're great in Modern because they're fetchable and let you kind of have a way to have more agency in the mid to late game. I think in formats like Standard and Pioneer, where you don't have that ability to find on demand, it's a little worse. I think if you're playing deck with graveyard synergies, I think it's pretty good. But overall, I think they're going to be kind of role players in those 2 formats.
Absolutely. Yeah. Last question for me. I know that Raja kind of threw Golgari into the bus, said there's no good matchups, but if you had to pick one deck that you wanted to play against against this weekend, what would you? There's got to be one good matchup. Come on, Raja.
Mono red.
All right, fine.
Mono
Yeah,
red.
That's all
we can
we can
agree on
mention.
that. We can agree on that.
I got shield red in my deck. Mono red all day. Let's go. Let's go. Well, on that one, we're going to let you go off and celebrate your victory. Hopefully, we get to see more of you throughout the weekend. Keep winning, and we'll keep getting you back on capital, my friend. Good luck. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you around.
We're going to move back to the booth where I believe we have got a backup feature match for all you beautiful people watching this weekend. It is none other than a fellow commentator of the NRG. It is, of
It's
course,
our third.
Say what?
It's our third.
Oh, our third? Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's awkward. Okay, well, you tell everybody. Who is it and what decks are they playing?
All right, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My bad, Will. We're going to be watching Joe Lisette, who is on
There he is.
Orzhov control against, the name here says Dragon Jet. I don't know if that's correct, but Zorius Reanimator. It's a Jet Thevenot. That's going to be Azorius Reanimator. It's actually the Azorius Monastery Mentor deck. A lot of people maybe don't realize that Monastery Mentor is legal and standard, and this deck is a deck that utilizes it, plays a bunch of cheap spells, specifically spells that recur creatures from the graveyard, along with discard and mill enablers. So there's a bit of a reanimation theme, but really, really cool deck. A deck that I have played a little bit myself.
Yeah, actually, I was watching this yesterday in the hands of one of my friends and played. It's crazy when it goes off. And when multiple mentors are on the battlefield, you kind of see this board state that we're seeing now. A lot of tokens spread all over the base. We've got a Ledger Shredder on there with a couple of counters. And I think we're in the midst of blocking. Combat is, of course, for blockers. Definitely not when you're on the attacking side. And what are these? That can't be the amount of triggers that's on the stack, right? There can't be 13 triggers.
Well, I mean, with Monastery Mentor, you never know. Anything could happen.
Right, let's have a little look how after the board has been cleaned up, what's going on. I do see a word announcement that's flipped at the top of the screen. We're going to play the Trickster at the end of the turn. Or no, Picklocket, Prankster. Sorry, not Trickster. Prankster, the 1/3 flyer, which again, that card in itself, that's a sleeper. No one really picked up on that, right? Now we're seeing that in a couple of formats, picking up loads and loads of results. But over on Joe's side, we're going to start replenishing the battlefield. Go find ourselves a plains, put that to hand.
Yeah, so for people who are maybe unfamiliar with this Orzhov control deck, there is a lot of, I guess you would say, stuff that has enter the battlefield abilities. So you have like Ambitious Farmhand to help hit your land drops early. You have cheap removal in the form of Laydown Arms. And then kind of going up the curve, you have some mid-range stuff like Wedding Announcement, Wandering Emperor, and then even all the way up the curve, you have stuff like Eternal Wanderer, and even topping out with Breach the Multiverse. So kind of a little bit of everything, can play some different roles. And I think this deck is pretty good.
Well, it looks like it's going to be half decent because the job is up a game. This is game number 2. Of course, you can see that at the bottom screen, but he does have only 7 life points. And looking at a pretty big Ledger Shredder plus a active Monastery Mentor, if we can chain off a couple of spells in one turn, which we have a little look at the suite we've got, we can maybe chart the course, a couple of considers, even got a Faithless Mending in the list. I forgot that one was even in standard.
You know, I didn't think I would ever say this before, but the one nice thing about playing white border lands is we can see how many lands Joe has in hand. So I did see that there was, at least 3 lands. I don't know if we have a spell, but really needs to find a sweeper to clean up the, mentor and all these tokens, because the board is getting a bit wide. We have some tokens of our own that are sizable with the flipped Wedding Announcement, but going to be really hard for that to kind of outsize or outpace this Monastery Mentor.
I think that last card might be a duress there for Joe as well. So yeah, a couple of land and duress. What's the reason for keeping these lands in our hand? Do we have a way to cycle them out, or are we just trying to have a jet kind of thinking going in the tank? Okay, what could he have? What can he play at his speed? What's this? Because remember, this isn't open deck list at this point. So every card basically legal and standard could be technically be in Joe's hand.
Yeah, looking at the deck list, I don't really see any additional reason to be holding lands. Sometimes these decks have the Restoration of a Ganjo, which you needed a card in hand to discard, but no copies of that this weekend for Joe. So yeah, I mean, maybe it just wants to bluff some interaction, or figures he has enough lands in play, doesn't need to play these extra lands.
Okay, well, combat's going to happen. A couple of blocks, bit of damage coming across, but it looks like the Mentor is going to be going to the graveyard. That's huge. That means no more tokens being made from future spells. Did have an unlicensed hearse on the battlefield now, though. That one, when it goes unchecked, can grow pretty big, but it will take multiple turns for that to happen. We're going to use the Field of Ruins, just kind of thin our deck a little bit more. The last thing Joe wants right now is to draw even more basics into that hand.
Yeah, I wanted to take care of the Restless Anchorage on Jet's side, that creature land. As far, we talked about sweepers. As far as sweepers are concerned, Joe has, I'm looking at 2 Sunfall, 1 Depopulate in the main deck, and then in the sideboard, a couple of Vanquish the Hordes, 2 copies, along with another Depopulate and a Temporary Lockdown.
Well, just getting word from the producer that they have just gone to turns.
Wow.
Joe at 1 life. In game 2, draws another land, pits it on the battlefield, and I imagine this game is going to be a draw. Not what you want in round 1 of a 8-round Swiss event, but how often does that kind of happen in Standard? Is Standard a slow format in your opinion, or is it quite quick, considering Boros is potentially one of the quote-unquote best decks currently?
I mean, it kind of depends on the deck, right? You have the Azorius controls, the domain ramps, the deck that Joe was playing. Those that can play much, much longer games. But then, as we saw, in our first match, you have the other side of the spectrum with Boros Convoke, Mono Red, Bant Toxic. I mean, these decks can just end the game on turn 5 or turn 6. So, a very wide range of things, and that's kind of why Standard's so good. There's just a bunch of different things at each end of the spectrum, regardless of what you like playing. Standard's got it for you.
So Standard for me is one of the only formats I can actually play Infect in right now. Okay, I'm happy if we can get some ban Infect on screen. I'll be super happy. But on that one, that is going to be the end of round number 1 here at the NRG. We'll be back. We've got 7 more rounds after this, so make sure you don't go anywhere, and we'll see you shortly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to round number 2 here in our Standard Showdown, brought to you by the amazing people at the NRG Series. Starting off, well, my name's Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. I am joined by none other than Mr. Doomwake himself, Damon O'Donnell, and as I said, we're bringing you some Standard today, and we've got some spicy decks lined up. But before we get to that, we're going to tell you what everybody's playing for this weekend, because, of course, this is a 5K Standard Showdown. Here's a breakdown of the prizes. We're going to pay out all the way down to 32nd place, with the winner of today getting himself an invite to the RC, as well as a bunch of points to the NRG end of year championships. And to add to this, they get themselves, and this is in my opinion, Doom, the best prize, a custom token in your likeness that we see there on the screen, the Dublin Shaman token, which, is now the meme going around that the actual token is worth more than a Tarmogoyf. How times have changed, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to move down to our main feature match where we've got definitely 2 amazing players, but we've got some spicy decks. Doom, who are we going to see, and what decks are they playing?
So we have Robert Hayes on the right-hand side of your screen playing Esper Midrange. This is probably what you would expect if you've seen Esper in Standard previously. Raffines, Deep Cavern Bats, Wedding Announcements, Removal Spells, the usual stuff. However, we have Sam Black on the left-hand side of your screen. The deck is labeled Abzan Counters. Now, I know you mentioned earlier, Will, that you're a big fan of the card Insidious Roots. And that card is a feature in Sam's deck. We have 4 copies, a bunch of stuff that deals with, putting cards into the graveyard, removing cards from the graveyard to trigger Insidious Roots, and just, this deck list. Now, I have seen a bunch of different Roots deck lists. I've seen Sultai, I've seen Golgari. This is maybe the first time that I've seen an Abzan version of this. So pretty interesting to see how this plays out.
Yes, we were talking about this before, and I haven't seen the white in these decks yet, so it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Because Sam, genuinely one of the top 5 deck brewers to ever pick up the game of Magic. Absolutely amazing at building decks, different strategies, and comes so right field when he comes to do these things. It's like, okay, this is amazing. What's going on? And that in itself is such an advantage when you turn up to big tournaments like this, when your opponent just has no idea what they're playing around, what you're doing, and the next thing they know is they've lost the game 2-0.
Yeah, and if anybody has ever seen Sam Black play in terms of just over the course of the history of Magic, Sam's an incredibly accomplished player. Sam loves playing these style of decks, like Aristocrats, all of this like different stuff in the battlefield, managing different game zones, and all of this stuff. This is right up Sam's wheelhouse.
Well, we're looking at the opening hands for both players here. how do you think this normally would pan out? Like, are we just going to see a lot of land go? Are we going to see a kind of a chess game between both players, or how do you think it's going to pan out?
It kind of depends on how many answers the Esper deck has to the card Insidious Roots. Like sometimes you see Destroy Evil main deck, there's counter spells. In Robert's deck we have 3 copies of Normalize, but no Destroy Evils or any ways to kill enchantments in game 1. So if that Roots hits the battlefield, it's staying there. We're not leaving it. And Sam really wants to just kind of prolong the game, get a whole bunch of material onto the battlefield, and just take it, use Roots to just gain this incredible amount of advantage. We see a Rubble-Bound Maverick, and we're going to top both of those.
Yeah, that's got to be pretty scary. Especially when the deck wants to have cards in its graveyard for, as we say, the namesake card of the deck, Roots. We see one in hand here for Sam. We're having a little look, same as Robert. What do you like taking here?
I mean, you got to take the Roots, right? This is if you're Robert Hayes and you play the Deep Cavern Bet, I think the card that you're looking for the most in the hand is Insidious Roots. So I'd be shocked if we're not taking that. The rest of the hand I think I see is Shigeki, another Maverick, and 3 lands. So yeah, I mean, if you take the Roots, which Robert is going to do, that kind of really messes with Sam's curve and is not able to get that into play. Because like we said, Robert just doesn't have a ton of good ways to remove it from the battlefield.
Well, lucky for Sam, there's another 3 copies in the deck. I'm having a look, see if there's any removals, any way of getting that bat moved to the graveyard so it goes back to our hand. And the only thing I can see is 2 cases in. Is that the case I think it is? No, that's a different case. That's a different case. I thought it was the one for me. I was like, that looks very similar. No, that's a different case. We've got no removal, right?
Yep, Sam not playing removal spells in the main deck. I guess there's an Aganjo, if the bat gets into combat, but the Aganjo's in play, so yeah, that's not really going to be any use to Sam. Now, there's some interesting one-ofs here. There's one Amalia Benevatis, like Benevatis Aguare, one Sarah Paragon, a Shigeki Jukai Visionary, and a Titania Voice of Gaia. That Shigeki is currently in play, so some spicy one-ofs here for Sam. Shigeki is, a card that is, you spend 2 mana, it's going to die here, so we're not going to actually get to see Shigeki go online, but, spend 2 mana, but put it back to your hand, look at the top 4, mill some cards, get a land, and do some stuff that way.
Draft All-Star, that card. I drafted that a lot, and that card is very, very good. But back to Sam. What we're going to do here, how are we going to advance our board? We've got a lot of land in hand, I can see.
Yeah, I think Sam picked up a Snarling Gorehound there. So if we have, we can go ahead and deploy a 3rd untapped land. I took a look at Sam's hand. I didn't see any black mana.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a good shout. Maybe that's...
Oh, no, there's the Mortuary. Okay, so we have the Surveil land, black-green Surveil land. So we can go ahead and deploy that.
Okay, cool. And here we go. In with the ETB Surveil 1. And I was speaking about this to Raja last round, like how impactful is this card? If I'm going to say any deck's going to be good, it's going to be this one. And Sam agrees with 4 copies in the main.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so interesting decision. Sam chose not to play we had the Mortuary last turn, which we didn't play, but that's because we topped both off of the first Maverick. So if no reason to play the Mortuary when you already know that the top card's good. So Sam decided to save the Surveil for this turn. As we see Rafine hit the battlefield, that's going to be a little tough here because we said, Sam, Sam's deck is really cool, does a lot of cool stuff, but you mentioned the lack of removal spells, and if there's any one creature in the format that you really want to kill, it is Rafine.
I'm going to look what we've got with reach or flying to even block with. We've got a Ceres Paragon that's got flying, a Titania that's got reach.
Block. Yeah, Titania's got reach. Dream Thief can chump block. Yeah, there's really not a ton here to kind of halt this flying onslaught here from Robert.
Would we class this as a kind of go wide strategy that Sam's playing? Is that how this deck would plan out? It's a very much go wide, just in a very different way to what we see with the Boros Convoke decks.
Yeah, but as you mentioned earlier, this deck doesn't do a ton when it doesn't have a copy of Insidious Roots. It really, really needs to get that card to have anything going. Because when you don't have Roots, you're playing, you're just playing a lot of cards that don't have a ton of effects. That don't impact the battlefield that much. You can surveil. The Maverick gets you closer to the Roots, but you really need to be able to find that Roots, and then once you find it and get it in play, then you start triggering it, and you making a giant board with that card specifically.
Just have a little look at this case of the Uneaten Feast and all the different modes of it, because you can see that at the top of your screen there. First mode is whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. To solve, you gain 5 life or more this turn, and then once it is solved, you can sacrifice this case. Creature cards in your graveyard gain. You may cast this card from your graveyard until end of turn. Okay, so this is some sort of like big effect. You see it there on the screen for everybody at home as well, so we can all follow along. Interesting.
Yeah. So
Not what I was
What's really cool with Case in this deck is it triggers off of roots. So if you trigger roots a couple of times in the same turn, you can gain a couple life off of the Case. And because your deck has so much Surveil, you have Maverick, you have Gorehound, Seed of Hope, Tyvar. There's so many ways to mill cards. That third ability on Case of the Uneaten Feast can get out of control if the game goes, to turn 6 or 7. You can just sacrifice Case and just play 4 creatures out of your graveyard or whatever.
Here comes probably one of the I'd say a staple in standard. A wedding announcement comes down. Powerful 3-drop enchantment. End of turn, we get to, because we attack with 2 creatures, to draw a card. If we don't attack, we make a 1/1. Then once it gets 3 counters, it will flip and give all our creatures a +1/+1. So again, a nice effect to leave on the battlefield. Let it tick over. Keep generating that bit of value from it. How can Sam respond?
Blanchwood Prowler. I don't think a lot of people probably haven't seen this one before. Maybe we can get it up on the screen. It's a 2-mana 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, you mill 3, and then you can put a land from among the milled cards into your hand if you don't put a counter on it. It's like the Philagi Archaeologist, but you get a land instead of a non-creature, non-land.
Shout out to our production. Straight on it. The second you say it, bam, on the screen. Love to see it. Giving you the best possible coverage we can. Sam, going to turn some creatures sideways. That's 3 points of damage coming across. No interest in blocking here from Robert. We don't want to be trading our bat for any of these little 1/1s on the other side. And okay, now we're going to choose back to the big old dice for us all watching.
Much easier to see.
It is much easier to see. I'm a big fan of the big dice. Here comes combat. Attack with 3 creatures. 3 triggers are going to happen. Draw 3 cards.
It's a lot of cards. Yeah, I mean, it's this deck. We see this is kind of the perfect, not perfect, but this is the exact thing we were talking about, where Sam's deck is really good when they can find roots, but if we don't find roots, then it's looking a little tough. Will.
Yeah, it's pretty dawdly. It looks like it's a bad draft deck, especially when the follow-up play is the Bat God himself. Remind me the name of it, because I can't think of it off my head.
Aclazotz.
That's the one. Of course it is. Of course it's that really easy name to pronounce. By the way, what a house. What a house this card is as well when it's just on the battlefield.
I mean, it's, so Robert draws Aclazotz, plays Aclazotz. Sam draws Snarling Gorehound. I mean, it's an even trade, right? Even game.
Basically the same. They're both super powerful, right? And that's going to be enough for Sam scooping it up. We're going to be going to a game number 2. So we can see if we can get these deck lists on the screen for everybody at home to have a look. But first, we're going to show you our beautiful faces. This is our beautiful faces, while we kind of set up in the background. Didn't really do what Sam wanted to do game 1. How are we going to be able to short up for game number 2? What do you like in this sideboard?
Well, we talked about the lack of removal. So in the sideboard, we can hope we can shore that up. And I do see 3 copies of Pylon. I actually like that card quite a bit in these the Golgari or Abzan or any kind of roots decks, because the roots decks are very good at just putting a bunch of stuff onto the battlefield, and Pylon is frequently going to cost 0 mana. So it's just 0 mana, kill your thing. Surveil 2, which is very, very powerful. So I assume you want all of those. You could maybe sell me on Haywire Might to blow up Wedding Announcement, although how much do you really care about Announcement if you have roots going? Sandstalker Moloch. I don't remember what I'm going to bring that card up for myself. I think it's the pro black one. So it's a 4/2 flash. Yeah, 4/2 flash for 3 ETB if an opponent casts a blue or black spell. Look at the top 4. Reveal a permanent, put it into your hand. You could maybe do that because there is a lot of blue and black spells in Robert's deck, so that can help you find roots. Past that, I don't think you want Duresses, but yeah, the Pylons, maybe the Haywire Might, maybe the Sandstalkers.
Yeah, I like Pylons quite a lot here. Okay, let's see if we can move across and have a look at the other deck. There's kind of stock, but has picked up a few newer cards printed. One's like one coming to me is No More Lies.
Yeah, no more lies, a feature of Robert's deck list here. As far as the Cyber is concerned, I mean, we talked about Robert not having a way to destroy enchantments in the main deck. Well, that is shored up in the sideboard. So we have 2 Lorans and 2 Destroy Evils. Those are slam dunks here for Robert because Robert likely knows that the entire game is going to revolve around Insidious Roots. So definitely wants to go towards those. Past that, Lockdown is a good way to clean up a bunch of Roots tokens. That could be useful. And maybe Tishana's Tidebinder against Tyvar could sell me on that. So it does seem like Robert, I would have to say Robert probably gains a little bit more than Sam gains in these post-board games.
Yeah, temporary lockdown just seems like an absolute house in this matchup. Cool, you've got a load of 1 and 2 drops, and you're gonna make loads of like token creatures. Well, my 3 mana, I'm gonna clean it all up, and we're gonna just get on with this game. So yeah, I think that's gonna be really huge. But does have to have it in the opening hand, or at least draw it while they've got the mana available to them. So players just finishing up shuffling. So let's get back down to the match, and then bring you game number 2 here between Sam Black and Robert Haynes. Do you know one thing I really love about when I get to commentate on the NRG series?
What's that?
Well, I do a lot of commentary around Europe, and I am horrendous at pronouncing people's names. When I get to pronounce people's names in America, it's so much easier for me. Sam Black, what a great name! Like, nice, easy to the point. Makes this Englishman feel like I'm so smart when I can say the names. And Robert Hayes, brilliant names. A big appreciation of people with easy names to pronounce for this.
Do we have time for a quick Will Hall facts?
Oh, that we got to wait for our where we're going to be doing future events.
Okay. All right, fine.
We'll do it after this, before this,
After
this game, before the next our backup feature match. We'll go through the future events because people watching, maybe you want to take part in future NRG events. We'll tell you where they're going to be, and I'll tell you a couple of facts about those locations. So stick around for them. A few hashtag Will Hall facts.
Spoiler for later. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be watching this very, very closely all day to see exactly what happens in this event because this could shape the metagame for that 75K in Chicago next weekend. This is going to be, in the same area as this. So, we saw the Pioneer event yesterday that might have some impact on the Pro Tour, and then this event might have some impact on the 75K, which I will be participating in next weekend. So, have to see, what people brought to the table and what kind of rises to the top.
You know when I told you off stream how I'm not going and I'm really upset that I can't go to Chicago, and I said just can you just not mention it because it breaks my heart every time you say that.
You didn't ask me to not mention it.
Don't totally let chat. He's lying, chat. He's doing this on camera, just doing it. So I'm joking. But we're off to the races anyway. Sam starting off with the Surveil land, putting that straight into the graveyard. We don't want that one in our hand. Didn't get a good look at the openers though, but we'll see how it moves forward. Just a land for Robert pass.
Yep, we're going to bin a Fairy Dream Thief. That's a good one to put into the graveyard. Now we'll have to see if Sam has the roots. That is the namesake card for Sam's deck. And as we saw game 1, didn't really have a ton to do with it, or didn't have a ton to do without that card. So we'll have to see if we're able to find it. That's a Snarling Gorehound, and then following that up with a Veteran to trigger the Gorehound, get a little bit of Surveil, trying to find that ever important roots.
Yeah, not having roots on 2 is going to be interesting because it shows how much Sam kind of stock he puts in that. Would you mulligan down to that card? Is his hand good enough? Is it going to be good enough in the late game? Robert's going to have a pretty good idea that there isn't going to be a roots in the hand. And then looking at this, does see the removal spell come out of the board, as you said, Pylon. And I think that's the card we might be taking. Then just a couple of these again. I'm going to say Dawdley Creatures because they're not particularly powerful yet. I feel like we have roots in the battlefield. They can be really, really good. But right now, it's just a couple of, I think they're just 1/1s, right? As well.
Yeah.
Don't really do too much. Yeah.
Prowler is the 1/1. You can hit a land. If not, you get a counter on it. And then Dream Thief is 1/1 that surveils 1 on ETB. Now, you do have the Snarling Gorehound. So each of these creatures will get you quite a few looks at trying to find the roots. And that's kind of the way that Sam has built the deck here, right? You have just all of these cards that help you surveil a bunch, surveil mill, just keep going until you eventually find the roots. So, you mentioned, do you mulligan to the roots? Well, theoretically, you don't necessarily have to because you end up seeing a ton of cards with Gorehound and all these like Dream Thief and all these kinds of cards.
Yeah, look at all these triggers just stacking up and up and up. Here, surveil again. Let's go in the graveyard. Surveil again. What do we think we're going to do with this one? Plus, have we got a land? Yeah, we've played our land drop this turn. So we've also got a surveil land if we want to go and add to this. But Sam in the tank on this one.
I think it was a Takanuma. Yeah, I think it was a Tyvar. Okay, Tyvar. Yeah. The thing about Tyvar, it is a powerful card, but it does not find roots. And Tyvar is kind of more of what Sam already has in the battlefield, just like more stuff. And we're kind of at the point where we have enough stuff. We really have to find that Tyvar. And then we see Bat into Rafine again here for Robert. And Robert did take the pylon with the bat, so that Rafine is, as far as we know, going to go into uncontested.
Yeah, that's one thing we haven't seen it yet, and maybe we will end up seeing it. But Tyvar plus roots and giving all the creatures plant tokens haste, so or not technically haste, they can tap for mana, and you can keep just spiraling through your deck. You can have really big explosive turns. But Sam's got to find it. Here comes some more survey, a little bit more life gained.
I just want to see Sam's deck do something. I just want to find the roots, Will. Just please for coverage. Let us find the roots. Come on, Sam.
Just are you cashing in your one time?
Yes, I'm using my one time so chat can see how powerful Insidious Roots is.
Cashing it in on round 2. Jeez, we got a lot of magic today. For people just tuning in, it is 8 rounds of standard action today before we cut to that top 8, where we will be saying who's going to be walking away, calling himself the champion this weekend, finding himself a bunch of money, and an invite to the RC as well as their own custom token. Oh, we found one on top. We found it.
We kept the card on top. I don't think it was a Roots, though. I don't know what we kept.
What would we? Maybe another removal spell? You can get rid of 2 creatures in one turn?
It looked like a green card. Looking at the deck list, it could be Shigeki. Shigeki is a card that you would want to consider keeping. Oh, some chat saying it was a Seed of Hope. Okay, that makes sense too, because Seed of Hope gets you 2 cards deeper and 2 more looks at trying to find a Roots.
Let's see if chat's right. Obviously, chat's always right, but
they're never wrong.
They're never wrong. Even when they are wrong, they're not wrong. But, just in case, chat.
Robert clunking in here with the Flyers, discarding at least 1 spell. I didn't get a look at what we targeted with the Rafine. I assume the bat. Probably want to just keep going to the bat.
Yeah, like that. It's a life gain at the end of the day, and with legendaries, we can only really play one. So if we have redundant copies in hand, I don't mind this one going to the bin because I can just deploy the extras that are getting clunked up in my hand. Did this deck gain anything? I feel like this deck's been around forever, this Esper Legends list.
Normalize. I think Normalize is a pretty huge printing. So the Esper deck has, it had Deep Cavern Bat, and some of the Esper decks before were playing a bunch of copies of the White Virtue of Loyalty. And it really just wanted like another, a more hard to say this. It has 2 drops. So,
we found the roots.
Let's go. Seed of Hope for Roots.
I'm about to say we had
one time.
We had the survey there, and the card stayed on top really quickly. And I was like, "Oh, is it gonna? Is it Doom Wake one time, ladies and gentlemen? It's a thing." And we're turning. Is that just we're turning everything sideways, getting our 6 points of damage in. If we play Root, can we then start bringing things back from the graveyard and start going, basically building a huge board state here?
Sam is, I think, questioning on whether or not we want to wait until we have 5 mana available because we can Roots and pay for Normalize. And yeah, it looks like we are going to do that. So the patience from Sam kind of getting rewarded. I think I might have seen Normalize in Robert's hand. So definitely getting a little bit rewarded for being patient here. I kind of like that. Now the question is, can you really afford to wait? Because, Robert's going to get a look at 3 more cards off of this attack, can find another Deep Cavern Bat, maybe even a second copy of Normalize, might even just be able to find a Destroy Evil to kill the Insidious Roots. So, it is nice that Sam found it, but I don't know if it's enough, Will.
Like, there's also like a little tell there, right? There was an option of playing the 2/2 to block one of these, the 1/1s on the ground. And the fact that Robert didn't go for it, that tells me that there's a no more lies now, because he didn't have enough mana to do both in that turn. So, but the fact that at the end of turn it was deployed, that really gives me the signals that, okay, I think you do have a no more lies in hand, and Sam decided to play around it masterfully.
Maybe Robert would be a homie and just let it resolve, Just like, don't counter it, don't destroy it. Just let us have our fun, Robert. Come on.
Do you want me to cash in my one time for that, or
you gotta call Robert right now.
Okay, this is going to be a huge bat. 6/6 life linking. That's going to be a big life point swing once life totals have kind of cleared up a little bit. Remember, Sam is gaining a little bit of incremental life every time creatures ETB. And also die now currently. I believe we've got the flip side of one of them. We're going to exile this from the graveyard. We're going to lose a life, draw a card. It's a pylon.
Okay. I mean, pylon's not bad. We can kill the Rafine for basically free. Just tap 4 creatures, pay 1 for the Rafine. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna go for roots, and it's probably gonna result. I guess if you're Robert, you might just just cast the normalize to make Sam tap out, and then you can't even do anything else after that. You can pay, but we have no mana to like activate the Maverick or do anything else with the roots. So yeah, tough spot here for Sam.
Also can't pay the ward currently, right? Because we
Yep.
don't have any token creatures to tap for mana.
Right. Yeah. So the way that, if chat's wondering, the way that Convoke works is you can pay the creatures to pay the mana cost, but Rafine's ward is not part of the mana cost. So you cannot use an extra creature to pay for the ward. So we are going to, but you get to kill the bat though, which is good. We get another pylon here for Sam. And then I think, we only have 2 creatures left. So we can't cast the second pylon, but able to kill that large bat. That's the biggest threat on the battlefield. So I mean, maybe Sam can cook with something next turn.
Sam left another roots on top as well. Next turn
Okay.
could go. I say could go crazy. It works a lot better when you've already got the tokens on the battlefield because you can make them huge the turn that you're attacking with them. The way that this is going to pan out, Sam's not going to get there in a combat step with them straight away, and that might not be enough considering the amount of pressure that is getting turned sideways here. 3 cards drawn.
Yeah, and I believe Robert targeted the other Rafine. So, maybe if Robert discards 3 spells, that makes it a 4-power flyer. Sam currently cannot block that. I mean, I guess Sam can double block the 2/2 vigilance, take, depending on how many spells discarded, take 3, 4, 5, 6, fall to 4, and then the Rafine is lethal next turn. But what's nice about the Lunarch veterans is when those get disturbed from the graveyard, that triggers roots.
I'm more scared about the Robert discarding 2 removal spells and a backup seer. Like, how strong is the hand on Robert? Get rid of my removal spells, get rid of my redundant ones. Like,
it's weird. It doesn't necessarily mean that Robert's hand is good, like, overloaded with stuff. It might just mean that Robert really wants to put 3+1/+1 counters on the Rafine. And these are like, maybe Robert has like 1 or 2 spells left over. Like I saw Lauren in Robert's hand. That can't bode well for Sam.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. I think that, I'd be snapping it off right now if I could. And I think Robert agrees. Yep, ETB, destroy target enchantment. Get that roots out of here.
Ooh.
It's all right. We're about to draw one for the turn anyway.
Yeah.
Never didn't have it.
I feel like it might not be enough, though. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
One thing yesterday when I was watching my friend play this deck and getting the RC invite is it seemed very soft to flyers.
Yep.
Very, very soft to flyers. Be able to go up the ground pretty well. As of course, as I say that, another like little dawdly 1/1 flyer hits the battlefield. A little bit of life gained, but you can't do this forever in this deck.
Ooh, okay. Mill's a Maverick, so that Maverick is a 1-mana way to trigger roots. We can exile the Maverick, put a counter on something, get a plant counter. I think there might be a second Maverick as well, so we can at least trigger roots twice this turn, I believe.
All right, so we're going to exile this, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Roots is going to trigger. It's going to generate a 0/1 plant token. This plant token, when it ETBs, all plants get a +1/+1 counter. So again, works great in multiples.
Oh, and that's also going to gain. No, we're not going to gain life. Never mind. I was thinking we had the other side. Oh, we do still have a veteran in play. Yeah, okay.
We got 1 at the top. We did have 2. We've now got just the 1.
Yeah.
Remember these plants? Oh no, the Tyvar isn't on the battlefield. We can't use them for mana straight away.
So it is possible that with the Lunarch veteran plus Insidious roots going, that maybe Sam can gain enough life to keep their head above water for just a couple of turns. Chump blocking the Rafine here and there, but we'll have to see.
Just a bit of shortcut in there. As you see, 2 counters going on the plant. That's the first plant, but then when the second plant enters, it gives all other plants +1/+1 as well. So yeah, what these plants are currently a 1/2 and a 2/3. But the longer this game goes, don't expect them to stay that size because things can get pretty out of hand super quick. It is on Robert to close the game down. Ideally, this turn, if he can do a lot of cards in hand. I
imagine we go through all this and Robert just has a lockdown anyways.
Oh my god! I don't see one. I do. Oh, is that the Wrath spell? Is that
chat's saying Rob has a Path of Peril.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's probably gonna do it. I guess you can maybe survive this turn. 3, 4, 5, 6. Discard 2 spells is 8 because I believe Path of Peril will just gain us a ton of life off of the flipped Lunarch Veteran. So it would gain us. I don't know. Does that check itself? Let me read Lunarch Veteran real quick. Lunarch Veteran. The flip side is. I can't look at the flip side. Flip side
I can
is
hear production going through it as well, trying to find
Whenever-
it before you can.
whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield, you gain a life. So it doesn't trigger off of itself. So Sam would gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, go to 15. Rob would have 3, 4, 5, 6. Attack with 2, get 2 spells. That'd be attack for 8 potentially. Yeah, there it is. Luminous Phantom.
And that
So
there
Sam is going to gain a ton of life here.
This is combat math for everybody watching at home. You just witnessed it all in Doomwake's head out loud for everybody to see. But there is going to be a big old wrath effect, as you said. 2 creatures left for Robert here. Maybe this is the winner in need. Now Sam's got to rebuild here. But with Roots on the battlefield, that can be pretty easy to achieve, especially if something like a Tyvar comes out next turn.
Yeah, I mean, we know there's a Dream Thief in the graveyard. I can't quite get a good look at the rest of the graveyard. I don't think there's a Maverick left, but there's at least 2 Dream Thieves and a Lunarch Veteran, so we can at least trigger the Roots 3 times there. Well, I guess we don't have enough for 2 Dream Thieves. Enough mana for 2 Dream Thieves, because that'd be 3, 6, 7, 8 mana. So we can at least trigger it twice this turn with Dream Thief plus the Lunarch Veteran flashback.
If anyone can do it, I believe Sam can. That's kind of my philosophy when it comes to Magic. If anyone can do it, Sam can do it.
Yeah, especially like we were talking about earlier. Sam is in his element right now. These decks, Sam just absolutely loves playing these, like black-green aristocrats, bunch of tokens, different game zones, all that kind of stuff. Sam loves these decks.
Oh, another Roots off the top.
Okay. Don't call it a comeback, Will. Sam's gonna go from no battlefield to like 17 permanents in 1 turn.
So you've caught me off guard with that. Funny. Right. We're going to start returning things. We're going to start generating a bunch of 0/1 plant tokens. They're going to get triggers. That's going to be 2 coming in, plus a counter on each of them. And then the second's obviously triggering the first one, making it so it's got 2 counters. How are we going to... Are we just in survival mode here? I don't feel like we're in turn corner mode just yet.
No, not yet. And one thing you mentioned is that Rafine is definitely going to cause Sam some issues because we don't really have any flyers. 3 mana, that's a temporary lockdown.
Yeah. That's
all right, we've seen enough.
That's probably
I've seen enough, yeah. I've seen enough. Yeah, lockdown cleaning up the Roots as well. That is going to be a tough one for Sam to overcome.
Do you think that lockdown might be the best sideboard card you could bring this weekend?
It's really good against Boros Convoke.
Yep.
I could see it.
It seems pretty good against this Abzan counters deck. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, and we knew about the pile-on from a long time ago. Now, taking a look at Sam's sideboard, I want to see there is 1 copy of Haywire Might and 1 copy of Tranquil Frillback. So those are, and a Boseiju. So 2 with a Boseiju in the main. So essentially maybe up to 4 ways to remove that lockdown from the battlefield. But with this Rafine in play, it's going to be, it's really, we can't really block it that well. We're already down 2 pile-ons, so I'm not sure. We only have 1 left to be able to kill it potentially. So Sam's going to need a way to kill this. Another Roots.
Wait for Sam's life total to get updated. Not entirely sure it's still at 9 life. But while we do that, we're going to start generating, get some more plants on the battlefield. Here comes the 0/1.
And notably, that does have flying, so that can actually chump block. Oh, okay.
No, well, don't worry about it.
God, Robert's just, the meanie over here.
But no cards left in hand now, right? So we are living off the top of our deck, plus whatever we draw when we go to combat. Removal spell would be pretty good here. In fact, removal spell would be lethal here.
We're just trying to have some fun with Insidious Roots, and Robert's like, nah, I'm good. Not today.
Robert, look, it's the start of the year. Robert needs to get queued. We need to get to this end of year championship.
This is just lethal.
There's the handshake. Robert takes this down 2-0. Old Trusty beats the fun deck, shall we say, especially in that round. But
I mean, we did get to see Sam do a little bit of things. Like we did get to see Sam did showcase a little bit of the power level of Insidious Roots, but ended up finding it a little bit too late, and Robert just had too much stuff on the battlefield for Sam to overcome.
Okay, well, I'm being told by production that we're actually going to have an interview, so we'll see why that deck was bought. If you've got any questions, throw it in the chat and we'll throw it to them. But while we wait for that and we kind of set that up, you've got a 75 coming up next weekend at Magicon, where the Pro Tour is going to be happening. You said it's between two decks. What is going to be the nail in the coffin? Is it going to be after watching this weekend's worth of coverage, seeing everybody play not only 8 rounds of standard action, but plus top 8? Or is it going to be a little bit more testing? Like, how much on the ropes are you, or on the fence of which deck we play? What's going to be the deciding factor for you?
I mean, definitely still some more testing to be done. I have Boros Convoke and I have Golgari Midrange. Those are kind of the two decks that I'm kind of leading between. I think that Boros Convoke is a little bit easier to hate out of the format. There's a lot more sweepers that people can play and stuff like that. And I think that Golgari Midrange can be tuned to a specific metagame. Like Raj's list today is very different than the list that I've played. So, may have to try that a little bit. But I mean, I just think that, one of those two decks, unless something really does, maybe there's a breakout deck this weekend that I want to take a look at, but it'll probably be between one of those two decks.
Yeah, I feel like just the Boros deck's just so good, even with all the hate in the format for it, like Temple Lockdown, seeing how great it was there, that you still got answers for it, and you can still just get across the finish line. I think that deck is really powerful, and I'm sure we're going to see it a lot on coverage this weekend. Okay, we've got the little slide up on our screen. We can see that we're just moving them across for this interview. So chat's asking, why am I not I'm not in Chicago, chat. I'm in the UK. I have to work, that thing that we all have to do so we can play this beautiful game that we enjoy to a super high level, like we're seeing here at the NRG series. After we've done this interview, though, we're going to talk about the future events coming up for NRG. Obviously, there's a couple of locations that have been announced. If any of them are close to you, you can turn up and take your shot at being able to take one of these down, secure your invite to the end of your championships, maybe get your own token made in your likeness. We spoke about that a little bit earlier on. Doom wants a Rhino token. I wonder why. I wonder if your deck got an improvement recently or not. And I would like a Golem token, but I'm interested to know what you at home would like to see. What if you or like to have made in your likeness? Which token would you like, so you can turn up to your FNM or your next RC or whatever with a bunch of tokens, hand them out to your friends and or maybe to your opponents to be like, hey, yeah, I just beat you with a load of rhinos. Here's 2 tokens for you. I really rub some salt in that wound. What's chat saying? Construct. Oh, Construct's token's good.
Construct could be nice.
I like that.
Clue token, food token. I'm trying to think of what is the most popular. Maybe like a Might token. You mentioned that the Bant Toxic deck has been picking up a little bit, so maybe you would pick that. Maybe you'd pick Might token.
How would you draw me as a Might? Like, what I mean? Like, how would
you just zoom in on the mustache?
The normal Might token just with a huge mustache on it.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
I could take that. I don't mind that too much. What's chat saying? Zombie. Okay, zombie's one that's like a solid go-to, right? That like zombie and goblin, like you're always going to see play with them. Construct's pretty good.
I feel like chat would appreciate my current Rhino tokens. This is I don't know if you can see that, Will, but little Rhydon action. So those are the Rhino tokens that I currently use. Big fan of those Rhino tokens, but if I had my own Rhino tokens, then I would consider using those. So,
well, how about while we're going through tokens, while we wait for this interview, how about actual Will Hall tokens of me riding rhinos?
I like those. Those are nice.
That is a Nurse's tower in the background getting destroyed. Just for everybody, just so you know. Just see. I've got to get the little digs in when I can. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Classic. It is what it is. Right. So we're gonna let's talk about some future events where we've got our the winner. They've gone to the bathroom, basically, ladies and gentlemen. That's why there's a little bit of a hold ups. So let's just go through some of the future events that we've got coming up here at the NRG series. So next up, Minneapolis on Saturday, the 20th of April, there is a 10K modern showdown. And on the Sunday, there is a 5K legacy trial. I know a lot of legacy fans out there, and if they're anything like that in Europe, they travel. They want to play their decks. They want to play those expensive cards. I've just bought into a couple of legacy decks. I've got a legacy tournament coming up, so I'm going to be really interested to see how that one pans out. And Mr. Dominic, would you like a fact about Minneapolis?
Oh, let's do it. Will Hall facts, bringing it back.
All right. Well, it is famous for the artist Prince is from Minneapolis. Sorry.
Oh.
formerly known as
Today
Prince.
I
I
learned.
don't know how you meant to say that, but yeah, maybe the artist formerly known as Prince is from there. And then next up, we have got Indianapolis. That is the next location after this. If you want to go a little bit more south in the country of the US of A, on May 11th and May 12th, on Saturday, we've got a 10K modern showdown. And on the Sunday, a team showdown. That's 3 players in your team. One's going to be playing standard, one's going to be playing modern, one is going to be playing pioneer. What an absolute banging weekend that is. You get to travel with your friends, hang out with your friends, and then play Magic with your friends. I love a team event, Doom. As we spoke about earlier, it's going to be me, you, and who?
Joel Lisette, right? That was our
Joe
third.
Lissette's going to be our third.
Yeah.
What format are you taking?
I'll take standard. Joe can take pioneer. You take modern.
Oh, I'll take mono. Yeah, okay, I'm game with that. I like a little bit of modern. I'm actually liking the mono white martyr deck quite a lot actually in modern currently. Don't tell anybody that though. I've got a modern event coming up in the UK. Okay, my my India fact. The Luca Oil Stadium is the largest NFL stadium in the country. I thought I'd try and get like an NFL reference because you just had the Super Bowl. Obviously, Taylor Swift won the Super Bowl, so I thought I'd try and get that one in there.
No, we're going there. I didn't know that.
Well, now you do know. And
Now I
then
do.
the last one announced of the year is St. Louis, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. We've got Robert in the booth, so we can move across to our winners interview. Robert, how are we doing? Congratulations.
Hello.
You're talking to Will and Devon. First off, I want to know, why did you bring this deck this weekend?
I really like the matchup against all the aggro decks. I think people are trying to be aggressive in the format right now, and pretty well positioned against that.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Can't really go wrong with Deep Cavern Bat Rafine, as we saw in those games. One thing that I do see here is it seems like you've gone a little bit lower on Virtue, and you're up on a couple copies of No More Lies. Talk to me about that. How's that card been for you?
It's been really good. A lot of people are playing around Make Disappear, and my friend actually was suggesting No More Lies because people just wouldn't play around it, and the exile clause has come up quite a bit. So it comes up in the mirror. You can't like Takanuma back or Rafine. It comes up just in several random matchups.
Well, so I want to look. I'm talking about your sideboard moving into this weekend. Obviously, like standard, it's now gone to a 3-year rotation, so there's a lot more card pool to choose from. This deck seems like it is. It's true, tested, does what it says on the tin, but always getting a couple extra cards here and there. Moving into this weekend, you expected a lot of aggro decks. Icy Temple Lockdown. I personally think that's probably one of the best cards to bring this weekend, with the likes of this Boros Convoke deck, or what as we just seen there for you, taking down the Roots deck, basically just being a completely one-sided Wrath. What other cards, or what cards did you think of for your sideboard moving forward? What do you think? And I think it's aggressive format. I need these cards, and why?
So I was initially on 3 temporary lockdown, but my team has been putting in a lot of work testing this deck, and we've had a lot of success. And they've sort of come to the conclusion that 1 Path of Peril, 2 temporary lockdown is good, because sometimes you want the second mode of Path of Peril in the mid-range matchups. So it gives you a little more agency there. But the sideboard is pretty heavily skewed towards aggro and domain, I believe. It's probably our worst matchup because it's the closest to 50-50, but it's tough. Whoever plays better typically gets that one.
That's fair.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, you mentioned that you had expected a lot of aggro decks. I think Boros Convoke was probably the deck that was the talk of the town coming into the tournament. But one deck that I've actually been running into a lot more over the past week is Blue-White Control. I don't know if that has something to do with maybe Croaky's doing a couple of streams with it and people playing it, but did you think about, did you like the Blue-White Control matchup coming in as well?
Yeah, I've been playing this deck a lot on Moto, and I've run into Blue-White Control a little bit. It feels similar to the mirror. It's not a tremendous amount different. They have some more walkers and less creatures, and it wasn't something that I felt like I needed to devote a lot of sideboard slots to, because the aggro decks in the format can just get out in front of you and steal games if you're not prepared. And you have so many like medium cards in the main deck that are liabilities that really need to come out. And The blue-white control deck, I think, is fine. I think Esper's well positioned though in that matchup.
Yeah, I think I agree.
I was really high on the Boros deck leading up to like the first week that it came out. I was 5-0'd some leagues. I bought 100 copies of War Leader's Call, and for $3 each, it paid out. But they struggle really hard against Esper's sideboard play, and once they started adapting the Wraths, it's just a really hard matchup. So.
Some MTG finances there. Of course, you bought them all from the NRG Series website, right? Where anybody watching can also pick up any of the decks that you see in this weekend. That is the best place to shop and pick them up. I think the deck just looks so solid. I'm looking at it and I'm like, it's got like the right numbers at the right time. The curve looks beautiful. It does exactly what it says on the tin. It interacts. Once you get that like lead step, you can sit back and kind of protect everything or interrupt your opponent what they're trying to do. It just seems really, and as you say, really well positioned in this meta. And you've got the option to even make it a bit even shinier moving into these aggro matches that I think if I was going this weekend, I'd be hedging towards a lot of aggro decks as well. Is there any deck that you really just want to dodge this weekend? You really don't want to see it on the other side of the battlefield?
I just don't want to play against Domain. It's a lot of brain power. It's a lot of thinking. When you're playing a lot of rounds, I'd rather just play the aggro decks all day and not have to, I don't know, not have to put forth that much.
Yeah,
you can win or lose really quickly. That's what you want to do. You want to get in, play your match, and go get some some snacks in between or get a drink, etc. I got you. Yeah. Doom, last question.
Last question. On the other side of that, you mentioned the deck that you don't want to play against. What's the deck that you do want to play against the most?
Probably Boros or Bant Toxic. I think those are probably the reason that our deck exists. Just the Bant deck can steal games, but if you know what cards are important and when to deploy them, the curve of cut down Bat Raffine can just it just gets you so many games. So if I had to choose every round what deck to play against, that's probably the deck I would play against.
Roger said mono red, so I was wondering if it was going to be mono red, but
no, mono red's actually kind of tough.
Okay.
They have reach. I mean,
yeah, that's true.
The Rot Priest March thing is kind of reach, but mono red has real reach.
Yeah, it has the real reach, the traditional sense of it. But on that one, we're going to say thank you to you. Congratulations for taking this down. Starting 2-0, giving yourself the best possible shot to get into those later rounds. And maybe we'll even see you in the top 8 later on today. So thank you very much, Robert.
Thanks,
and we'll let you go off back to your team and talk about your good beat story.
Yeah, thanks.
We're going to move back to the booth with me and Devon. And we're just going to double check that we don't have a backup feature match. There's silence in my ear, so I'm guessing we definitely don't have a backup feature match. So that is going to be the end of round number 2 from ourselves here at the NRG Series. Remember, 6 more rounds of standard action coming up after this. So make sure you sit around, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you shortly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to round number 3 here at the NRG Series. We're bringing you the standard showdown. That's 8 rounds of standard action before we cut to that top 8. My name, I'm Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. That is Devon O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake on the internet. And we've got players to watch leaderboard to show you all. We've got a lot of players turn up this weekend, of course, because it is 8 rounds, and this is how they are doing. Doom, break this down to me.
So we have Connor Mullally 1-1, who we saw in our top 8 yesterday. Dom Harvey 2-0, who we were gonna try to get on a backup feature match, but didn't quite get to it last round. Fletcher Johnson 1-1, Johnny Hobbs 1-1. It's showing Raja as 1-0. I believe Raja might be 2-0. I can't. We'll get confirmation on that. Sam Black, who we just saw 1-1, and then a couple of Wills here. Will Kowalczyk and Will Kruger both 2-0, representing the Wills.
I'm all about that. Let's go, Will. Let's go for it. But we've got 2 good players in our feature match ready to go. And one of them is one of my European friends, which just happens to be in America for a certain event that might be happening next weekend. And some of you might know him better for his online name. And who is that?
That is Tomasz. I'm going to probably pronounce the last name wrong, Sodomirski, and that may be better known for people on Twitter and Magic Online as Sodek. Sodek is
Sodek.
playing in this event, and I think we talked about this earlier. I think Sodek might be qualified for the Pro Tour next week, and that's why they're here. But yeah, Sodek's been a big proponent of this Boros Convoke deck. I think he just picked up an RCQ win last weekend with this, so yeah, gonna put this Boros deck on full display for us.
Yeah, on a complete hot streak. Obviously, normally you'd think, okay, he's on Dredge. He's been a big Dredge influence, like graveyard synergy person for years. And I mean years. If you've seen a Dredge deck, it's probably come from this man. He loves that strategy. But moving into standard, maybe he hasn't managed to find a way of getting all the creatures or, 20 power on the battlefield by turn 3 in it. So he's decided to go another route by just putting 20 power on turn 3 with this Boros Convoke deck. And we know it is capable of doing these really powerful, explosive draws because we think that's probably the deck this weekend. Going into this weekend, it's the most powerful deck that's got a big target on its back. But we have seen a lot of decks turn up this weekend, and everybody's saying, I expected it to be aggressive, so I've got these in my sideboard. This I've changed my main deck, and we've been seeing them do really well. As we saw Boros Convoke round 1 not be able to pick up the W. But I think we've got our players ready, sat down, just shuffling up, and going to join the opening hand shortly. So let's get down to them. Here we go. Rolling some dice. Who's going to be going first? Left of your screen, I'm going to be referring to him as Tom because I literally know him personally as Tom versus Sam on the right of your screen on Rakdos Aggro. So Rakdos Aggro, talk me through this one.
So Sam is playing kind of a more, I guess you could call it traditional Rakdos approach. So we have, Blood-Tithe Harvesters, Deep Cavern Bants at the 2 spot, and then the 3 drops, Preacher of the Schism, a couple of 4 drops in the form of Shieldred, a couple Geological Appraisers, a couple of Archfiends, and then going all the way up the curve with 4 Trumpeting Carnosaur and 3 Cruelty of Gix. So, I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily classify this as an aggro deck. It's probably more of a mid-range deck because we are going up to Carnosaur and Cruelty of Gix. But yeah, just like Rakdos, good cards, I guess, as it were, and then utilizing cycling Carnosaur plus reanimating with Cruelty of Gix is kind of like our kind of go over the top plan of the other big decks.
Now, look, we get to see the hand here of Tom. We've got a couple of Cavernous Souls, a couple of big old... In fact, this hand is super explosive. 2 Gleeful Demolitions and a couple of, other drops to go along with it that we'll be seeing, but no artifact able to hit the battle. Oh, wind that up. Let's just rewind that slightly.
The Thoughtseize bug. See, what I was going to mention, I was going to mention the awkwardness of the mana base because you saw that Tomasz kind of had the nuts, right? Had the Inspector into Gleeful Demolition curve, but wasn't able to play the Inspector on 1 because if Tomasz had played the Inspector on 1 off a Cavern, would not have been able to play Gleeful on 2. So, unfortunately for Tomasz, had to play the tap land, but got lucky anyways and just drew the other Inspector. So, Liliana Edict, well, not that great against the 3/1/1 tokens.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not the most powerful thing you can be doing currently on turn 3 in standard. But I love seeing Liliana of the Veil cast. Because I wouldn't call myself a boomer, but I'm a pseudo boomer. I do love that card and how it comes down, and in foil as well. Let's go. Well done, Sam. But moving back to Tom, what can he do here? How can we advance our board?
I was gonna say this seems like a pretty awesome turn here for Tom because you get to go tap 2 mana, case, kill the bat, get Inspector back, attack Liliana, and then Sam for 2, flip the case, and also play another Inspector. That seems like a really good turn here.
Well, we're going to be just going to combat, get Liliana off the battlefield, 2 damage going to face.
Yeah, unless Tom wants to deploy the Sanguine Evangelist, but I guess maybe you could consider doing that and saving the case for something like a Shieldred. And so it looks like that is what Tomasz is going to do, as opposed to killing the bat. Which, I mean, you're ahead enough on board, and you don't expect the sweepers in game 1, so you probably can afford to save the case here.
I thought we were picking them up then, the way that they kind of like grab those hands. Like, oh, we're not scooping this early, are we? This is going to be pretty crazy. But here's the 4th land drop, and I got a little look in hand. I think we've got the... Oh, no, we do have a Shieldred, but we know on the other side that we've got Tom's got an answer to it. Does this mean we've got multiple Shieldreds? Also, by the way, full art, foil, let's go. Let's go. Sam, I'm all about it. Turn up to these events, show off your pimp cards.
Shieldred good, but not great against removal spell plus Anthem. This case card is every single time I've seen it in play, it's been so good. So you see Tomasz gonna lining up the case here, gonna kill that Shieldred. We're gonna end up flipping the case while also dealing a ton of damage here because we're also gonna get a battle cry trigger. So that's gonna be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 damage coming in while killing the Shieldred. Outside of a game one sweeper, this game is basically all but over. Will.
This is an amazing start. Remember, Tom, on the draw as well and didn't have a turn one play. We're just taking this all. This is going to be, 11 points damage coming across? And now the Anthem effect has happened as well. Cases. Are we calling this the case is solved now? Is that
Yes.
how we're going to go about it? The case
is
solved.
Is officially solved. I don't know what exactly was solved, but we have a little indicator here indicating that the case has been solved. So these creatures are all pumped from the case, and if that Sanguine Evangelist attacks, they're going to get pumped again. Here we go. Geological Appraiser digging for a card that is not in Sam's deck, finding another Liliana the Veil. Yeah, I mean that's a tough way to do it.
There is only 2 in the deck. I'm thinking, is there anything else we would have wanted here? But we've got the ability to block 2, gain 1 life. I don't think we're lethal just yet. Of course, last time I said that, Tom ripped what he needed off the top. Let's see if we can do it again.
Imodane's Recruiter off the top, just to rub it in the salt, rub salt in the wounds.
Is there a card called named Rub Salt in the Wounds? If not, there really should be. That'd be a really good name for a Magic card.
This is just lethal on board, right? Because the Sanguine Evangelist, all the creatures are 3. Yeah, 1 blocker, 1 block. Sam takes 9. I think it's just lethal in play.
Wait, no, we could block twice, right?
Oh, the bat was untapped. I thought the bat attack. Never mind. My bad.
No, yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to block like this. 2 trades are going to happen. We're going to end up getting another bat token ourselves from the death. We're also then going to get our 1 drop back into hand.
Yeah, bat's going to die.
I always want to say Fraven Inspector, but it's a novice
basically.
Inspector.
Yeah.
Play that. Get yourself a clue token.
And that clue could turn into Gleeful Demolition. I wonder if Tomasz wants to just kind of pop the clue and not worry about the demolition, because I think maybe Tom recognized the only way he loses this game is a sweeper. We're going to go ahead and pop the clue token. Probably fine. You don't really, like I said, you don't expect the sweepers in game 1 for the most part.
No, I like this. I think I'm going fully wide. I'm using all my mana when, as I can. If you've got it main deck game 1, then sure, I'm going to get got. And we're going to be playing this game a little bit longer. Or I'm just going to keep turning. Yeah. It just sounds like, okay, it's enough. Mercy.
I yield.
But does it get better after sideboarding? Let's have I'm going to get a little list up in front of me. You're going to get to look at our beautiful faces while we look at the sideboard. But also we get it on the screen for you all at home as well. Here's Sam 75. Looking at this sideboard, Mr. Doomwake, what would you be bringing in?
Well, I got to tell you, Will, we saw kind of Sam just get punked out and run over game 1. Sam did come prepared for this matchup. There are 2 copies of Hidetsugu Consumes All, 2 copies of Gix's Command, and 2 copies of Brotherhood's Ends. So a full 6 sweepers in the sideboard coming in. With how poorly that went for Sam, you have to imagine that maybe he thought the matchup was bad. And, as we expect, has a ton of sideboard cards for this matchup.
Liliana, is you keeping him in or are you taking him out?
I think you could answer that one for yourself.
All right, let's move across to Tom's list. Let's see what he's bought this weekend. I've seen him doing quite a lot of tweeting about this weekend and or the last week after he won his RC invite with it. Maybe he's trying to try and get 2 RC invites, 1 in Europe and 1 in America. Kind of do the Kakano. Yeah, why not? Both. Go crazy. I was quite close to doing that. I actually scooped the one of the RC finals when I was in America. Anyway, not about me. Looking at this deck list, what would you be bringing in out of this sideboard, if anything?
So, wedding announcement is for, as we like to say, the grindy matchups. So, definitely want to bring those cards in. Invasion of Gobekon is better when your opponent's trying to cast expensive cards. So, things like Sunfall, Depopulate, Farewell, Wandering Emperor, that kind of stuff. I don't think it's as good against the 3 mana sweepers because they can still pretty easily get to 5 mana and cast Brotherhood's End or Hidetsugu. So, I don't think we want to go towards that. You could maybe bring in a couple of Get Lost for Shieldred. Probably don't want to go a ton of copies though. So, I mean, I don't think Sodek really has a ton for this matchup besides the winning announcements. But, as we saw game 1, it maybe doesn't need a ton for this matchup.
No, I'm looking at like the one copy of Break the Spell in the sideboard. Like, we kind of got that for maybe like temporal lockdowns and stuff like
Yep.
that. Is this like a hedge towards? I suppose that and Get Lost. Get Lost, by the way, such a great card in this format. Very versatile, and also has like a little bit of downside that can let you know in a mirror. It's pretty rough, giving your opponent extra artifacts, but is what it is. That's Doom Week on what we'll be bringing in and out. Let's get back down to the match where the players are just shuffling up. Well, I can remind you, if you just tune in, what has happened so far this weekend on the NRG series. Yesterday, there was the Pioneer event where we managed to get 5 copies of Is It Phoenix into the top 8, where one of course one of them managed to take it down. The odds are pretty good on Is It Phoenix doing that, and I don't know if that's good or bad for the Pro Tour. I don't know if like a lot of players are bringing it this weekend, kind of expecting to not put as many copies in. So now everybody for the PT might think, oh, hold on a minute, there's a lot of players turning up with this. Maybe we need to utilize a few more main deck sideboard cards for it. But then today we're kicking off with standard all day long. We are currently in round number 3 of 8, and then there'll be a cut to top 8 later on. We're just gonna, with the morning crew, me and Doom, we got things to do later on potentially. Stand fast on that. And
maybe
we'll be passing off to some other casters to finish off the day for all you beautiful people here. We're going to look at opening hands. Looks like Sam doesn't like it. It's going to throw it back. Tom's like, no, I'm pretty good at this game. I can keep this 7. I'm always getting the perfect 7 card hands, which is part of the key with this Boss of Oak deck, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. One thing I wanted to kind of bring up, you mentioned the Pioneer top 8 yesterday was 5 copies of Visit Phoenix. With this being kind of the premier Pioneer event, the last Pioneer event prior to the Pro Tour, it's going to be very interesting to see if that did have any sort of lasting impact on people's deck decisions or anything like that. A lot of times with these, there have been times in the past where events, have been the week prior to the Pro Tour, and it depends. Like there's sometimes people want to break out a lot of times people don't want to break out their sweet tech, but sometimes something ends up getting leaked. But a lot of times players will kind of gravitate more towards the safe choice because they don't want to give out any information. So, we'll have to see how the Pro Tour shakes out.
If you were playing in the PT next week, what would you be taking in Pioneer?
I don't know, Will. I have not played a lot of Pioneer since Atlanta, which was 3 months ago. So, I mean, if I wanted to play the best deck, I'd probably say Blue-White Control, even though I hate playing that deck. So, tough to say.
I don't think I've ever seen you play a Blue-White Control deck.
No.
And I watch the stream a
refuse.
lot.
I refuse.
All right, we're both players off to the races. Both do have a 1 mana spell. We're going to see Inspection on one side. That is going to get cut down. And then the follow-up play is going to be probably one of the most impactful 2 drops we've had in just Magic in a long time in multiple formats with Blood Type Harvest. What doesn't this card do? It's a good beat stick. It can draw you cards, cycle away the bad ones, and it can also be a kill spell. Really, really good for 2 mana.
Yeah, that card just does everything. Also, notably very good with Fable the Mirror Breaker, which that played out a little bit prior to Fable being banned in Standard, of course. Yeah, this card just does everything. If you need a beat stick, like you mentioned, it's never dead. It attacks for 3 for 2 mana, which is above rate. It can kill small things, can kill bigger things if you can generate multiple bloods. Just a really, really good card. And we see another good 1-drop here for Sodek, Warden of the Inner Sky. That's going to allow us to tap the Inspector and the 2 clues to put a counter on it, scry a card to the bottom. You always got to feel good scrying a card to the bottom.
Yeah, you feel a bit of big brain with it, and really good a play to do on turn 2. If it was a little bit better, you can even do it on turn 1, but start off with this and then turn 2 actually start putting the counters on it and get that damage in. Where Sam's, it looks like we're getting a bit keen. We're getting in. We're turning things sideways. Sounds like no. I've got Rakdos aggro in my list, and going to drop Tom down to 17. How could Tom respond here?
Yeah, importantly, the Warden getting that 3rd point of toughness with the +1/+1 counter means that the Harvester can no longer take it out as much as, Sam would probably want that to happen. So yeah, now that the Warden is outside of Harvester range, Tom's probably going to be able to grow it even more this turn to get it out of range of maybe a 2nd Harvester. And we'll have to see what the follow-up is here. Want something maybe like a Gleeful Demolition, where you can go tap the 2 clues in the Inspector, put a counter, Gleeful the clue, get 3 tokens, put another counter, so on and so forth. Maybe doing some math here, potentially lining up an Imodane's Recruiter. Doesn't seem like a great turn for Recruiter, though.
I think he's kind of thinking, like, is it worth me trying to pick, like, 2 counters on it this turn, so it gets vigilance or something along those lines, and decides just to deploy the powerful free drop. That's going to be putting 2 more permanents on the battlefield, tapping itself, and there's the extra counter with the extra scry. So real big board state, but do we have some sweeper on the other side for Sam? Can we kind of narrow this board down, because attacking's not the best right now, but
Yeah, and notably, Tomasz decided to put the extra counter on the Warden that turn instead of attacking for 3 damage. Oh yeah, well
Death
the Preacher
touch,
was
yeah.
untapped. Never mind. Yeah, the Preacher was untapped. Okay, so I forgot about the Preacher. So yeah, that would not probably not have been a great attack. But something like a Hitotsugu Consumes All will do some massive work here. I think that might be a second Preacher here for Sam.
That is a second Preacher, and now we're going to use a Bloodtide to give it -1, -1. And then that's going to generate another bat, but of course it's flying, so that means we can get a little bit of damage going over the top, because now we're going to have 6 power flying. Tom, draw step, nothing particularly great here. That was just another, which one was it? It's the red 1-drop, isn't it? It's
Epicure?
Epicure, thank you.
Well, I mean, Epicure is not too bad, right? Because you can go Epicure, use the 3 artifacts to put a counter on the Warden, and then still attack with the other 2 flyers. So yeah, not too bad here, because now that the Warden has flying, we can get over the Preacher. So you can go Epicure, put Sam to 17, and then you would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things to tap. That would be 4, 3, 4,
I
5,
kind of like
6,
what we're doing
7.
now. I like this. I like Tom's line. I like scrying first here to see, because potentially I could end up cracking one of these clues and draw this top card if it is, maybe it's a case or something like that. I can get a creature off the battlefield and then get all my damage through.
Yep. So we're gonna take a peek. Tomasz going into the tank on this scry here. And like you mentioned, there's the Epicure. I think I see a reinforcements and then a couple of lands. I think might be Tomasz's hand.
Yeah, I think they're the channel lands as well, so it does help when you get flooded. If your land can do it a little bit extra, but so let's put that card to the bottom. So it would be a known draw if we want to crack a clue this turn.
Yeah, and one important thing to mention is I think we talked about this earlier, but the clues do not have to tap to sacrifice. Bloods do, but clues do not. So you can tap a clue to the Warden and then still be able to draw a card off of that clue.
There comes the clue. Do we want to make this in the sky even larger?
Look at that. Sam, good guy, just offering up the blood token. Love to see it. All right.
Tom
Tomasz
doesn't like
does
that
not
one
look
either.
like what he sees.
What's he scrying for? What's he trying to find?
Probably some sort of payoff, like a recruiter or a case, one of those two, maybe a Night Air Navios, just something to utilize that just wants to, wants to use these bats and kind of get him over the edge.
Interesting. I think they're just talking
Get
through
about
the
what to name
life
with Cavern.
totals. Yeah. I imagine humans normally the go-to. There's more humans in this list than anything else. But does it also have the option of a rabbit, a unicorn, a vampire, cleric?
Unicorn?
Is the bunny unicorn not a rabbit unicorn? Yeah, rabbit unicorn.
It is. Okay. Got it.
As if you didn't know.
I didn't know that.
Jeez,
I know now.
You've never seen a bunny unicorn before?
Oh, I get it. That's why it's a bunny corn. I thought it just had something to do because like the bunny eats corn. I thought that was the joke, but
it
wow.
sounds
Today I
pretty
learned.
corny.
Yeah.
Tumbleweed. Anyway, back to the matchup. Sam, deciding if he wants to attack here or not. Life total at 10. Got to be really worried about. Tom's really scrying on the other side of the battlefield. If he can find like a recruiter to give his whole team +1/+0 and haste, does he die to a backswing? Would generate 2/1/1 lifelinkers if he attacks now, right? With both these creatures.
Yeah, Sam really needs to find one of those sweepers, and specifically, it kind of has to be Hitotsugu, right? Brotherhood's End not going to cut it against that 6 toughness or 7 toughness Warden, so it really needs to find a removal spell for that. We talked about the sweepers that were in the sideboard. There was 2 Brotherhood's End, 2 Hitotsugu Consumes All, and 2 Gix's Command. Command would be a pretty good one too.
That can't cast it this turn though. I believe we've already played our land drop. So what else do we have in hand? Is it even worth cracking? Oh no, I don't even have a clue, a blood token to crack here. So it is what's in our hand is or bust. 1 mana. It's going to be a cut down. Let's get rid of the inspector. End of turn, we're going to pick recruiter onto the battlefield. This is going to generate a 1/1 soldier token as well. So we're going to even wider than we originally were. Is this lethal? Let's say some math. 1, 2. So we got what? 6 in the air, 7, 8 in the air, 3 on the ground. Tom didn't get a good look. I think it was a spell. Don't think it was a land. Definitely a spell, but didn't get a good idea what it was.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. We're scrying. See if we can find.
Tom
Look
can
like a
add
red card, no?
No, I think that was the land that he's already got in hand, right?
Oh, okay.
I think we can add 2 more 1/1s to the battlefield. Option to crack the clue still on the table. That is now a 7 powered creature flying as well as the 2 1/1s.
It's a big warden. So 6, 7, 8, 9. We can tap the 3 non-bats to put an extra counter on it. Yeah, that can I count 10. 6, 7, 8, 9 plus the other 3 non-bats. That's 10.
Do get completely blown out if there's something like a go for the throat on the other side. I'm seeing if there's any other removal styles. It is go for the throat or but. Jeez, it is go for the throat or bust.
Yep, cut down no longer good. More sideboard. Yeah, the sideboard has 2 cut downs, but no more go for the throat. So there's only 2 go for the throats.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Tomasz doesn't know that, but I mean, you kind of have to assume that if Sam had a go for the throat, probably would have cast it by now and not let Tomasz scry a couple more times. But maybe that's also maybe Sam wants Tomasz to kind of go all in on this warden and then blow him out with go for the throat.
Tom, I've known Tom for a little while now. Logical thinker. Will think through every single little line possible, and that's from years and years of grinding, playing Magic at high level. This deck, it might in paper or face up kind of look like, oh, it's just an aggro deck. It's easy. You just got to play curve off 1, 2, 3 and turn everything sideways. But like just getting the little extra points of damage by tapping the artifacts, knowing when to scry, when to attack into things, when to turn the corner, etc. It's all going through his head right now. Doesn't want to throw the game around. What is he playing around? How can I best play around your best draw right now? And decides, I'm going to start by cracking a clue. And cracking that clue, playing the land, drawing recruiters, a really good one. Sam just gives the little nod of the head, like, yeah, that's pretty good. That's that one. Would you say that? Work.
Would you say that Tomasz was maybe scrying for that card specifically?
I feel like he's looking for it. Sam just shows this is the last card I've got in hand. That is not going to be good enough. Tom is going to be taking it down, advancing to a 3-0 record here at the NRG Series. So great start then. If you're going to travel halfway across the world, you want to make it worth it. So hats off to him. We do have a backup feature, which I believe still in progress. So we're going to try and see if we can get across to that one in moments few. But on the... Okay, they're just shuffling up so we will be moving across to that one shortly, so you get to look at our beautiful faces a little bit longer. So this is a standard Showdown 5K, so $5,000 on the line, paid down to the top 32 players this weekend. And if you manage to take down this event, if you manage to walk away calling yourself the champion today, you not only get an invite to the RC, you also get an invite to the end of year championships ran by the NRG Series. And the big prize, in my opinion, don't worry about the money. You should get your custom likeness on a token, which to me, I don't think there's anything better than that. You know what I mean? To me, I'm like, no. You get to engrave yourself on a token and hand it out to all your friends and potential future opponents. It's going to be pretty sick. I really do love to see that. And remind people, why are we seeing like a load of Europeans this weekend? We've seen Mengu yesterday. We see Tom today. Why all these Europeans at the NRG Series?
Because they're getting ready for the Pro Tour, which is also in Chicago next week. We talked about that yesterday, kind of Pioneer setting a stage for it. I believe, with that, I think we have our feature match be ready to go. So if we can kind of bring you over there to some live action, we have Will Kruger on the left-hand side of your screen against Marcelo on the right-hand side. We got Will on Dimir Midrange, Marcelo on Rakdos Midrange. So a nice little mid-range fest, mid-range soup, as people would call it.
Another Will, I'm all about it. Obviously, X-Well on the internet, I believe probably better known. But we're going to go Dimir mid-range versus Rakdos mid. I definitely got the wrong deck list up in front of me here. Let me just give me 2 seconds. Do some talking. I change things on my side of the screen.
I would love to. So Will is playing the Dimir deck. A little, I guess it's kind of similar to the Esper deck we saw. The mana's a little bit better. It's a little bit lower to the curve too. Spyglass Siren on the 1-drop spot. More Fairy Masterminds, couple of Gixes, couple of Shieldreds. New card here for Will. We have a new card spotted, Cryptic Coat. We'll see if maybe that one is a feature of some of those games. Can imagine it's pretty good in the mid-range fights. And then for Marcelo, we have Rakdos mid-range. Not quite the same Rakdos deck that we just saw. So the one that we just saw was a bunch of Trumpeting Carnosaurs and Cruelty of Gix. This list features none of those cards. So there's no Carnosaurs, no Geological Appraisers. It's just 4 Inties, more 2-drops, a little bit lower to the ground, more removal, 3 cut down, 3 go for the throat. So maybe a bit, this is kind of, so it's funny because this is labeled as Rakdos mid-range. I would probably classify this as Rakdos aggro. The last deck was labeled as Rakdos aggro, which I would classify as Rakdos mid-range.
Yeah, thanks everybody. When you register for a tournament and you kind of set it up on Millie, please choose the right decks names. It really helps us. Really does help us in the booth. We've got a hard enough job with all the different printing of arts and secret layers and things going around now. Our job's hard enough as it is. But we're going to do a little bit of cycling there at the end of turn as we pass back to Will. Looking to advance this board state. Just a bunch of land sides. Nope, just land and go.
I gotta tell you, Will, I'm a big fan of Marcelo's sleeves. I think it's the Secret Layer Fatal Push sleeves. Those things look nice.
That is. I've got a play mat of that one, I believe. It was pretty cool. First shown at Proto Frexia Albi 1, I think, when that art was that dropped and released. We're at the end of the turn making a 1/1 Might token.
Yeah, Mirac's kind of pretty good in a spot like this where you're not under any sort of pressure. Marcelo's missing a couple of land drops, not developing to the board, and Will's just like content with, okay, I'm just going to make a token every turn and make you answer it every single turn. And, we saw Marcelo use a cut down, a premium removal spell on a token.
That's what I mean. The value that this is generating already, every single card used, Will's just looking at like, sure, that's great. How about a second one? Maybe I can make 2 of these a turn. How many of these 1-for-1s are you willing to shoot down here as we manage to find our 4th land drop? Can we deploy anything, or have we just gone full like kind of mid-rangey and boarding a lot of our control-y type cards? I do see a Grix command in hand. Here comes Shieldred. Well, kind of. Shieldred is not going to make the hit the battlefield, but do you get to draw another card?
Met with an Urtai Resurrected. That was going to go ahead and counter the Shieldred and give Marcelo an additional card. And that's going to be a Gix, which is 2 more cards here for Will. So if you weren't up enough cards off of trading a removal spell for a token, we'll just go ahead and pick up 2 more. No big deal.
Yeah, that seems huge. I'm going to draw extra cards. My opponent is going to be using their cards on my tokens. Maybe this is the turn we fire this command. I was about to say, did we already play a land drop that turn? We played
I don't think Will did.
Yeah, I think it was last turn we played the Might Maker, and then this turn we're fine to do this. So still got the ability to make a Might end of turn.
Yeah, this is kind of like, this is a very common inflection point of these mid-range mirrors, is both players just kind of like jockeying for position in the early turns. And then as soon as somebody taps out and goes for a big threat, opponent, one person just goes, answer your big threat, untap, play Gix, draw 2 cards, like what we see exactly happen here. It feels like that is kind of just like the turning point, because now Marcelo is behind so many resources on board and in cards in hand and on mana that you just can no longer afford to hold up your mana and do stuff. You just have to jam into Will's potential permission or removal spells and just kind of hope that it works out.
And I think we're in the tank about, do I need to fire off this Gix command now? Is that the way I can try and deal with at least 2 of these opponents on the battlefield? Maybe I go 1-for-1. What if there's counter magic on the other side for Will? What does a comeback kind of look like here?
I mean, honestly, Gix's command wouldn't even do much on that board, right? You would make Will sacrifice the Urtai Resurrected and get the Might token. So here's a good play though. Marcelo's going to go, or Will's going to go for a Might token, and in response, Marcelo is going to resolve the End, which is going to take care of the Gix on the battlefield and all potential copies of Gix in Will's deck. So, I mean, that's step 1, right? Answer the Gix. That's the problematic permanent. But I mean, if you look at Will's hand, Will's leftovers is just the command and the Cryptic Coat and the Urtai. Will's hand is just all bangers.
Yeah. Also, 13 life points on the other side. We get untapped with another 5, so they're going to be dropping down dramatically. Plus, we get to draw whatever. If we imagine we draw another one for turn, and we're just able to fully draw another suite of cards, add another 3 to our hands. Be pretty back-breaking here because Gix is pretty good. Every time I've seen it cast, even in the late game when I've got these extra dud cards in my hand, I can use the kind of the hidden mode of it and play my opponent's cards. But we're going to come down here with one of the newer cards, okay, Cryptic Coat. I've seen a lot of talk about this card in multiple different formats. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I haven't seen a ton of it in standard, and maybe not as much as I would have expected, because I do think this is a nice way to break up at the mid-range mirrors. So I've heard it compared to True Name Nemesis, where
Ooh,
I don't know if it's quite that good. But what's nice about it is, at some point they eventually have to answer the cloaked creature, and in these mid-range matchups where the games go quite a bit longer, they answer the token, and you're just like, okay, I'll pick it up, and then I'll do it again, and then I'll do it again, and you see where this is going. It's another Mirex where they just have to keep answering it over and over and over again. So just tons and tons of ways to just effectively just generate effective card advantage.
I love how Will's playing this. Will's getting so many 1-for-2s, I'm going to say. Normally you see 2-for-1s, but he's literally putting 1 threat or answer on the battlefield, and it's taking 2 on the other side to kind of deal with it. He's going to win this card advantage race if he can keep this up. But can he? This is going to be the question. What do we do this turn? How can we kind of fight back from it? We're going to start with, I believe that's Cavern of Souls.
That is a Cavern of Souls. Would have to imagine it's probably naming Phyrexian, would be my guess, but we'll have to see if we can get a confirmation on that. Not sure it's super duper relevant, but
yeah, I was about to say there's no big 6-drop dinosaurs going on in this list. This is as you said, the aggro list with NT.
Okay. Well, it might be relevant because there's an Urtai, and that Blade Coil Serpent may potentially not be countered. So actually, it might be relevant entirely. This is a card that used to see a ton of play back when Grixis was the most popular deck before Fable got banned. I don't know if we can get Blade Coil Serpent on the screen because a lot of people might have forgotten what this card does, but it's the mana cost is weird. It's X and 6. It's a 5/4, and then the abilities that are relevant to us. The Cavern was on Serpent. So when it enters the battlefield for each double black, each opponent discards a card, and when it enters the battlefield for each double red, it gets +1/+0 and gains trample and haste until end of turn. As I was talking, Will's going to take the match.
I think what would happen there is we use the black mana for it all. We're you're going to discard 3 card. Will's I've got 4 cards in hand. I'm going to just keep the removal spell. I'm going to kill your one. I'm going to turn everything sideways, and I'm going to be able to win the game. And they're like, yeah, cool. Here's the handshake. GG's. Thanks for playing. And congratulations to the Wills. Keep it going. How many Wills can we get on camera this weekend? We should get a Will count somewhere. But we're going to get Will in for an interview. So, we're going to see Will interview Will, which is a lot of flavor text there, I guess.
A lot of Wills.
A lot of Will. We're surrounded doing with Wills. There's going to be 2 more Wills. We're going to have to do the Spider-Man meme any moment now. But pretty interesting gameplay there. I feel like again, mana, bit of an issue. Standard isn't what it used to be back in 2017. We don't have the fetch stands. We don't have the shocks. It's kind of there is a downside to being 2 to 3 colors currently in this meta. Maybe that's why Boros was doing so well. He was able to go underneath these kind of the main decks that are taking advantage of the powerful 5 mana spells like Atraxa. So maybe that's what sort of meta shift do you expect after what we've seen so far? If you were playing Standard next weekend, what sort of how do you think it would be panning out?
Well, I am playing Standard next weekend, so I'm very interested in what happens over here. We talked about, excuse me, the Boros Convoke was kind of the talk of the town going into the event. Were people going to be prepared for it? And it seemed like, as far as what we've seen so far, a lot of the sideboards people are definitely prepared for it. There's a lot more sweepers, excuse me, than you would normally get. So it seems like people have adjusted to that specifically. Even the mid-range decks, they're targeting it a little bit more. They're more prepared for it. So have to see how that shakes out. But yeah, I mean, it's really just all what can be Boros,
Well, we're going to hear from the man, the myth, the legend himself. We've got an interview with Will Cougar. Will, how are we doing, my friend? It is Will and Doom in the booth. We're going to be asking you some questions. First, congratulations on that. You made that look pretty. We jumped in on game 2. It looked pretty easy, but, when your opponent's missing land drops.
Yeah.
I want to talk about your deck list, though. Your deck looks sweet, my friend.
Hey,
There's a lot of new cards in here and a lot of, just a lot of really good cards in here. Why did you bring this weekend?
I wasn't really sure what to play on like Wednesday, and then I decided like I need to pick a deck because I need to find cards, and I saw it online, so I thought it looked good, so I picked it.
You had to have something with an equipment, right? Like
Cryptic Cloak. Yeah, the card's pretty good. It's sweet.
Yeah, one thing that we had talked about is the deck list it's very similar in how it plays out to the Esper decks, but and one thing that we were kind of harking on the entire weekend is the mana base in Standard is less than desirable, to say the least. And it is nice that this deck kind of can capitalize on the fact that it's only a 2-color deck. You're talking about Cryptic Code. That is a card that I've seen a few people play, but I haven't seen a ton of it in action. You're only playing 2 copies here this weekend. How has that card been for you so far?
It's been pretty good. Honestly, it won me a game against Mono Red in game 1. I voted it out because it doesn't seem very good, but like, I don't know, like if it's even decent enough in that matchup where it seems like about as bad as it could be, I guess, then like that's pretty good. I voted it out against Domain in round 1, 2. So like if it's a bunch of Domain and Aggro decks, maybe it's bad. But against like the decks like I just played against, like the black mid-range decks, then yeah, it's good. Maybe play more. I don't know.
A bit of value. Well, you obviously bought this deck this weekend for a reason. What meta did you expect coming into this weekend?
Dude, I don't know.
Don't know.
Like,
I'm
don't
just
know.
not good. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I just saw it online. I just picked it. I don't know. Maybe Domain popular.
Is this like moving more towards your play style? Is that why you brought it up, or was it literally just a card issue? Like these are the cards I could get hold of, so I'm playing it.
Yeah. So I was like maybe gonna play Esper, but then my roommate lent out his white virtues, and then I didn't have them, and they're like $20 or $30 or something, and so I just played blue black. So yeah, sorry, I wish I had a more like concocted plan or something, but it's just kind of like I saw it online, I thought it was pretty cool, and
yeah. I was going to bring up, the talk of the town of this weekend is Boros Convoke, and how it seemed like that was all over the place on Magic Online results and basically everywhere. I don't know. You mentioned you haven't maybe played a ton with this, but do you have any indication or anything to think about the Boros matchup with this deck?
I have never played it, but I do have 3 Path of Perils in my sideboard, which that does seem good. And I've got some Gix's Command, which also seem good. So hopefully that I do those. I play those cards against them.
Well, I'm going to ask you. You say you just picked this up, right? Like you're not too into standard. You're not. Let's be honest. You're not known for being standard, right?
No.
You're much more into the eternal formats.
Yeah.
What card is shining to you this weekend so far in your deck? What card are you like? Well, this is a lot better than I thought it was.
Gix has been really good. Gix is really, really good. Like, I had some turns against Domain where I was just like, I had a couple random bodies like Spyglass Siren or like my tokens or whatever. Like, all right, end of turn, airtie your one thing, Gix, draw 3, pass with counters up, and it's just like it's like over. And I had a pretty good turn with it against the guy I just played against, but he was missing like a bunch of land drops. Like he like got stuck on 3 for like 3 turns or something like that, 4 turns. So I don't know, but yeah, Gix is really good. That card is sick.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's all I really got. I was just gonna say, deck looks awesome.
Thanks.
And definitely keep crushing it. Hope we see you I can't speak today. Hope to see you in the future match area in the future.
Yeah, I'll try. Thanks, guys.
Keep doing it for the Wills, Will. Right, we're going to move back to the booth with another Will and Doom. But that is going to be all the matchups we've got for this round. So we're going to talk about the future events that we've got coming up here at the NRG series. Because maybe you're getting inspired to play some Paper Magic yourself, and you are in America in the. Is it called the Mid America? What would I call for like
Midwest?
The Midwest? Okay, the Midwest, sure. Well, next time you're going to see the NRG going live is going to be in Minneapolis on the April 20th and 21st. On the Saturday, we have got a Modern 10K Showdown. And on the Sunday, we've got a 5K Legacy Trial. Got to love that. Are you ready for another Will fact, Mr. Doom?
Fire it up, Will. What do we got?
I need to open up my phone for people just kind of wondering what's going on right now. Well, basically, every time I do a show on the NRG series, there's always future events. I try and Google facts about these future places so everybody can learn with me. This is quite a good one, I thought. The shoreline is 90,000 miles long. That is more than Florida, Hawaii, and California combined. Now you know. The next place that we've
Now I
seen
know.
the NRG moving to is going to be Indianapolis. All the Apples is here. And that's going to be May 11th and May 12th. Saturday, there is a 10K modern showdown. And on the Sunday, a 10K team showdown. That is you and two of your buddies. One of you playing standard, one of you playing modern, one of you playing pioneer. Who doesn't love a team event? You can travel with them, you can stay with them, you can eat with them, and then you can play Magic with them. And if you're lucky enough, you can win with them. Let's go with my Indianapolis fact. Sliced bread was invented here. I kind of recycled that from last time we did a show here, but
Yeah,
I think
feel
it's
like
quite,
I've heard that before.
it's quite a good fact that sliced bread was made there. And the third location, if we can get that one up before we move to that way, is going to be St. Louis. You can see there at the bottom of your screen. That's going to be June 22nd, 23rd. On the Saturday, we've got ourselves a 10K Pioneer Showdown. And on the Sunday, it's going to be a 5K trial. My facts for St. Louis is 7-Up was born there. I don't know if it was made or invented or the idea was there, but apparently it was born there. I don't know how a drink is born there, but that's the Will Hall fact. Hashtag Will Hall facts.
Yeah, now that I have that thought in my brain, I don't know if I want to think about that anymore, but
you had to make it weird. You had to make it weird, Doom. We're going to move back to the booth, though. So that is also the future events coming up on the NRG. If you want to take part yourself, I highly encourage it. I see all the tweets going on. I see people winning giant cards, winning side events, doing draft events. And if you're really good and really lucky, you can get yourself on coverage and play for some amazing prizes like everybody's doing this weekend. Let's see if we can have a look. What is everybody playing for this weekend? Well, the fair share of $5,000, that is going to be paid out everybody down to the 32nd place. But at the top of your screen there, you see whoever wins this weekend, well, they're getting a bunch of points along with everybody going all the way down that chart. Just for turn up, you get 1 point. And we've just seen the end of year championships happen here in the NRG series where Steven Dykeman managed to take it down. And you can get yourself there. You don't need to actually spike one of these events. Don't get me wrong, it does help. But if you just continuously turn up to these events, put in good performances, rack up a load of points on the leaderboard, you will then earn yourself an invite that way. And then you could play off against some of the best players in America and try and win yourself the title of Players Champion. And which, let's be honest, is a pretty cool title to have. And you telling me before earlier on, there's an NPV title as well, which I think sounds really cool. Most valuable player. Well, that's pretty, who does the best throughout all the different series and locations that the NRG goes to. But there's more that you can win this weekend. If you come first, you not only get an invite to the RC, you also get yourself a custom token made in your likeness. We see here, this is the Goblin Shaman token. I think there was a map one that just got released. I think that was the last one that just happened, which I thought it was a food token to start off with because there's someone in a hot dog costume. But then it's got like Pro Tour, NRG behind it. And I was like, oh, it's a map token. That's actually a really cool play on it. So, hats off to the illustrator of all these. Did an absolute amazing job. It's inked in customs there at the bottom of the screen. Absolutely masterclass enjoying. Love to see it. But I think that's going to be the end of round number 3. We don't have any more matches this round, which means we get to go off and have a short little break. How many matches are left up in the round, actually? Let's do that one first.
I just refreshed and I see that there's 20 matches left. So
20 matches? That can't be
12
right.
minutes left in the round.
Oh, well, let's just talk a little bit more then. Unless you want a break. Well, I'm happy to talk.
Up to you.
Yeah, I don't want to leave everybody at home, sat there waiting for us to come back on. We might as well talk about things. We could. I always do like doing a Q&A with chat. Like it's kind of something that I don't see many people do, but I like to interact with chat. I like to get their feedback. So, what cards would this is kind of like I know this is standard. Okay, let's go standard. What cards, chat, would you like to see printed back into standard?
Oh,
you list them in chat. You list them in
chat.
chat. I'll pass them to Doomwick. Doomwick will give me a yes or no answer on if that card should be in the format or not. Obviously, there's quite a lot of cards printed in Magic the Gathering, so it could be a lot. I'm not going to do things like Black Lotus. We all know that that's silly, but like cards that would kind of shake up the meta. Have you got any off the top of your head that you'd like to see printed, Doom?
I'm looking at chat. Price of Progress, no. Forest, potentially. Roast, fine. Baleful Strix, no. Black Lotus, no. Tarmogoyf, probably. Splinter Twin,
I think
unplayable.
Goyf is good enough.
Ancestral Recall, come
no,
on.
We got to break these down. We're flying through this. Well, okay, Jace the Mind Sculptor. That's a good talk about. It's a powerful card. Doesn't see much play anymore in the Eternal formats. The card level in Magic is creeping up, let's say. Is Jace, the Mind Sculptor, safe to print in Standard?
The answer to your question is no. Next.
Okay. Snapcaster Mage.
That one's a little bit closer. It's more predicated on what the 1-mana cards you're flashing back are. Probably no, but I could be talked into it.
Goblin Chain Whirler. This is a yes for me all day long. I love that
that's
card.
fine.
I
I
love
think that
card.
card's totally fine. 3 mana. It's a respectable card.
I'm not asking about Oko. Get that out of it. A couple people asking for
Ban
lightning.
Ban him.
Couple people asking for lightning bolts. I don't think we're ever going to be that lucky again.
No.
Dark Confidant.
I'm not even sure it would be that good. But
basically, we're just listing cards from about
Probably
2014 modern at this point. Like that's where we're at.
yeah. Chat just wants to play modern. Yeah, chat wants to play modern before Modern Horizons. That's what this is.
We're definitely not getting Goblin Lackey back in. I'm not asking that one. Batterskull. Batterskull's I think that could be safe in Standard.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Batterskull is really that powerful without Stoneforge Mystic. Like Batterskull just seems like a worse version of Ecclesot's, right?
Yeah, I can get you. Smallpox, Bird of Paradise. I imagine Bop will end up getting printed at some point. Garrick. Okay, I think that's kind of like the big hitters from that. Obviously, I'm not going to ask you. Oh,
Mason's about to throw hands. He says, "You really think Bolt is out of line? I'm about to jump in the broadcast." Well, Mason, maybe we'll get you on later today if we can talk about this.
You think like
we can hash it out?
Do you think Lightning Bolt's safe in Standard, Doom? Which remember, Standard has increments on Pioneer. I'm with you. I don't think Lightning Bolt should be printed.
What?
I don't think we're going to get it.
Not.
I'd love to hear Mason's argument though. Which luckily for all you at home, we will be passing the broadcast on to him after round 5, 6. So because we have to have a break at some point. I'm in Europe and it's going to get late here and stuff like that. So we will have other casters jumping in, which is kind of the joy of these events. And again, big shout out to NRG. And that's why if one of these events are happening in an area like you should probably go and do it. If you've got cards to buy, you should go and jump on their site, buy those cards, get them shipped to you. So you can play either some amazing Standard that we're seeing now. Maybe you need some Pioneer cards. Pick up some Phoenixes. They just got a nice preprint in like the I don't know what the art calls, like a manga art or something. They're really beautiful.
Yep.
But that's the place to go shop. If you like supporting Paper Magic and watching Paper Magic, you need to support the stores that are doing it. And the easiest way to do that is by watching this content, hitting that follow button, going on the socials, hitting all the follow buttons that way, and just supporting it in general as a whole. And on that note, that's the end of round number 3. So we're going to step away, have a short little break. We'll be back for round number 4 pretty quickly. Remember, 8 rounds of Standard today, so there's lots to come. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series. Here where we've got our Standard Showdown in full flow right now. We are, of course, putting $5,000 on the line to all the players turn up this weekend and saying, hey, if you can do good, if you can win this weekend, we're going to give you a lot of money plus a lot more extra prizes. My name, I'm Will Hall. That's Mr. Darren O'Donnell, and we have been bringing you round number 4 this round of 8 today before we do cut to that top 8. But a lot of Magic to be played before we get there. But what are they playing for? Let's get the prize on the screen. Remind everybody, just tune in. What is going on? Well, the best share of $5,000 all the way up for first, all the way down to 32nd place. They're going to get themselves some nice, sweet cash prizes. But then on the right of your screen, you can see a bunch of points. These are to be accumulated throughout the year to get yourself on the leaderboard. And if you are in the top of that leaderboard by the end of the year, you'll get yourself an invite to the Players' Championship at the end of the year, where we've just seen Stephen Dykeman take that down, get the title, get the prizes, get all the cool swag that comes along with it. More and more importantly, you get the titles. Okay, you can walk into events. Everybody's going to know who you are. They've seen you on the screen. You can make a good name for yourself and potentially have a big push towards that. Like, the dream, right? Becoming a pro player in Magic the Gathering. But that's not the end of it. They get more prizes if they manage to win today. They get an invite to the RC. That could be the first step on the run of getting to the Pro Tour, which we will be seeing next weekend. They also can get themselves a custom token made in their likeness. Here's the one that we here we made earlier, a Goblin Shaman token in the Team Trios event that these 3 amazing gentlemen managed to win. I'm sure I'm missing something else. Oh, and they also get a direct invite to that end of year tournament that I was speaking about. There's a lot on my sheet here in front of me. There's a lot. You can basically, if you turn up to an NRG event, there's a lot on the line. And then maybe it doesn't go so well for you on the Saturday. Well, there's always an event on the Sunday for you to be able to play. Maybe you don't like the pressure of these big tournaments and you like going with your friends and play some casual magic. There's drafts in the background. There's other side events. I've seen on Twitter someone walking away with a huge giant card. You can't see it on the screen. Oh, you can kind of see it a little bit on the screen right now. There's my giant Minx Kamboo. You know, I'm a big fan of giant cards. And if you want to take that back to your room and have it sat on your floor for over a year and not frame it yet, you can also do that at these amazing events. But I think the players are just drawing the opening sevens. So let's go down to it. Doom, who are we going to see and what they're playing?
We, on the left-hand side of your screen, maybe a fan favorite from home, Dominic Harvey, a name you may or may not recognize, playing 4-color Legends. And on the right-hand side of your screen, we have Richie Sleds on Azorius control. This deck list that Dom is playing, this 4-color Legends deck, there's a lot going on here. This is really a deck that's built around Slowgurk, the Overslime, which is a card that, you know, allows you to rebuy lands, can protect itself, and more importantly, can kind of start looping these channel lands, Odawara, Takenuma, Sokensan, Boseiju, and really interested to see how this matchup plays out.
So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I have had a lot of cards here we haven't seen yet today in this standard showdown. Dom, I'm going to keep saying it. He's a fellow countryman, however much he wants to call himself Canadian these days. He's an Englishman. Me and him used to battle out quite a lot against each other back in the day. I was also there when he made his Pro Tour top 8 in Barcelona. I was fortunate enough, or accidentally enough, to tell him that he actually got into the top 8 because he thought he came 9th place. So, yeah, big shout out to Dom here. And we just see a lot of land go from both these players. Is this how the first turns are meant to go? Because, like, looking at Dom's deck, he's got quite a lot of we got a couple of good 2-drops in this list.
Well, in the main deck, Dom is choosing to play a bit more removal than you traditionally see in these Legends decks. There's 3 cut down, 2 long goodbye, and a go for the throat. So trimming on some of the maybe other 2-drops to make room for that, which means there's less 2-mana plays. Now, still has 4 Rona, 4 Inti, and we see a Relic of Legends on turn 3 here for Dom, and that's a fairly important one to resolve because what ends up happening, specifically when you have access to Rona, right? So if you have Rona, then what you can do is you can just tap the Rona for mana with Relic, play a Legend, untap it, so on and so forth. And is that a Field of Ruin and a Field to Find here from Dom?
No, that's Stone Rain. That is a full on. That is, I'm going to tap my 3 mana. You're going to lose a land. I'm going to gain myself another land. No basics in the list. I wonder if that's some either meta knowledge, knowing that there's not many, that these decks don't play many, or just straight up their friends and they know that there's no land on the other side.
Yeah, 30 lands in Dom's deck, not enough room for 1 basic. So, I mean, to be fair, Dom is playing 4 Odawara, 4 Takenuma, 2 Sokensan, and 2 Boseiju. So 12 channel lands, which is kind of a lot. As we see a Takenuma get channeled. I saw something get picked up. I didn't quite get a good look of what it was. And we'll have to see what Dom has as a follow-up here. He wants to try to get the engine going. As we talked about, this deck is trying to utilize Slowgurk in tandem with Titania and Rona to kind of, there's like this weird engine where you can Rona, loot away a land, get a counter on Slowgurk, get 3 counters on Slowgurk, use its own ability, pick itself up, get back the lands, and just kind of create this near, not actual infinite, but close enough to infinite value loop where you're just generating all of this, like tons of extra cards.
Yeah, normally it's really bad when your opponent starts like Stone Rain and you're dealing, getting rid of your lands. But Dom's deck is kind of tailored. This is half of his game plan is putting lands into the graveyard and getting them back out again. Not exactly how he want to do it, but it's not the dual endo here. As Richie end of turn brings down the Wandering Emperor, makes a 2/2 Samurai, and starts getting the beats in. As Dom's gonna, was that a cycle? Oh no, I was saying he actually made the 2/1s. I was like, were they blocking? Like, what's going on here? A little bit of shortcutting from the players, but that's fine. We'll, me and Doom are here. We can keep up with this. Here we go. Here's the Overslime.
Yep, here's the Overslime. So, now that the Overslime is maybe in play, unless Richie has a counterspell to say about that, every single time Dom, channels a land or cycles a land, we can get some value out of that, and that is going to be a make disappear with casualties. So that's going to, counter unless Dom pays 4, of which there is only 3 mana available. But notably, because we did this pre-combat, now there's no blocker for these 2 tokens to clear the Emperor.
Yeah, was the Emperor not used last turn? Should that not have been on 3 counters? -1.
No, you're
Make
right.
it-
Yeah, it should have
Yeah,
been
we
3,
didn't.
right?
We didn't use the last one. That could be a costly mistake here by Richie.
Huh.
But you know, feature match area, a lot of pressure, potentially played yesterday, a lot of traveling happens. This happens in Magic the Gathering, and that's the main reasons Paper Magic is so good to watch. There's the overslime on the screen for you all, because let's be honest, everybody's a reader when this hits the battlefield, including us, because I imagine not many people can tell you exactly what this does. But a lot of text on there, Doom, as you spoke about, going to play into Dom's game plan quite well here. Well, it would have if it survived.
Well, and the really nice thing about Slogurk, as you see, we see a March take care of Slogurk, and yeah, that's cool that it, removes the threat from the battlefield. But Richie had to pitch a card to kill the Slogurk, and Dom still just got 3 cards off of it. So it's a rough way to do it.
Yeah, so let's break that down just so in case people kind of missed it. Does have the added text at the bottom, which says, when this leaves the battlefield, return up to 3 target land cards from your graveyard to your hand. So, obviously did get removed from the battlefield. So 3 lands did manage to go back. And that's what I meant about, we're kind of playing into Dom's game plan here about when we put the lands into the graveyard. It's a tale old as time. Dom Harvey wanting to put extra lands into play. Every format all day long. This is this man's bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, this deck doesn't, as many similarities as it has to Amulet Titan and Modern. I mean, there is 30 lands in the deck, so at least he's got that going for him.
I think it's illegal for him to register under 30. I think, well, I actually played him. What's the combo deck in Modern where you play the like 6/6 that you can fling lands to do 3 points of damage, discard a land to do 3 points of damage, that combo deck.
Oh, Borborygmos?
Yeah. Like last time I played Dom, I think he was on that deck. Like,
Oh, boy.
again, that one I'm sure plays about 30 land to be able to go across the line. Here comes it, another slime. Yet again, another reader, because maybe we didn't get the full text last time we read this, so we really need to have a good idea of what happens on this. It is a 1 green and 1 blue for a 3/3 trampler. It is an ooze legendary creature. Whenever a land is put into your graveyard from anywhere, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Remove 3 +1/+1 counters from it, return it to its owner's hand, and when it leaves the battlefield, return up to 3 target lands from your graveyard to your hand, which we've already seen that ability being used to full effect in this game.
Yeah, and more importantly, the most important line of text there is when it says when it leaves the battlefield, not when it dies, right? So even if you exile the Slogurk, you're still going to get that value back. And that's what we saw the first time, right? There was the March of Otherworldly Light to exile the Slogurk, which removes the ability to kind of recur it with Takenuma. But, I mean, Slogurk still gets something on the way out, regardless of how you're killing it. And if you can get a couple of counters on it, then it even has its own built-in Wrath protection, where you can get, if you channel 3 lands, get 3 counters on it, then, if Richie goes to cast a Sunfall or a Depopulate, Dom can just say, okay, I'll pick this up, put it back in my hand, get 3 lands back, and then just run it all back next turn. And that's where this kind of infinite, not actual infinite, but near infinite value engine comes from.
Well, we see an attack there, which I say that makes me smell that there is going to be a sweeper. But Dom, ready for that? Going to bounce it back with Otawara. Of course, it leaves the battlefield, so 3 more lands go back to his hand. Love this play. This is really but Dom was ready for that. He snapped that off straight away.
Yeah, I mean, and so the Sunfall was going to be able to exile the Slogurk, but Dom was like, "No, I'm good. We'll go ahead and pick it up." Even though the Slogurk didn't have any counters on it, the Otawara was ready to go ahead and bounce it. And as we said, that even the Slogurk getting bounced to hand still goes ahead and gets 3 lands back. So Dom is just, it feels like in every single exchange that we've made this game, Dom is up at least 1, if not 2 cards.
Yeah, the turn before that, obviously, we saw a long goodbye cast, taking out one of the tokens. So Dom was able to attack with the 2/1/1 spirits, get the Wandering Emperor off the battlefield. That's how that ended up in the graveyard. And just having to pass the turn back here on Richie. But this is kind of the game plan, right? When you're a control deck, this is what you want to see. But like Dom is moving so quickly right now. It is crazy. Takenuma end of turn, going to mill some cards, put them in the graveyard. We're going to return a creature or planeswalker to our hand. Returns a creature. Now we're going to make a couple of 1/1s. And Dom's moving fast. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, and the thing about Slogurk, yes, it's very, very good at providing a bunch of inevitability in the long game, right? You get a bunch of lands back, but it also just attacks you for 1,000,000 damage. It's 7/7 trample now, So it's like, yeah, well, it does have trample, so we'll see what happens here. But yeah, it's just it it's just, it kind of does everything for this deck.
I'm not sure Richie knew that bit that had trample, because otherwise you just block one of the 1/1s there. But it is what it is. Like, and this is one of the advantages of playing these sort of decks where you turn up to it. It's not open deck list, so no one really has a clue what is in your 75. And I think Richie might be on the wrong side of that at the minute, because, well, I would also say Dom is not traditionally known for playing the best deck. He just plays what he likes and is a very good brewer.
Yeah, and I mean, we see the Emperor gonna go after the Slogurk. Dom's got, I mean, a million different ways to stop this. You can sacrifice the Plaza to give it hexproof. You can use the Slogurk to pick itself up, or you can even Odawara it. So just a million different ways to stop this. We're gonna go ahead and pick itself up, get 3 lands back. The one, I guess, good thing for Richie is that because we're doing this in Dom's end step, we're gonna have to discard the hand size, but I think Dom's okay with that.
Chat saying, is this at 1.51 speed? No. This is just how quick Dom is playing. I suppose Richie as well. And yeah, Richie's like, well, okay, cool. You've got me. That's enough. I can't counter these channel lands with you pitting constant 2/1/1 hastes into the battlefield. You getting creatures back out of your graveyard with Tokonoma. That was pretty cool. It almost like the first 4 or 5 turns, nothing happened. And then all of a sudden, Dom was just like, I'm going to go up a gear here. And yeah, pretty sick. But we do have the deck list for you all at home to have a look at yourself. Maybe you want to try and pick these up and play them. Here's Richie's list. Let's start off. He's a game down, so he needs to pull one back. What do you like here, Doom?
Well, I mean, there's some cards you could consider. So the counter spells, first and foremost, aren't very good. Negate doesn't have a lot of targets, a lot of creatures in Dom's deck. Disdainful Stroke, I think there's maybe 1 target for. So counter spells offline. Elish Norn it doesn't do a ton because the Slogurk ability is leaving the battlefield, not entering the battlefield, so it's not going to shut that off. Maybe Tishana's Tidebinder to counter a Slogurk activation. I could see that Richie may be wanting to go towards that. And then the best card that Richie has in his sideboard, which there's only 1 copy of, is Farewell. We saw that game. The graveyard was kind of like an extension of Dom's hand. So on turn 6, being able to go Farewell, hit the graveyard, could be very, very important. But, Richie's got a couple of those. Maybe wants to bring in those in the Tidebinders.
Well, on that one, let's get the deck that everybody wants to see. What has Dom brought? What is in the 75? Not only talk me through the sideboard and what you'd bring in here, but chat's also saying that there might be an infinite combo here, potentially. Not in this list, but, there's a way to add an infinite combo to this. Can you explain what that is as well, please?
Maybe. So
question mark?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the infinite combo involves Ludovic Necrogenius, which is a card that Dom has chosen not to register. So from my understanding, maybe chat can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe there is an actual infinite combo in this particular version. As far as the sideboard is concerned, you see the 3 Duresses. Those are almost slam dunks. That's exactly what Dom wants to do, because a lot of removal in Dom's main deck. We want to get those out of the deck. Past the Duresses, probably the Shield Raid as additional threats. Maybe the Kotos, the Silent Spider. That I'm not going to read that one out for chat because it's got a ton of words on it. It would take us, 3 years to read that card entirely. Kura, the Boundless Sky, like these additional kind of big haymaker threats that might just want to, like I said, just Dom just wants to get these removal spells out of his deck. So Duresses, couple of threats, call it a day.
I wonder if there's a bit of hit or miss here. Can we then board in some of these creatures, some more Tiebinders, and try and win through damage ourselves on that side? But that's a whole other argument to talk about, as I think players are both finishing up their sideboards. So let's move it down to see how they're doing. Looks like they've drawn the opening hand here, at least over on Richie's side. Have a little look at Dom getting some hydration, which is key, especially in these long tournaments. Very much encourage everybody to take a water bottle with them when they do go to Magic events. Staying hydrated is smart. And now Dom's going to be like, cool, I'm back in the game. Here's my opening 7. Am I going to keep it?
Water is good.
Confirmed. And
we're off
to the races.
Tap land here for Richie. Both players kept 7. Saw an Ashnod in hand for Dom. See what else we got here. There's a couple Ashnods here. I'm not exactly sure. There's the 2-drop that Dom wants. That's going to trade for a No Moralize. God, these players are playing at breakneck speed.
Yeah, I'm not a slow player, but this is pretty exaggerated. But there you go. There's the Stone Rain effect. Kind of Dom gives a little bit of a face there. Maybe he's kept a bit a hand with not so many land, which is, I guess, pretty hard if you've got 30 land in your deck.
Yeah, that is one thing we didn't mention during sideboarding, which we saw game one, which didn't, fortunately for Dom, did not come back to bite him. There are no basics in Dom's deck, and there are 4 Field of Ruins in Richie's deck. So it almost feels like a situation where if Richie draws 2 field, Dom might just not be able to function.
Okay, this is an Ash Node Flesh Mechanist.
Mechanist.
Jeez, what does this do? 1 mana, legendary creature, human artificer, death touch. When it attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, create a tapped Power Stone token. For 5, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Create a tapped 3/3 colorless zombie artifact creature token. Why is this in the deck?
So remember how I said Relic of Legends plus Rona kind of just generates a lot of mana, since you can use the Rona for mana, play a legend, untap the Rona. This is kind of a way to pay you off for having a relic and a bunch of extra legends, just this giant mana sink. I don't think that Dom's going to be activating the when it attacks you may sacrifice another creature ability that often, but I think it's mainly here as a 1 mana legend, 1 mana way to trigger Rona and untap it, as well as some sort of a mana sink.
Well, it's not staying around for much longer as this. I guess, would you say that Sunfall is the go-to sweeper currently in modern? Well, no, definitely not in modern. In standard.
Yeah, I would say that. I think that the white control decks like Domain and blue-white control are definitely leaning more on Sunfall than they are Depopulate. And you might ask yourself why, because Depopulate costs 4, Sunfall costs 5. The exile is very, very important. And not only that, generating that additional body is really good too. Sometimes you end up attacking with a 5/5 token, and then sometimes you just have it as a blocker. So seeing Acklazar Tears for Dom, that's a pretty powerful follow-up to Wrath.
Well, that looks like it came out of the sideboard for Dom here. So that's interesting. Again, a load of text on this one. Let's have a little read for everybody at home. So for 3 and 2 black, get a legendary Bat God. Love it. Flying Lifelink. Whenever it attacks, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you draw a card. Whenever an opponent discards a land, create a 1/1 black bat token with flying. And whenever it dies, return it to the battlefield, tapped, transferred under your control. And then the flip side of that is a land. The land has tap for 1 black or tap 2 and 1 black. Transform it, activate only if a player has 1 or fewer cards in hand and only at sorcery speed. A lot of text, does a lot.
A lot of text, yeah. I mean, the most important part is just the fact that whenever it attacks you, make your control opponent discard a card, which is just a way for Dom to generate virtual card advantage. So yeah, I wasn't 100% sure if that card was going to come in, because the blue-white control deck you mentioned, typically threats like that good against Wraths, but Richie's Wraths all exile. There's 4 Sunfalls, 2 Farewells, so not and Watering Emperor as well could be able to exile the Ashnod. Or the Acklazar. Now there is a Plaza of Hero, so yeah, I was gonna say Richie probably doesn't want to do that, but is gonna go ahead and play into that Plaza.
So let's just break that whole sequence down again, because again, both players are moving super quickly. We discarded the quick study for the trigger.
I want to interject for 1 second. I don't know if we can get a judge. The Plaza should be exiled. Plaza's ability exiles itself, not sacrifice. That could be relevant later on if there's a Slogurk that ends up coming down. So I just wanted to know if we could maybe get a judge to double check that and get that Plaza exiled. Nothing to, no harm, no foul, but yeah, that Plaza should be exiled.
But it can definitely be relevant in this game, right?
Yes.
In Dom's deck, that's super relevant. So yeah, we're going to get that passed down to the judges so they can kind of sort that for us. It's an easy fix. Yep, just move that to there. Cool, crack on. Richie's doing a good job at stabilizing here, but I just wanted to break down the turn of I was like, why would you not cast the quick study in response to discarding a card there? Because you draw 2, you kind of equal yourself up. But then we found out why. It was when the Emperor came down. When the Emperor used the tick down where exiles target attacking creature, and then over on Dom's side, as we've seen there, using the Plaza to his advantage. Plaza of Heroes, in case anybody hasn't seen this card, it's been around for quite a while now, but it is a colorless mana you can tap it for. You can also add 1 mana of any color spent this on legendaries. You can also tap it and add 1 mana of any color among legendary opponents you control, and then you can pay 3 mana, tap it, exile it, target legendary creature gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. in hexproof being the key text there in that turn, which means it couldn't be targeted by the Wandering Emperor, and that is why it was left on the battlefield. And now we're caught up with the game as we see what's the Mechanica missing, where it turns from an egg into a creature. Incubate. I always think of aliens when I think of the incubate stuff. Thank you.
See Rhoda here for Dom. Yeah, Plaza is one of the more powerful lands in Dom's deck because his deck is very centered around one or two specific pieces like Slowgurk, Rona, and things like that he wants to keep on the battlefield and keep generating the advantage. And Plaza being able to protect those cards, extremely, extremely important. Quick study here for Richie. Going to go ahead and pick up a couple of cards. Now, this board is not looking super bad for Richie. He's got an Emperor. That's a Stone Rain. Stone Rain's pretty good.
Stone Rain is pretty good. Also, do you remember when you used to pay 2 and a blue at sorcery speed to draw 2 cards? Do you remember that's how it used to be? It used to be 3 mana, draw 2 cards in blue, and it used to be at sorcery speed. I'm not saying that there's a power creep in Magic, but things are definitely getting a bit quicker.
Did people ever play Divination in Standard? I don't think they did.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely.
Did they?
Definitely. Maybe, used to have the Esper control decks back in the day, in it's mono blue, mono black Esper control.
Yeah.
Definitely saw a few running around there.
I remember Glimmer of Genius. That was probably one of the better ones they printed in a while.
Big draw step for Dom. I don't think it's a land. I think it's a spell. Could be an ooze, maybe.
Doing something with Rona here. We got 3 mana tap. Could be that Slowgurk, although the Slowgurk probably would tap the Boseiju. Well, there's 3 mana. That is the slime.
It's a legendary, so Rona trigger goes on the stack. It can untap now. One of the awesome little interactions with Rona.
Yeah, one cool thing about pointing out, we see Make Disappear is going to take care of the Slowgurk. No, we're not going to see this happen because the Slowgurk got countered. But one cool thing is, normally when you loot when you have no cards in hand, it doesn't accomplish that much. But with Slowgurk, if you loot into a land and discard it when you have no cards, that still triggers the Slowgurk. So,
ooh, nice. Do like that. Also, when you're stone running your opponent, things like Make Disappear are just so much better in this deck. Only 2 copies though, but I think we've seen both. Oh no, that was last game we saw one, mate. We're going for a little block here, little trade. Wandering Emperor goes to the graveyard. This dies because does it have Death Touch? Did I read that bit right, or am I just losing it? No, it does have Death Touch. Yeah, 1/1 Death Touch.
Chad is quick to point out that the Divination 1 PTM 15. That must have been, was that the Ivan Flock deck?
Let's go. Let's go.
I think it was.
See, chat's. I told you, chat's so big brain, beautiful,
chat,
amazing.
Chat gets me. Chat does get me.
Stream is nightmare. Twitch chat. Right, just another land.
If it was my chat, then we'd have a different story. But anyways, Dom's going to go ahead and pick up a card here. And see, untapping with the Rona. Not exactly sure what was drawn. And Richie's got a full grip of cards, so you gotta like Richie's position in this game.
Oh yeah, this is night or day from what we saw in game 1 to game 2 here. Dom's mana obviously having a little bit of an issue moving forward. That's going to get exiled. Yeah, Dom's like, I've had enough. Cool, I can't get back into this. We're going to go into a game number 3. Sphinx's Revelation. Yeah, I remember that card, Mr. John Starr. Hope you're good, my friend. That was a good card. I lost to that a lot. That's when I started playing Magic competitively. I was playing mono red decks, and the amount of times that my opponent would just go Wrath the board, untap, Sphinx's Rev, and I'd be like, cool, this game's fun. Why we keep doing this? Anyway, let's have a look at their deck list once again of both of these players. Dom will now be on the play though, so let's have a little look at his list. Is anything you're bringing in play draw dependent here?
No, same stuff. I mean, you want the duresses, you want the additional threats, you want to take out the removal spells. Cut down is, a card that Dom does never wants anywhere near his deck in the post-board games. So pretty simple stuff. Removal, threats, duress, call it a day.
Makes sense. And over on the other side, do you like play draw dependent things here? Are we trying to slow them down at all? Is I don't know, is there any reason we'd bring in some knockout blows, or are we just no? I think we've kind of tailored our deck now. We're good. Play draw, it doesn't really matter to us.
I mean, as far as play draw goes, I guess Tidebinder is a little bit worse in the draw, but I don't know if it's still worse than the cards that you were cutting in the first place. You probably want to shave on some of the counter spells and those are also not as good on the draw. So it probably would make sense. It probably would be benefit Richie to bring in the Tidebinders instead of some of the counters, even on the draw. So yeah, I don't think a ton's going to change for Richie either.
Okay, I got a question for you and chat while we wait for both these players to draw their opening hands. And it is, what is the worst deck to lose against? Is it landing control, or is it back when Blue White's only win con was the elixir of more immortality? That was both those two decks. I've lost against both of them multiple times, and I can't tie which one would be worse to play against.
You know what my answer is, Will? My answer is current Blue-White Pioneer control.
Ooh, okay. Well, okay, looks like a hearse came in out of the graveyard. Why are we bringing that one out of the sideboard?
That's a good question. I mean, there's nothing necessarily graveyard focused with Richie's deck. Well, that's not true. There is Memory Deluge. So Dom might want a threat that sticks around through a Sunfall that can also get those deluges out. So actually not that bad of a sideboard card. And again, anything's better than Cut Down.
It could also be a threat, right? Later the game goes, the more of every creature potentially can crew it and get turned sideways, get that chip damage in against Richie, who manages to find another Field of Ruin on turn 3, but not as good currently on the draw. Ooh, decided maybe that's what we want to do.
Yeah, see, I mean, Field of Ruin's good here, but you're already facing down a 3/3 trample. If you field, that just grows the Slogurk. It's a 4/4. Dom might be able to trigger it again, make it a 5/5, and all of a sudden you're just giving Dom that much better of a clock now. So, and you're looking from Dom's perspective, Richie has the Stone Rain, and Richie didn't fire it off. So you kind of have to assume that there's some sort of either No More Lies or some sort of removal spell that's going after the Slogurk.
This deck, when it has Overslime on the battlefield and when it doesn't, look like two completely different decks. Like,
yes,
what is like?
Slogurk is the insidious roots of this deck.
Got you. Love it. I'm going to turn it across. That's going to be 3 damage going to Richie's face, dropping down to 17. Do we have something to do end of turn? Is it going to be a spell or a Stone Rain effect? It's going to be Stone Rain. Doing it end of turn. Mainly because we don't want to grow it before combat. And now Dom is thinking, what does he want to do here? If anything.
Yeah, and interesting. So, we had that conversation where Dom is recognizing that Richie is not willing to fire off the Field of Ruin, which leads maybe Richie has a counterspell, but the Cavern is already there, so you can play through counterspells anyway. So there's either a good chance that Dom maybe doesn't have an additional threat or does not want to commit that into a potential Wrath.
Which is going to be untapping. Let's see if we can hit land number 4 and turn on things like Wandering Emperor. What other big 4 drops have we got in this deck?
Deluge is the big one. Yeah, if you look at Richie's deck list, there's 4 Memory Deluge, 4 Wandering Emperor, so a lot of stuff to do on 4 mana. One thing that we see a Tidebinder here is going to take care of that Takenuma. That's a nice. And this is why I was, weren't sure if the Tidebinders were going to come in, but they seem pretty good here.
So is this going on the trigger where we get +1/+1 counter, or is this going to go on the trigger where we mill free? It looks like it's going to be the +1/+1 counter. We're going to mill and we're going to add this Shield Dread to our hand, which is going to be pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for Richie, where you can choose to counter the Slogurk trigger, which means that the Slogurk will be turned off, that if you subsequently wrath the Slogurk later on, it will not get lands back, or you can choose to stifle the Takenuma trigger, which will not get Dom a threat. So, kind of a tricky spot there for Richie, and chooses to go ahead and shut down the Tidebinder, and that's a really good follow-up here for Dom into, Mana Source plus Duress.
Jeez,
grip full of cards here for Richie.
So Richie's got all spells here. We've got counter magic, we've got planeswalkers, we've got draw spells. I mean, that's 2 Memory Deluges.
I think it's 2 Deluge. Yeah, I think it's 2 Deluge, Disappeared, No More Lies, Quick Study, Emperor.
You're so good at this. You should do that commentary thing, or a bit like a streamer or something.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
You're pretty good at it, mate. I feel like you should do it. And as we're going to get rid of that Wandering Emperor, which is probably the pick. Let's be honest. It's a pretty good card if it can come down and has the ability to get our threat off the battlefield. Because other than that, there is no other way in hand to get one of our threats off the battlefield with no sweeper effects or anything like that. Dom's going to turn it sideways, get 4 more points of damage in, no blocks from Richie, as he untaps the turn and draws.
Yeah, and you had brought up earlier, we weren't, exactly sure what the Hearse was maybe doing in there, but when you look at Richie's hand with 2 Memory Deluge, then, the Hearse looks a lot better against those cards.
Yeah, And Dom just it's slowly taking up, slowly grinding. It's got 2 cards underneath it right now, that Hurst. How is Dom going to move forward here? So a little look at the life totals. I think we've got a redundant copy of Mr. Over Slime and a bunch of lands, maybe?
Well,
Question mark?
Dom didn't play a land last turn, so unless there's maybe like more Odawaras Takanumas that Dom doesn't want to, couldn't play last turn because they're legendary. Yeah, I see an Odawara
Yeah.
in hand. We know about the Shieldred. The Shieldred was picked up off the Takanuma.
Oh, yeah, Shieldred. I forgot about the Shieldred. I'm like, how could I forget about Shieldred? But he also knows about the counter magic on the other side of the battlefield. So is it even worth playing into them?
Yeah, that Field of Ruin on Cavern was a pretty big hit there for Richie, because then that actually turned on his counter magic.
So, no, I was about to say, what if we play another Over Slime, sack the original one, then we get to bring the Cavern back to our hand, but it won't actually resolve, and it would also be exiled. So, yeah, it'd be interesting how Dom kind of moves forward from this. I feel like Richie's just like needs that one kill spell currently, maybe.
I like this play a lot. So this is kind of a weird play, and everything's kind of face up, right? Because Dom knows about the counter spells, Richie knows about the Shieldred and the Cavern in the graveyard. Now, you might ask yourself at home, why is Dom playing a second copy of a Legend? Slogurk has the ability that when it dies, you get lands back. So if this Slogurk would resolve, Dom could keep the same one that's in play, get back the Cavern of Souls, next turn Cavern on Phyrexian, uncounterable Shieldred. So Richie, aware of that, knowing the Shieldred in hand from the Takanuma, is going to go ahead and fight over the Slogurk, which is weird because you're fighting over the second copy of a Legend, but it makes sense.
I'm interested why we went make disappear then instead of No More Lies first. We made Dom tap out for the extra 2 mana, but what does it do?
Yeah, I guess I don't understand why we cast the Make Disappear first. Unless Richie was worried about Dom having a counterspell of his own. But then if that's the case, then you could just, like, Richie goes for Normalize, Dom has Negate, then Richie can just fire off the Make Disappear at that point. So
yeah. Interesting. It's done. It's played Magic. There's no takesy backsies. We're gonna be moving forward on Dom's side.
Chad also bringing up, it looks like Dom may have missed the counter on the Slogurk when the Odawara got Legend ruled last turn.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. One to go in there. We're going to Memory Deluge. It's like this now would be a really good spot for that Make Disappear.
Oh, right. That's also a good point. So the reason that Richie... Yeah, I guess he was going to have to use those 2 counter spells either way, because the Relic could have tapped the Slogurk for the 3rd mana. So if you lead on Make Disappear, or if you lead on Normalize, then Dom just taps the Gurk for the mana.
Oh, so it's going to use 2. I got you. But then do we save ourselves 4 life points that way?
Or actually, no, because it's not... Oh, right. The Slogurk has no abilities. It's shut off by the Tidebinder. Never mind. Okay. Right. I'm confused. This is why it's easier in Arena when the card, like, you look at the card on Arena and it just has no, like, it's just a blank piece of cardboard. It's a lot harder to remember that in paper. But yes, the Slogurk is turned off by the Tidebinder.
See, chat. Do you want to just jump in the booth for us? We'll just grab a little break. You guys take this round. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it'll be good.
They won't say anything. They won't say anything bad on air, right?
We can definitely trust Twitch chat, as we're going to see a Get Lost on the Shieldred here. 2 map tokens going to be made for Mr. Dominic Harvey on the left of your screen, and he does have a creatures for them to actually target at. Oh, that's the new ones as well. That's the new map tokens. Love it. Of course, you can get them by taking down a NRG event. A lot of them coming up in the future. We spoke about it, and we will be speaking about it in between games. So make sure you stick around if you like what you're seeing. You want to take part in some of these as another Field of Ruin comes down. I'm about to say, just moving the extra 2 lands next to it. Like, we know what's coming. We know what's coming over that side.
Stone Rain.
Exile this creature.
Yeah. Shake of the head here for Dom. That Slogurk is going to go ahead and get exiled. I mean, Dom is kind of out of I know there's still that hearse, I guess, with Richie at 5. So the hearse is theoretically lethal if we can find something to crew it. It's hard to tell. I think there's 6 cards under it, but this is kind of why I wish with hearse people would use dice instead of the actual cards.
I think it's 5 or 6.
I think it's 6.
The duress was drawn here for Dom. So we can have a little look at Richie's hand, see what's going on the other side. Might wait until he has a threat to deploy with it, see to make sure the coast is clear. Tuckanara in hand, so can try and get a Shield Dread back end of turn. But then, can we go Shield Dread plus Duress in the same turn next turn if we set it up? No, we might have to need to
No, because Dom would have to channel the Takaduma, so you have to top back a land at that point.
Oh, we're gonna go for it. 1, 2, 3. What are we gonna?
And importantly, Dom using the Takaduma while Richie is tapped out because is aware of the fact that Tidebinder exists.
Yeah, every time I see Tidebinder cast, I learn something new about that card. Like it's always doing something different, a new target with a different interaction. And my small brain's like, oh yeah, I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, that's how that works. Netherfield. Oh,
is that the fourth Field of Ruin?
It's. I think Dom will ask the same question. No, I think it's at least the third.
Yeah, it's at least the third.
I'm so greedy. I'd be snapping it off. I'm so greedy here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing is, that Dom just got back a Shield Dread, right? So you want to just cut Dom off the fourth mana source. And yeah, Rich is definitely just going to go fire. Ooh, thinking about it.
I'm doing it all day. Get that black source out of here. Boom, get the other one out of here.
Yeah, these Field of Ruins just so backbreaking for Dom.
Okay, taking blue there.
Yeah, 2 lands gone. I think that is all 4. So 2 lands gone here for Dom. Got a Shield Dread. I think Dom's hand is what? Shield Dread, Duress, Relic. Yeah, that's not great.
It's not ideal. Not ideal.
Would you say that Dom is regretting his choice to not put basic lands in his deck? At least one?
I might tweet at him after this and be like, well, how do you feel about basic lands in this deck after this?
The tweet is just at Dom Harvey, 30 lands, no room for a single basic. That's it.
But if anybody can get back from this, it's going to be an uphill battle for him. But he's going to lead. Oh no, we're not going to start with that dress. He's looking at the life totals. He's like, hold on a minute. How many attacks can I get hit by here? There's a 4/4. It's going to be a 5/5. Potentially one of an Emperor might be adding some 2/2 samurais to the battlefield at some point. Tom is anything but basic. You go, chair. Duress. Old school. We see a farewell, a merry deluge, and a land.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Dom probably has to take the deluge and just get it with the hearse. Cut Richie off more cards because we're going to take the farewell. Interesting. Okay.
What's the reasoning behind that, do you think?
Going for a Rona. Okay, so we wanted to protect the Rona. Sure.
I suppose you can go creature artifact here and completely blow Dom out, right?
Yep.
So Memory Deluge. Gonna look at top 4, put 2 into our hand.
Saw Tidebinder. Didn't see the rest. I think it might have been maybe Tidebinder land. Yep, Dom's gonna eat that deluge immediately. I mean, this hearse is
lethal.
Yeah, that's definitely more than 7. It looks like more than 7. So the hearse is lethal. But we need to find something to be able to crew it and somehow remove the blocker. Richie has a bunch of fancy lands in play. It's hard to tell. I don't think any of them are Anchorage, but I could be wrong.
No, I don't think any. Well, the odds are he's got 4, but no, I don't think any of these are.
I think those are Seachrome Coast. I think it's 2 desert, 2 beach, 2 Seachrome Coast.
Isn't it crazy that Dom's lost so many lands, so many creatures, so many opponents, but yet he's still got a chance of winning this game?
Yeah, he's just like barely hanging on by a thread. I mean, we know about the Shield Dread. Everybody knows. Richie knows about it, so.
No, Shield Dread, it's in the graveyard now. We didn't get it back with the Tucunama. We got the Rona, I believe.
Oh, we got back the Rona. I thought we got back the Shield Dread. Okay, I must have missed that.
Was that an Inti that just got drawn? It's a red card. Yeah, Inti. Which reminds me, I need to pick 4 of these up for my paper collection. Definitely going to be ordering them on the NRG website once we finish today's coverage.
Inti is pretty nice with Rona because if the Inti comes into play, which it's not going to, unfortunately for Dom, we get a counter spell. But that would have been able to. Rona triggers the Inti, which would be kind of cool for Dom to like just churn through some more cards and try and find some more stuff. We're going exploring onto the Rona. Rona the Explorer.
Where else are we going to go from here, though? It's not going to be combat. Not with a 2/2 on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, Dom's probably thinking about looting. Trying to think of what we can really find at this point.
We're gonna play. Yeah, we're gonna crack the last map. It's gonna reveal.
Cavern? No, it's a spell. I can't tell what that
How
is.
about I say? I'm trying to work out what that is. I think that is a Eren. Is it or Oreti?
Or Urtai? Urtai?
Yeah, an Urtai. Thank you.
Okay.
Is that good here?
Looks like Dom's gonna graveyard it. Here's the crew. Oh, Tidebinder to shut off the hearse.
It's just
And that
4,
is
5, 6,
that's
8, 9,
brutal.
10. Not lethal on the crackback though.
Yeah, see the Tidebinder is brutal though, because that means that that hearse is no longer, an avenue for Dom to win this game. So that was probably the best shot that Dom had to victory, is just like somehow stealing a win with a hearse out of nowhere, and now that's off the table.
Yeah, I agree. Is that another fit? That's the 4 field of ruin.
Well, if it wasn't 4 now, it's definitely 4.
Look, if I know Twitch chat, I know that they love to see lands getting destroyed in every format, no matter what it is, and leaving the opponents with just nothing to
Dom
do.
Dom does have to shuffle. Really unfortunate for Dom that he's just like being beaten so badly, and it's just like, yeah, you got to shuffle, buddy.
Okay, everything's gonna come. Well, maybe everything's not gonna come across here. Not all. Maybe just a few. But this would be an attack for 9 points of damage.
That's
10
so
points of
brutal.
damage with another counter.
Like, you've been Stone Rain 4 times, then it's like, yeah, you still got to shuffle though.
It's like you can't shortcut that. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
cool, whatever.
You gotta.
Just pass it back to my opponent. Sure, cut. Go crazy. All right, Dom. Needs a miracle off the top. Literally a miracle. Thinks fans another Inti. No, another Rona off the top.
Yeah, that's not gonna cut it. I don't even know what isn't out at this point. Like, I'm looking at
I don't think
Dom's
there
deck
is.
list, and I can't really think of a sequence of draws that gets him out of this.
I think we saw the power of Dom's deck game 1, and then Richie was like, okay, I get what's going on here. Sideboarded, cards lined up perfectly, and is going to be able to take this one down and advance to a 4-0 record. But if anybody can get back from it, it is going to be Dom. Here comes a trigger.
Okay.
Untap the Rona. What are we going to destroy here?
So Urtai is potentially going to kill. Okay, kill the Tidebinder that's on the hearse, and now you can use the Rona to crew the hearse, force a chump block. We're playing defense? I guess you can't attack.
Yeah, we're at 3 life. There's 2 lethal
Yeah.
attackers on the other side.
That's tough.
Playing around a removal spell here, which we know there's multiple of over in Richie's deck.
Theoretically, you could hope Richie has Stone Cold Nothing in attack, right? But tough spot.
I feel like no, because you can't attack.
Oh wait,
yeah,
Will,
you
I
don't
figured
mention-
out. I figured out the plan. The plan is give Unlicensed Hearse trample with Inti. How did we miss that?
Oh my word! Did
That's
you
the
think of
plan.
that, or did chat think of that?
No, I just thought of that.
All right, let's get some. That is worth some 07s in chat.
And didn't we saw an Inti a couple turns ago? I don't know if that did. I don't think that got looted away. I think Dom's been saving it this whole time.
No, it got counted, right?
Oh, it got countered, right? Yeah.
But that's the out. You found it. That is the out.
That
you
is
have
the
found
out,
the
yeah.
out. I'm not sure if Dom knows the out or Richie knows that's an out, but that is an out. And Dom really needs to try and find that. Potentially won't have another turn after this one.
Oh, I'm sure Dom is thinking of that. I'm sure that's the exact out that he's playing towards.
Also, we know there is a counter spell on the other side. There is a no more lies. So, it's not going to resolve, but if it was found. But making Dom go through the motions. Dom's going to discard a Triome. Doesn't need that. Doesn't need mana come into play tapped and can't use his mana to kind of tap out for it just to draw a card.
Okay, we're gonna just cycle Ronas.
We're casting one just to untap the one in play.
Yeah, and just get another loot.
Richie's like, sure. All right, Dom. How can we survive this turn? Let's have a little look what we got in the deck. Don't think cut down to be left in the deck anymore.
No.
Don't. I just don't know anything I'll do here.
Yeah, it's just lethal right here, right?
Combat,
2, take
block,
3.
block, take 3 as long as life totals are correct. We were right. I don't think Dom's going to have a 1 mana removal spell in hand to deal with this. He's going to have a quick look, make sure there's no hope or a prayer in that graveyard.
Could be
got a loot, maybe?
Otawara. Wait, no, it could be Otawara because we do have mana.
What does Otawara do?
Bounce the
1,
token.
2. Doesn't it cost?
Yeah, we have 2 legends.
Yeah, but it's
it
full
didn't
to
matter, but-
activate, right?
No, it's 2 because there's 2 legends in play.
We've only got 1 mana, is what I'm saying.
No,
Doesn't
the relic can tap the legend. But anyways, yeah.
It doesn't matter. That's as the Rock would say. It doesn't matter. Richie manages to take that one down, gripping from 0-1 back up to a 2-1 to take that one down. So congratulations to him, advancing himself to a 4-0 record. I mean, told there's no more backup feature matches. That game took so long. But how many matches are left in the round, Doom? Update me. Go for it.
Refresh. There are 10 outstanding matches. So probably a little less than 5 minutes left in the round, I would assume.
Enough time to talk about our future events here at the NRG series. Maybe you've been inspired to play a little bit of standard yourself in a big tournament, or maybe you want to play some Pioneer, some Legacy, or some teen events. Well, we've got them all coming up here on the NRG series here in 2024. Well, we've had the February one because we're currently playing in that. Obviously, yesterday was the Pioneer 10K Showdown, and today you're watching the 5K Standard Showdown. Then the next time that the NRG series is going live here on this Twitch channel, which you will obviously know about because you've hit that follow button, you have made sure that alarm bell is unticked, will be April 20th and 21st. That's going to be in Minneapolis. That is going to have a Saturday 10K modern tournament, and on the Sunday is going to be a 5K trial legacy event, which I'm really looking forward to. And then in May, we're going to be going live one more time in Indianapolis. That is going to be Saturday, a 10K modern tournament, but on the Sunday, a teams trio event. That is the tournament I'm excited for. That is huge. I love team events. I love trio events. 1 player on standard, 1 on Pioneer, 1 on modern. You get to hang out with your mates. Best 2 players have got to win out of the 3 to advance to to get the W that round. And then in June, in St. Louis on the Saturday, we have got a 10K Pioneer with a 5K trial, which will be modern on the Sunday. A lot of Magic to be played this year, brought to you by the NRG series. So big hats off to them for not only bringing on this amazing coverage, but putting on these huge events with these great prizes. If you want to support them, you need to turn up, buy from the site, turn up to these events, have a great time, as well as there's side events, there's cash events, special guests turn up to all these events. Maybe you can meet some of your favorite content creators. Looks at Doomwake. There's so much that happens at these events for everybody to take part in. It is an event for everybody to turn up to, no matter what format you enjoy playing. But on that one, we're going to come back to the booth. We're going to close off round number 4. I'm Will. That's Doomwake. That's round number 4. We'll see you shortly for round number 5. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NRG series where we're bringing you our standard showdown. $5,000 on the line for everybody turning up this weekend, all battling out, try and get themselves to that top 8. My name, I'm Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. That man in the virtual news booth with me, that is Darren O'Donnell, better known as Mr. Doomwake Online. And Doom, we've got some players to watch. Let's get that up on the screen. Who are we following this weekend and what records they got? Break this down for me.
So we have Connor Mullally 2-2, Dom Harvey, who we just saw take a loss last round, falling to 3-1. Fletcher Johnson, unfortunately, has dropped from the event. Johnny Hobbs 2-2. Raja Sulaiman, who we saw round 1, 2-2. Sam Black, who we saw in round 2, picking up a win at 3-1. Will Kowalczyk, who we may be watching this round, we are watching at 4-0, and Will Kruger, who we saw previously at 3-1.
All the Wills doing well. I love to see it. And as you said, we do have Will in the feature match on a deck we haven't seen yet, but it's very close to my heart. Bant Toxic. Let's go. Let's get down to the matchup. Let's see how the player's doing, if they're about to kick off or not. Looks like we're about to draw opening hands. Now, we haven't seen Bant Toxic yet, so talk us through this. What's the game plan for this Bant Toxic deck?
Well, so if you're unfamiliar with, poison decks and kind of how they play out, the idea behind the toxic mechanic slash poison is you only have to deal your opponent 10 points of damage because if they have 10 poison counters, they lose the game. So we kind of have we're starting the curve off with some one drops, crawling chorus, Skrelv, and venerated rot priest. There's this combo where you can have like venerated rot priest with March of Swirling Mist, which is a way for you to target multiple creatures, kind of maybe pitching a couple of blue cards and getting a mana discount while also dealing your opponent some poison counters, because Rot Priest, whenever a creature you control becomes targeted, they get a poison counter. We have some protection, like I said, Skrelv. We have Serum Snare for bounce, Bring the Ending as counter spells, Fading Hope some more bounce spells. So kind of like a tempo deck, and it's all revolves around Skrelv's Hive.
Yeah, this deck looks on paper like a draft deck from Frexit Orby 1. But in Synergy, a lot of these cards do a lot of good things, and clearly in the hands of a good mage like Will, able to be 4-0 right now. Best contention to get into top 8 currently, but is on the draw. This deck performs a lot better when it is on the play, and we're going to start off with a cooling course.
Yeah, somebody, player named Will playing a deck that has poison cards. I wonder why we featured this individual.
No, look, I'm not biased. I'm not biased at all. Just, a Will infecting the opponent. What's not to love as end of turn? We're gonna. Is that? Oh no, that's main phase, isn't it? Oh, okay, yeah. Because I suppose we know that there could be counter magic on the other side from Will. So main phase in this, getting a 2/2 vigilance on the battlefield gives us the block that we need. Because toxic and infect, two different mechanics. No -1/-1 counters happening here in combat. It is the upside of toxic. You do normal damage as well as poison counters. Infect don't do normal damage, but you do damage in infect, which means -1/-1 counters will be coming into effect. As our follow-up play is going to be the Jawbone Duelist, the 1/1 double striker with toxic. That card in itself can kind of finish matches up pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, this is exactly how you draw it up here for Massimo. This was a very heads-up play, like you mentioned, main phasing that Virtue of Loyalty. The most important thing against this Ban Toxic deck is just play blockers. Like, you need to have as many things in play that can be able to block your opponent's creature, because once you take that first point of poison, there are ways to proliferate. Serum Snare, Experimental Frenzy, things like that that can kind of keep, get the ball rolling, that allow you to, like, allow Will to deal damage or poison damage without using combat. So just preventing that first point of poison is really, really big here, as we see a Rot Priest at the battlefield. So maybe Will's going to force that first point anyways. But yeah, basically exactly how Massimo wants this game to go.
And we're playing slow, holding up this 2 mana, which obviously can be used for Bring the Ending. A lot better once there are toxic or poison counters attached to your opponent, but in this scenario, it's still just it works as a soft counter spell, making that they have to pay 2. There's also some Snare. Potentially, Will could be holding up, bouncing opponents back with a bit of proliferate. Again, not great currently. But a lot of things to think about, and that is one of the good advantages of these Bant Toxic decks. But they do really have the advantage if they are on the play, able to get that first bit of chip damage in, and Toxic token counters piling up. Not to say that there isn't reach in this deck, though, with Rot Priest, right?
Right, exactly. And this is kind of the 1-2 punch that we brought up earlier is Venerated Rot Priest, which you see on the battlefield, plus March of Swirling Mist. March is kind of a weird card if we can get up on the screen, but it's a card that allows you to target multiple creatures, and you can pay X, and it has the kind of the March text that all of them have, where you can pitch cards to pay an additional 2 mana. So for example, if you pitch, 1 blue card and pay a mana, you can target 3 things with that 1 March, because it's X equals 3, and each individual thing that you target will give your opponent a poison counter with that Rot Priest.
Amazing when you have multiple Rot Priests on the battlefield, by the way. Like that in
Yes.
itself can win games so quickly. Just being able to, every single thing I target, I'm going to be gaining 2 counters to my opponent. We're just going to kind of add to the battlefield a little bit more. Not scared of any sweepers on the other side. It's pretty much a stock Esper Legends deck that we've come to kind of know and see a lot do pretty well in standard tournaments of recent online and in paper. So that's why we're going to be talking quite a bit about this Bant Toxic deck, not because it's me favoritism in it by any point, as we can see in Otawara end of turn.
Yeah, this Esper deck is very similar to one that we saw earlier, featuring the copies of No More Lies in the main deck. It seems like that has been kind of widely adapted over something like Make Disappear, because it's just as we did an interview with Robert earlier where he was talking about people playing around Make Disappear but not playing around No Moralize. So yeah, that's that's going to be a big feature of these Esper decks moving forward. Looking at the removal spells, we have 3 cut downs, 2 destroyables, 2 go for the throats as ways to potentially kill Will's creatures. And then Destroy Evil, notably also taking care of Skrelv side, although that has not been a feature of this game, at least yet.
No, not yet. Oh, but we do need to start applying pressure. We can't give either of these 2 decks a little bit of breathing room. As soon as we do, and they start getting that little bit of advantage, which the bat might do this now, telling us what is up on the other side of the battlefield. How does Will want to go about deploying this? Very logical thinker. He's done very well on the NRG series. And I think I actually was commentating the one where he won with the mono black deck in Legacy, which was a masterclass. Absolute masterclass. I loved seeing that deck in action in the hands of Will.
Yeah, this Deep Cavern Bat is definitely something that Will didn't want to see, because you could kind of you kind of got the vibe that he was maybe trying to set up the Venerated Rot Priest plus March at least somewhere down the line. And now that Deep Cavern Bat is on the stack, Will has to really think about, does he want to use that March now to potentially get a couple of poison counters in? Do you want to just let the bat take it and maybe find an answer to the bat later on? But we're lining up 3 mana, so it looks like we may be casting that March here.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to be targeting our own creatures, getting the toxic going. Going to phase them out. Talk me through the phase out mechanic. It's kind of something. Don't laugh at me like that.
God!
Please tell me, do you know it, or do you want me to go for it?
I know that I'm pretty sure that phasing means that the exact wording is that you treat the creatures as though they didn't exist, but there's some weird kind of like additional sub rulings where auras stay on, counters stay on. Like the creature retains all of its abilities and stats that it had before. It's just vanished for a turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's basically how it works.
Normally when we see this effect, it's like a flicker effect, right? That's why you brought up the counters and the anything attached to it. Normally, if you flicker things, they fall off. Not when it comes to this, when you're phasing them out. It is literally, as you said, like they are not there. We disregard them now, and they'll come back at the end of, the beginning of your next
untap step.
Untap step. Which again, another word. When's it ever untap step? It's normally upkeep. It's, you know what I mean? It's is what it is.
Yeah, the reason and phasing is also weird because you mentioned with flicker effects, phasing does not, the creatures would not have summoning sickness not next turn. So for example, Will gets those 2 creatures back, the Rot Priest and the Crawling Chorus. If Will wanted to, he could attack with those. Now, obviously board state doesn't look like profitable for attacking anyways, but they would not be affected by summoning sickness.
Right, we're going to get a little bit of damage in here. Just 1 card drawn, 1 card discarded, +1/+1 counter added to the knight, making it a 3/3. No idea what that card there was that got played because the glare on it. I think it might be a black card, but not entirely sure. Having a little look. It could be a Preacher. I'm going to go with Preacher and see if I'm,
there's
wrong or not.
A bit of a glare on that one. Preacher, I mean, if 3 mana was lined up, which it was, that would make a lot of sense. See a Skrelv here for Will. One thing to note with the Rot Priest specifically says when it becomes the target of a spell, not a spell or ability. So if there's something like, an Otawara bouncing a creature, that will not trigger the Rot Priest.
Yep, thank you very much for clearing that up. That was going to be my question because chat's talking about it. But 2 toxic now for, Will's managed to get 2 toxic across the board. Just 8 more to go because maybe people watch this the
just
first
8
time.
more to go.
well, it's better than doing 20 damage currently. But what I was getting at is people might not understand what we're doing here. Why are we adding toxic to it? What's the difference if my opponent has 20 toxic or 20 life? What's the difference here? Talk me through that.
So the toxic creatures deal damage so it's not quite like you said earlier, not quite like Infect where they only deal poison damage. They deal regular combat damage, and then they have a number. So, for Rot Priest and Crawling Chorus, they have Toxic 1, which means that when they deal combat damage, they also add a poison counter. If a player has 10 poison counter or 10 or more poison counters, they lose the game. So that's kind of an alternate win condition, and it allows Will to, effectively only have to deal 10 damage where Massimo has to deal the full 20.
We've got a judge call here. I think what it is Massimo might have missed the draw trigger from attacking. And I think they're going to try and clear that up with a judge and ask, like, what's the ruling here? Did I miss this? Is this a trigger I can miss? And as soon as we kind of work that out or we get a conclusion to that, well, I imagine we'll just be able to see it anyway. I think this is going to be an easiest quick fix, so we won't just come back to the booth just yet, but if it does drag on, we'll come back to the booth and you can see our beautiful faces. But I do think this will be quite an easy fix, as in, oh, my opponent did this, they tried to kill it, I didn't say I was drawing my card, or maybe I did announce I was drawing my card. Because Elgato, only a one-off in the list here for Will, but how much have we seen so far in Standard these channel lands be super important? I think every deck's playing at least one or two, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if we just had Dom Harvey in the feature match last round, and Dom Harvey had 12 of them. Now that's a bit of an extreme example because Dom is playing a Legends deck that is, that is a heavy feature of Dom's deck. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, looks like Massimo has one of each: Odawara, Eganjo, Takanu. No, I don't see Takanu. So just Odawara, Eganjo for Massimo. And then taking a look at Will's deck list, I think there is one Odawara, one Eganjo. So yeah, these channel lands are very good. It's just a way to kind of enable, get spells into your mana base, which you don't typically get to do.
Yeah, like in the early game, great. That's my land drop. Late game, great. I've got a spell that I can, in Dom's case, he can kind of research here. That is going to take a little while they're sorting out the ruling of what's happening, explain to the judges, letting them talk through it, come to a conclusion. So while I do that, we're going to come back to the booth. And I'm going to remind everybody what has happened so far this weekend. Yesterday on this very channel, we had the Pioneer Showdown, where we managed to, have, I think it was 9 rounds of Pioneer action with the top 8, where 5 Phoenix decks got to that top 8, and eventually one of them managed to take it down. And then today we've started off Standard all day is going to be the format. We're in round number 5. 3 more rounds after this. For all you people quick at math out there, that is 8 rounds of Standard action today before we do cut to that top 8. Only a couple more rounds left of my weird English voice before we pass it off to the afternoon crew, where we'll talk about what's happening that a bit later on, but there's going to be some change around to casters later on. As moving forward here, can I get a answer on what the conclusion of that was? Production was a card, was it missed or was it drawn? What was the outcome of that judge ruling?
Can't tell you anything about the card currently. We'll get an update on that. But what I will tell you is that Eganjo was targeting Preacher, and Massimo had the blowout where Wandering Emperor put a counter on it to give it 5 toughness. So that's a huge swing here for Massimo.
That is that's so backbreaking. Hey, on the flip side, we got it right that it was Preacher that was put at the bottom, the card at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
So hats off to us. Golden Wandering Emperor. Normally, when it comes down, does start off with the tick down ability, but in this instance, in our turn, we did cast it here for Massimo and get that +1/+1 encounter, which is huge. Will still has the ability to block though, to finish it off if he wants to. Was allowed to resolve the effect. Okay, so we were allowed to draw because obviously we had higher life total than our opponent. So the trigger is we draw a card. If our life total was lower, we would make a 1/1 life linker. But Massimo allowed to imagine if that card he was allowed to draw was the Wandering Emperor, just like max blowout for Will.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of talked about earlier how this, Massimo is really in a position where just wants to put as many bodies on the field that are good at blocking, and we see Rafine and the 2/2 Vigilance on defense with a counter on it. So it's really hard for Will to kind of make any sort of profitable attack, and Massimo is still clocking Will this entire time. Will's all the way down to 10 already.
Yeah, I think how does Will win here? It's going to have to be some sort of Rot Priest shenanigans, I imagine. Like maybe if we can hit another Rot Priest into a chump block, get a token back into a march. It's definitely going to be uphill battle because, as I said, like Massimo's got so much damage on the other side of the battlefield. Right now, I'm not sure if it's completely lethal. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So potentially 13 damage could be coming across. But his only one of him Will's deck, the Annex Sentry, the 1/4 for 3 mana, whatever, toxic 1. ETB, you can exile and target artifacts, or is it
Creature.
artifacts? Is it creature?
Artifact or creature.
Yeah, artifact creature opponent controls with mana value 3 or less until it leaves the battlefield. Kind of like an O-Stone effect, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just like a nice little Oblivion ring that also has top, 1/4 body pretty good, toxic 1 pretty good. So pretty a lot of good stats here for Will. I think Will's path to victory this game, like you mentioned, probably has to involve some combination of Rock Priest plus March. And we go back a couple of turns to when Massimo cast that Deep Cavern bat. Will had the March and you would imagine that really wanted to hold on to that for as long as humanly possible, but the bat kind of forced the issue and put Will in a position where he had to play a spell that he didn't necessarily want to.
So we're going to come up. We're still turning everything sideways here. Another card's going to be drawn from Massimo. Not missing it this time. A lot of pressure comes with playing in the feature match area. You know what I mean? The last thing you want to do is make a mistake on camera because your friends keep rinsing you for it. I'm sure there's lots of me doing it out there. I'm terrible in my feature matches. I think I've got a record of like 1-6 is my record in feature matches. I'm not good with a camera in front of me. Who would have thought?
See a nice little big attack here for Massimo coming in with the Preacher, the Bat, and the 3/3. That's an attack for 7. Will at 10 could maybe take all of this. We're lining up a block here on the 3/3 with the 1/4. Seems like a reasonable block, considering Shump blocking the Preacher, which is pretty good. You're soaking up a couple of damage and still getting a token back on the way out, so not really losing a lot of battlefield presence here for Will.
No, true. And this is what Will needs, I think. I think he's bowed himself another turn, potentially maybe 2 turns, depending on what Massimo can add to the battlefield here. And that 2 turns could be another Rock Priest into a march and potentially stealing this game out. Also, things to note, Skrelv, if we use the ability on Skrelv to give something, protection from a color or can't be blocked, etc., it adds Toxic 1 to it. So can make one of these creatures on the battlefield currently Toxic 2 if it does connect and hit Massimo, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we'd be 1 off that sort of out currently. Unfortunately, I would say unfortunately for Will.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Massimo. Yeah, I was just gonna say it kind of seemed like the way that he made this attack. It made it seem like he probably had a different colored creature here because Massimo is aware of that Skrelv, but now the Skrelv can't really do that much because there's a black creature and a white creature available to block. So you can only you can't Skrelv for multiple colors. So yeah, Will's kind of now put in a position where he can't really do anything like that. Facing down a ton of pressure, doesn't have really good attacks. And we'll have to see. Looks like a couple of cards in hand, maybe at least one.
Also representing counter magic, right? Representing something like No More Lies in hand as well. So Will's got to put that into account. Can I play around it? Can I not play around it? Do I just have to jam and hope for the best? We're going to start by tapping 2.
What do we got?
It's going to be the Bone Jaw.
Jawbone. Okay. It's not even clear how good the Jawbone Duelist is on this board, right? Just kind of gets bricked by a 3/3.
Not while there's 2 different color creatures on the other side. If you can hit combat of this, double strike with Toxic 2 is pretty good. And then we're going to go
Hive.
Hive is good once we've got Toxic 3 on the other side, giving all our creatures lifelink. We lose 1 life in our upkeep and gain a 1/1 might to the battlefield. If our opponent has 3 or more Toxic counters, then all our creatures with Toxic gain lifelink as well. But issue being, Massimo's at 2 Toxic. And yeah, that's going to be enough. Will's going to scoop them up. We're going to be going to a game number 2. So for all you beautiful people watching at home, and we thank you all for tuning in and watching this, we can get the sideboards up on the screen for you all. This is a closed deck list tournament, but just for you beautiful people watching, we managed to pull this out of the bag for you. Just having a look at this, Doom. What would you like bringing in?
So it's kind of tough, right? Because the Esper deck is really good at attacking you from multiple different angles. You need to have stuff that protects against removal, like the protection and things like that. You also need to have enough removal spells of your own or ways to clear blockers. So, I mean, realistically, you could talk yourself into boarding in a lot of these cards here from Will. Annex Sentry is a good way to kill Rafine and Preacher. Spell Pierce is a reasonable way to fight over stuff like No More Lies, Destroy Evil, and Go for the Throat. The Disdainful Stroke, probably don't want that. Get Lost, another good answer to Rafine. Charge of the Might is, I don't know if that's for this matchup. It's a little expensive when you're trying to kill Rafine because it's 3 mana. You have to have 4 things, and it's 3 mana plus the additional 1. But 3 mana for 2 bodies, maybe that's good enough if you're trying to go wide. But yeah, give me the Annex Sentries and the Get Losts. Past that, I don't know if Will's going to want a ton else.
Well, let's move across to the Esper Legends list. Have a little look at what 75 was brought this weekend and the sideboard. So what would you bring in here to try and secure this game 2 and the victory to make yourself 5-0?
So the one thing that you want to look from Massimo's side is how many sweepers do we have? So we have 2 temporary lockdowns. Those are absolute slam dunks. They kill basically everything in Will's deck with the exception of Sentry. Gix's command, it's a little bit more expensive, opens you up a little bit more to the cheap counter magic from Will, but it is still worth bringing in, I believe. And then past that, I actually like Duress a lot against Poison. The reason is a lot of their cards that kill you are non-creatures, right? Now they don't directly kill you, but March plus Raw Priest, you want to be able to take March with Duress, and then the counter spells and or bounce spells. You want to be able to pick apart those because it really allows you to dictate the pace of the game. And then, like if let's say you're trying to fight over, you want to resolve your Rafine and make sure it doesn't die, you take their bounce spell. You want to, fight over whatever. It allows you to kind of pick apart their draw. So I like Duress. And Lauren is something you could maybe consider to be able to blow up the Skrelv's Hive, but not sure if you if you want to that many answers with the Destroy Evils already in the deck.
So both players basically have a lot of options, kind of dealer's choice how they want to go about this. Because you've also not only sideboarding cards that you think are good in this matchup, but you're also trying to pre-emphasize what your opponent could be bringing in. And as this is closed deck list, that is a lot of cards. So you got to kind of, it rewards you for playing this format and knowing what to play around and what to bring in and not. But we'll see how it played out for both players. I see them both shuffling up, about to draw their opening hands. Let's move back down to the table. When you're sideboarding in Paper Doom, do you tend to just put all 15 cards in and take 15 cards out? Or do you just, I'm going to bring these 4 cards and then take 4 cards out? What sort of shuffle technique do you use when it comes to sideboarding?
No, I'm too lazy for that. I just go through my sideboard, take the 5 or 6 cards or whatever, put them down on the table, remove the 5 cards. I ain't got time for that.
I'm with you. I'm like, it's just, it seems like in theory it sounds good, but then I'm also like, is my opponent really watching me that closely? I'm sure at like high levels it is, but not the other levels. I'm like, whatever, cool. Yeah, I'm bringing 4 in. If you can guess what these 4 cards are, go buy a lottery ticket. You know what I mean? Go. You've got the site. As we're finishing shuffling up, opening hands are going to be drawn, looking for a keep of 7 on both players here, so we can get a good game. More importantly, will be on the play this game, which is huge. Potentially get that sort of toxic damage in early so it can accumulate. But going down to 6 cards, didn't like the opening 7.
Yeah, we'll definitely this is one of the matchups. I mean, there's a lot of matchups in Standard that have that play draw matters quite a bit, but with the deck that Will is playing, this is one of the decks that really wants to be on the play. Stuff like Skrelv's Hive, Jawbone Duelist, like those cards get so much better when you're able to deploy them before your opponents. They have a tap land or whatever. You go turn 1 Skrelv, they go tap land, then you play Jawbone Duelist, and you kind of just put them under the gun immediately.
Scene right. Can we get about opening 6 here from Will? I see some land, I see some spells. Does he like the sequence of them and how they can affect him so he can get this game number 2 and take us to a match or a game number 3? And nope, doesn't like it. We're going to be going down to 5. This is rough from Will over on the ban toxic list. One thing we haven't mentioned, Doom, and we're older gentlemen now, you know what I mean? We're getting, time is happening to us a little bit. And take this however you want, but Will's hair game is on point. I'm
glad you brought it up because I was going to mention that.
I am jealous of Will's hair. Like that's up there with like Reed Duke level of hair envy. Such
I mean, I don't know if we want to go that far. It's good, but I don't know if it's Reed Duke good.
Oh, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. You know what I mean? Like there's we haven't seen many matches of Magic today, which is lost as bad as my hairline recently. So we're going to see maybe potentially Will, with that beautiful lock of hair, can pull it back with 5 cards on the play. I don't even know what 5 cards it would look like to be able to really move ahead. I imagine Skrelv Hive would be some part of it. Maybe 2 lands, Skrelv Hive, Rot Priest into a March, maybe something along those lines.
Yeah, Skrelv's Hive is definitely the card that Will's looking for on a couple of mulligans here because it is a card that can kind of give you that card advantage back. Like every single token that you get is effectively worth another card with the toxic deck. So yeah, that's the card that Will's definitely looking for here.
So starting off on the seed core, that of course can tap for any color for any Phyrexian creature.
2
The
mana.
follow-up is going to be
There it
Skrelv.
is.
Okay, Skrelv into Skrelv. This is how we kind of read it up. It was
I mean,
like
that's honestly that's as good as it gets for a 5.
and here comes a dress. Oh, come on, Massimo. We can do better than that. That is dress, right? I'm not making that up. That's
Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be duress. That duress should not be allowed in
yeah,
tournaments, by the way.
that's exactly. That's what I meant. That's what I was getting at. I was like, can I have all the dress arts? That's the one we're bringing, but it is what it is. What's your dress art of choice?
I have the Strixhaven Japanese fancy ones, or not fancy
Okay.
ones, but the alternate art ones. I like those ones.
I've got the I think they're the Secret Lair ones from I think it's League of Legends. The I think it's got Jinx on it.
Got Jinx on it?
I think I'm saying the right ones. Don't tell me
I don't know if
I'm
I'm
making
familiar
this
with
up.
that one.
I am. Yeah,
Production's saying yes, so
yeah. That's what it is. The League of Legends dress ones. If you haven't seen them, you should look at them. They're beautiful.
Okay.
They are beautiful. Google them. They're pretty sick. Other than that, I also do like the Tarkia ones. They're with the dragon roaring. They're pretty sick. But the OG ones are, well, let's be honest, they're just OG ones. Ooh,
yeah.
okay.
Not sure why we're attacking with the token. That just came into play off Skrelv's Hive.
We'll get that passed down. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
let's see
Well
if we
done.
can have the judge kind of take a look at that. Okay, it looks like
Uh,
they're realizing it now.
Massimo's worked that one out anyway. We've got an experimental. Is it experimental? Augury.
Augury, yep.
Yeah, Augury. So instant. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand. Put the rest at the bottom of your library in any order, and then proliferate. Where the damage has already happened, so there is at least a toxic counter on the other side. Well, in fact, there should be 2 counters, right? And this will be the third, which means lifelink will be attached to all these creatures. But
yeah, the augury should be the third. So I mean, it's going to be the same game state. Untap token, resolve augury, good to go. This should be an easy fix, I would assume.
Yeah, we're gonna get there's the augury on the screen for you all to have a little look at, and I think it might just be a warning while they're talking about looking at these cards. Can we come back to the booth quickly, production, just while we sort this out until we get a conclusion, then we'll move straight back down to it. No one wants to see people just randomly pointing at cards and not actually hearing what's going on there. But you do want to look at our beautiful faces. Look at this mustache. Look, what we lack in hair up here, I've got it here, and you've got it here. So it's kind of that's how time works, right? We lose it here, we gain it here. It is
you have more up here than I do, so.
Well, it's a little bit. It's going, my friend. It's going. Don't you worry. It's my day job is not good for the stress levels that keep the hair on your head. So it is what it is. But while we're waiting for that to kind of resolve and we get a conclusion of what that judge call is, which we believe is going to be a quick one, easy to fix, let's give you a reminder of. Can we go over the next event after today that people can see the NRG live production? I'm literally calling this on the fly chat, so productions. We're gonna see how good they are. There they are. That's how good they are. It is gonna be Minneapolis on April 20th and 21st. If you're a fan of Modern and you love watching it, then you need to hit the follow button on this channel, because on Saturday there is a 10K Modern Showdown. But if Legacy, maybe that's your format of choice. A lot of Legacy players out there. Well, on Sunday we've got a Legacy 5K trial. So lots of decks, but new sets just been released. A little bit of a shake up. The RC really put one of these decks back on the map severely, which I know Mr. Dominic is a big fan of in Modern. So potentially, we can see the meta shifting and how people will be attacking it in April. On that one, if we are ready, production, you can either come back to the game or us. Looks like they're just sorting this out. These 3 cards are going to go. Nope. Okay, we know what the bottom 2 cards are from our mulligan, so we're going to leave them to the bottom. We're going to shuffle our deck. We're then going to rewind it. Skrelv is going to be attacking. Skrelv is going to do damage. Skrelv is going to do a toxic counter. Then Will is going to, I imagine, still cast this experimental. Jeez, I forgot the name of it now.
Experimental
Thank you very
augury.
much. The Augury is going to be cast. And
got
then the toxic count is going to go on from the proliferate. Will's going to look at the top 3 cards, going to add one of them to his hand, put the others on the bottom of his graveyard. And by the time this is all clean and done, there is going to be 18 life points versus 19 life points with 3 toxic on the other side. And the hive is activated to give all the toxic creatures lifelink. Whew, and breathe.
That was a lot.
And breathe.
Now we're caught up. We are good to go. So yeah, token going to be.
We have to rewind it, right? We have to go back and keep the integrity. Otherwise, this will end up as some Reddit feed, and people will be going
True.
for blood. So
You don't want to be on Reddit.
No, you definitely do not want to be on that website. But that was a quick find for Will. Easy slam to the hand. Interested to see what it is he actually managed to get there. That's going to resolve. Going to go to the graveyard, proliferate, 3 toxic counters. And do we have a third land? We do have a third land. Then pass the turn. There we go. How can we follow up on Massimo? Do we have some sort of yep. I was about to say an answer to the Skrell Hive, which is probably the most threatening thing. We do have that. We're going to come down, ETB, destroy target artifact. So that is off the battlefield, the Lauren.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about kind of what Will needed on a Mold 5 to win this game, and Skrell's Hive was the card. That was the card that Will definitely did not want to see, though, is that answer to the Skrell's Hive. But the token plus the Skrelv, with Massimo already at 3 toxic, you can Skrelv the token to get an extra toxic that gets in for 2, puts Massimo to 5. So I mean, there's something there, but then you have to worry about the Skrelv dying, which that might happen anyways. So
yeah, like we also got the lands also online, so we can give one of our 1/1s +2/+1.
Yep.
And did we attack with the Skrell? Oh no, we're losing 2. We use the Skrell's ability. We turn this sideways, protection from white. 1 damage is going to happen, but 2 toxic is going to happen. More importantly, another land drop here for Will. I think only 1 card left in hand. This is where the mulligan's really going to hurt. And just a pass.
Yeah, Will on a Mold 5 this game. It's going to be really, really tough. So, Massimo at 5 toxic, it really wants to find an answer to that Skrell. I don't think we know what the last card in hand is for Will. Maybe it's some kind of counter spell to save the Skrell, because, Will's really just grasping at threads at this point, just needs to be able to keep the Skrell in play. And that's not a removal spell. So that's, step 1 for Will.
No, true. But Lauren, obviously, it's going to end up attacking. It does have vigilance. Not entirely sure. Like Will's doing the piano, like the keyboard thing where you tap your fingers, pretend that you're counting, but realistically, what more else could you have? You've only got 1 card in hand. We're going to lose a life. We're going to
charge the mites.
Yeah, I think it might be a charge. Yeah, charge. Do 2 damage.
Okay.
Before the trigger, so no trigger, so no extra cards for you. But Will is out of cards now. Oh my god, a cut down here would be brutal.
Yeah, that's what Will did not want to see. Interesting choice from Will to go ahead and use the charge as a removal spell instead of just make 2 tokens. I guess he figured that if he lets the Rafine ability resolve onto the Lorand, Massimo can discard a spell, have 2 blockers for the 1/1. So, it does kind of make sense. But yeah, just really needed to hope that that Will did not have a removal spell, or Massimo didn't have a removal spell, rather.
Yeah. Or it was maybe missing land drops and need to dig through it or something like that. Like Will needs to get a little bit lucky there. Didn't. Unfortunately for him, Massimo's going to be untapping and grip for the cards. Will playing face up. But that Mimics can, the longer the game goes, with the least amount of pressure, can make a 1/1 might every turn. There's an outside chance, right? We've got to do 5 toxic damage to win this game. It's not out the realms of possibility. It's just not super likely, especially while Massimo's drawing 2 cards a turn at this rate.
Yeah, Murex does kind of give you a chance, like the combination of Murex plus Seed Core, where if Massimo has, some sort of blocker, maybe doesn't want to put that in front of the token, and we see Tishana's Tidebinder. That's going to take care of 1 token. Tidebinder only permanently stops the ability if it's an artifact creature or planeswalker, so not going to shut down that Murex, but now, I mean, Will can offer the trade. I don't know if Massimo wants to take the trade, but definitely can.
Will's in the tank. Like, basically just needs to get lucky. Something's got to go well. Here comes the attack. Here comes the trade. What did we get? or are we just holding up to make another 1/1?
Yeah, most likely just holding up to make a Murex token. Oh, we're
No.
tapping mana. Okay. See if there's a counter spell from Massimo. Doesn't look like there is. So that's
Sentry.
Rafine down.
Ward 1 was paid.
Okay. Massimo's still got a couple cards in hand. Not sure exactly. Hard to take a look and see. I can't quite get a good look of what Massimo's got left over.
Probably everything. A lot of cards in hand. One of them being a land. That's what we're going to deploy for the turn. 5 mana here is good. Oh, great.
Yikes. Well, that's tough.
Okay. Yeah. So definitely one of them is going to be destroy creatures 2 or less. And the other ability was the return one.
Rebuy, Tideminder, and Lauren. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, let's call it. That's that game.
I'm not sure if Will has any chance of beating those cards.
Not an Amolda. Well, even an Amolda 7 might not, but might be able to have crossed the line by now. But yeah, it's going to be real hard for Will. Just making a might at 1 a turn for 4 mana, while on the other side, Massimo is just drawing multiple cards, filling up his hand with loads of answers to be able to completely lock Will out of this and take this game down 2-0, advancing him to 5-0, which means he'll be 1 win away from being able to get that double ID and get into the top 8 of this standard 5K showdown.
Look at Massimo here, just, fully aware that he's in the driver's seat. Just, attack with both, whatever, let's do it.
How important is that as a player to learn when you can turn the corner, so to speak? Like Massimo here, obviously this scenario is pretty obvious that he needs to turn the game down and win pretty quickly. But like as a skill to learn from a player, it's quite hard to know when you should do things and when you shouldn't do things, especially at high level, because that's where you get those extra percentage points are huge. Like here, discarding 2 spells to grow our creature to where Temple Lockdown is one of the best cards in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, in this particular instance, the lockdown doesn't matter that much because Will's basically on empty anyways, and that's kind of the that's why Massimo is pretty readily available. Massimo can just shove his creatures in there because he knows that Will doesn't really have any ways out of this. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely decks that give you the ability to play both sides of the spectrum, like play offense and defense. There are some decks that allow you to do that. And Esper is definitely one of those decks.
Okay, we're up to 2 cards now. Sit in the tank. Still doesn't look super happy. But nor would I be if I just mulled to 5, got my best card destroyed, and then my board raft.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a sequence of draws that, I mean, it probably involves Rot Priest plus March, but I don't even know if we have that much time.
That's what we said in game 1.
Yeah. It's always Rot Priest March, right?
And just a pass of the turn here from Will. Another Murex added to the battlefield, but not enough mana yet to be able to generate 2 tokens a turn. How are we going to Massimo? Having a look at life totals, looking at land. We're just making these again. You're at 7. Attack trigger. This is an attack for 5 currently. If you discard 2 spells.
2 spells is lethal, yeah. Let's see if we have 2 spells.
Will's doing the stack my 3. I definitely don't have a way to bounce your card back to your hand. And there's the hand extension. Massimo's going to be able to take this down 2-0, advancing 5-0. Means 1 game away from getting into that double ID territory, locking yourself a top 8 spot today here on our Sunday showdown. So really, well played there. Just because your opponent takes a Mulligan to 5, you still got to, be able to play well to finish it out and not give your opponent the opportunity to get back in the game. Pretty cool. I am sad though. Will lost with Toxic. Is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Will curse, right? The only reason that Will lost is because you're in the booth. If it was Mason and I, then Will probably would have won that match easy clap. So
I apologize now to all Wills out there and all Infect players, but I'm being told we have a backup match ready to go. So let's just move straight down to it. Let's see who we've got and what decks are they playing. Talk me through it.
All right, so a lot of viewers at home may not recognize the name, but on the right-hand side of your screen, Sean Gallagher, mainstay on the NRG, goes to all of our events, playing as Aureus Control. On the left-hand side of your screen, I would like to introduce you to Ray Zong. People who may not know the name, but you might recognize the name CFT Sock on Magic Online. They are an amazing, amazing player, amazing deck builder, showing up. They've kind of been a pioneer of this 4-color Legends deck in Standard for quite some time now. They've played a bunch of different iterations on it, and we do see Ray representing that particular deck this weekend. First thing I'm going to do is go to the deck list and see if we have the Infinite Combo piece. I forget the Ludovic, and it looks like there is no Ludovic in Ray's deck.
I'm also having a little look. No, it's kind of it's giving off what kind of Dom Harvey vibes. Still a couple of crazy ones in here. By the way, the Goose Mother's in here. Let's go. Let's go. I want to see that one being cast. I'm all here for it. But yeah, are they over here as well, potentially for the Pro Tour? Is that why we're getting to see them here at the NRG series?
I believe so, yeah. I'm not exactly sure where CFT Sock resides, but I believe they are in, Chicago for the Pro Tour next weekend. And, it's nice because we get to see some people that we may not really see super often on the NRG series, some very high-level players competing. And, it's awesome to see, we get to see Sodek, we get to see Manguchi yesterday. A lot of good players showed up to this event.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, but nothing, you wouldn't expect anything less, especially with a Pro Tour right around the corner when you can go a little bit a week earlier, climatize a little bit so you're not tired for when the PT happens. And while you do that, you get to play some awesome Magic with awesome prizes on the line, like these players here are doing. Okay, we're deciding which lands we want to be returning. We've seen this before in Dom. Why does everybody move really quickly when it comes to the graveyard? At least I think that's the graveyard at the top of the screen. It's kind of a mush of cards.
Tough to tell. I wonder. I think Ray might be separating their graveyard in terms of creatures, lands, and spells. That's what it looks like to me, at least. Yeah. So it's easier to kind of pick apart and figure out what we have available to us for Slogurk and Takanuma and all that stuff. But I think that might be what it is. What
it really is it's not a mash of cards. It's actually really well laid out graveyard for not only us at home, but also for the players. As we're going to see a Rona come down here, and that was a counter spell. Yeah, straight. Okay, we'll pseudo counter spell. Is that the protocol? Yeah, protocol.
It was so funny. This is, maybe going back a little bit, but I was playing at the standard San Diego Regional Championship, last winter, whatever. And I played against Ray, and they were playing this Legends deck in Standard, and I did not know what any of their cards did. So I was gonna ask a judge to see if I could get a bunch of Oracle text or whatever. And Ray just handed me their deck and is like, "You can just read the cards," because I'm sure they probably ran into that a couple of times. It was pretty funny.
It's like, been here, done that. Here we go. Have a little look. Oh yeah, because like us, he's being open decklist tournaments.
Exactly.
Not an open decklist tournament. Not at least until we get to the top 8 when it goes to all the players. We're going to see dress on the stack. What do you rate this dress art out of 10?
Better than the last one, but I would still say probably like a 2 or a 3.
Cool, got you. And that's going to take a Wandering Empress. So that's going to hit the graveyard. So untapping, game down. This is round number 5 of 8 that we have going to be bringing you today before we get to the top 8. Didn't even notice that there was a Jace on the battlefield and it's not there anymore.
Yeah, so just kind of figuring out what's going on in this game. Ray is currently up a game. There's a bunch of stuff in the graveyard. I'm under the assumption that we have not found a Slogurk in a while, so Ray is probably looking for some kind of either a Takanuma or a Slogurk to go ahead and get the ball rolling. And it looks like Sean has got a couple of cards in hand. A couple of maps in play. There's a Rona for Ray, and we'll see what Sean is lining up here.
I'm having a little look at Sean's list, and I can't see any. What's the 6-mana Wrath that does graveyards and
Farewell?
Yes, I can't see any farewells in the 75.
That's a good look. Yeah, no farewells. There's 3 Sunfalls, 2 depopulates in the main deck, and then the sideboard there is 1 temporary lockdown, but no copies of farewell. So, Ray doesn't necessarily know that, but Ray's graveyard is, basically it's going to be there. There's no farewells, and that's maybe something that Sean was really looking for in a matchup like this.
Hey, do you know what the difference is with this deck list and Dom's? Basic Swamp.
Oh, there's a
Basic.
basic.
Yeah, there's a basic in the
Oh.
face of these.
You know what's funny is that Ray is playing one less land than Dom and still was able to find room for that basic. Just saying.
Look, Twitter. Oh,
skill,
okay.
skill issue.
Skill issue. Deck building issue. Let's go. We're going to see the Spasagi end of turn. That's going to hit the temporary lockdown. We're going to go get a Plains Ally deck. Put that on the battlefield here for sure. What are we getting in there or are we drawing? It looks like we're drawing.
I would assume we're drawing. I don't think we're attacking with that Rona.
Hey, look, that's a 19 turn clock. You don't know. You don't know. Crazy things have happened. I think that was a pass turn. End of turn, we're going to flash back a Memory Deluge out of the graveyard. This time we get to look at the top 7 and put 2 into our... Potentially we do. We're going to... Oh, okay. It was the untap check. I was like, surely we're not targeting our own Rona. So we're going to stop the flashback, but we are going to let someone draw another card here. And then going to draw another one for the turn. That's going to be a Wrath off the top. We're going to look at to exile everything and make a Incubate token, which would be 2 currently.
You know, well, looking at how many cards are in Ray's graveyard and how long this game is gone, I'm curious to how many cards are left in Ray's deck. Like, I'm wondering how likely is it that the game ends in a deck out?
I don't know.
Gotta be close, right?
I don't know if I'm ready for that. I don't know if I can take that right now. Well, we're going to use the Aurora. We're going to bounce it back to our hand. So just one counter is going to go on this Incubate token. And Ray going to have at least a Rona to cast next turn. And okay, that's the creature land that's going to be activated. Sure.
Is that a Liliana?
Yeah, that was a
There
Liliana.
is two Lilianas in Ray's sideboard. Okay, I didn't even notice that. It's kind of a cool, good sideboard card against blue-white for sure. So we see the Rona picked up, and I'm still guessing that's the graveyard. It's just in 3 separate piles, yeah. I think.
I'm going with you. It is the graveyard. We've probably got 3 piles plus exile pile off the screen. Yeah. Is what I'm imagining, and we're just turning and burning. So, yep, you can draw another card here. Land's going to go to the graveyard.
I also wonder at what point do we, if we're in Ray's position, I wonder at what point do we think about firing off the Rona flip? I guess, into that much open mana, probably not it's a risky proposition for sure. And Sean's on 19, so it's not like it's, a 1 or 2 turn clock.
We just, I don't even know what that is. It's 2 mana for something. What was that? Oh, was that
a deduce? I think that is deduce. What deduce? Yeah, there are 4 copies of deduce in Sean's deck.
I kind of just love saying that card. Deduce?
What deduce?
Okay, we're going to Field of Ruin.
Field of Ruin. Have we gone through the basic yet?
Nope. There it is.
There's the basic.
Deck building 101. Love to see it.
Dom should take notes from Ray. Just saying. Add that basic.
Just screenshot that interaction. Field of Ruin, pointing your land. Basic coming to play.
Just send Dom the clip of him just getting Field of Ruin 4 times, and
it's too soon. It's too soon.
He probably wouldn't like that.
This looks like it's gonna be a march for 2. Trying to exile the Rona. This is gonna be
Channel Takenuma. That's what we talked about earlier because we want to get that Slowgurk back. I'm assuming that's what Ray got. Yeah, Ray got the Slowgurk back. So. And no, heads up doing that now instead of waiting because you wanted to get the discount on the Takenuma.
Yeah, literally every little counts. That's a saying for a popular shopping mall or food shop in the UK.
The big question here is: does Sean have a counter spell for this Slowgurk? Because if not, it's going to get a lot of value. Now, if we look at Sean's list, we have hard counters. There are 3 Disruption Protocol, which is not, I don't think, a very common card. Most of the counter spells are No More Lies and that kind of stuff. And that is the Protocol.
Yep, Sean had it. We're going to flip. We're going to make a 1/1. Now we've got an 18 turn clock. Do you have a map token on the battlefield, though, so we can maybe grow it a little bit more? I'm now getting sick
18?
from chat for calling a UK like shop a mall. I was
Oh,
halfway.
no.
I was trying to turn it into an American term.
What
for
have you done,
Dune,
Will?
And I know they're turning against me. You were the chosen one. It is what it is, Chad. It is what it is. Look, we all shop at Tesco in the UK. It's how it rolls. But we did use that map token. We did manage to make a extra +1/+1 counter, which means we go from an 18 turn clock to a 9 turn clock. That is quick math.
I'm also kind of curious as to how much time is left in the round. Like, how much longer does Ray want to play this game out? I'm not saying the game is 100% over, but time has got to be a consideration because Ray, does want to try to be able to win game 3.
Well, I'm sure production can get that to us momentarily, so we can. Because actually, that is like, I didn't even think about that. How much time would be on the clock here. But if it did go to, if there's not much time left, Ray is probably the deck that's got the deck that can like pull ahead here quicker or win quicker than Sean's deck on the right.
Well, that's the other thing too, is if there's not a lot of time left, then maybe Ray can try to win the match 1-0. Right. It depends. Yeah. It's like if we're in the middle, if there's like maybe 10 or 15 minutes, Sean can probably close out the game in 5 minutes, but you want to make sure you give yourself time to win game 3. So it's like you got to find that right balance.
One card in hand. One's going to be drawn for the turn. What time do we want to do anything at the end of turn here? We're having a little look-see.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get an update from production as to how much time is left in the round, but I'd be very curious.
Here comes the Tokonoma. We're going to return it again. Get the namesake. Well, not the namesake. The kind of the engine of this deck, the Over Slime.
All right, so we did get an update from production. I did remember this actually was this was a deck check table, so they have an extension, which means if I go back here and I can check the time extension, I believe they have a 12-minute time extension.
Oh, we're here for a while.
So yeah, we're gonna be here for a little bit.
We're gonna see
this popcorn chat.
What toppings do you like to have on your popcorn?
Just butter.
See, we don't even have that in the UK. We don't do butter.
What?
It's like
what do you put on your popcorn then?
It's either sweet or salted, or if you're really fancy, you get like toffee popcorn.
Oh my goodness!
Whoa!
This is why I'll never go to the UK.
Whoa! No, toffee popcorns. That's like S tier, dude. Someone in chat, please back me up here. Please don't make me sound insane. I wonder how many cards are left in library though. That might actually come into effect more than
Okay, so we have 8 minutes left in the game, plus I believe plus the 12-minute time extension. So it looks like we get about 20 minutes left. I just saw Ray picking up their deck, and it did not look like they were thumbing through that many cards when they picked it up. So probably not that much left.
There's the draw.
Okay, we have a Slugurk.
Oh, no, there's lots of cards.
Now we're counting. Yeah, Sean's got a lot. I don't know how many Ray has, but Sean definitely has more than Ray, for sure. I know that.
Let's get in there for free. Wandering Emperor check is what we call this. Yeah, sure, we'll take it. We got, our life total's high 19, dropping to 16. That's fine.
You've got some people in chat that are on your side.
Well, what can I say? Those people just happen to be right and really amazing people and just awesome in every way.
What are your thoughts on Nando's, though?
Oh, come on. Come on.
Nando's sponsorship one?
Let's go. I'm trying hard. You don't need to, there's only so many words in the world that can get me going. Nando's, that's one of them. Let's go. Where's my chicken lovers? A lot of land here on the battlefield for sure.
Yeah,
tapping a bunch of it.
Chat's bringing up a good point here. I don't know.
What?
There is, as far as Jace the Perfected Mind, so there's 1 in Ray's main deck and 2 in Ray's sideboard. You have to imagine the other 2 probably came in. So obviously hard to tell with the graveyard situation how many they've gone through. But if there's a Jace left in the deck, that could be an out because it's unlikely that Sean can survive a mill 15.
True, and I suppose you could also get it back with. Can you get it back with Tokonoma? Yeah, you can, can't you?
Yes, you can get back.
It's cheaper, right? Is
You
it
can
cheaper?
get it. No, Takanuma gets back planeswalkers.
Oh, even better.
But the other thing we want to talk about is, do we have Tidebinders? There's 2 Tidebinders in Sean's sideboard, and you would have to imagine those came in as well.
Okay, we're gonna cast one. It's gonna get countered, so it won't. We won't have the legend rule, so we can't be returning any more lands.
So the
to
Tidebinder countered the Slogurk return land ability. So if I correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the one that's in play still has all of its abilities. Something to keep in mind.
Would it?
Right, because so you're countering the. Oh, he had 2 Tidebinders. Okay, and that's gonna do it. Yeah. So what happened there is a bit of a a scuffle there. So what happened was Ray played a second Slogurk, Legend Rule, got the lands back. Sean stifled that ability. Then Get Lost, the new Slogurk, had a second Tidebinder for the second Slogurk.
Basically, had it all is what you just said there in that sentence.
Had all these.
Had all D's still. All right, we're going to go to a game 3. I'm going to see if we can get the deck list on the screen to show all you beautiful people at home watching. Here's Ray's deck list. What do you like or what do you think, even though we just had a little glimpse there because we're going into a game of 3, but let's go with what bad cards. What wouldn't we want in this main deck that we probably boarded out?
I told you not to ask me questions about this deck, Will.
What do you feel? What would you not want in this match? Like, what's but like is go? I guess go to the throat is bad, right?
Cut down, go for the throat. Those are easy cuts. Those you can get out of here. Long goodbye. I don't think has any targets in Sean's deck. Yeah, that one probably don't want either. So those you can cut. As far as the legends themselves, like I would assume you want to keep all the Inties, Slogurks, and Rhodas. You probably want the Glissas. Maybe you can cut the Vohar. Maybe you can trim a Titania because life doesn't matter that much. Something along those lines. And then as far as cards you want to bring in, Urtai, Kura, I assume, the 2 Lilies, the 2 Jaces, and the 3 Duresses. So Ray has a lot of cyborg cards for this matchup.
My main question, and the only thing I can really focus on is the Mother Goose staying in, or would you be taking that out?
I imagine it's good. Like if the game goes long, it's a pretty big mana sink. So I would imagine you want to keep it
I'm getting that. Right, let's have a little look-see on the other side of the battlefield in this control deck. What they've brought, Sean's list. There it is for us all. Good and bad cards. What you got?
Bad cards, tough to say. The Whale maybe is a little bit too slow. You want to keep the removal. I assume you want to keep the counter spells. The Wraths are good. Like that's the thing, right? Sean doesn't really have that many bad cards. Like you want the Marches to Exile. Maybe Emperor's a little bit too slow. Maybe you trim on some of the counter spells. And then as far as cards you want to bring in, we saw the Tidebinders that game. Those were very good. I guess that's a good point. Sean doesn't have a ton to bring in, but also doesn't have a ton to bring out. So it kind of makes sense.
Sweet. Well, both players are drawing their opening 7s. I think we've got mulligans on both sides, so 6 card hands for both players here. As we go into game number 3, only one of these players can advance and be 5-0, giving themselves the best possible chance to get into today's top 8. Starting off with an Inti. Let's go. I think this might be the first one we've seen actually resolve this tournament so far.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. One card that on Sean's side of things that we didn't bring up was Denick, PS Apprentice, because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Slogurk targets the lands. Let me pull up Ray's deck. I'm fairly certain that Slogurk targets the lands. 3 target land cards. So if Denick is in play, that can break up the Slogurk loop.
Well, it's going to come down, but like the No More Lies is going to stop that and exile it, which is going to be quite key in this matchup. Nice little extra line of text there from the new card from the latest set as Inti gets turned sideways again. +1/+1 counter on it. Exile a card from our hand. What do we choose to exile this turn? It is going to be a Jace. Okay. And why is there 2 Phyrexian Jace? What have I missed? Phyrexian Jace, hit Phyrexian Jace, cast Phyrexian Jace, counter Phyrexian Jace. Got you. Right. Cool.
It's a lot going on there, Will, huh?
There is a lot. But now we're going into the late, say like let's go the mid game here. It's just Sean potentially could, I say, deal with this, but does leave a window open here. What can we resolve?
It's a relic. I was going to say, it's something like a Liliana would be so good here for Ray. That's a card that you really, really just want to get into play. But I actually didn't think we had double black last turn, so we couldn't even cast Liliana. I think it's a Yavimaya Coast and Otawara.
There comes a Rona on the battlefield and just a tapped land. End of turn, we're going to go Memory Deluge. This card's just, every time my opponent casts this card, I always feel like I'm behind. Like it means I've
Deluge?
done, Deluge,
Yeah.
sorry. It means I haven't done anything to affect the battlefield enough. And they're not only that, they're finding 2 perfect cards to put in their hand that I now have to start dealing with as I move forward. And I can hear you typing away. Is that like a ninjutsu card that we're missing? It
What card?
is. It is. What is this?
No, that's.
Is
I'm
this
pretty
for
sure that's
Boha?
just a. No, that's just a Slogurk. We tap the Rona for mana. Relic taps the Rona for mana. I'll cast Slogurk, untap the Rona. No, we're not.
I was
there's
literally
no ninjutsu.
looking. I was looking for ninjutsu. I was like, is that a
Not quite.
ninjutsu card? Let's
So.
go. That's a mechanic we don't see enough of in any
know,
format.
right?
Let's be honest. That's really, really sick.
So we got here for Ray. We're looting. Looks like we cycled the land, doing stuff with Rona. See what we can find here. Ray really wants to find. I mean, we're trying to resolve a Slogurk, which that's what we tried to do last turn. Sean did have a counter spell. One thing that's worth noting: No More Lies. The exile on that is massive because with Ray featuring 4 copies of Takenuma in their deck, it means that that card being exiled is no longer able to be, rebought off with the Takenuma.
Seen. So I think there's going to be around. We'll see if we can get productions give us how much time is left on the round. I imagine that it's going to be around the 5-minute mark because you can see the speed that both of these players are playing. This isn't a time warp match. It isn't been recorded and playing back to you at 1.5 speed. They are playing as quickly as you are witnessing. We're going to run it in a turn. Draw a card, discard a card. We're then going to go Takenoma. Is it Taka? Which one's that one? Yeah, the Takenoma and the turn.
Takenuma, yeah. There's the Slogurk back. And then we can use the Rona for mana. We're going to go ahead and cast the Slogurk, which untaps the Rona. And we'll see if Sean has another counter spell available. I see a No More Lies, but I think Ray still has 5 mana available to go ahead and pay for the No More Lies. So there's 2 No More Lies. Yep.
No more left in the deck. That's all 4 being cast so far this game in the first 8 turns.
There are, in fact, no more lies left in this game.
I love it. See that? Set you up. Knocks it out the park, my friend.
That was bad. Can we cut that?
I like that.
Okay, so we get a note from production that says going into time, but is that including their extension? That's what I want to double check.
Oh, yeah. The dice is on the table now. So this is turn 1.
It's got to be, yeah.
Turn 2. I don't think either player can win.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty clear draw.
We're going to start off with a duress. 1 card in hand. It's Memory Deluge. Now, what if... Okay, on 2, 3, 4... No, because we've only got 2 more turns. We've got this plus 1 more.
Yeah, I mean, Sean gets 2 attack steps, but I don't know if we can get 9 power in play to get a 2-turn clock, right? Like, I don't know how we're doing that.
Yeah, there's no Hall of the Storm Giants or anything crazy like that in this list.
Shark Typhoon, any of that stuff? None of that.
No, there's a lot whale.
Yeah, I was going to say, there is the whale. That's a 6/6, right?
Yeah, correct, 6/6.
But even then, it's still not a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, like we're going to go end of turn. We're going to flash back the Memory Deluge, put 2 cards in hand, leaves us with 2 mana, so we can't really add a threat that way. Yeah, I think we're just going through the motions here before we end up with a inevitable handshake from both these players. It's not the end of the world though, having a draw in round 5 when you started 4-0, but it's not as good as a win. It doesn't mean that you will have to play a little bit of extra match to try and get yourself into the top 8 this weekend. There's the 2 cards going to hand. Extra turn number 3. And if people are just tuning, just watching, Paper Magic for the first time, don't understand why this dice is on the table, what this extra turns means. Basically, once the time on the round has finished, there will be 5 extra turns starting when the round has ended. So the active player finishes their turn 0, and then from there, the players have 5 extra turns to try and get a conclusion of the game. There is a little bit of exception to that rule. If a slow play happens, I believe you can go up to 7. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah, something like that.
It looks like that might end up in a draw. Can we get confirmation that that's a draw production? There was no one conceded to the other one in the last rounds or anything like that. But while they do that, yeah, it was a draw. So that one did end in a draw. Both players going to be not advancing, but going to round number 6 with a 4-0-1 record. Could be a lot worse. Could end up being, the Will special and 0-3 drop. So they're still, getting one up on me. But that is going to be it for round number 5. We're going to step away, have a short break because that round took it out of everybody involved, not just us. Then we'll be coming back with round number 6 shortly. I'm going to be staying here for one more round. Doom's going to drop out, go get himself some dinner. And I'm going to be back in the booth with none other than Mason Clark himself. And then from round 7, I'm going to go, and then Doom's going to come back in and take over from me. So a little bit of confusion, cast to swap around for the next couple of rounds, chat, but we'll talk all through that when we come back. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series here at our standard showdown. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall XP, and I am now joined by none other than Mr. Mason Clark himself. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm excited to watch a bunch of standard today. I've been watching the stream before we got on here. There's a lot of really cool decks. The format's so diverse, and I can't wait to see these later rounds and the top 8 today.
And we have got some, we were just going over one of the deck lists that we're going to be seeing this round and how spicy that is. But before we get to it, let's talk about what the players are playing for this weekend, what prizes are on the line, because there is a lot of them. This is a standard 5K, so $5,000 on the line, broke up between the top 32 players. As you can see there, that's the breakdown to it. But they've got a bunch of points on the right-hand side there. Mason, talk me through these points and what they can add up to and what the eventual end goal of these points is.
Yeah, the points are so important for people that are playing all NRG series events over the course of the year. There are going to be 2 seasons this year, one at the first half, one in the second half. The top 3 players with season points are going to go to our championship. That's a $30,000 PTQ that we're going to be having at the store. It's going to be very exciting.
Right, it potentially could be one of these players as they are off to the races. So my next question is, who are we seeing and what decks are they playing?
Yeah, so we have Matthew Weis here on the left playing Esper midrange. Pretty traditional deck you've seen. Probably a lot of you been playing standard. And then we have Fanchen Yang on the right here playing Dimir ramp, which is basically kind of a combo deck. It's playing cards like Likeness Looter to make a copy of the card everyone knows, Conspiracy Unraveler, which is a new card from Murders of Markov Manor. Basically, the long story short is this lets you cast a spell by collecting evidence. Instead, we're going to use Breach the Multiverse and kind of mill our opponent out and put a bunch of things into play is the combo here. As we do see some reading here from Matthew.
This is like an advantage, right? You turn up to a tournament with a loaded bunch of new cards, and you're always going to have readers, and I very much encourage everybody to always read your opponent's cards. It's not up to them to let you make sure you know what they do. But just having a deck that your opponent doesn't know how it functions is such an advantage in this modern era of Magic that we've got, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I think, play off heuristics a lot, which, makes some amount of sense, especially these big turns. You need to be able to kind of like know what you're supposed to do, but being able to actually kind of think through and know what's going on in their deck matters a lot. And we see that happen, with a lot of our games. But if your opponent doesn't really understand what's going on, they don't have the heuristics and they're having to think through new problems on the fly. So just even having a baseline understanding of what's going on can be so massive with these decks.
Like I've got access to the deck list, and I've barely got an idea of what's going on in this deck. But we're going to be finding out together, chat, as we move forward here. Because this is round number 6, 8 rounds of action today. Before that cut to top 8, where we're going to see who's going to be taking this down, who's going to be getting a bunch of money, a bunch of points, but their likeness made on a token. As here comes a little bit of chip damage coming across. Here comes a Fairy Mastermind coming down. First one we've seen on coverage so far today. Love this card.
Yeah, that card's really good. And a big sign for Yang that Matthew has a counterspell. We activated our eluding effect on the last turn and we didn't flash in the Mastermind to get the card. That probably means that we're a little worried about something happening. And we wanted to have the mana up instead.
I think that's the Tukanora end of turn. We're going to mill 3 and we're going to return I think that's the alternate art Rona, right?
That is the alternate art Rona, yep.
Still got it. It's been a long day, Mason. You know about this. The morning shift can drag.
It really can, but not here in the later part of the day. As Yang's trying to set up reenact the crime on a turn, which is going to be pretty tough with Matthew having cards like No More Lies in hand, or at least signaling No More Lies. So I'm curious to see sort of how it goes.
So reenact the crime. Maybe we can get that on the screen for everybody at home. It's not exactly a staple currently that people would understand what's going on, but it is for 3 blue mana on 1 color. It's an instant. Exile target non-land card in a graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Copy it, and you may cast a copy without paying its mana cost. So yeah, and basically another way of cheating out like the multiverse, or I think that's the main one that would be cheating out, right?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a bunch of different things you could do with this. Like we also have a Tali in our deck. And the Conspiracy Unraveler is one we can do where you may collect Evidence 10 rather than pay the mana cost to cast. So like that allows us to get this into play, and then we cast a bunch of other spells, and we can kind of combo off from that point.
Here comes a Deep Cave Bat that's going to take out a redundant copy of Arona in hand. Leave Yang with, I think it was just an Otawara left in hand.
Sounds right to me.
I think it's the extended alternate art. There's a lot of different arts going on currently in Magic, especially in these decks. I'm all for it, by the way. I love alternate art. I love it when my cards look amazing. They basically perform better. I think that's the rule. The better the card art, the better the card performs.
Yeah, I think that is the rule. I think I saw some tweets about that from Frank Carson running the numbers. So,
okay, we're over on Matthew's side. We've got a loot going on here. Deciding, was it a loot or was it attack? Maybe it's just attack.
No, it was a second loot.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm not going losing my marbles.
No, you're all good. It was a unique place. As you know, what we got to get more looting happening here.
So Otawara. Bounce the Deep Cavern Bats back to hand. And then we're going to cast this, which by this, of course, I mean the Likeness Looter. And then back on the other side, we've got any replies to that? Nope, we're just going to be... There it is on the screen for you all. Because, of course, I know everybody knows what this does. It's a staple, but it does have a lot of text on it. 1 black, 1 blue for 1/1 flying fairy shapeshifter. Has tap, draw a card, then discard a card, then X. Likeness Looter becomes a copy of target creature card in your graveyard with mana value X. Except it has flying, and this ability can only be activated at sorcery speed.
Yeah, this is a great way to sort of, have extra copies of our things like Conspiracy Unraveler we talked about earlier, and things like, Atali. We don't get the ETB on Atali, but still, turning your Likeness Looter into a huge creature in the late game can be a very easy way to win the game.
Yeah, there was a little bit of shortcut just to clear that up, chat. So basically, the bat bounced it back to hand, but we cast it straight away. So that's why you saw it go into the battlefield. It didn't really get put behind the lands and then back in front. We did a little bit of short cut in there, but you can work that out with the 4 mana that was used. 2, because the OOR was reduced by 2 from the 2 legendaries on the battlefield, and then 2 mana to actually hard cast it and put it on the battlefield. And here is a nice follow-up. By the way, this card has impressed me every time I've read it, seen it played. The Preacher it's just for 3 mana. There's so much text on this, and it's a 2/4, so it's an absolute house. Really, really cool card.
Yeah, Preacher the Schism is a great card for like stabilizing you when you're behind, and then when you're ahead on life, you just sort of start running downhill in a lot of spots. And also just 2/4 Death Touch has been statted really well with everything going on, dodging things like Cut Down. This was like a 1/4. You would think most of the time it would play out the same, right? But the fact that it dies to Cut Down if you did that means it plays out really differently.
Yeah, one of the premium removals cards of this format. This is going to see this flashback. Is this the one I thought? This is the Terror Tide. Not a card we traditionally see in Standard, especially not this weekend. It might end up being a staple, but it is 2 colors, 2 black, with all creatures get -X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Now, that's in the main deck. That's really cool. That's like a big hedge towards all the aggro decks that are floating around, and potentially the Boros Convoke deck that we've been seeing put up really good numbers in Standard recently.
Yeah, it's probably a really nice situation for Yang where you want to play this card for things like Boros Convoke, and then it turns out against like a lot of Esper midrange, and other decks like this, like Dimir midrange, which we saw Will Kruger playing earlier today in our tournament and being undefeated so far. It's good against those decks as well. Deep Cavern Bat's a pretty annoying card. You want to kill the Gix, you want to kill the Preacher before they get going. So it's kind of a nice inclusion.
Oof, this is going to be a blast. I think we've got a counter spell here to be able to get that in the graveyard. That was the Conspiracy Unraveler, right? Like
yeah.
that. in itself is a 7-mana 6/6, but does have extra text on it. You may collect evidence 10 rather than paying the mana cost for spells that you cast. Now, I'm seeing a lot of cards that do a lot of things, but in conjunction, what's the powerful effects that this deck can do?
So you're going to do something like Conspiracy Unraveler, and then you cast like, Breach the Multiverse or some big spell like that for collecting evidence rather than actually paying the mana. And then your Breach will sort of continuously self-fuel, and you'll get your spells back from the graveyard, and you'll kind of keep going, and you'll put a bunch of power on the board, or just, cheat out something like an Atraxa into play, right? So the deck is trying to sort of we call it Dimir ramp because it is trying to, cheat out big things early and using things like Rona and Likeness Looter, etc., to enable cards like Reenact the Crime to sort of ramp it out there. But honestly, I think you could argue this is like standard Reanimator in a lot of ways as well.
Well, unfortunately, Matthew is going to take down just applying enough pressure, while enough counter magic. Yang, I believe, drew a Atraxa for the turn, missing that vital green mana to be able to hard cast it, though, because that would have been a pretty sweet top deck if it wasn't. But the good thing for everybody at home, this is a closed deck list tournament, but not for us. We've got the deck list. Let's get them on the screen and have a little talk through it. So starting off on Yang's side, what do you like bringing in here, Mason?
Yeah, so I imagine cut down's going to be pretty important. We saw how powerful Deep Cover Bat has been in this match and in a lot of our matches today. Cards like Rafine are also going to be on our mind, so I love cut down in this matchup. I can imagine Deadly Cover-Up. That's the new 5-mana Wrath from Murder at Karlov Manor that you can also collect evidence in order to name a card in your opponent's graveyard and remove all other copies. That's a card that I could see we maybe want, since our opponent is playing so many creatures, but we might want to err away from that. It really kind of depends. And I can also imagine Urtai is probably going to come in here just as a way to kind of fight over some of these things and maybe, kill spell something, kind of get a body on board and become a little bit of a hassle for our opponent. But besides that, I could maybe see a world where we want negate. It really depends on how you want to structure your deck when it comes to the amount of looters and things you have post-board, because Yang saw this very masterminds and has to assume there's a minimum of 3, in the opponent's deck, because people very rarely go below 4, and if they do, it's 3 at the max. So
I love this. It looks really cool. I'd love to see it actually pop off and see some of the powerful effects from it. But over on the other side, this Esper mid-range, let's see if we can get that up on the screen, show everybody at home. What do you like bringing out the sideboard here?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things that jump out to me that I'm probably pretty interested in. Disdainful Stroke is the first one, and then Tashani's Tidebinder. I think those are pretty self-explanatory. Tidebinder is going to be able to stop any weird trigger type stuff that could happen. You got to see stuff like in the graveyard, like a Tali or a Trax. I think some of them got discarded, so those are coming. Disdainful Stroke is also going to stop things like Reenact the Crime, which I think is a pretty easy assumption to jump to if you think about why am I playing all these looters? That's kind of weird. Besides that, I think that the only other card that I'm super interested in considering is something like Destroy Evil. And the main reason for that is I'm unsure exactly what my opponent's sideboard threats might be. And they might have a bit of a pivot plan, or maybe they stop relying on the graveyard so much, or try to move their deck a little bit. So Destroy Evil could be a card that answers a lot of those different pivoting threats, but also can still just remove the Atraxa or Tali or, the evidence creature, the Conspiracy Unraveler if it hits play as well. So those should be the things that I'm kind of looking at if I was Weis here.
Also, Matthew said he might not even know exactly what's going on the other side of the battlefield. There's a chance we could end up, sideboarding wrong for this matchup, thinking that it's something else, or just going off the cards that we've seen and we haven't actually seen the big finisher yet. Again, one of the huge advantages to bring in kind of a very off meta deck to a big tournament like this. Both players looks like they're finishing sideboarding. They're just shuffling up. So let's get back down to the match. Well, we've got 30 seconds or so, Mason. Lightning Bolt, talk to me.
So
Lightning Bolt standard.
Here's the whole thing, and y'all talk about it. Just Dominic was no immediately, no conversation. And here's the thing: I'm not saying I'm pro putting Lightning Bolt in standard. I'm just saying if I'm in the design room meeting, right, and someone throws out the idea of what if we put Lightning Bolt into our set, you know what I mean? I would not be oh, that's unrealistic. We could have the conversation about it. That's all I was trying to say in Twitch chat. Is I'm not saying it's easy to slot Lightning Bolt in. It changes the the structure of the entire standard format. It's a much harder card to bounce around, and there are other ways you can get lots of benefits from having other cool iconic cards get added. I just think Lightning Bolt is a good example of a card that is incredibly iconic and is probably just on the edge of too strong for standard, but might be in the realm of standard playable and be allowed to be in the format. And I think it's cool to have iconic strong cards. We've seen players get very excited about, Lightning Helix. We've seen players get very excited by No More Lies, which is essentially, mana leak with a small upside but harder mana to cast, right? So players like when Cavern of Souls, Liliana came back. So I'm a pretty big believer in wanting to get exciting strong cards back into Standard. And I think Lightning Bolt is, if it came back in the next 5 years, I would not bat an eye.
What's the what's your benchmark though? What if what's card iconic card would you just be hard no without even giving it consideration? Oko?
Oko. I don't even think Oko's. I guess Oko is iconic in some ways. Yeah, Oko's a pretty hard no. That's like just unfun in a lot of ways. People not getting to play with their creatures just also warps games way too much. I think that one's a pretty hard no for me. I probably would know the hard no's better than like where I would be in my head. Like I could imagine Brainstorm, for example. That's a card that we could introduce now. That's going to cause problems in other formats, right? But we could deal with that later as the game was starting.
Yeah, we're off to the races. We're just starting off with a couple of land here, though, for both players. Here comes this one of the new Surveil lands. And I feel like everyone's kind of still toying with numbers of these cards. Some decks you only want one of, other decks we want a full suite of them. They can be really good, obviously very good in other formats where fetch lands are available. But in something like Standard, it's I feel like the jury's still out. It still like a powerful land, but maybe not as great as everybody thinks they could be. What's your opinion on them?
Yeah, the Surveillance are interesting because in a lot of ways in the Standard, they're a lot like temples. They're just temples you can search off your Boseiju because you don't really, have the fetch lands. Ironically, Yang's deck here is the one that can best use them from what I've seen. Trying to use things like Reenact the Crime, turn 5, play a Surveil land, put a tracks in, cast Reenact the Crime is pretty huge.
Wait till you see Sam's black deck and how good they are in that deck. That's pretty cool. But we're going to see a Fairy Mastermind come down end of turn here. Obviously, I believe it's a ninja that gets made, if I'm not mistaken. Counter from the Kyoto. I think yes, a 1/1 token that can't be blocked. It's ninja because you don't see ninjas coming. The flavor text is on point there. I love to see it. Yeah. And it was phased out end of turn, so we weren't being able to attack it with the Fairy Mastermind. 4th land drop here for Yang.
You talk about flavor being on point. Kaito there, phasing out, also very cool. And I actually really like this play here of just we're going to discard with Kaito. Normally you always want to attack and just get your raw draw. But yeah, it looks like we're trying to do something like Reenact the Crime or something like that this turn.
Yeah, not many decks want to be doing that. They want to get that combat damage in early and kind of get the added cards to their hand. But cards in graveyard does play in it to the game plan of Yang. This 4-mana card, thank you very much, is React the Crime. Spoke about it earlier on. And for 4 mana, we get to play a 7/7 trampling dinosaur with that has... It doesn't have flying. It's the other one. But it does enter the battlefield, which means ETB effect. We're going to mill cards off the top of the deck until we hit spells, and we're going to cast them. And one of them is a Liliana the Veil, which is going to be ticked down. And the other one is the Preacher, which is not bad. Not a bad turn 4, I'd say.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing a little bit from looking at Matthew's hand is I think he maybe didn't fully get the joke before. Like you had said, maybe he didn't quite get it because he's like a bunch of kill spells in hand, and it's possible that we just, we kept a couple in to fight over the looters, which makes sense for stopping this combo. We just ended up drawing all of them, but yeah, you see Cut Down and Anoint with Affliction in hand here, so clearly we were trying to fight over the looters to some amount here.
Yeah, don't line up great when there's a 7/7 dinosaur on the other side. Here comes a bat. Let's have a little look at what's going on. There's a Cut Down, a Jace, and the big fly that I can't remember, the Unraveler.
Conspiracy Unraveler.
We're going to take the Cut Down here.
The Conspiracy Unraveler says things like, play boosters were here to get us and things like that, like just.
I did my first draft the other day with the new set, and the person feeding me and the person feeding that person all opened the same rare. So I got severely cut off.
That's really funny.
Yeah, it was a War Leader's Crime, really well is cool. The enchantment. It was pretty rough. Anyway, cool. Now we're getting attacked with big 7/7 dinos. We're gonna have Liliana ticking up. We're gonna have Kaito ticking up, adding more cards to hand, kind of refilling the damage that these bats have done. But I'd much rather take dinosaurs over bats in this situation.
Yeah.
And the follow-up is a Rona.
This might be the rare get to the Rona backside, turn into a Phyrexian Obliterator and just attack a lot. But we're kind of seeing, Matthew maybe has some cards that can answer. Oh, that's how you build your collection there. Has some answers that can get there, with the bats and like other spells. But I really think we're kind of, I don't know.
This will help
here. Yeah, it does help.
I mean, that means we can at least block the Dino and get it off the battlefield with the Death Touch from Shieldred. Is that the Phyrexian art one? As in all the wording's done in Phyrexian? I think it is.
Well, I can tell you on my screen, it might as well be Phyrexian.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it's Phyrexian because I can't read any of it.
I know that's Shieldred's base art, 1 of 10 different arts and ways you can get your Shieldred.
Hey, this Ronin that's flipped into the Obliterator, like you said. So this has got a load of text on it. This is when it's dealt combat damage. You get to use spells from your opponent's hand at random, I believe. I think I shortcut that a little bit, but
I think it's your hand.
Oh, is it your hand?
You may cast it without paying it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Which is even better for Yang. When he's
no, it's whoever does the damage. It's whoever does the damage. Okay, that's how it works. I saw an Aspiring Spike deck where we bolted our own Rona, you see, and then we put in like an Emrakul.
You can't just let lightning bolts go today, can you?
I can't let it go. You're really going to get chat going. Let's talk about what's stronger, lightning bolt or brainstorm. As it does look like Weis is in the tank here.
Don't. Okay, that's a make disappear off the top. I think the damage has mostly been done at this point, though, so it might not be great, but it might find a target for it. Bats coming across. 2 points of damage is going to be gained. 2 damage is going to be done to Kaito. And a pass of the turn. But we're at 5. Maybe the Alive Tower hasn't updated. Or we're going to be flashing in this tie binder for blocking duty.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Life Tower hasn't been updated because otherwise this would be a lethal attack. So I think we might be at 7 here on Matthew's side. Dropping to 2, that makes more sense.
Yep, Bat's getting in there.
Doomwake is going to have some words with you next round in the booth, I believe.
Well, that's crazy. It's awkward if we get it. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go -3 and gain 2 life, appearing on a venture with Lockwind's Scorn. This card's awesome, by the way. The first time I ever saw it was in a draft. I was like, whoa, this card is amazing in draft. It's not bad in standard either, by the looks of it. It's going to eat some... Was that count? Did we decide not to pay the mana for it?
Well, Make Disappear got casualty, so that'd be 4 mana. We're still having Make Disappears in Weiss's deck. Not no more lives. A good moment for that, The differences do come up,
Would you like this Atraxa that I can't cast, or would you like this blue card that I can cast? Well, it looks like we're going to go for the Atraxa. I guess you don't know that we currently can't cast it in our deck. Let me just double check before I say that out loud.
Well,
there isn't any green or white lands, is it? No, the Destiny's no way to hard cast it.
Yeah, I think the idea from Weis here is that the Conspiracy Unraveler is saying crazy stuff over there, like about play boosters, but also it costs 7 mana, so it's a little bit off. And we just need to not let Atraxa come back if we're going to win. But, the Relentless Reef in play is just going to actually kill us.
Oh, that means that we get to go to a game number 3, but Matthew's going to have a little bit more of an idea of what's going on the other side of the battlefield now, as in the graveyard can be coming back into the battlefield as early as turn number 4, as we saw big old dinosaurs pitting on the battlefield. It was basically Jurassic Park is what we saw there. We saw Jurassic Park happen in real life, but we're going to have another look at the deck list of both these players for everybody at home. So you can also, maybe you want to pick these cards up, bring them to your next event at your local LGS. Obviously, if you're in America, you want to buy those cards from the NRG store because they're going to be fully stocked on all these beautiful cards. Anything we change in play draw dependent here?
I think it's all the same. I think I'm really curious to know sort of like how many of the kill spells did we actually have? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's possible we just had like 3 or 4, right? Or total between everything we had. We just had a bunch in our hand, but it seems like we just had a lot of them, and there are some of them that I was a little surprised to still see in the deck. But overall, I think that, probably don't need stuff like Affliction. I kind of get the idea, though, like of exiling versus having some other kill spells. But it's probably better to have the cheaper ones, I would guess, and then have cards like Go for the Throat to actually answer things like Atraxa if they do stick. But it's going to be interesting to see kind of how Weis wants to position himself in game number 3 now that he's seen how Yang decks work.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Let's have a flick across to Yang's deck for everybody at home because, this was the first time I've seen this list, and it might be the first time that you at home are also having a look. But it does look crazy fun to me. I feel like this is definitely a deck I would like to, pick up and give it some reps on Arena or something like that. What would do you think there's anything changing here, play draw dependent, or is it like our deck's going to do our thing and it's on my opponent to stop it?
Yeah, I think Yang is in a position where it's going to be mostly the same. I could see a world where maybe Yang kept in an extra looter instead of having some interactive card in the sideboard because we were on the play and wanted to get on the board early. But honestly, I could see us just presenting the exact same deck list here for Yang. Our deck kind of does what it's trying to do, and maybe there's some kind of sideboarding that happens where we're just moving cards back and forth, so our opponent doesn't know if we're interactive or trying to go for it more. But I think overall, we're going to present a very similar deck that we did for game number 2.
Okay, when it comes to sideboarding, paper magic, are you the sort of person that gets out 4 cards from your sideboard, puts them on the table, then takes 4 cards out your main deck and puts them in, or do you like to shuffle the full 15 in and then take 15 out?
Sometimes, it really depends on how much time we have and everything that's going on and sort of what are we doing, right? A lot of times I'll end up just taking a bunch and slamming them into my deck and then going through and taking out. Sometimes I'm trying to be a little bit more timely about things, for example, if I need to think about the matchup a lot, I'll just grab and put them in because I need to figure out what I need to do anyways, right? Let's say I'm playing against someone like Yang who I maybe haven't played the matchup before. If it's, let's say I'm playing against, you on Mono Red Burn, for example, or Toxic or something like that, and we spent 30 minutes on our first game, I'm going to be much more efficient. I'm just going to quickly, put the cards in front of me and then shove them in my deck and then, finish sideboarding really quick. And if you saw that bringing in 5 cards, oh well, not the end of the world.
On the flip side of that, how much notice do you actually take of your opponent and how many cards that they're bringing in during sideboarding?
It depends on how much I have to do, honestly. Once I'm kind of done with my thing, sometimes I'll look over and be like, wow, that's 7 cards in front of them. What's going on? How could you even have 7 cards for me? I'm Esper midrange. But, for the most part, I would say I don't really notice it most of the time.
Well, both players, I believe we kept opening 7s for both players here. So we're off to the races. We're going to see a bit of land go. But now we're going to see Gix coming down. This card, really good when you have a board presence. Still quite good on its own, but realistically, you're only playing this when your opponent's tapped out. You got a couple of bats on the battlefield, and then you can draw a load of extra cards. Do we have an answer for it here from Yang? Well, Jason's going to do it. I believe the tick up gives it -3, -0.
It does.
Yeah, and that's what we're targeting it. You ain't getting no damage in, no extra cards for you.
Yeah, and this is a really great card to kind of have on the battlefield and force Weis to commit more to the board when he wants to, get something down, right? And then sort of just nickel and dime and holding up interaction the entire time. So having, your card like Gix is actually a really good one to force Yang to put something in the way, run away with the game, but Jace sort of a perfect counter in this spot.
Just thinking about it, Jason must also double up because you can also mill yourself, right, to pick the cards that you need in your graveyard to then try and get them back in bit on the battlefield. That's really cool. That's really cool. I like that.
Yeah, I also imagine Yang gets the draw 3 mode on this Jace a lot just due to all the looting and milling and stuff that we have. So it's probably an all-star in this deck.
Pretty sick indeed. We did use the Phyrexian mana, so that was if you've seen it for the first time, means that you can use 2 life points instead of paying the mana for it. That's why Jason was able to come down on 3, even though it is technically a 4 drop. We're going to start the turn off by ticking up, giving the Gix -3, -0 again. And is this a duress, maybe?
What? Oh, looks like it's Kaito.
Oh, Kaito's coming down. Okay.
Yeah. It was interesting. Yang had cut down in hand. I thought we might be just passing. And then if Weis taps out or something like that, we might cut down the Gix to just get it off the board since now it is at 0-3. But that might just be a play we're saving for a later turn.
Make Disappear is going to answer the Kaito anyway. It's always nice when your opponent taps out for a spell and you can just cast it, counter it for 2 extra. That's pretty good. That's a nice tempo advantage as Wandering Emperor main phase to be able to put a +1/+1 counter, I imagine, on the Grix. And now it can do combat damage, can draw the card, and start trying to pull away a little bit of card advantage here for Matthew. I don't hate this.
Yeah, I think it's probably pretty telling that maybe we're missing something like a land if we're willing to do this in the main phase, because we could have, held up our mana, end of turn, put the counter, lose out on this cycle. But, if Matthew doesn't have much going on, you might as well just, it's better to get going and hope that Yang doesn't have his stuff than give him more time to assemble his, synergies.
Here comes the tick up and the cut down. Love it, because it does have power and toughness combined of 5 after the -3 -0 being a 4/4, dropping down to a 1/4. Okay, it's always nice. It's always nice to answer that with a nice simple 1 mana spell while holding up 3 mana. We did miss our land drop though, so good chance that Yang has a full grip of at least cards. I don't know about castable, but a full grip of cards, as we're going to make a samurai. And any follow-ups here? Oh, we're going to animate. We're going to fire up our creature to land. That's going to eat another cut down. Going to go to the bin. We're playing very what's the word, like heads up here. Like we're just jamming our spells. There's no like trying to toy it for position here. No end of turn shenanigans. This is what I got. You got answers for it, great. If you don't, well, yes, I'm going to be pulling forward a little bit as we see -3 getting cast on the samurai token. Now that's going to get to go on an adventure.
Yeah, and I kind of like this from Weis. Earlier, a couple turns ago, we kind of showed, hey, I don't have counter spells, whatever, the way we played. And now we're just kind of like, we're leaning into that, and we're trying to establish something before we try to get back to posturing. If we don't have anything, it just doesn't matter what we posture or not, because Yang will just take the draw steps.
Yeah, posturing is the best word for that. That's right. You're just so good with words, Mason. Like you know that. I don't tell you enough, but you're so good with the old words here. As Yang misses the 5th land drop again. Not ideal. Really looking. That's a Liliana off the top, not a land. And we're going to play it. Make disappear check. It resolves. Tick down for Liliana. Going to get rid of another samurai token. Jace is going to tick down, which is going to be mill 3, draw 1. And that's not a land. That's a big 7 mana dinosaur.
It's like a land if you think about it.
I'm thinking really hard.
Because we have a looter in our deck, and we'll discard it, and we'll keep a land.
See, I was thinking 1 step ahead. You're thinking 3 steps ahead.
You're lacking vision, is what I'm hearing.
That's why you're the coach. You see, that's
right.
why Mason the coach Clark, and I'm just Will the experience.
You're like Doug Digimdale right now with that mustache, my man. You ever see Fairly Odd Parents?
I have not. I have no idea who that is. But,
you should look up Doug Digimdale.
All right, I'm on it. Hold on a minute. Doug. Am I going to be insulted by this?
No, he was a very cool character. He had a big mustache like you did.
Okay.
Doug Dimmadome. Excuse me. I misremembered it. Twitch chat knows who it is.
Sure. Cue all the memes and tags in Twitter I'm going to get from that now. Thank you very much, Mason.
Happy to help. We have like almost 2,000 people watching today. We want to make sure to click that follow button. That way they don't miss any of the other action. And make sure to tweet at WillHallEXP with your favorite Doug Dimmadome meme.
I've never even heard of him before. What's he famous for?
He owns the Dimmadome.
Oh, cool. What's that?
It's like a place in the Fairly Odd Parents show. We can talk about it between games if you want, but right now we're passing back and forth.
Hey, we hit the 5th land drop. There you go. We're back in it. We're going. Kaito for the turn. And it looks like it's resolving. We're going to tick it down, make a token, which means it's going to be phasing out end of turn. So we will be able to get to use it again next turn. We're going to tick up this Liliana, which means we're both going to have to discard. And that dino is going to go to the graveyard and a land for Matthew. Then we're going to tick up Jace, give the cave back -3/-0, which means it is currently a -2/1. So probably won't be turning that sideways anytime soon. Cut down is going to deal with the 1/1 ninja token. And then Matthew's going to untap for turn and draw. I think the Wandering Emperor was ticked up. Yeah, we're going to decide where we're putting this +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, Matthew knows he wants the counter. I imagine, you push on the samurai. That way you dodge cut down going forward and force the hand of Yang.
That's going to get Liliana off the battlefield. I believe Matthew's just got a bunch of removal in hand, right? And not even like good removal.
Yeah, I think we have like Anoint with Affliction Friend still in hand.
We're going to draw a card. We're going to discard a card. I think it was a land drawn. Might have a multiverse in hand. Trax is going to go to the graveyard. And this did come in out the sideboard, as you said. This is the new Wrath spell, Deadly Cover Up, which does have a bit of extra text on it. So, additional to the cost of this spell, you may collect evidence 6. Destroy all creatures. If evidence was collected, exile a card from an opponent's graveyard, then search its owner's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of the named card and exile them. That player shuffles, then draws a card for each card exiled from their hand this way. And it looks like are we going for bat here?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we're going to take the Deep Cavern Bat, just so that way we put Cruelty of Gix in our hand. I think the idea is next turn we're going to put Atraxa into play if we don't see any counter spells, and there weren't any real counter spells we wanted to take from the graveyard, if any. I actually don't think we've shown one this game.
Pretty cool. And you also get to have a good look at the deck list of your opponent, because this is not an open deck list tournament yet. They've got to wait to the top 8 for that. So it is closed deck list, and Yang using that fully to the advantage. With this just apps, I'm going to keep calling it an off-meta deck. Maybe because of my ignorance, I haven't seen it before, but I think this is a real cool deck moving forward. Win or lose in this matchup.
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely something to this deck, and we're seeing a lot of refinement too. Is, I saw some of this deck like maybe 2 weeks ago, and it did not have, as much of a good mixture of like removal and other planeswalkers that play like, a good mixture game, right? Like Kaito is a great thing to have in your deck to kind of like play a fair-ish game with all your removal, but also set up your combo. You play it on 3, you're going to have it on turn 4 thanks to the phase out almost always. That sets up the Reenact the Crime. That kind of stuff is really smart innovation that I love to see.
So we're going to use the tick up from Kaito. We have an attack, so it will be a draw, a discard. We're going to hit a land. It's one of the new surveil ones. We're going to surveil another land to the graveyard, and then the follow-up is going to be the is it Celtius or something that is called?
The
Celestus, which now brings in the day-night token. Great mechanic to follow on camera.
Yeah, it's sweet. It's daytime right now.
It is not in the UK. It is definitely nighttime here in the UK. We're getting close to 10 o'clock at night. Let's how are we going to move forward? We're seeing one thing I'm noticing is this Jace has been on the battlefield, which seems forever, and so does this Wandering Emperor. Here comes a nice hit. Here is a big spicy Phyrex. She's not the Phyrexian general, is she? That's the Traxo. What's Shieldred? Shieldred's the Phyrexian law check.
She was the Gladiator Arena. She tried to become the general, and then Ellerstorm beheaded her. Thus the card in All Be One where Shieldred's head is like falling off or whatever. So
I knew you'd know the lore to it. I was like, I know Trax is the general. I can't remember which Shieldred was, but
it was actually the final test when they were like working on MH3. They're like, "Do you know the lore?" And then I was just like, obviously, So
are you going to give any of us spoilers on what's in MH3 this week?
No.
I think every time I speak to you, I'm always asking about it.
And then every time I'm like, I can't talk to you about it until the time comes.
I can't wait. I literally cannot wait till it gets printed. I'm just going to be tweeting at you going, what the is this card, Nathan?
I tweet Doug Dividone keeps messaging me about cards.
Okay, right. Here it comes. Besiege the Multiverse. So this is it target opponent or both players? It's both players, isn't it?
I think it's every player. For Commander.
Let's not mention that here. Come on, this is a competitive Magic tournament where both players are basically going to mill 10, and we get to put a permanent from both, or no, a creature or planeswalker from both piles onto the battlefield. And there's a bit of glare, but let's have a little look at what we've got option wise.
Yeah, it looks like we've got at least a Virtue and a Takanuma as some of the options. It looks like we've chosen some other cards. It's probably like a Cruelty of Gix and an Otawara.
Is that an Atraxa now on the battlefield?
Yep, Atraxa hit the battlefield from the breach.
Oh, that's okay. I got you.
We're resolving the breaches. The Atraxa's trigger there.
Got you. That's it. I was looking at the Beseech when that was happening. That's why. But now we're going to get a little ninja token. Tick up the Jace, making that Samurai 0/3. Well, you're going to have to give a good answer to this, Matthew. And I'm looking at your deck list, and I'm not sure you do. Unless maybe the Gix commands came in.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where Matthew, tried to play the tempo role and, gets himself on board and control things. But Yang did too good a job of managing the threats. With Matthew missing his turn 2, and then turn 3 playing the Gix. This lined up 2 perfectly with, honestly, almost in removal from Yang's deck and the Jace. And just the Jace basically never left the battlefield at that point.
Well, there's the answer to the Atraxa, but obviously Atraxa, once she hits the battlefield, damage is kind of done when you get to refill your hand with loads of different card types. Still day. Good to see that that's keeping up on the battlefield. The amount of times that I've seen judge calls because the day, the night, and the night is flipped, and we have to go back and forth with it. Here comes the powerful free drop. Have we seen that cast this game at all yet? The Seer. I don't think we've seen one so far this game. This is going to be the first of it in game number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Probably would have wanted that a little bit sooner for Matthew, because we could start cycling away some of these bad cards in my hand, should I say. Removal spells that don't really hit anything, and as redundant lands. There's the attack. Get the extra trigger.
It's a 1/4 next to Jace, so just bumps heads with the Urtai.
And we're in the how many cards do you have left in your deck part of the game. How many Beseechers can I cast before I mill you out?
Unironically. I kind of wish Yang had double block there and just finished off the Samurai so it wasn't a problem anymore, but maybe we have bigger plans with the Ninja.
Gonna have a little cat of our own deck list. I think we've probably got less cards in Yang's deck. Could be wrong on that though.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The black sleeves are really hard for me to count. I'm actually pretty good, I think, at counting when the players do it, but the black sleeves are just too tough.
I think we've got an Unraveler in hand that we're looking to cast, and then we can start casting multiple Beseechers from the graveyard or from. Is it from? Can we cast them from anywhere, or is it got to be from hand?
It's from hand, I think.
From hand, okay.
Yeah, so I think what's happened is we milled the Jace for 15, and now we're going to reenact the crime to get back the Jace by collecting evidence, and then we're going to mill you again for 15. So that's 30 cards, and that should probably put us. Yeah.
That's sick. That's a really cool way to finish that game off. We're looking at the life totals. Yang's on a different level, looking at how many cards you got. I'm going to just mill you out and win in standard that way. Really cool victory there, advancing now to a 5-1 record. So, hats up, congratulations. We do have our backup feature match still going. So let's move straight down to that, producer. Let's just get down. Let's get the most magic we can on screen. We've got Sam versus Cliff, and now. When we're talking about these surveilled lands and how good they can be, well, let me introduce you to a lovely little card that Sam's got in his list, which is called Insidious Roots, Mason.
Yeah, Insidious Roots is a very fun and exciting build-around card.
Very, really. Obviously, I'm a Yawgmoth player. I thought this card was pretty cool when I saw it played. But now, after I've seen it in standard and how it can go off in literally just one turn, you can just end the turn with multiple, almost like 20 power on the battlefield. It's crazy. Maybe we'll get to see it here from Sam. Is down a game, though, going in this game number 2. Here comes the Surveil land. I'm going to put the extra land into the graveyard. And I think we saw Sam, I think it was round 1. But since then, bounced back and picked up 4 wins in a row. So really, hoping to get into that top 8 a week before MagicCon Chicago and the Pro Tour. It'd be pretty good, for morale to go into that weekend on a winning record, as we see Takanama mill 3 cards. Do we want to put any of these in, or any creature or planeswalker from our graveyard into our hand? Sam says, yes, I do.
Yeah, one of the cards, Sam has a lot of very cool and exciting cards in this deck that work well together, but Fairy Dream Thief is one of the cards I think has been, weirdly not great yet in standard, but is obviously such a powerful card. And this deck is one of the better Fairy Dream Thief decks I have seen.
It like when you look at it, there was so many little dawdly 1/1s in this deck, but together they actually have they combine to do one huge task. And Sam's he's a master at these sort of decks, right? Loves making tokens, loves these crazy little synergy decks, and we're going to see Rabble Belt Maverick. If you told me that this was going to see play in standard, I would have said, get out of it. You're wrong, Mason. But what would I know, as it is a 1-drop with an ETB of Surveil 2, and then has the extra text of exiling it from the graveyard, adding a counter. And that with Roots on the battlefield, well, then we'll start rocking and rolling.
Yeah, one thing that's really interesting to me from like thinking about the cards and almost like a design standpoint, it's like 1-drops are very strong just because you're going to play them early or whatever. And we've been seeing a lot of 1-drops that kind of have like half a card of value on them, right? Like Fairy Dream Thief, you get the Surveil, and then, in her case, you can spend some mana, exile it, draw a card, right? This Rebel Maverick here has like, ETBs, and you Surveil as well, right? And then you can do some graveyardy stuff. There's just a lot of cards like that in Sam's deck. The Snarling Gorehound as well. And there's just a lot of 1-drops that have this small and sentimental value. And Lunarch Veteran here is another great example. It's a Saravinge or whatever it's called, and then gains life, comes back. There's just a lot of stuff like that. And I'm really interested to see like when does it break? We got to have a critical mass of these 1-drops that have incidental value that eventually become something like what Sam's doing here today. Now, maybe it's not this deck, but it's very interesting to see it.
I think that might be a Cosmic Rebirth for Sam. So one thing about this Roots deck is it doesn't do much unless it has Roots in play. And looking at Cliff's hand, we've got 2 Get Lost and a March in hand. And the fact that we're just firing this March off anyway on like probably not one of the more powerful cards, but like the Case of the Uneaten Feast shows a little bit of power in how strong the hand is.
Yeah, I think Sam was actually about to solve the case is what happened.
What
I might
does
be
that
wrong.
Even do much?
Well, it lets you cast all the creatures from your graveyard.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's
yeah.
that's pretty good. If that one, yeah. I understand why that's got a rare symbol next to it now. That's pretty good in this deck.
Yeah, Case of the Uneaten Feast is a card I think people like. I don't know. It is definitely a Johnny's welcome a lot of the time, right? Like you just gain some life, but when it works and you like assemble a lot of things with it, it is very powerful.
So it looks like we've gone to turns, and this is turn 1. Here comes a Roots for Sam off the top. That's going to be huge to be able to kind of build a little bit of presence, potentially not to lose the game, but we could end up going to a draw here, which is not ideal for both, but I don't think it will knock them out of top 8 contention yet. They'll need some tiebreakers to go their way, but we've got a little bit of magic to go before then, so let's not worry about it too much. As Get Lost is on the stack, and it is going to take out that root, put it into the graveyard. 2 map tokens coming along. Love the new art for these map tokens, by the way.
They're very exciting. I wonder if it's possible that Cliff can win the game in turns by ultimating the Jace, like kind of what we saw last round, right? Well, or the match, excuse me, like minus this Jace for like 21, minus the next Jace for like, 15, and just hope that Sam's done enough incidental stuff. It doesn't seem that way from, like the graveyard doesn't look that big, but at least that's the way that Cliff can maybe win the game.
That is an out. And it'd be pretty cool if we saw both games come to get concluded by Jace ticking down and just milling out our opponent. But we're moving forward. This is the dice is gone, but I think it'd be extra turn number 2.
Yeah, it's also possible these players maybe have an extension or something.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can say that. What production?
Yeah. So production let us know the die is actually reminding us which creature is getting minus by Jace. So while we normally use the screen dice here on coverage for letting us know when we're in turn, they're not quite in turns yet. We have a little bit of time left to go.
That makes a lot more sense, and that's also good for everybody watching at home, because we don't want to see games concluded by that. We want to see a clear winner, as map token is going to get cracked. It's going to reveal a land that's going to go to hand. Crack again. What's on top? A Sarah's Emissary. That's not a bad one.
Yeah, that card is very good at if the game is about grinding.
So not Emissary, it's a Paragon, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I wasn't going to throw it into the bus like that.
No, always throw it into the bus. And there's a handshake. What did we miss for that?
So what happened is Sam popped the thing, attacked the Jace. We flashed in the Wandering Emperor. We minus, and Sam just conceded. He's like, listen, you got 5 cards in hand. The Jace is probably a turn away from ultimating. I know I have nothing in my deck that can kill that Jace. I'm going to pick it up. Let's have a little bit more time in our life.
So yeah, okay. So it was going to be another Jace ultimate, basically, to win it out. Sweet. Well, on that one, we've got no more magic for you, but we do have some future events here and in the NRG. If you're inspired to come and take part in one of these events, so next time you're going to see the NRG go live is going to be in April 20th, 21st. That is going to be in Minneapolis, and on Saturday it is going to have a 10K modern showdown. On the Sunday, well, that's a 5K trial, and that format is going to be Legacy. Where are they going next, Mason?
Yeah, and then after that, we're going May in Indianapolis for Modern, and then Team Trios after that. Those are both 10K. Those are both showdowns as well, Will. So if we show up and win either of those events, you will make our end of the year championship series event $30,000, invite to the Pro Tour, and so much more on the line there. And then after that, Will, where are we rounding out this little quarter?
Well, it's going to be in St. Louis, which is going to, on the Saturday, have a 10K Pioneer. And on the Sunday, well, it's going to be a 5K trial, which format will be modern. That's going to be happening over the weekend of June 22nd and 23rd. And Mason, like, I have Will Hall facts. I don't know if you know about these, but every location we go to, I have a little Google about what's in the area for people going into it. And I think I've got one left for St. Louis that I haven't said so far. The Arch, which apparently is in St. Louis, it's a nice big monument, is the tallest man-made monument in the United States. And now you know. You're welcome. I have one. I'm not saying they're interesting facts. I'm just saying I've got facts. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But we're going to move back to the booth, as that is going to be the end of round number 6. That is going to be the end of me. I'm going. I've got to go drive back to camp and have like a real job and stuff. It'd be boring, but I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mason and Doom. They're going to be taking you through not only the last couple of rounds of the Swiss, but the top 8 as well. So for me, I want to say thank you, chat. You've all been amazing. Thank you very much, Doom. I know you're out there having your dinner right now, but thank you very much for carrying me all today. And Mason, appreciate this round. Always a pleasure to work with you, my friend. And I hope you kill it in the top 8. I'll be trying to listen while I'm driving. So have a good one, chat. Stick around because we'll be having more magic real shortly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG 5K Showdown today. I'm Mason Clark, joined by your co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here to bring you round 7 of the standard action. But before we get down to that, Devin, really quickly, let's talk about what we're playing for this weekend here. And we're playing for a lot of dollars, a lot of points, and an invite to our NRG Series Finals at the end of the year. Devin, we're going to tell the players about that real quick.
Absolutely. So the winner of this event is going to be invited to our end of year NRG championships that we just had not too long ago. That was won by Steven Dykman. Just an absolute, just crushed the entire year last year. So these players playing for a spot at that end of year event. And also what they are playing for is not only first place gets a spot in the champs, but they also get their likeness on a token. That's any token of their choice. If they want to go ahead and whatever they want to choose, the first place gets a token. Mason, what would you be if you could pick a token?
Oh, that's very interesting. I think I'd pick a weird one, maybe something like Goblin Shaman. I don't know. I don't know. It's on screen. I just said it. I don't know. Maybe Map. Map would be a pretty cool one too.
Like it.
But really quickly here, let's check out our players to watch as our players are finishing up shuffling down in the feature match area. Oh, we're okay there. So for our players to watch here, Connor Laley 3-3. You're going to see Connor play all around. He is someone who wants to make it back to our championship of the year. Dominic Harvey is our backup in our feature match area at 5-1. Benjamin Ungar in our champs last year at 6-0. And then everyone else on your screen 4-2, battling it out for prize, support, and points. A lot of these players like Roger Sulaiman, Jonathan Hobbs will look at also like all players who have played in our champs before and want to do it again. You're going to see them grind no matter what. And Sam Black's someone who's definitely made races and played in our championships before.
Absolutely. And then if we, I think we're just about ready to go down to the match here. And we have on the right-hand side of your screen, again, this is, you might not recognize by the name here, but this is Sodek on Magic Online, synonymous with graveyard strategies in Modern, plays a lot of Dredge, played some Hogak back in the day. And 5-1 in our event. I believe Sodek is here because he's qualified for the Pro Tour next weekend. So, decided to take a little bit of a pit stop in Chicago, play some standard. And on the left-hand side of your screen is Ethan Solomon playing some Orzhov Control. We saw a little bit of a similar-ish Orzhov deck not too long ago in the hands of Joel Lisette. I believe it was round 2 we saw that. And we'll have to see how this matchup goes. This is going to be about a lot of sweepers here, Mason.
Yeah, the Orzhov control deck, it gives up counter magic that we see like No More Lies and things like that. And in exchange for losing those kind of cards, you gain things like Kaya and Tangible Slayer, but also just like more kill spells if you want them. Like things like, if you wanted to play them, you could play like Anointed Affliction and things like that. None in the main deck here today, but looks to mostly just be mono white with a few black cards.
Yeah, and then, specifically for this matchup, we talked, I mentioned the sweepers. Ethan has in the main deck, yeah, that's right, the main deck, 3 copies of Temporary Lockdown, 2 Sunfalls, and a Farewell. So that is at least for game one going to be looking for those cards. Not sure if these players have scouted, should know what each other's playing. So if so, assuming that Ethan knows that Tomasz is playing Boros Convoke, probably would want to mulligan aggressively towards one of those sweepers, and that is going to be the name of the game here for Ethan.
Yep. And these mono white decks, you see them in the hands of people like Autumn Burchett in the top 4 of the Pro Tour about 1 year ago now. They're pretty good at just kind of clogging up the battlefield. And I think, I would guess it's probably okay against the Boros Convoke deck. Devin, what do you think? You've been someone who's played a lot of the Convoke decks in various formats and been grinding a lot of Standard. How do you think this matchup's going to line up?
So this is I have played a lot of the Boros deck, but the mono white or Orzhov deck has not been super popular over the past couple of weeks or whatever since the rise of Boros. So it's not a matchup that I have a ton of experience, but looking at this deck list, if I'm playing Boros, I would not want to be playing against somebody who has 3 copies of main deck lockdown in addition to their 5 and 6 mana sweepers. So we see Ethan taking a whole bunch of mulligans, and I'm kind of wondering if Ethan does know what Tomasz is up to and is actually just aggressively mulliganing for it, like a lockdown or something like that.
That would make a lot of sense. As we are going to see a Gonjo into Ward in the Inner Sky for Tom.
Yeah, that is one of the more, one of Tom's best one drops, because especially if you can follow it up with something like Novice Inspector or Voldaren Epicure, couple that with the Gleeful Demolition, we're going to see a reinforcements here that's going to create a token, and Tom's going to be able to use the Warden to go ahead and get a counter and scry 1. And really looking for one of those payoffs. We talked about the Boros Convoke deck. It's kind of like it's kind of a weird deck, because not only is the mana base, that's kind of the talk of the town. The mana base is a little awkward with this Boros deck. You're trying to cast multiple, you have 16 to 18 one drops that all require certain colors, and the mana can get a little awkward. And you kind of also really want to find a payoff, something like a Knight Errant or Immodane's Recruit or something like that.
Yeah, Ward in the Inner Sky doing a lot of work, and Ethan knows that and plays Lay Down Arms with the Plains for turn in order to take out Tob. That was a Shuddery Backstreet, the Surveil Lantern one, so we would have been able to answer a 2-drop, so we were all good in that regard. And Lay Down Arms is a card that, we saw get a lot of hype when it first came out. Hasn't seen a ton of play, but might be kind of well-positioned here in the Standard format.
Absolutely. We kind of had this discussion off stream earlier. We were talking about the removal spells against Boros Convoke and how Cut Down feels like not the best card. It's good against exactly Warden, but past Warden, you don't really want to be trading your one-for-one removal spell with something that replaced itself, either Reinforcements or Epicure or Novice Inspector. So the removal doesn't line up super well against those cards. So past Warden, and we see Knight Errant of Eos is going to pick up 2 Sanguine Evangelists. That's got to be pretty good for Tomasz.
Yeah, that is a good one for both ending the game and playing through removal spells. So pretty powerful. It looks like we are going to be disguising something.
Ayo. Little morph action. So, immediately whenever something is disguised, we're both, I'm sure, taking a look at Ethan's deck list. There is 2 copies of Unyielding Gatekeeper, if we can get that up on the screen for the lovely folks at home who may not have seen this card, because it's not a card that a lot of people have on their radar, but it's basically disguised as like the morph mechanic. So you can play it face down as a 3-mana 2/2 with Ward 2, and you can pay 2 mana to white and a colorless to flip it up, and when it's turned face up, you exile a permanent, kind of like a Skyclave effect. If you controlled it, it flickers back. If they controlled it, they get a 2/2.
Yeah, and honestly, a 2/2 just kind of nice here, holding back all these X1s. And it's going to be interesting to see, if you answer the Sanguine Evangelist, a bat will replace it. So they're going to 2/2 in a bat, but losing the battle crown, that is pretty real. But something we can do at instant speeds here is reveal ourselves off the disguise.
Yeah, and we're tapping 3 mana. There is an Immodane's Recruiter. I'm going to assume this is lethal damage, but we will have to see. Okay, so quick math here. I think they're all 3s except the Knight, which is a 6. Does that sound right?
That sounds right to me. And it looks like Ethan has the Wandering Emperor, and that's why we didn't disguise to get rid of the Sanguine Evangelist. So the battle cry does happen, but we do gain 2 life. And looks like
sorry, the Recruiter I think is a 4, right? Because it's pumped by the Evangelist and the itself. So that would be 3, 6, 9, 12, 16 coming in, I think.
Perfect. We're at 17. Just where we need to be.
17 is the magic number. And, we talked about Ethan F2 having 2 copies of Sunfall. There's 4 lands in play. If Ethan, I'm assuming that there is one in hand, which that, as he said, picking up the Unyielding Gatekeeper, that's really one of only Ethan's only outs here because, we talked about something like Temporary Lockdown. Lockdown's not going to answer the Knight or that Recruiter. So even if a Lockdown comes off the top, there's still going to be 2 lethal threats in play.
Yeah, and I think Ethan has Shadowy Backstreet, the white-black Surveil in hand as one of the lands. So I don't know. There's another card in hand that could be Sunfall, but it might be a top deck moment here as we all look like figuring out what we're going to name off Thran Portal.
Thran Portal is just the best land in Standard. I don't know if you know that, Mason, but
it's the best of something as Ethan is packing up his cards, conceding there to Tom. Just too much of a quick start there. And that is one of the advantages of this Convoke deck is just how quickly it kills the opponent in just a blinding quick fashion while still being able to play a pretty long game. Let's check out the sideboard though really quick and see what Ethan might be doing here. In the sideboard, we have 3 Doorkeeper Call, 3 Duress, 2 Knockout Blow, 2 Depopulate, 2 Long Goodbye, 2 Outrageous Robbery, and 1 Ashiok the Wicked Manipulator. Devin, what do you like against this deck?
So most of the sweepers for Ethan are in the main deck. Now, however, he does have 2 copies of Depopulate in the sideboard. Those are definitely going to come in. Past that, I don't really think there's a ton else here. I mean, we talked about the spot removal already not lining up that well against the Boros Convoke deck, so I don't think you want to go towards something like Long Goodbye. Knockout Blow doesn't really have a lot of premium targets. Duress, there's 7 total spells in Sodek's deck, so probably doesn't want that. Doorkeeper Throw, on the other hand, I think that is, that card is almost tailor-made for this matchup. I actually kind of missed that one. So what this one shuts off, for those of you who don't know, it's 2 mana 1/2, and it says artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. So that stops Knight Errant of Eos, Imodane's Recruiter, Valderan Epicure, and Novice Inspector. And there's probably even some that I'm missing.
Yeah, a very powerful card and sort of one of the best one of those. And having Flash also really changed the dynamic, Sodek, if there was something like a Torpor Orb type card that had to be in play ahead of time, you might be like, oh, okay, I'm going to play something else this turn, maybe a Sanguine Evangelist. Instead, maybe slam something like Imodane's Recruiter and then gets got by the Doorkeeper Thrall. So very powerful card. Let's check out what Sodek has in his sideboard. We have 3 In the Festivities, 3 Get Lost, 3 Invasions of Gobakon, 2 Wedding Announcement, 2 Lithium Barrage, 1 Break the Spell, and 1 Knockout Blow. What do you like here and why, Devin?
So you probably want some answers to Temporary Lockdown. So I know that I saw Sodek tweet maybe I think it was last week that he played 1 Break the Spell specifically for Temporary Lockdown. So that's a nice cheap way to answer that. May want to go towards a couple of Get Lost. I don't know if you want all 3, but that is a card that kills Temporary Lockdown as well. And then if you want to go a little bit longer, Wedding Announcement to kind of fight through the Wraths, and then Invasion of Gobakon, very good at taking one of those expensive Wraths, like making Depopulate cost 6, Sunfall cost 7, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I feel like Invasion of Gobakon is one of those cards that, has really got underappreciated just how powerful it is against some of the cards that are best against these Convoke decks. And then also lets you, build up kind of a better board presence off less things so that when they do get to their Wrath, it's not as impactful because you only had 3 or 4 creatures in play doing the thing. But let's head down to the feature match area as it does look like the players are starting right away there. As we are going to be seeing, I believe that is Obscura Storefront.
It is. It's the it's Terramorphic Expanse for those of you who know that reference. It's ETB, it sacrifices itself, you gain a life, and you get a Planeswalker Swamp put onto play. I think it's Planeswamp or Island for that one. That's the Esper aligned one, so that's going to go ahead and pick up a swamp here for Ethan.
No. And that's why we can't have Brainstorm in Standard, just too strong.
True, the fetch lands. Field of Ruin too. Brainstorm, end of turn, untap, upkeep, Field of Ruin. Let's go.
Yeah. Just too good. We do see a Novice Inspector here for the turn. Passing on back.
And what do we got here for Ethan? It's like a Virtue of Persistence. That'll be the Lochthwain score and half of that. It's going to go ahead and clean up the 1/2. Now, we talked about removal spells not being great against the things that replace themselves. But if it's a Lochthwain Scorn, you're gaining a little bit of life and you're getting, that enchantment later on in the game that you can maybe play towards. So it's not as bad.
Yeah, it's definitely something where, especially on the play too, you're more happy doing that. When you're on the draw, if there's something like a Bunny Corn in play that could have been threatening to, kill you or hit you, it becomes a lot worse. And we see that play draw dynamic come down as we do see the Ambitious Farmhand enter the battlefield, search our deck for a Plains and add to our hand and then shuffle it on up.
Yep, that one's going to go ahead and make sure that Ethan can hit all of his land drops on time. Especially like we talked about, just wants to make sure we can hit all the land drops to get to those sunfalls and farewells.
Yeah, these big white control decks typically try to do things like this, or there's some incidental card that kind of gets in the way for a little bit and gets some incidental value. We see this, we see the restoration of a Ganjo in the deck. There's lots of cards like this that are just trying to make sure that Ethan hits the land drops, but doesn't have to play, 27, 28 lands or any sort of draw spells to find them, as we might see normally. As it does look like Tomasz is trying to figure out exactly how he wants to play this turn, has a couple options available to him here. What do you think is going through his head right now, Devin, if you were in his seat?
Well, probably thinking about the possibility of temporary lockdown because we're jamming this Warden. And I have to imagine that maybe Tomasz had a 3-drop that he was thinking about jamming and chooses to maybe go ahead and... Okay, so there's actually a Get Lost in hand. This is going to be kind of an interesting sequence here where if Ethan does have the temporary lockdown, Tomasz can actually target the lockdown with the ability on the stack, and he gets to keep all of his stuff in play, which means the Warden retains the counter and he gets to keep the clue as well.
Field of Ruin for the turn there for Ethan. Tomasz cracks the clue, draws a card. How hard is it to kind of walk the line among these sort of, wrath effects as a deck like Boros Convoke, where, typically you're trying to build up an attack? Is this something that, is easier said than done? How does it go normally for these decks?
So the Boros Convoke deck having access to 4 copies of Imodane's Recruiter makes it a little bit, I'm not going to say easier, but it allows you to play the game in a different way where you can maybe hold on to some stuff and then have this one big burst turn where you're just like creature into Imodane's Recruiter and, here's a million damage, right? So, that's kind of what Tomasz is thinking. I did see a Recruiter in his hand as well. So I think it looks like the grip is Get Lost, Recruiter, Knight Errant, and I can't quite tell what the last card is. Looks like maybe a second Get Lost.
Yeah, I think he might have 2 of those in his hand here, as we are going to see a Scry from Warden. Looks like Ethan wants to respond to the Scry and play the Wandering Emperor and just minus here.
And that's going to kill the Warden. And then, Scry's still going to happen for Tomasz. So 3 creatures in the battlefield with the Knight Errant in hand. But yeah, I mean, this is much, much different than what we saw last game, right? Tomasz just, pressure, had the haste creature as well, was able to just get all of this stuff, all of this massive, massive pressure. And, looks like Tomas's draw is a little bit slower this time. And that's exactly where Ethan wants to be in this game.
Yeah. Ethan with the planes for turn. Looks like having some double face card. I think this is the restoration of it's Wedding Announcement, excuse me.
Yeah, Wedding Announcement going to go ahead and allow Ethan to go a little bit wide. So we're choosing to main phase the Doorkeeper Throw because we want to get a counter on it. Does make sense. Also, I actually kind of like the main phase too, because you don't want, like, if you hold up the Thrall and Tomasz can just respond to your Thrall with reinforcements. So I think it does make sense to main phase that, and you want the counter on it anyways.
Yeah, I think the Wandering Emperor really moves the needle from making it a question to like, okay, I should just make my friend bigger. I'm going to get attacked eventually, and I just want to have the biggest things I can when that time comes. We saw last game, we didn't die from the alpha attack, but we had nothing left over, and it put us in a really awkward position.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the Tomasz, I guess, in terms of sizing, does have the biggest creature in play with the Regal Bunnicorn, but doesn't really have any good attacks past that. If you attack with both, the Thrall can eat the Vampire, the Human can trade for the Evangelist, and that would even shrink down the Bunnicorn further. So Tomasz really has to be a little bit careful on how he chooses to navigate this. So we're going to go ahead and take down the Thrall. That does allow an attack with everything at the Emperor. You can actually even send 2 things at the Emperor. So you could even just send like Evangelist bad at Emperor and then maybe Bunnicorn to Ethan's face.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we maybe just send the bat with the flying and then go everything face as well. Kind of depends on how Tomasz wants to play it out. But yeah, he's got a pretty big presence here, and it still has enough to rebuild and put pressure on if temporary lockdown comes down because of the second Get Lost in hand.
Yeah, Chad actually brings up a good point here. So Imodane's Recruiter typically gets cast for 3 mana, and it just ends the game on the spot. But a lot of people may not know this. That card does have a second mode. It is an adventure card, and the adventure half is 5 mana, make 2/2 vigilances. And if the game is going to be about trading this many resources, then that certainly could be a factor.
Yep, train the troops is a pretty powerful effect, and I'm surprised how much it does come up in these standard games, especially in the late game where maybe you're top decking and suddenly you make 2/2/2s, and suddenly, in the next turn after that, your next spell plus Immodanes is threatening lethal again.
Yeah, Tomasz actually I believe, had 2 copies of Recruiter in hand. So, if we're trying to train those troops, we need to start hitting our land drops now. Second wedding announcement is going to give Ethan a bit of a better board presence here. Going to make some tokens, and if Ethan can maybe untap with those tokens next turn, flip the other announcement, then make the 2/2s and get a really big board presence here.
Yeah, it looks like both players have a copy of Get Lost in hand. Looks like Tomasz is doing a little bit of planning on, hey, do I want to play this Immodanes push, guarantee some amount of damage, maybe even force the chump block here? Like you're mentioning, the wedding announcement, the more creatures I have in play, the better it's going to be at clogging the board up. I'm going to have to play into a Wrath at that point. So a lot of questions going on in his head.
Absolutely. Tomasz going through all of the options. I mean, you can do something like play Immodanes Recruiter, send with everything. 2 human tokens can maybe double block the Recruiter. One would probably have to chump block the Bunnicorn. And then from there, if you chump block Bunnicorn, chump block Recruiter, that's still getting in for 6. But yeah, like you said, Tomasz is really just trying to figure out how he wants to navigate. So we're going to go with a Knight Errant for 3, which still leaves back the Bunnicorn to attack. So I like that. And the one thing about Knight Errant is if you're not doing it for the full 5, 3 is the magic number because that hits the Sanguine Evangelist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you kind of want to be doing 1, 3, and 5 most often. Those are sort of the numbers that you care the most about. Every now and again, you do a 2, but if you have the choice, you typically want to get that third one over just having 2. So it does look like we have a couple hits here, trying to figure out exactly which ones we want to get and play on the gamut over multiple turns. That's one of the things I really like about the Knight Errant of Eos in this deck is, it involves you committing more to the board, but it actually kind of like refills your hand so that while you are playing into a Wrath, you're kind of building up for the next one to fight through. So it looks like we have a Novice Inspector plus Sanguine Evangelist as the picks.
Those are both pretty good. Another Sanguine Evangelist. Able to get a ton of power onto the battlefield, replace itself if a Wrath does happen. Now, I say replace itself if a Wrath does happen, but just actually not true because all of Ethan's Wraths exile anyways, except I guess the depopulates in the board don't.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Ethan's maybe finally time to get losting that bunny, decides to pull the trigger on it. The maps are actually, we talk about it a lot from the control decks. There can be problems, right? Like maybe, something becomes a threat. You have to answer again a little bit later, but in the early game, it's fine. Against Tomasz's deck, the 2 map tokens actually come up a lot between Gleeful Demolition and Ward in the Inner Sky.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to give this deck free artifacts. It's really good at utilizing them.
Mm-hmm.
We're going on a map. We're mapping onto the human token. That's going to depopulate. I think we want to keep that one.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see if we want to make, 1 big token or 2. Looks like we do want to keep one of the map tokens maybe around for later to try and, not flood out.
So we've kind of reached the point in this game where Tomasz now knows of the existence of a Wrath. But if you look at Ethan's battlefield, Ethan doesn't have to cast the Wrath next turn, right? We have 4 2/2s in play. We're kind of, I'm not going to say we're outsizing Tomasz's board, but we're keeping up pace, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Ethan is now forcing Tomasz into a position where he maybe has to overcommit a little bit more into the face-up Wrath, and Tomasz knows about the Wrath. So this is kind of like this weird kind of chicken game back and forth, and we'll have to see, how much Tomasz wants to extend. Does Ethan want to fire off the Wrath? So on and so forth.
Yeah, and it's only getting worse next turn, right? We're only going to get 1 wedding announcement trigger on the next turn, but there'll all be 3/3s and a single 4/4. That's going to make it really hard to attack through even with an Immodane. So I'm going to be interested to see kind of how we want to play around this because the get lost does get a little tricky in combat, right? Like we can maybe pop this wedding announcement and then everything might die where before we thought we were going to eat it. So I'm curious to see how he wants to play this turn. Really only having 3 mana being a lot of the problem here. We have the 4th in hand, but we really want 5 right now in order to, like Immodanes plus Lost or something like that.
Right, or potentially get to those train troops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Tomasz can start maybe utilizing these artifacts like the map or something. Is that the break the spell? That might be the break the spell in hand too. I think I saw a card that I didn't quite recognize. I think that might be what that is. I don't know if we can get Break the Spell on the screen just so I can take a look at the the piece of artwork. We can also show the people at home just because it's not a commonly played card, just a nice little enchantment hate card for the that is Break the Spell. Nice little enchantment hate card to be able to pop. Not only, like you mentioned, it does also kill Wedding Announcement, mainly here for lockdown, but can maybe if Ethan lines up some kind of double block, right, where like double block Knight, block Novice Inspector, and Tomasz just says, okay, blow up your Wedding Announcement, you lose all 4 of your tokens. That could be a pretty back-breaking turn.
Yeah, and maybe force the Wrath in time where we don't want to, like you were talking about before. It does look like we use the map, Solve and Epicure, put the token on the bat, and then put the Voldaren in the graveyard. Not really interested in having that right now.
We got a land here and a Sanguine. So Sanguine's kind of a cool way to split the difference where, if a Wrath, again, we know everybody knows about the Depopulate. If that is cast next turn, at least we get a 1/1 back out of it.
Mm.
And now Ethan's got it
in hand for Ethan, trying to figure out if he wants to cast it. These bats kind of are making it a little bit more awkward than he would like.
Right, and Ethan's kind of think about, do we want to fire off the Depopulate? Do we want to attack first to get a card off of the announcement, or would we rather just pass and have a 3/3? So there's a lot of things going through Ethan's mind. I would assume you probably would rather just have the card, and it looks like Ethan is going to agree with that. Now, you got to assume that the Wrath is coming if we're going to just send with all the tokens. So Sodek is just going to make some blocks here. Double block there, maybe take 4 damage, and then likely end step fire off that Wrath, which we're going to reset the board, and Ethan is going to have 2 announcements. Tomasz is going to have a 1/1 off of the Evangelist. But, even after a Wrath, with Tomasz having 2 copies of Recruiter, if a land comes off the top, and we just go, train troops back-to-back turns.
Yeah. Got a long game ahead of us here. And that is one of those big strengths of the Boros Convoke deck is you can continue to play games where, normally a deck like Mono Red or something like that might fall off. You just have a lot of longevity left in you.
Tomasz looking at Ethan, he's like, yeah, I know you're going to cast the Wrath. Just cast it. That was funny.
It's funny, too, that, Ethan has Knockout Blow in hand, which, we're using Field of Ruin here, I think, just to be like, yeah, let's go grab our second black so that we can use our Virtue if we draw a land on the next turn. But it might end up coming up a lot in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's picking up the creatures. We all know what's happening. So going to leave back 1 bat off of the Evangelist. And then, assuming Ethan remembers the trigger, we are going to get a card off of the announcement end of turn. Yep, there it is. Flipped announcement, draw a card. So we got Ethan has a couple of cards in hand. I think there's 2, maybe 3. And then we talked about Sodek. Just, look at this board position, right? Ethan is ahead on mana, down on cards. But, again, if Tomasz ever finds land 5, it's, Ethan is going to need essentially a Wrath every turn at this point with those the multiple train the troops.
Mm-hmm. We saw Tomasz here crack the clue, trying to maybe find the land to do train the troops, or maybe just find some double spell type play. Looks like we did find the Sundown Pass. We're going to play Recruiter.
Interesting. He's Recruiter flooded to the point where he's like, you know what? I don't need to train this many troops.
Yeah, and I kind of like this, especially, we didn't see what Tomasz drew there off the clue, but if you drew another Imodanes, just playing this first one and being like, hey, get you to 12 and make it so that, I can maybe do something like Imodane next turn if I draw the right cards.
Okay, Thrall main phase. We're going to map onto that, see what we can find. That's an Emperor, and Ethan is going to keep that on top. Interesting.
Worth noting, this Thrall is a 4/6, I believe. Thanks to all the buff. Yeah, so you just can't really attack through it. It just has to get lost at this point. You can't even Agonjo it, at least not cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. So Tomasz can just go get lost, play another Recruiter. That would be 3, 6, 7, 8 damage. Put Ethan to 4. That could be an okay turn.
Yeah, and that would make it to the Wandering Emperor is actually not that good of a draw. Now we know Ethan has Knockout Blow in hand, and that's going to help a little bit with everything going on, but it's still not going to be enough, I think, to get us out of the woods, especially if Tomasz has the third Imodanes in hand.
so we are going to go for the get lost. That does make a lot of sense. It's kind of funny how we talked about, all these train the troops, and now that I actually think about it, it's probably been correct over the past 2 turns to just cast the recruiter half of this. It looks like, okay, we're going to go for a map instead. We're not going to go for the recruiter here.
Well, we just knew we were going to hit the land. Now
I
we
see.
can just do it all.
I see. Yeah, I think Tomasz was pretty okay with firing off the first recruiter because he knew he had the second one, because he was like, well, worst case scenario, I can just train troops next turn. But now, that he hit the land there, I wonder if you're in Tomasz's spot, do you actually want to hold the recruiter this turn, or what are you thinking here? My instinct is probably still just cast it.
Yeah, I think it is probably just cast it and start pressuring. If I have something like Resolute Reinforcements in hand, I might be more willing to hold, just because that lets me, kind of develop my board later. It looks like he's got something that has no way, and it does look like it's a Resolute Reinforcement in hand. So that makes a good amount of sense to me, just to hold that up. There you go. As we are hard casting the knockout blow on the bat. So that's going to make it so we don't lose any life from the imitating, because we gain 2 from the knockout blow. And it looks like Ethan's just trying to clog the board up and, let the Wandering Emperor make, 4/4 samurais.
Interesting why we would choose to kill the bat over the recruiter.
I think the idea is that we can block this. I think the plan was we're going to play this and pop the maps. Yeah, now at minimum we have a 4/4 samurai.
Yeah, okay. This makes sense. Also, don't forget, there's that Virtue of Persistence over there. I kind of forgot about that, but Ethan does have 7 mana.
Yep, agreed. We see Ethan hit a planes off it, puts it on top, has another Doorkeeper Thrall on top of his deck. We now have a 5/5 samurai here, and, Tomasz' deck is good at going around this sort of thing, but this puts him in an awkward spot where if he wants to attack and leave the Wandering Emperor around, it might minus to answer something and get some life back, or put more 4/4 samurais in play.
Yeah, so now here as the board sits, assuming Tomasz does not have anything to play prior to the Imodane's recruiter, like it's just, air plus recruiter, we can go play recruiter, the samurai is going to block the recruiter, and that would be an attack for 7 damage. So, I mean, it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot past that for Tomasz to just present lethal this turn.
Yeah, honestly, I guess if you even draw lands, you can just do stuff like train the troops here. We have that kiss as well that we talked about that can blow up an enchantment. So the plan might be that, hey, Ethan's flooding out. He's probably going to tap out and play the Virtue next turn. Maybe I can do something like train the troops, hold up my kiss, pass. Ethan slams, hopes to stabilize, makes a samurai. I blow up the Virtue, I Imodanes, and then even if, I don't kill him this turn, he's got nothing left.
Tomasz going into the tank here. We know about the break the spell. We know about the recruiter, and I think I might have saw a barrage in hand too. But I might be crazy here. Correct? Maybe take a look and see if we can get a look at Tomasz' hand again. But if it is barrage deals 5, right?
Yeah, barrage deals 5, so it would kill the samurai. I feel like if we had, it looks like we're going for the Knight Errant as the play.
It's probably not barrage then.
Yeah, it might be a Voldaire and Epicure. I have not got a quick look at it myself.
All right, so we're going to Knight for 2. Interesting Knight for 2 instead of 3. Oh, is it because... So, funny enough, Sodek only plays 3 Evangelist, and I think we've already gone through all 3.
Yeah, I think we've gone through all the Evangelists and maybe even the Emodanes.
I guess you could still hit Emodanes, yeah.
Yeah, we have 1 Emodanes left in the deck if my count's right. So just decided to do this, maybe with the hopes of, cracking the clue and playing a 1-drop as the turn plan as well. We're getting Resolute Reinforcements. If, we don't hit that, we crack the clue. Clearly thinking through the entire turn here. It has a much better knowledge of what's in the deck than we do. Played this deck a lot.
I believe that is Warden Reinforcements.
I believe so as well.
What's the find off of that? Tapping 3 mana. And we are just going to cast the Recruiter. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So my guess is here, 2 Recruiters and Emperor, and then the 5/5 at Ethan. It's going to guaranteed kill the Emperor. Worst case scenario for Sodek, you just lose a Recruiter, trade that for the Emperor, and then Ethan takes 5. No harm, no foul. But yeah, it's interesting because we kind of talked about how the Recruiters were going to allow Tomasz to kind of sort of not trying to think of the best way to put this, but just train the troops and generate some tokens that way. And we've decided to go ahead and cast the recruiter. So yeah, I guess I was gonna say if Ethan finds a Wrath, but we knew about the top card was Doorkeeper Thrall, so that's not really a possibility.
Yeah, and Ethan's in a really awkward spot because the Virtue doesn't do anything, right? Like it doesn't do anything at least until the next turn. Even then, there's not a ton of things for it to get back that super matter, right? We have this Doorkeeper Thrall, which is kind of big, but we don't have anything like a Castle Ardenvale to make a bunch of mana. Yeah, you see Tomasz be like, okay, yep, this thing does it on your upkeep. That's not going to matter.
I mean, the Thrall is a 3/5, so the Thrall's still a pretty good blocker.
Definitely a good blocker, but it's just such an awkward position to be in.
Yeah, it's like Ethan is basically 1 mana short of where he wants to be, where you just be able to, Thrall plus Virtue. But the fact that only having 8 mana, you can only either play your 2 mana card that might have an impact to the battlefield in terms of blocking, or you can play your 7 mana card that does nothing. So tough spot.
Yeah, it feels like a forced play, and it feels like Ethan just needs to maybe like attack with the Samurai, put Tomasz to 9, hope Tomasz is on, just the cards we know and nothing else that really matters, and just hope that we can like draw cards off the top of our deck that are good.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even know if there's anything good to get back with the Virtue in the first place, right? There's not really any creatures in Ethan's graveyard. I guess Tomasz, you can get, I guess you can get Inspector out of Tomas's graveyard, which is pretty good, right? Next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But the awkward part is they are, I don't know, I guess anybody's going to have 2 winning announcements, right?
Yeah.
It is still just such a slow, arduous grind. Yeah. And this is why the Convoke deck is one of the best decks in the format and puts players to a real test.
Oh, for sure. So Tomasz is going to force the issue of the Doorkeeper Thrall that we knew about. And Barrage, that does do it. It's only 4 toughness. Yeah, there's a 3/4. So Barrage is going to go ahead and take care of that. And follow-up play is a Warden. So Warden can go ahead and start getting some counters on that thing, doing some scries, try to find some spells. Don't exactly know what the last card is for Tomasz.
Yeah. Now I was deciding, do I want to throw away a 4/4 in exchange to push 4 damage and put Ethan to 3? Tough little spot there. We finally don't know what's on the top of Ethan's deck, but you also have to worry about, wrath effects here from Ethan. So seeing Tomasz do a little bit of math, figure out, does he want to throw away the creatures? Does he want to get a scry on set up for next turn? Maybe guarantee a lethal that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've reached the point of the game where Ethan almost certainly has to draw Wrath. There's nothing really like a 1-for-1 removal spell, Wandering Emperor. None of that stuff's going to do it at this point. It's got to be a Wrath.
Yep, agreed. Did you see Ethan draw for the turn? Let's see what it is. It's, I think, a wedding announcement.
Wedding announcement? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Although, the first wedding announcement he played was in a double face card. Like he had the checklist card, so it may not be a wedding announcement.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it a lockdown?
If it was a lockdown, it would be good, but not great here because we would still have 6 damage in play.
We would also lose our 5/5. That's rough.
Yeah. Ugh. It looks like we are going to extend the hand there. Congratulations to Tomasz. We believe that was probably a win-and-in situation here. So we're going to see how that plays out after this round. But great match there, and it was really exciting to see that Boros Convoke deck in action. We're going to be curious to see if we have a backup feature match still going. We did have Dom Harvey playing a Slogurk over there, so we're going to get the note from production. But Devin, that was a really fun round.
Absolutely. We get to see the Boros Convoke deck full on display. And what was nice about that match too is, we kind of get to see the best of both worlds, right? The Boros game 1 was basically just Boros kind of doing Boros things. And then game 2, we saw its resilience. Its ability to just kind of put multiple things onto the battlefield, generate a decent amount of card advantage, which you wouldn't associate normally with a Boros deck, and was able to really grind out all of the threats that Ethan was able to provide.
Yeah, a very exciting match and was very well played on both halves. We're going to try and head on down to the feature match here now. We have Dominic Harvey on your right playing 4-color Legends versus Tim Hatch on your left playing Esper Midrange. Both of these players are 5-1, and we think live for top 8 here.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is a win it in. I'm pretty sure. I haven't looked at the standings, but I'm fairly confident that X11 is relatively safe depending on breakers. So good chance this is a win it in. We get to see Dom, not too long ago earlier was able to to kind of get it done. And Dom actually took a loss to the blue-eye control deck. That's when we saw Dom. So Dom's trying to get his revenge a little bit. And this is game 3. Dom's got a Shieldred. Tim's got what's funny? Rafine, as powerful it is not the best against the Shieldred because it is a force draw.
Yeah, it definitely can come back to get you there. As it does look like we're in the middle of game number 3 here. It looks like both players have had a lot of interaction back and forth. I see Dom's graveyard with some removal spells and creatures. Same with Tim. So looks like we're in the midst of things here. It does look like Tim has ticked up the Wandering Emperor, put a counter on the Samurai, and it's just figuring out, do I want to attack with how much am I going to connive? And Dom's there waiting, tapped out, like, let me know. I'll remember my shielded trigger when the time comes.
Tim lining up some mana here. I believe there is a Restless Anchorage kind of chilling in the mana base over there. We're trying to figure out how to tap. Tim's doing some tapping. We got mana being tapped. I repeat, mana being tapped. That is a Denic Flashback.
Yeah.
So the flashback side of this thing, not really. It's kind of a weird card because it doesn't really have anything to do with the front side. But the flashback is 3/2 flyer, and whenever one or more creature cards are put into graveyards from anywhere, you investigate. And then if it would be put into your graveyard exile, it's got that clause on it. So pretty powerful card. If we can, it says anywhere, right? So if you discard a creature card to Rafine, that will trigger the flashback Denic.
Yeah, and it looks like that's what happened here. So we discarded a Fairy Mastermind and a Shattered Spire from Tim off the connive, pushing that Samurai up to 5 power. Dom double checking that that's how it works. It is a weird interaction, but it is how it works. Dom, no stranger to Esper, played Esper Midrange at Worlds this last year. So somebody who definitely, knows his way around this and has actually been competing in a lot of the standard pro tours, that we at the large have not needed to care a lot about because there's just no reason to. We didn't have any other standard tournaments ourselves, but good to see him in the streets here now when everyone's really excited for standard, playing this exciting deck.
Yeah, there was definitely a while or a certain period of time where only a very few select people had to care about standard, and now it's kind of nice that we all get to care about it because I don't know about you, Mason, but I've been having a ton of fun playing this format.
Yeah, I think standard's really fun and a great time. And, one of the better formats, I would say, typically in Magic, they put a lot of work over there at R&D working on this format. And, we just haven't had a reason to really play it. But that has changed now with the RC format. As it does look like Dom's just going to draw past the turn. Sit to Tim. Tim's going to lose 2 life to the shielded trigger. Dangerously close to dying.
Yes, Tim at 10. Doesn't want to crack that clue. But I mean, it kind of feels like, at least at this point, the only thing that Dom is holding on to is that Shieldred, because I can't quite get a good look at the mana base, but correct me if I'm wrong, it kind of looks like there's 3 Zeotaurus Proving Grounds. I don't think I see any Plazas or anything like that in Dom's mana base.
No Plazas right now. There's the 3 Zeotaurs, like you said, the Otawar, and we do have the 2 Relic of Legend. So color-wise, we're okay, but we don't have one of those high utility lands in play that would make it really hard, actually, for the Shieldred to go down. I know Dom's list had a good amount of removal in it, so it might be a situation where Dom's trying to get sneaky in combat between all the connives and everything. You see a little bit of an eyebrow raise there from Dom. Just wanted to do the math, sees that the Denic is going to get connived on, knows that 6 life is going to leave Tim hatched here. So if Tim does not find an answer to the Shieldred of the Apocalypse, it is going to be game over for him. See Dom really taking a think, trying to be like, what is going on here from Tim that he would want to do this? And do I want to maybe cast a kill spell on this Denic now and just prevent the connive?
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what we tried to do here.
Yep. Remember, the connive off Rafine is a forced draw 3, so that is going to put Tim down to 6. And I think that's what Dom is. Yeah.
Upstairs, baby.
Lava Axe could never. Shieldred the Apocalypse, best burn spell I've ever seen. But I think this is a big sign to Tim. Like, okay, Dom has something, and it looks like Tim maybe picked up a Tishani's Tidebinder, which would be a great way to stop this Shield of the Apocalypse from dealing the last couple points of damage.
Yeah, so worth noting the Tidebinder. It's interesting with the Tidebinder, where if what ends up happening is the Rafine has to finish resolving. So discard is part of the resolving of the Rafine. The Shielded Triggers goes in the stack, and then Tim would have an opportunity to respond with that Tidebinder. We're actually going to discard the Tidebinder. That's kind of shocking.
Yeah, this might be a sign that maybe Tim is trying to set up actual lethal. I haven't been able to do the math yet because I was waiting to see what the connives were, but it looks like we have 5 on the ground, 6 in the air, and then another 6 in the air. So
12.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yep, you're right.
So this would be a forced trade of Shieldred on the Samurai. So that's kind of what Tim is thinking. Now, it's a bit risky, though, because even if Dom does trade for the Shieldred, if we just have another copy, then that would essentially, that would be enough. And we'll see what Dom has here. Dom's thinking, maybe Dom have something like another Odawara.
An Odawara would be a very clean way to get out of this. If Dom wants to move to blocks on the Samurai as well, and then do something like Urtai the Samurai, Dom can use Shieldred to pay thanks to Relic of Legend, so that the Get Lost doesn't actually beat us. Oh, sorry, No More Lies, beat us. And it does seem like Dom realizes something is up over here from Tim if he's willing to attack like this and play this way. So we do see Dom.
Kind of scary to go to 2 life against an active Shieldred, especially with the Rafine and the clues in play. Now I guess we haven't I don't think we've used the Emperor from Tim yet, have we?
I think we did. I think that's maybe how
combat. Okay.
I it's possible. I think I missed up for a second there. I was trying to fix some technical issues on my end, but regardless here, I think this is what Dom had. Dom has the Urtai, and he's trying to figure out: am I supposed to block this Samurai and then have the ability to pay, or not? Does Tim have the No More Lies? And a player of Dom's caliber is going to go into the tank. He knows this is the last probably decision of the game that matters, especially with a discard of a card like Tishani's Tidebinder. He might also be thinking, can I even win if Tim has the No More Lies and I block with their Shieldred anyways? Looks like Dom's decided I'm going to go for the Urtai. He saw No More Lies get discarded. He saw Tishani's Tidebinder get discarded. He's calling your bluff, Tim. And then he knows the Urtai will make Tim draw a card, killing him on his turn with the Shield of the Apocalypse trigger.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta be careful here in the streets against Dom Harvey. He used to grind a lot of these series, known to make top 8s, and playing stuff like Worlds at Magic, he's at the top of his game right now.
Yeah, very, very interested to see. Tim discarded that Tishana's Tidebinder. Now, granted, Dom did have the Urtai anyway, so it kind of wouldn't have mattered, right? If Tim kept the Tidebinder, Tim plays the Tidebinder on the Shielded Trigger, Dom Urtais it, Tim draws an extra card. It's still probably enough. So,
yeah, and you see Dom realizes his Shieldred is going to die to this Go for the Throat here, so he's not going to get the lethal on the Shieldred Trigger unless Dom has something that can protect that Shieldred right now. But luckily for Dom, the Samurai will be killed from the Urtai. He might be able to attack with it.
Crazy stack, by the way.
Yeah. Very wild game here. As Tim is going to get to investigate from that creature dying. Going to connect with Dom there, down 7 points. So Dom is at 5. And if he has chump blockers, Dom might be dead. We know we at least have the Emperor.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think we've used the Emperor because the Shieldred. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we've used the Emperor yet.
Yeah, I think that actually makes sense. Because I know before I said I wasn't sure. I thought we had, but thinking back on it, the Samurai attacked for 5 last turn, and we discarded 3 spells, so it doesn't make sense. So it does look like Tim has something like Fairy Mastermind in hand. That's going to be providing another blocker. So if Dom has double kill spell, it looks like he might have the win against Tim. I don't think. Actually, that might be a Reckless Anchorage in play. I can't quite get a tell. So,
yeah, Anchorage in play, and then I think, like we said, the last card's Mastermind. So Tim presenting 2 blockers against that Urtai to make sure at least covered against 1 removal spell. So we'll have to see. Dom extending the hand. That's going to be Tim advancing. What a crazy match that we walked into there, Mason.
Yeah, that was a really wild one. I'm going to be interested to see, and talk to Dom later about that one and kind of get an idea of what was going through his head there, what he was trying to play around, because it does seem like. It's very risky to give him the connive 3, but it is almost your most clear route to victory, right? Like if you stop it there and just get hit in the air for a little bit, you're kind of in the same spot, and it's not like getting much better with the Wandering Emperor in play. So it was a very tight game. It was very exciting, even though we only got to see a couple turns of it. That was a great one to watch.
Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe if your plan is to let Tim draw the 3 cards, maybe you respond to the Rafine trigger, target something else, then let the Rafine trigger resolve, just so there's less windows for Tidebind or anything like that. So a very, very complex and interesting, board state. Very, like you said, curious to see what Dom has to say about that one, but a fun match nonetheless.
Yeah, I wonder if almost the play is you have to see through the multiverse and be like, Rafine trigger on the stack, Urtai your other creature that isn't getting targeted, draw 1, hope it isn't something that kills me, my Shieldred, and just hope that I, draw 6 or take 6 from the rest there. Either way, what a great game. And if you want to see more action like that, make sure to click the follow button right now on Twitch. And really quickly, I want to talk about our other events coming up if you want to be playing against players like Tim Hatch, like Dom Harvey on the tour here. We have some events coming up. Our next one is in Minneapolis on the 20th in April for a modern 10K showdown. Showdowns are our events that take you straight to our end of the year championship. We've expanded this year from 16 to 24. That means there's more chances to play on our 30K PTQ, which you can qualify via these events and our leaderboard. On Sunday, we're going to have a 5K legacy trial. We understand legacy players that you don't have, as many events these days. We try to provide them for you. Hopefully they'll come out and play. We love Legacy here on the event, and I cannot wait personally to see that. After Minneapolis, though, we're going to go to Indianapolis on May 11th and 12th. We're going to have a double showdown weekend. We're going to have 4 people joining our championship, Devin. 10K modern showdown on Saturday, and then you and the friends going on down there for the team showdown on Sunday. Standard modern pioneer. You and your 3 friends, you and your 2 friends, will all qualify. 3 friends. Well, Devin, they're all your friends, because I know you're friends with Twitch chat and they're friends with you. So no matter what, you're going to have 3 friends joining us at the end of a year for our 30K PTQ. So that's going to be a very fun event. Make sure to come on down to that. It's going to be an exciting time. But we're going to take a very quick break. We are pretty deep into this round, so we're going to have more magic here soon for you and see some win-ins for our top 8, which we're going to cover as well tonight. So don't leave. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Standard Chicago 5K Showdown. We are in the last round of Swiss, round number 8, and we have some exciting matches for you. We have some winning in situations going on. I'm your host, Mason, joined by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we've been bringing you the action all day long. We're not going to stop now. Before we get into that, though, let's really quickly look at our players to watch and see sort of how they're doing as we head into this last round of the Swiss, as it does look like some of our top players are drawing in. But we do have a couple winning in situations here, as always.
Yeah, the standings kind of broke down a little bit weird, where there's 3 XO1s. We have 4 X1s, an XO2, an X11, and then a bunch of X2s. So we kind of assume that the first 3 tables are drawing, and then we would hope that the 2 tables that we're going to be watching are both winning-ins. But, I mean, anything can happen with breakers like this, especially this late into the tournament.
100%. That's so true. And let's actually take a look at our upcoming events here. As none of our players to watch are actually live and in the running for our top 8 at this moment. But we do have some upcoming events that you can come to as our players are getting ready in the Victory Match area. We have 3 announced so far. We have April, we have Minneapolis for the 20th and 21st. We have a modern showdown on Saturday and a 5K legacy trial on Sunday. So if you love those formats, you want to come out to that. In May, on the 11th and 12th in Indianapolis, we have the Modern Showdown 10K on Saturday and the Team Trios 10K Showdown on Sunday. If you win either of those events, you're going to go straight to our end of the year $30,000 PTQ that we get to run. That's very exciting. We had Steven Dykeman win it last year. He's going to be playing in Chicago next weekend at the Magic Con. So it's very exciting to see there. And then in June, on the 22nd and 23rd in St. Louis, we're going to have a Showdown Pioneer 10K on Saturday and a modern 5K trial on Sunday. That's going to do it for that. Now, as we get ready for our feature match area, we're going to have a win-in here. On your right, we're going to see Sarah Shearing on Esper Midrange, one of the players we've seen a bunch of last year. Didn't quite make it to our end-of-the-year champs. On the other hand, we have Eric Hang on Boros Convoke, the boogeyman of the format.
Boogeyman, is that what we're calling it now? So Eric's deck list, a little bit different than what we've seen from Tomasz and a couple of other people who have played this deck. Eric has actually chosen to go with a couple of War Leader's Call. It's kind of a bit a point of contention whether you play more Calls, more Sanguine Evangelist. Does have the 4 case of the Gateway Expresses along with 2 Sanguine Evangelist. And then for Sarah, typical Esper fare, nothing too crazy about this deck. Bats, Rafines, Masterminds, a couple of Tiebinders main deck, 1 Acklazotz. The Sarah did decide to go for the No More Lies. So we've kind of seen this matchup bore out a couple of times, and we'll have to see how this one plays out.
Yep. It does look like Sarah is on a mulligan to 6. She's going to bottom that Tidebinder. And Eric with a Sundown Pass and the passing of the turn. Mana in the Boros Convoke deck is awkward, producing an Underground River there for Sarah.
I think awkward is putting it lightly, to be honest with you. The mana is, I would say, unplayable. That is the word that I would use to describe the mana on Boros, where you're playing upwards of 16 1-drops, and frequently you start the game with a tap land. So, yeah, now the upside is you do kind of make up for it by double spelling, and as we do see here, there's the double spell, and this is kind of exactly what Eric wants. It did have a tap land on turn 1, but is going to go ahead and put 4 power into play on turn 2 across four bodies, and really is going to put Sarah to the test to have a follow-up here, maybe like a Recruiter or a Sanguine Evangelist. And I got to look at Eric's hand. I did see that Recruiter.
Yeah, and that's going to put Sarah in an awkward spot. She is just going to go Caves the Koilos and pass of the turn.
Ooh, Caves plus Underground River. Whose mana is worse? Now, the Cavern of Souls, I'm assuming did name human because we tap the Cavern to play the Novice Inspector. So this Recruiter is going to be uncounterable. So even if Sarah did have something like a No More Lies, that's off the table.
Yep. And that's going to enter the battlefield. The question is, will Sarah want to do anything else in response? Maybe a kill spell? We're have to see here as Eric is declaring attacks as the Fairy Mastermind gets flashed. And we're going to lose a life to their Underground River there, excuse me. And it looks like we're going to block the Imminent Recruiter, taking 8 here.
Yeah, and Sarah, like you said, Sarah having a Caves and an Underground River. It's going to be very, very painful for when she, starts casting spells. Imagine if she has to cast something like a Rafine here and just take 2 damage, already, under the gun, already down to 11 life. And okay, Wedding Announcement's not too bad. We're not going to take any damage to cast that one. It's going to go ahead and generate a token. Wedding Announcement can I guess, quote unquote, effectively trade for a Gleeful Demolition, but it's going to take you a little bit of time to do so.
Yeah, and it's kind of awkward too, right? Like some amount of time you almost wish that you didn't have to trade because that your things are going to be bigger in the late game, but you just can't let the Boros Convoke deck build up too big of a board. So this looks like Eric has another Cavern of Souls, and it looks like he also has a Knight Errant of Eos in hand.
Yeah, I think kind of Eric is probably debating on how much he wants to Knight for. Right now, typically with the 1/1 here, it looks like we are going to go for 5, which I don't hate because that can find more copies of Knight Errant. So Knight Errant's going to trigger. See a fancy card. Mason. This is your job. What's that fancy card up front?
Fancy card up front. I'm going to go.
It's got to be the call, right?
It has to be the War Leader's Call or like maybe some weird case of the Gateway Express.
I don't know if it matters, but we do have to shuffle that deck. It's so weird because Knight Errant of Eos is probably the only card of this type of effect that shuffles the entire library. But if we can get the judge just to shuffle that library, that we want to make sure everything is good to go here. No harm, no foul. But
yeah, it is something that you have to maintain there. Maybe even in Eric's best interest, if that was a card like War Leader's Call, you actually maybe want to draw it, turn your 1/1s into some real threats.
Maybe we can get the judge to stop before he draws. Maybe.
He's taking a time on the tokens. I have faith.
I have faith. Go, 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 go. Judge. We should have done a prediction on whether or not the judge gets here before he draws.
Yeah. Well, looks like I see people talking.
Oh,
there we got there.
Oh, right as he untapped. Let's go. Perfect timing.
You shuffled your cards. You didn't shuffle your deck there, Eric. When you come back to watch the feature match here, you have to shuffle the whole deck.
A lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Eric
he might not even know.
I think Eric
wait,
might have
that's
played
what my card does.
all day like that, which is okay. It's probably not the end of the world at the end of things, but it happens. It's also going to be a situation where you just forget, you're tired, A little
Right,
anxious
yeah.
for the funeral. You see Eric's deadpanning into the camera like that one's on me, chat.
I got you.
Yeah, it happens.
Well, it's so weird, right? Because there's so many cards that like you look at X, put one, put the rest in the bottom, and that's like I think might be the only one that of that type of effect that shuffles the whole library.
It's at least the only one in the modern era. If there is another one, I do not know it personally. So that's like we have an Imidane still. Who really cared? It's uncounterable. Good thing we have to shuffle that deck before we attack for lethal.
All right, nothing else mattered.
Yeah, and Eric is going to go up game 1 over there, Sarah. And we saw kind of the strength of the Convoke deck. We didn't even have, a turn 1 play, but we ended up with a very powerful turn 2. As for Sarah here with her Esper midrange deck, she has 3 temporary lockdowns, 2 Destroy Evil, 2 Knockout Blow, 2 Disdainful Stroke, a North Affliction, Lowering the Third Path, Alcazats, Tishani's Tidebinder, Negate, and Long Goodbye. Devin, what in your sideboard do you like versus the Convoke deck, and why here for Sarah?
Well, I mean, this is kind of the matchup that we talked about the whole weekend. You have to, if you showed up to this tournament, you better be prepared for Boros. And Sarah was. She's got 3 copies of Temporary Lockdown. Those are slam dunks in a matchup like this. Past that, not really a ton else here. Again, we talked about how we don't like the spot removal, Destroy Evil, Knockout Blow. Don't really think you want to go towards those. Disdainful Stroke, I don't think there's any targets besides Knights, so definitely don't want to go towards that. Maybe if it was something where you knew that there were World Leaders calls present in the Boros deck, then maybe you could talk me into Loran, but yeah, past that, not a ton here.
Yeah, we have our temporary lockdowns and a dream and some other minor upgrades, right? Let's take a look over here at Eric's deck and see what we have brought with Boros Convoke this weekend, as we do have 4 Invasions of Govicon, 3 Destroy Evil, 3 Lithuanian Barrage, 3 Lantern Fair, and 2 Wedding Announcements. Devin, what do you like and why here against Esper Midrange?
So under the assumption that you know that there is going to be a lot of sweepers present, which you can safely assume, probably want to go towards the Wedding Announcements as kind of like ways to fight through the sweepers and, get a little bit of card advantage and just draw some extra cards, get through it that way. You could maybe Destroy Evil because it kills Rafine, and it can also kill the Temporary Lockdown in a pinch. After those, Invasion, not really for this matchup. You want Invasion against the more expensive sweepers, stuff like Sunfall, Farewell, but it's not the best against Lockdown. Making it cost 5 is it's fine, but I don't think you want to go towards that. And Lithomantic Barrage, probably good. You probably want that one against Rafine too.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of the things with the Boros Convoke deck is you want to be careful about how much you're sideboarding too, right? Because your deck does still need to function. So sometimes you see players do things like this with their sideboard where they just kind of have like a bunch of a card and they bring in that kind of card in the matchup. This is one where things get a little bit trickier sometimes, a lot of things that overlap, and that's kind of one of the challenges of playing against this Esper midrange deck that has been so popular and one of the better decks about 6 months ago. So let's head on down to the feature match chairs. Our players are almost done shuffling. But, we saw Esper sort of be the boogeyman of the format before things, and Domain kind of took over at Worlds. And now we're seeing Boros Convoke kind of raise its head as like, hey, I'm Pioneer Light. You have to have a real game plan for me where you will fail.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how much standard or how much of this matchup that you've played, but for me, from what we've seen over the weekend in terms of Boros versus Esper, it seems like even with the sweepers in the sideboard, Esper seems to be a considerable amount behind Boros. I don't know if you get that vibe too.
Yeah, I think if you don't have stuff like Dinnick or Deep Cavern Bat on turn 2 and then start refining them, it's going to be really hard because they just build up, and then eventually attack with like an Immodanes or a Sanguine Evangelist or a War Leader's Call. And that sort of build burst plane is pretty good against decks that are just trying to 1-for-1.
Yeah, and chat's bringing up, yes, Eric would theoretically be in with the draw, but we got a pair down. Sarah is 5-0-2. Sarah cannot afford a draw. I'm fairly confident that Sarah is in with a win, but she cannot take a draw, and that's why we're playing out this match. So, and it's a similar story on our backup table. Let me pull up the standings here. So on our backup table, we have a 5-1-1 getting paired down into a 5-2. So again, neither player can take a draw in that match. So yeah, when we get to this, these late stages, the last round of the tournament, there's some weird stuff that comes in terms of pair downs and who can draw, who can't draw, all that stuff.
Yep. And, Eric obviously wants to win either way, but winning is going to be extra good if we win here because we're going to be on the play for the top 8. And with a deck like Boros Convoke, that might make it a situation where Eric becomes suddenly a heavy favorite to win the whole tournament. Just being on the play with this deck is so much better than probably every other deck in the format.
Yeah, absolutely. The play draw disparity is massive with this deck, especially when you're starting on a tap land. You want to make sure you can play your tap land so you can actually start playing spells in turn 2 instead of playing third.
Yep. As we do see Sarah here bottoming something very quickly. It looks like she has a Shiny Tidebinder, Wandering Emperor, and some lands in hand as we do play a Darkslick Shore up passing of the turn.
Oh, untapped land on turn 1? What's it like, Eric?
We do see a Plains into Warden of the Inner Sky here. If the Resolute Reinforcement in hand, we might have a little 1-2 Buckaroo moment there as Gleeful Demolition was the draw for turn. And that can lead to some very explosive starts here.
Yeah, it's weird. I see a Novice Inspector, a Gleeful, and a Mountain. So I would imagine that's probably where you would want to go here for Eric. This okay, Go for the Throat's going to take care of the Warden. Heads up play for Sarah to do it before the Inspector comes into play, so Eric cannot get a trigger off of that.
Yep. And like you mentioned, Eric seems to have a Mountain in hand, so we might see something like Gleeful Demolition here and just get back on board. And this is what we saw in game 1, basically, except Eric, was on the play there, I believe. And, now Sarah is staring down a full board of creatures. And she has some things that can stonewall it, but, give enough time, Eric will rebuild. This like a wedding announcement is going to be the play for Sarah off a Shattered Spire.
Yeah, I saw 3 mana tapped and a white card. I thought it was a temporary lockdown, but unfortunately for Sarah, it is not. It is that wedding announcement. And, if Eric has something like a land and a recruiter to follow up, I see a red card in Eric's hand. I can't tell if that's a recruiter or a second Gleeful, but we will have to see here. We're going to main phase a Reinforcements, which leads me to believe probably casting a Knight Errant of Eos if I had to guess. Yep, there it is. See, I'm good at this, Mason.
You got it. Top 6 cards are coming off the deck there for Eric. It looks like a bunch of lands at the start there. Let's see how many he does hit. It looks like a no-hitter.
Ooh.
Good news for you, Eric. This gets shuffled back into the deck so you can draw those spells for later.
You saw how he was shuffling the pile and then yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I play a good amount of the Boros Convoke deck at Pioneer, and I shuffle the pile once or twice before I shuffle it. So I wasn't going to give Eric too much for that one. You see him smile and look at camera. He knows. He knows. But yeah, a little bit of a whiff there. Kind of brutal for him, but
I mean, it's a whiff, but you also played a 0 mana 4/4. So, how much of a whiff can it really be? You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. I call Lutri the 9th card in hand, so I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Yeah.
So we do see a
untap. Yeah, Koilos here. Sarah's
just instant.
Go to the instep. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that she did have the Wandering Emperor and Tashani's Tidebinder in hand from that mulligan. Tidebinder, she was probably pretty sad about the 9 of Eos, I'm going to hit it, but it turns out it whiffed, so she didn't need it anyways. She's going to have that and the Wandering Emperor here to sort of hopefully stabilize the battlefield if you're a Shearing fan. So it's like we're going to pop the blood, discard a Mountain.
Man, Eric really wants to look for, I see 2 lands in hand for Eric, so yeah, relatively nonsense left over. So Emperor is going to exile the Knight Errant, and I would imagine. Now the question is, do you trade here or do you just take it all? Because if you don't block this turn, you can flip the announcement to have 3/2/2. So Sarah is going to take it all, and I think I like that.
Yeah, I think Sarah can kind of smell weakness here too. If Eric wasn't doing much, like there's an Imodines or something like that, we would see it. Only really Sanguine Evangelist makes a lot of sense to be played post combat, and even then, getting the wedding announcement flip, it's probably going to end up being okay there. So I like this play from her as a Restless Anchorage is the play for turn. She's going to make a Samurai off the Emperor, wants to make sure she's banned down the hatches.
Yeah, love this play. I think a lot of people might be incentivized to tick up the Emperor and then make a token next turn. And she's just like, no, give me as many blockers as possible. I'm going to make it so Eric has 0 good attacks. And I really like that play from Sarah.
Yeah, very heads up. Knows that Eric is on low cards that matter in that regard. Looks like he did pick up a Novice Inspector there. That's to let him draw a card off the clue if it resolves. We might see a Tashani's Tidebinder if she wants to get really aggressive, but probably better off saving that for something like the Sanguine or the Imodines.
Right. Yeah, you can imagine it if Eric was sandbag. I guess you wouldn't sandbag a recruiter, but in the event that he was sandbagging a recruiter, you bait the Tashanas with the Novice Inspector. She fires off the Tidebinder, and then you're just like, oh, here's this recruiter. So we're going to wait until Eric commits the mana. That's a heads-up play, too, because like you said, you want to make sure that Eric cannot deploy a recruiter this turn if you're going to go ahead and play that Tidebinder.
Yep, and that's going to deny the clue. Really, if you think about it, Tashani Tidebinder countered whatever the top card was, if you want to think about it, but not too hard.
I don't follow, but we'll leave it at that.
You didn't get the cards. Now it's not there. As we're going to see a samurai attack for 3.
Anyway, samurai attacking. Leave it at that. We're going blocking, lining up. I mean, I guess, yeah. You have some 1/2s, so this block is kind of free for Eric, right?
Yeah, you just trade 2 creatures for the 1. It's going to be a problem long term. But it looks
or
like
not.
we have a long goodbye. We're going to eat all of them up here, and that's pretty nice. Those spot removals we talked about earlier, you kind of, have them take care of War in the Inner Sky and, maybe get lucky. And that was a good spot of getting lucky.
Yeah, and we've kind of seen the Boros Convoke deck put into these not super similar spots before, but like, a little bit of a smaller board, games going longer, and the Boros, we still kind of don't count the Boros deck out yet because it's can draw like a train troops or something like that. But from this position, with Sarah having so much stuff on the battlefield, I'm not going to call it now, but it feels like this game is kind of over.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make Eric have to have a lot of really good draws back to back. We saw Sarah attack with the Pashana's Tidebinder and the Samurai. You got a Gonjoed, and now we're going to see the second wedding announcement that is going to draw a card because Sarah played attacked with 2 creatures this turn. So we do see a land for turn as well.
Yeah, and if you're in Eric's position, what does a string of draws look like that actually gets you out of this? I mean, it's got to be. I would have to imagine back-to-back train troops, like make 2/2s, draw land 6, double recruiter, something along those lines.
Yeah, maybe like Knight Errant of Eos to start that all off to find the Imodane, so you have even more bodies to get going further and further. But Eric is sort of, as long as Sarah isn't, able to threaten lethal, he can keep building, and at worst sort of trade off, but does probably need to get it happening before this second wedding announcement flips. As a Deep Cavern Bat's actually going to be huge. It took an Imodane's recruiter. Yeah, you see Eric kind of shake his head there. He knew he couldn't deploy that last turn, didn't have the mana. And now Deep Cavern Bat's going to start attacking in for a bunch of damage as well. You see Sarah start to be like, okay, well, I've got this 2/2 bat. Let me start swinging with more creatures.
Yeah, she's got enough stuff to leave back on defense and the anchorage on defense too. So still with 4 blockers back, plenty of stuff.
Did you see her get that draw from the wedding announcement chapter 3? That's a Knight Errant of Eos on the top. That was the kind of draw Eric was going to need if he was going to win this game.
Okay, step 1.
Yeah.
Probably needs to find some more recruiters. That might have been the first. I think it's a red card. It's hard to tell.
I think it's Voldaren Epicure, Double Warden of the Inner Sky, Sokenzen, Gleeful Demolition, and a Plains as the last card.
Okay, so Warden Epicure. Warden is decent, right? We can start activating Warden a couple of times. That'll help us maybe get towards that Imodane's recruiter that we're trying to find. War Leader's Call, if that's still in the deck, could be a reasonable draw as well. And, like you mentioned, that Eric is doing a little bit of building, and, once we have built enough to where the point where we have more stuff in play than Sarah, then once we find that Anthem, it makes it a little bit more backbreaking.
Yep. Yeah, and we're seeing this Voldaren Epicure come in, ping Sarah down to 11. We're going to scry here. Not going to use the blood. I guess the idea being that we're never going to block with the Warden anyways to play around a Gonjo. So we're going to pass the turn.
And quick math here. Eric with 1 blocker. You block the 2/2, take 2, 4, 6, 8, 11. So by my count, we can put Eric to 1, I believe.
Yeah, I think that looks about rightish. It might be a little bit less because Anchorage and stuff is a little awkward. I think that's the 3rd wedding announcement. Well, either way, Sarah attacked with just the bat, putting Eric down to 10, getting that 2 life, and she's going to get some more 1/1s here. And now those 1/1s are turning into 3/3s because this second announcement is going to flip to a celebration.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was a 3rd wedding announcement. Yeah, she picked up the die and put that on there. So, yeah, it's going to be 2 more 3/3s. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blockers here, and Eric has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 attackers potentially if and every recruiter is drawn. It's not a recruiter.
Yeah, we got the Novice Inspector. We're going to get some scrying going on. Now, the Warden of the Inner Sky is going to actually grow pretty large this turn, so it might be able to stop the Deep Cavern Bat from attacking in with lifelink there.
Well, if you're in Eric's position, you can't tap too many blockers, right? Because you still need to make sure that you have enough to survive an attack. Because
I
Sarah
think
can
so.
just kind of alpha.
Yeah, but Eric has 6 blockers to Sarah's 7 attackers, I believe.
Okay,
8
so
attackers
right
with the
now,
anchorage.
it's good.
Yeah, drawing the inspector was actually huge because it was 2 pieces of cardboard for Eric, which was kind of what he needed there. Now he has a 4/5 vigilance. He just gets to smack in, flying as well.
So yeah, as the board sits, Sarah has the 5 humans, the soldier, the samurai rather, the bat, and the anchorage. You block the 5 humans and the samurai, and then the bat and the anchorage gets in, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The bat gets blocked by the warden.
Oh right, yeah, okay.
Because we hit the flying number thanks to the inspector. So it
You block
is
samurai 4 humans.
I mean, I saw chat saying, GG and stuff like that, and we weren't calling it because, it required Eric to have a good string of draws, but Eric started having that good string of draws we talked about. So this looks like Dominic is going to come down for Sarah. That's a big lifelinker now. 4 or 5 lifelink, and it looks like, we have Odawara. That's going to knock that out of the sky, make it so that at least the bat can come in. We might see a little bit more. It looks like it's just going to be a bat for 3 here, knocking Eric down to 7.
And that's a big tempo swing too, because now Eric has to spend not only another turn, deploying that warden, but also another turn growing it back to the point where it can actually block a bat.
Yep. And we are going to see Eric pop the clue, draw Sokenzen, untap, see what we can hit here. You can see Sarah, gaining a little bit of life with the bat too. It's making it harder and harder for Eric to get in. Now, normally this deck attacks in such big chunks that doesn't matter a ton, but with all these chump blockers, might not be the case. Looks like Warden's going to get played off the cavern.
Yeah, so tap 3 things to Warden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blockers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, I guess there is 8 blockers for 8 ground attackers. Theoretically, but I mean, Eric could just be chump blocking with everything at this point, right? Because I guess you keep the knight in play, but you have to chump with everything else.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought we might see another scry happen just to force that Snake can live and then channel the Sokenzen to block. But I think even if we do that, we're probably in pretty big trouble here since we're gonna be losing so much of our board. But Sarah immediately activates that anchorage, and we see her with 6 power in the sky. He's going to play Rafine, and Eric's like, okay, that's good enough for me.
All right.
So we're going to get a game number 3 here between these players. And like we said, Eric, we are positive is going to be our first seed on the play if he wins. Sarah, looking likely to be in on our top 8, sneaking in here at 6-0-2. But those players are going to shuffle up. And while they're shuffling up, let's really quickly take a look at Sarah's sideboard and see if there's anything that might change on the play draw for her.
I don't think so. I think, like we talked about the lockdowns, those definitely come in. So even Sarah didn't even find one that game, didn't need it. Past that, we saw the long goodbye that game too, I think. Yeah, I think Sarah ended up casting that on the triple block turn. So I believe the long goodbye came in as well, which is kind of interesting. Because we already have 3 cut downs. I guess just wanted a 4th removal spell for the Warden of the Inner Sky. But past that, I don't think there's a ton else here. What do you think, Mason?
Yeah, I can't imagine much else changing up here. Personally, I think, like we said, Sarah didn't even draw the temporary lockdown, right? Like sometimes you can just kind of stall up the board. I don't think that's going to change on player draw. We just want to slow things down and then let our more powerful cards on rate carry us across the finish line. And that's what we saw in that game, right? Wedding Announcement eventually clogged up the entire board, and you combine that with just a little bit of interaction, we were able to go the distance. Even with things like Deshaun's Tidebinder stopping a clue, right? It's not even like it got a full card's value there. So those players are done shuffling up. Let's head back to the area here, as I don't imagine things are going to change for Eric. And by that, I mean, I saw him shuffling while we were talking. I don't think I saw him putting cards on.
Yeah, going back to Sarah's, this being a potential win in for Sarah at 602, I think she would end up being either the 4 or the 5 seed, maybe the 3 or the 4 seed, but just to kind of give you an idea for seeding. So, Eric playing for the 1 seed, Sarah playing for maybe the 3 or 4 seed, depending on, what happens with draws and pair downs and the other tables. This is kind of a weird one where we just have like the correct number of, 3 XO1s and then the Sarah XO2, then this other X11 in 9th place that's kind of messing up all the numbers. And as we say that, epic here on turn 1 here for Eric, and we are underway with game number 3.
Yep, Sarah with the Dark Shore passing back. Eric has a bunch of plains and mountains in hand, going to be able to cast her spells. Going to go for the Gleeful Demolition.
Ooh. Do we have the knight? This is the Pioneer draw, Mason. It looks like we do. Yeah, I see the shake of the head for Sarah. That's tough.
Yeah, I don't know if she has anything like cut down in hand to even stop it if she wanted to try to. And Knight hits the battlefield, and we're going to take a look at our top cards here. Looks like we got a Gateway Express, a Sanguine Evangelist, a Voldaren Epicure, and some Thran Portal. So we're going to take the Sanguine and the Voldaren Epicure as we shuffle our deck. Eric joking about it, like, did you know this thing shuffles your whole deck? So having some fun with it.
Well, he did it again there, shuffling up the pile. I feel like he's just doing it for the camera at this point.
Yeah. Sarah, it was all fun in game 2 when we had the winning announcement going. Game 3, staring down 20 power. Ooh, we drew the cut down. Would have actually been a sick play if we had that for in response to Gleeful.
After. The turn after. That is rough. One turn too late.
Yeah. We're going to see it go for the throat on the Knight. So, we got into 4 damage here with our 1/1s from Eric, but we didn't get to fully connect with that. We'll have to cry ourselves to sleep with the value we got for everything else. The Sanguine Evangelist hits the board. The bat will be made. Our staff is grabbing that token for y'all at home.
And here's the turn, Mason. Do we have land 3 and a lockdown here for Sarah? I see the land. Does she have the lockdown? This is kind of the turn that she needs it.
What if instead of a lockdown, we had an announcement of our wedding? Would that help? Because she has 2 of those in hand, it looks like. And it does look like we have Anoint with Affliction.
Okay. That one cleanly, I say cleanly, quote unquote. It does leave a bat behind, but it does exile the Evangelist, so will not get a trigger on the leaps the battlefield.
Yep. And that, is a big reason. We saw a lot of players get excited about Long Goodbye for things like Rafine. Being able to, fight for the word. But Anoint Affliction coming up pretty huge here for Sarah. So we are going to see a Voldaren Epicure into the battlefield, get into the blood, get into the ping, push some damage here for Eric.
Is there a recruiter? There is. Yeah, this one is going to be tough, Mason. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So 12, even with the removal spell, that is going to put Sarah to 1, I believe, because we're taking a damage from the cut down.
I would say, yeah, it was a Cave of Coriolis that cast it, so we are going to go to 1, which means we need to draw the temporary lockdown and have a white land in hand, which I don't know if we do. And you're going to see Sarah extend the hand. Congratulations to Eric Hennig there. You can see the sigh of relief. He had the very powerful draw there. We are going to have a quick interview with Eric in a second once he is done sideboarding. But congratulations to Eric. Going to probably be our number 1 seed going into top 8. And with a deck like Boros Convoke, Devin, almost like worth playing the last round, because it was kind of, I have to imagine, if anything increases your win percentage in top 8 as this deck, going first has to be like a 10-15% buff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at the standings, we saw the 2. There's going to be EXO 1s, those be EXO 2s. And then even if Sean, I guess, yeah, because Sean's probably going to draw there. So yeah, this would be the only person who's X1. So yeah, definitely Eric putting on a masterclass there. Eric making me maybe rethink my decision to. We talked about this earlier. I was going to play Golgari, but maybe I'm going to switch back to Boros now for next week, Mason.
Yeah, I think this is the real question, right? Is when we're going forward in Standard, how are players going to respect the Convoke deck? And will they do it? Like a lot of people, I think we see games like game number 2, and maybe you're playing as people who aren't, as technically proficient, and then suddenly you're winning games you're not supposed to be winning, and then suddenly, you run into Devin O'Donnell at the 75K, and suddenly, he's not missing these little triggers, he's pushing you on the back foot, right? It's a very different experience. I'm excited to see how players adapt going forward with this in the metagame, because it looks to be a real player. I mean, it is basically the Pioneer deck.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, that draw that Eric had, I think even that draw alone would beat most decks in Pioneer. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, especially before like Lost Caverns came out, right? Like pre that, this is why it was one of the best decks in the format. And basically, the deck only got better because it got Novice Inspector, and we don't have a Thraben Inspector. But besides that, like it is still really good. And honestly, I've joked that if you gave me 1 copy of Inspiring Vantage, you couldn't get me to not, register Convoke. If I just had 1 good dual land in my deck, I'd be in. But they don't have that, and that's really the only thing holding it back, right? 14-round tournaments, 8-round tournaments like this. Sometimes the mana is going to get you, and that's something you have to be willing to live with. And, if it doesn't get you and you're able to play well when you do have bad mana draws, you get rewarded heavily, because it is, my opinion, pound for pound, the strongest deck in Standard outside
Mason,
of mana.
Can I interest you in our Lord and Savior Thran Portal?
No, you cannot.
Okay,
No,
noted.
you
Good to know,
cannot.
good to
No, Threat Portal is fine, but like having to play stuff like that is really awkward. It's like Inspiring Advantage, right? But losing the life does come up in a couple matchups. So, it is what it is. We have to see how the metagame moves forward. But we haven't even seen it on camera yet, right, Devin? But cards like Case of the Gateway Express are very huge swings in this deck. A removal spell that also doubles as an anthem is something that you cannot sell enough for a deck like this.
Yeah, one thing I think that a lot of players we're kind of people are still split on the number of, how many War Leaders calls, how many Sanguine Evangelist, but I think in all of the Convoke decks that we've seen this weekend, every single one of them is like, I'm playing 4K, so you're not getting me to cut any of that card. And I agree. I think it's probably the best of those options. It costs 2 mana is less than 3 mana. I know, crazy concept. And the fact that it's just like ETB, it's Turbinate plus Anthem for 2 mana. Like, what else do you want from your 2 mana card in your deck with, this many 1-drops? So it makes a lot of sense.
It really does. I assume we're going to be ready for this interview in just 1 second here from our player, Eric, who just made our top 8. But yeah, I think the deck is sort of, the deck to beat in Standard. If you're going to your local RCQ, you need to have a plan for the Convoke deck. And things like boarded up windows that we saw some players turn to for stuff like Infect doesn't really work against Convoke. The Gleeful Demolition's a main deck card. They overpower it, right? Like, you're going to need to have actual cards dedicated to this matchup, which is interesting, right? Like, as that sort of stuff develops, maybe things like Domain get a little bit better, right? Players have less sideboard cards for them. They're playing more kill spells. It's going to be an interesting sort of waltz that we see happen in our Standard metagame over the next coming weeks.
Yeah, typical rock, paper, scissors thing where you have rock dominate 1 week, the next week you have paper dominate the next week you have scissors, and then so on and so forth. So depending on how well Boros does this week, we'll have to see if people prepare their sideboards for it next week, so on and so forth. Like you mentioned, maybe Domain can make a comeback, not only because honestly, Domain doesn't even feel like it's that bad against Boros, because it's one of the few decks that can actually main deck lockdown and not feel too bad about it. So if you Domain with 4 lockdowns, maybe that's the way to go next week.
Yeah, Domain with some lockdowns. Maybe you play a couple of depopulates instead of Sunfalls, right? Get a little bit more respect that direction. Could be a very reasonable choice for players going into both the 75K and your local RCQs. It's going to be interesting. You talked about wanting to play Golgari midrange here as we're waiting for the player to set up. Glissa is a card that actually, lines up really well against some of these cards. The First Strike Death Touch blocks so many of the things, right? And the format, and then lets you kill things like the Case, lets you kill things like War Leader's Call, and, is like just kind of a powerhouse in the mid-range mirrors. It could be, make a lot of sense to play that as, the Black X deck of choices. I think, and correct me, if you disagree here, I think Black is the best color in Standard. It's just the Convoke deck is the best deck in Standard.
Oh yeah, for sure. Black has the kind of the deepest range, I guess is the best way to put it, where it has maybe the best all the way up the curve, best 2-drop Deep Cavern Bat, best 4-drop Shieldred, best removal spells. So, Black is definitely the most well-rounded color, but yeah, Boros Convoke does appear to be the talk of the town here. I think I see Eric in our background. We might be ready to go down to that interview in just a second.
All right, congratulations, Eric. How are you doing?
I feel fantastic.
Yeah. Tell us about it. How's your week? Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, after my soul left my body on that whiff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough.
So how has your weekend been so far with this Boros Convoke deck? This was really the talk of town going into Standard. There's a lot of worries about the mana. What's your experience been like so far?
Yeah, the mana can be weird. We're playing 8 basics, which, there's a lot of good fixing right now and a lot of good utility lands, but it's been pretty good. My one loss was to a friend playing green-black Obliterator. But otherwise, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing that I was going to mention was this is kind of we've seen a lot of Boros Convoke on camera over the weekend, and one thing I noticed is your 3-drop split. So you have 2 Sanguine Evangelists, 2 War Leaders Calls, and then the 4Ks of the Gateway Express. So talk to me about that. Did you maybe start with more calls? Did you think about playing less calls, more Evangelists? What were the numbers like?
Yeah, I started out on 4 calls, and through testing kind of realized that Case was just a better option. So made the switch there. Still like having 2 main deck. Oftentimes you can lose your board and put them in a spot where they're somewhere around 6 to 8, and just kind of kill them off the pings off War Leader's Call. But it's usually one of the first cuts going into game 2. And Evangelist, there's a lot of good removal right now. Long goodbye can be a problem where you don't get the triggers as well. So I've kind of moved down from 3 to 2 there.
Makes sense. Going into this top 8, you're going to be our first seed going in. You're going to be the only one with your record. So congratulations. Yeah. Okay, well, welcome. You're going to be on the play in top 8. If you so want it, you can always take the draw if you want. Go up a card. Some people spend a card to do that, Eric. It's not outside assistance. It's just a fact. But how do you feel when you're playing these kind of tournaments? You just top 8 this big 5K. You're playing for our end of the year championship, right? Whoever wins this goes there. It's a $30,000 PTQ as well. How do you sort of keep your head cool in moments like this?
Yeah, it's tough, but I think take a deep breath beforehand. Don't let the moment get bigger than you, and just play as tight as you can, right? Magic is unfortunately magic sometimes, and control what you can, and hope for the best.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, Mason did bring up that you're going to be the 1 seed going into our top 8 here. As far as the rest of the top 8 is concerned, I don't know if you've, know what some of the players are playing. Is there any particular person or deck that you really want to dodge that are towards the top tables? Maybe people that have drawn in, or anything that you don't want to play against?
Yeah, that 4-color legends with the over slime. I don't know. I saw a couple of those floating around. I played one of them in the Swiss, but once their engine gets going, it's very difficult to fight through like a Sarkozin every turn. So I'd probably like to avoid that one.
Slowly dominating the standard format, one person at a time. We'd love to see it. Well, Eric, we're going to give you a little bit of time before top 8. Congratulations, and we'll be seeing more of you in just a little bit. We're going to try and get some more magic in, though. So let's cut on back to the booth here and try and head down to that future match area. But it was great to see that from Eric there. And also great to see his excitement of like, oh, I am on the play, aren't I? Oh, that's kind of exciting.
The realization. Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah, maybe maybe I'll be like seed 3 or 4. Oh, number 1. That's nice. But we do have a backup match that we're going to try and pull up for y'all right now. We do believe this is another win and in situation going on in our future match area, as we have Massimo here on the left with Esper Legends, with Chris on the right with Esper Midrange. These are 2 different Esper variants. And Devin, what's the difference between these 2 decks as we sort of jump into this kind of clogged battlefield?
Putting me on the spot. Let me get the deck list up real quick here. So for Chris, look like Bat Rafine, Denic Shieldred, Aquazotz. Whoo, there is a spice. There's 2 spicy cards in Chris's deck. I won't spoil it for chat. And then looking at Massimo's deck, Bat Rafine, Denic Mastermind, Preacher, Tidebinder. So looks like Preacher, Tidebinder for Massimo, and then no Preachers, no Tidebinders here for Chris. More, go for the throat, or normalize, more virtue, stuff like that. I want you to take a look at Chris's deck and tell me if you can spot it.
Take a look at Chris's deck and see if I can spot it. I mean, the Cryptic Coat, I can always see that.
Nope.
I can always see the Prophet Master Sleuth as well. Alquizitz.
Yep.
Veteran Sphinx's Revelation as well. Yeah, that's an interesting one. People talk about maybe this card's just good, right? If you haven't seen this card, Alquizitz Prophet Master Sleuth is 3 mana for a 3/3 vigilance, and when it enters the battlefield, you investigate, and then you can sack it to draw X cards and gain X life with the same mana cost as Sphinx's Revelation. So, I way to kind of go along in these grindy games.
Yeah, not only that, but there's also a Teysa Opulent Oligarch. Black-white colorless 2/3 Death Touch. Beginning of your end step, investigate for each opponent who lost life this turn, and whenever a clue you control is put into a graveyard, you make a 1/1 bat. Trigger this ability only triggers once each turn. So a couple of cool spicy ones here for Chris, who is 5-1-1, got pared down to Massimo going into 5-2. Now, here's a weird situation where this is a guaranteed win it in for Chris. Chris X11, locked it up, good to go. If Massimo wins, there's going to be a bit of a tiebreaker sweat. Now, going into the round, if I look at tiebreakers, Massimo, my apologies, was at a clean 69%. Nice. And then after that, he had the next person down beat by 3%. So 66.66. Next one was 64%. So good chance that, typically I want to say the range for breakers is probably somewhere between 3 to 5%. It's really hard to jump past that.
Gotcha. So we're just going to have to see how it plays out here, as Massimo does have the Virtue in play. That's going to untap all of our creatures and put +1/+1 counters on them. That's going to let us attack with things like the Preacher, like the Rafine with impunity. Chris here has wedding announcements going, has a Dimmick, has a Lorraine, but the Virtue, given enough time, will run us over.
Yeah, so a bit of a cluttered board state here. Chris currently up a game. A lot of stuff here for both players. It's really hard. Whenever you come into a game like this, it's really hard to discern who is ahead and who's behind. I tend to favor the person who has more wedding announcements, and it looks like there's 2 in play for Chris. So I'm going to go with Chris being ahead. Although Virtue can really help that cause as well.
Well, speaking of helping that card, Alcazats is definitely a thing that helps in these mid-range mirrors. It does see the resolve here. Sort of the go-to black mid-range breaker these days. Flying lifelink. When it attacks, your opponents discard. You draw cards. When they discard stuff, you make bats. Alcazats, the second coming of the Scarab God in a lot of ways when it comes to these mid-range things. Just something that comes back over and over and over again and win games very quickly.
Would you say that you're beginning to feel like a Bat God?
Bat God. Yeah, I would.
Okay, just checking.
I have some friends that have struggled to pronounce Alcazat's name, and I tell them just to call it Eminem, and I don't know what they're talking about, As we do see Massimo here trying to figure out, how am I going to get out of this situation? Because it was looking pretty good before I had this Virtue going, but Alcazats is going to make Rafine a little bit more of a struggle. It's going to put me in a position where I'm going to be behind the 8-ball a bit, and I've got to figure out how in the world I'm going to break through this stall board state.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like both players are relatively low enough, and it's not clear who, if any, has a profitable attack. I guess if I can try to figure it out, let's look at flyers first and foremost. So there's the Bat God, and I think that's a Flipdenic on Chris's side, which is a 5/5 and a 4/3 respectively. And then on Massimo's side, you have the Anchorage, which has a counter on it, which would currently be a 3/4. The Rafine is a 2/5. So yeah, there's not really good attacks in the air. I guess there is 2 anchorages, but the Bat God being able to provide lifelink makes that a little bit more awkward as we see a Preacher attack here. That one's got Death Touch. That one's a relatively free attack.
Yeah, we are going to see another lifelinking Vampire come in. Draw 1 off the Connive. Now we might get a Bat made here for Chris, thanks to Alcazats' ability.
Oh, right. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, just the looting away after Rafine, giving Chris another flying body here. And now if we go back to that flying math, Chris has a Deep Cavern Bat, the Denic, the Alcazats, and just a regular Bat token. And then Massimo has the Rafine and 3, 6, 8. So it does have enough to do 2 anchorages on defense. But then you're also kind of in this weird position where you might want to activate one of the anchorages on your own turn to get a counter off Virtue and then have a better blocker on Chris's turn. So there's a lot of things to think about here for Massimo.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough position. Meanwhile, Chris in his head is saying, I'm Batman. As every turn he gets more and more bats. Did you like that one?
Something tells me something tells me I don't think that is the phrase that is going on in Chris's mind right now. But I'm willing to believe it.
I unironically would be thinking that right now if I was Chris. I'd be like, I'm Batman. The skies are mine. Now he attack with Alcazats and put you in an awkward position. As you know, Chris can take some hits, right, for the Preacher and stuff like that, but also can convert the ground tokens into bats. As you know, the Rafine is going to force that to happen. And when Chris attacks with Alcazats, it's going to force a discard, which is going to force a draw, I believe, here, since we have no cards in hand for Massimo.
You know what I would do in this position, Mason?
I
would just attack with everything. I would just make Massimo figure it out. I cannot be bothered to do math like this. I'm just attacking with everything. I don't care.
One time you were streaming and you and I played, and we had a very stalled board state, and you did this and lost the game that I think you were favored to win. When I went back and watched the thing, I was like, I'm so dead. And then you were like, you know what, chat? I'm off it. And you right-click attacked all my 8-year stuff in combat. And I was like, you know what, respect. He was done streaming. He went to go to bed. He was off it.
Sometimes you're just off it, man. All right.
Yeah.
You gotta know when to be off it.
No, that's totally fair. As we do see Chris here, it is kind of tough, right? Because the bat, attacks in, you're not be able to block and eat things. And it's sort of just constant, engine here, and the anchorages can get kind of weird. So Chris trying to figure out exactly what we can draw into and how we're going to get out of this game. Also, sometimes do I want to attack with the bat to draw off the wedding?
I guess the Acklezotz is a pretty safe attack because even if it gets double blocked or somehow, you just get it back, right? You flip it back face down. So probably an okay attack, and you're going to get the draw card off of it and gain some life. And it looks like the Denic is coming in as well.
I like this. Virtue plus Alkazotz is one of my favorite combos because, you just block and then you return it. It's tapped, untaps, it gets bigger. Really hard to fight through that.
Oh, yeah.
Does look like Massimo is potentially thinking about activating this anchorage. Could eat the Denic or block the Alkazotz, depending on what's best here for us.
Did we already get the Acklezotz trigger?
We did,
card in hand for Chris. Okay.
Yep. Worth noting too, the Denic, if we end up blocking with something like a chump block or, even trading, we're going to get the clue. So that's going to be even more cards in our hand. Rafine being, I believe, a 3/6 here means it gets to just chump the Acklezotz, and Anchorage is going to eat the Denic.
So yeah, 3/6 blocking, 5/5, and then 3/4 blocking, 4/3. So that's a trade, right?
I think so. But it looks like we're going to actually activate the Plaza to give indestructible to the Denic.
Okay.
So that way the anchorage is gone. That's going to, make a little bit of inroads in the air. And then I believe we get a clue as well, since anchorage was a creature when it died.
So yeah, this combat didn't go super bad for Chris. I mean, we traded Plaza for anchorage, and we gained 5 life and drew a card off of Bat God. So pretty reasonable combat step.
Yeah, and it looks like,
what is that?
Let's say,
is that the Alks or whatever it's called? That I think it is.
Yeah, that is the Master Sleuth. Yeah, the Master Sleuth himself, better known as Sphinx's Revelation on activate. Now we don't have the mana, so that doesn't matter too much right now. But honestly, it's gonna make combat even weirder when it comes to Massimo here, trying to push in for lethal.
Production, can we do a huge favor and put Sphinx's Revelation on the tape? I want to see it one more time. Can we please get Sphinx's Revelation on camera for the folks at home who may not know? We gotta see it.
Hard to
if we're seeing it Alquist, we gotta see Revelation.
I mean, Sphinx's Revelation dominated Standard for a long time, and I'd be interested to see how it would do in the current day, to be honest. I think it would be good. But
we're gonna find out because Chris did cast Sphinx's Revelation with Suspend One, so we're gonna find out how good it is.
That is fair.
God, production is not agreeing with me. There it is. Let's go. Look at that. Believe it or not, chat, that used to be one of, if not the best cards in Standard. That I don't know how good it would be in today's Standard, but Alquist is going to go ahead and do a nice Sphinx's Revelation impression. I'm pretty excited to see that thing activated. Oh, we got a reader here. Massimo's like, oh, can't let you untap with this thing.
Yeah. And it looks like we have a Deep Cavern Bat, which took a Virtue. The Virtue actually would have been so big if we could get that on the battlefield. It would, kind of negate Massimo's Virtue and put us in a really powerful position.
Yeah, and I think the leftover card in Chris's hand was that Tesa as well. So we're getting to see both of those spicy one-ofs in action here that we talked about earlier. Well, at least Tesa's not on the battlefield yet, but we'll see.
Yeah. And you have to wonder, too, about time in the round for these players. Our feature match versus Convoke, game 1 and 3 were lightning quick, but game 2 was a slugfest. I think there's enough time left here to play all 3 games if you're Massimo, but that is something you have to be thinking about is I need to start winning this game. Looks like they did get deck checked, so they're going to have a little bit of a time extension, so an extra 10-ish minutes on average.
Yeah, looking on Melee, they have plus 12, so.
Melee tells you time extensions?
Yep, if you click on matches, the very right-hand column, it shows how much time extension for each match is.
Wow.
Crazy, I know. I learned this today as well. Are we seeing Sphinx's Revelation? Are we doing it? This Alquist, let me pull up Alquist again. I want to see if it's sorcery only. Alquist is, no, you can do it instant speed, so.
Yeah, you can invest 3 mana, 2 mana, 1 sorcery speed only, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we are going to see Chris tap some mana. Might be a removal spell. Can't quite get a look at what it is.
Sports State is a mess.
Yeah.
Like I said last turn, I'm off it.
Yeah, these Esper matchups, especially when the Virtue builds are going on, things get out of control so quickly.
You know what? Chris is up a game. What's the worst that happens? The worst that happens, you just go to game 3. You know, it's fine.
Yep. As it does look like Chris has drawn his Shrouded Shepherd. Typically,
is that the Zealous Persecution?
Yes, it's -1/-1 to all your opponent's creatures, and then when it ETBs, you give one creature you control +2/+2 in lifelink. Excuse me, +2/+2 until end turn. Very good on the lifelinker, something that we see players using against both Convoke and Infect as a way to let you bat on 2, but not clear your own bat on 3. A nice little tech card.
I don't know why I said Zealous Persecution, but I just had that. I had old cards in the mind, so
you're okay.
Yeah. That's going to come in, although not great against an active Virtue. Not really going to kill that much, but I guess it's maybe going to make the sizing a little bit awkward on blocks, because I'm pretty sure we cast both halves of that, right? Looks like we did.
You see, this is where Twitch Chat and I differ. Twitch Chat's talking about Sphinx's Revelation and against Shieldred. I'm thinking Sphinx's Revelation with Shieldred. And we do have
2 extra life.
Yeah, and Chris has 2 Shieldreds in the deck, so it could be live, Twitch Chat.
Ayo.
As it seems like we are attacking here in the air with the Dimir, the Alcazats, and the Bat.
Yeah, so, okay. Now this, the Shepherd makes combat even more complicated. Oh my goodness. Okay, so how big is the Flyers? The Rafine would be, I guess it's just remove 1 counter. So it's 2, 3, 6.
A 3/6. Yep. The anchorage is not affected by it, so it's still its base size, which is nice.
Yep.
These 2 wedding announcements makes our things a lot bigger. I wonder how close we are to just getting to alpha as Chris.
My head hurts looking at this board state, Mason.
Understandable. So it looks like what's happening is Alcazats is maybe getting blocked by Rafine again.
Yeah, that would make sense, right? 5. Or actually, no, the Alcazats. So the Alcazats got pumped by the Shepherd, right? So it's actually a 4. It's an 8/8 right now.
Yeah, I believe it's an 8/8, which is forcing it to get at least chump. So maybe it's a double block on that. It's a little hard to see exactly where things are. The players will let us know.
This is why we need Moto. Moto clears all of this up for us.
Ugh. Paper magic coverage till I die, baby. As we do see, the Dimir is dead. The Rafine is dead. The Anchorage lives. Looks like there was a chump block on one and eat on the other. And now the Bat. Oh, the Bat's traded. Okay. So that means Chris is going to get back his Virtue. Pretty big, actually. It's going to allow him to get more things on board and start taking over. Massimo is moving very quickly here.
Yeah, rough spot for Massimo because, Chris is just going super wide. Massimo on 4, Chris all the way up at 16. I mean, I can't possibly imagine there's any. Oh, love it. See, Massimo just did what I said 2 turns ago. He's like, you know what? I'm in. Just jam. Shove it. Shove it in. Turn my creatures into the red zone. What do you got?
Yeah, these creatures are huge. We're going to draw.
I'm going to piece of paper. What's that?
Those are the lifelinking vampires.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're not going to get to draw from the preacher because we are down on life thanks to Alcazats being a huge lifelinker that's attacked a couple times. We know Chris has at least a 2/2 with the Virtue. That's going to allow us to chump block one thing. It might be a situation where Chris just gets to chump across the board and then threaten lethal in the air. Yeah, we still have this Lorraine in play that hasn't ever done anything. It's a very awkward spot.
Yeah, so... Okay, the tokens, the black creature tokens that have counters on them, those are... What are those from? Are those preacher tokens?
Talking about the black
the ones that Massimo's
tokens.
Attacking with, right?
Yeah, those are preacher tokens. They're not the official right tokens. Yeah, they have lifelink.
That's why I was confused.
Yeah, they are white, which luckily in this matchup doesn't matter too much. But
it's the lifelink that mattered. So
Yep.
as of right now, it's 2, 3, 6, 7. So Massimo's gaining 7 life on this attack. From what I could tell. All right, we have an hand extended. I'm pretty sure Chris won the match, but it's hard
Yeah.
to tell. I'm gonna assume it was.
I think what happened is Chris won because Massimo was hoping that Chris would make some sort of mistake and then get across for lethal where kill something he really needed dead. But either way, congratulations to Chris there for winning that game. That was a wild mid-range matchup. That was crazy. We're going to see a lot more wild and exciting games in our top 8 here very, very soon. You see my hair. I was pulling my hair out because of how crazy it was. But we're going to be back in just a minute with our top 8. We're going to have those players in our feature match area for you. We're going to go over all of it and cover the entire top 8 tonight. So follow the Twitch chat if you haven't done that already. We're going to have so much magic for you tonight and going forward the rest of the year as well. We'll be back after these ads in just a few minutes. Hello, players, and welcome back to the finals of the NRG Chicago 5K. I'm your host, Mr. Jordan, my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are here to bring you the top 8 of our 5K showdown. That's right. One of the winners today is going to go to our end-of-year invitational, $30,000 on the line, Devin, an invite to the Pro Tour, and so much more that we'll talk about later as the year moves forward. But for now, let's see if we can take a look at our top 8 and see who's playing and what matchups they're playing. On the top left here, you're going to see Eric Hing versus Fanchen Yang, Boros Convoke versus Dimir Ramp. That is going to be our main feature match, Devin. And what do you think of this matchup?
Kind of depends on how many, this is what we'll be talking about the whole weekend, is how many sweepers do we have. So we'll get into the deck list. There's not a ton. It's actually a little bit less than you would probably expect. But, sans the sweepers, if Fanchen is able to get up maybe like a fast Atraxa or something that can sort of stabilize the battlefield, and even if Eric is able to go pretty wide, Atraxa with lifelink might be able to be enough to kind of stave off the early pressure.
I'm excited to see that one, and that will be our main feature. Now for our backup feature match, let's cover it here on the bottom left side of our bracket. That's going to be Benjamin Ungar versus Tim Hatch. We saw Tim Hatch play Sarah last round. Played a couple rounds ago with Esper Midrange, and then we saw Benjamin Ungar in our Players Championship last year. He played in that $25,000 event for our at-large. Looks like he's trying to run back here now. Devin, what do you think of this matchup in the Esper Midrange mirror?
I think Esper is going to win. That would be my expert opinion.
Wow. No, you want to pick a favorite? Who are you picking to win, Ben or Tim?
Let me look at seeds real quick.
So Seeds on the play?
So Ben's 4, Tim's 5. I'll take Ben.
Okay, you know what? I like Tim's build of the deck a little bit. We can get into a whole bunch, but basically Benjamin Ungar is playing blue-black with Rafine, and Tim is playing Esper proper, right? And so this is a situation where typically blue-black proper is a little unfavored in the mid-range-ish mirrors, but Rafine does a lot to help that, and Benjamin Ungar, clearly one of our players from last year, a very strong force to be reckoned with. On the other side here, we do have Domain versus Esper with Chris over there. Who do you think is favored in that matchup, Devin?
So Domain against Esper. Generally speaking, I think Domain is slightly ahead of Esper. The one thing that really kind of matters is how many counter spells the Esper player has. Taking a look at Chris's deck list here, we have only 2 copies of Normalize in the main deck. This is kind of the one that we just saw with the Spicy 1-ofs, which Spicy 1-ofs are good, not that good against Domain though. So I think this is going to be an uphill battle here for Chris.
And then in the bottom right hand, we have Sean Gallagher, who we saw yesterday start off really strong in our Pioneer event. Unfortunately, didn't make top 8. Today, he was starting really strong, got a draw, and now was able to clutch the top 8 versus Sodek here, who you probably know from Magic Online playing Boros Convoke. Who do you like in the Azorius Control versus Boros Convoke matchup?
I mean, I think you got to like Sean on Azorius Control here. Sean's got a whole bunch of lockdowns in the main deck. And Sean is going to be on the play, so that's a pretty big advantage, as well as those lockdowns in the main deck, even a 4th one of the sideboard. So I think I like Sean in that matchup.
Yep, and he has the one Lockhorn Whale to really tie up the matchup, and this is untimed top 8, so he'll have time to deploy the Lockhorn Whale and win. I'm really excited to see that, but our players are shuffling up in our feature match area, so let's head on down as it does look like they're presenting their decks to cut. And we saw this deck earlier from Fanchen Yang with the Dimir ramp. If you haven't seen already, ramp is an interesting kind of term for it. We're basically trying to use reenact the crime to bring back big creatures. So it's rampy, reanimatory, kind of in that whole.
Right. Yeah. So I think a lot of people are familiar with the Rakdos ramp deck that is utilizing big score as a way to discard stuff and a way to make treasures to start hard casting Atraxa, or not Atraxas, but Italis, Breach the Multiverses, things like that. So this Dimir deck is not necessarily trying to generate mana to hard cast its things. What it's trying to do is utilize looters in the form of Rona, Herald of Invasion, Vohar, Vidalian Desecrator, and Likeness Looter, all of which tap to draw discard, and then discard large creatures, Atraxa, Conspiracy Unraveler, Atali, or maybe even Breach the Multiverse, and then utilize Reenact the Crime to get that back from the graveyard and kind of set up a turn 4 really big play. Fanchen can, just as, if Fanchen has Looter into Breach plus the Reenact the Crime, that can set up Breach hit Atraxa, or maybe Breach hit Unraveler, hardcast another thing, and it just spirals out of control from there.
Yeah, we saw earlier too how we didn't even do anything like that, Devin, while you were getting lunch. Will and I watched this deck, and we just played a blue-black mid-range deck, We played some looters, and we played some kill spells, got some planeswalkers going, and then eventually played a big card. Now, turns out our big card was, an Atraxa, but it could have just been, even Alcazats, and probably would have won the game. So I'm really excited to see, can this Dimir deck play multiple roles and do the job it needs to against a deck like this, where Boros Convoke is a tough matchup theoretically. So we do see a Yoshin frontliner off a mountain to start the turn. So it does look like we're maybe quickly replying to something there. It's life total. Excuse me.
Big old Yoshi on turn 1. I haven't seen this card in action yet. Maybe we can get this one up on screen for the folks at home. This is a card that not all of the Boros Convoke decks play. Tomasz Sodek did not play this card, but what's nice about it is it has Unearth. So, for example, if you can Gleeful Demolition the Yoshin frontliner, that can be something that you can get later down the road. And when it attacks, it gives something +1/+1. So something other than itself, though. So it can't target itself. And you see Eric reading the card just to make sure.
Yeah, and we're going to see Fanchen Yang play an Undercity Sewer on turn 1, and we've surveilled away a mountain, and then we're going to see a Sundown pass into a Gleeful Demolition. And this is why you see some players play cards like Yoshin Frontliner. It's because it also, increases your 1-drop count, but also your artifact count, so you have more Gleeful Demolition starts, which honestly are your best starts.
Yeah, and one thing is that we've kind of talked about all weekend is sweepers. Now, some decks are able to play sweepers in the main deck. Sean Gallagher, Blue-White Control, has the lockdowns. As far as Fanchen is concerned, there are a couple of sweepers in the main deck here. 2 copies of Terror Tide. So this is a card that maybe not a lot of people have seen before. It's 2 black. It has Fathomless Descent, which says all creatures get -X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Now, a lot of permanents in this deck: creatures, planeswalkers, artifacts, enchantments, lands. Actually, only 9 non-permanent cards. So that one frequently will, be able to get to 4 or 5 to be able to kill a Knight Errant of Eos.
Yep. And speaking of Knight Errant of Eos, we're going to play one of those and get 2 Resolute Reinforcements, as we are going to shuffle up the deck here. One thing to note too, Devin, is that, earlier in the day, when Yang was battling, it was closed deck list. And our top 8, because we are streaming it, this is open deck list, so both players get to see each other. So while Eric might not know all the tricks of the trade, he will know what cards are in Yang's deck.
Yeah, gonna be aware of the presence of those Terror Tides in the main deck. And looks like we got a discard of Conspiracy Unraveler. Now, it's kind of a little bit strange because with typical reanimation strategies, you would go, discard my thing, get my thing back a later turn down the road. But with Reenact the Crime only gets back something that was discarded or put into the graveyard that turn. So Reenact the Crime is not going to be able to target that Unraveler next turn.
Yep. But this is where cards like Kaito, which was just cast and made the ninja, come into play. Kaito, normally you attack with something, you draw, you kind of play a tempo game. Yang's playing it just as another looter that's hard to kill because it does phase out the first turn it's played. as we do see an Midrange Recruiter coming down. You know what's not hard to kill is Yang when you have this big of a board, as Eric is going to attack all in here.
So most likely the 1/1 will chump block the Night Errant of Eos, and the Rona will Rona's chump blocking the Recruiter. Interesting. Instead of blocking a Goblin. I don't interesting. I'm wondering why. Or well, it looked like the Rona the Rona was like motion over the Recruiter, but it might be on the Inspector. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say we'll see here in a second. It looks like it was on the Recruiter, and that might be a sign that we have something like the Fathomless card. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot. Sorry. So Terror Tide, yes. So we have to see exactly how this turn plays out, but that's probably a sign of that because you could have taken the block on the Inspector to leave the Rona around otherwise.
Yeah, most likely if you're chump blocking, you probably already have the Wrath rolled up, which is pretty good for Fanchen because if the Wrath comes up, which there it is, yeah, this is going to be tough for Eric here. I mean, Fanchen's down to 11, but Eric doesn't really have a lot left over and is really going to have to, what did we see? The 2 reinforcements, I believe, is in Eric's hand, which is actually not that bad of a leftover, right? You can just deploy both of those this turn.
Yeah, playing both of those at the end of Yang's turn can be pretty big, but this is sort of what Yang needed. We needed to have a turn where we sort of, not a ton gets added when it comes to power cards. There will be a lot of bodies, but unless Eric draws something like Midrange Recruiter or one of those War Leader calls that are in his deck, we're going to have a little bit of time to set up and try and find something. Oh, we put a Trax in the graveyard. There might be a crime that's going on.
I would like to report a crime. Not quite.
Yeah, I reported when Yang has stolen the people of a turn 5 Atraxa and is playing the Celestis.
And we get to go through the burden of keeping track of day and night for the rest of time.
Day and night. I'm gonna now. All right, I can remember the lyrics of the song.
I got nothing for you.
No, it's all good. No, it's all cool. It's cool, Devin. We were talking anime before. I was trying to think. And so we have a War Leaders call off the top. We talked about how as long as something like that doesn't come down, we're probably okay. And suddenly we're going to be attacking for 8 here, unless Yang has some interaction.
Yeah, that is going to be an 8-power attack. That's going to put Yang down to 3. If we have a Gleeful Demolition as the leftover for Eric, we are all done here. That's going to be 3 damage from the War Leaders call plus the 8 in combat. So we'll have to see what Fanchen has. Okay, we're going after Kaido, which means we don't have the Gleeful rolled up.
Yep, we do have a Novice Inspector in hand as our last card. That's going to drop Fanchen down to 6 here. We're going to have some clues left over as well. And I like this attack on the Kaido personally. Prevents stuff like Reenact the Crime from happening in order to, clean up the battlefield.
Chat brings up a good point. The Yoshin Frontliner was lethal. Remember that Yoshin Frontliner from turn 1 that we had talked about Unearthed? I actually forgot about it. So that would have been lethal because that's +1 damage from the War Leader's call, the 2/2 plus the other. That would have actually been 1 over lethal. So
yeah, that would have been pretty huge there. And those kind of things happen. And this is something, I'm someone who plays Magic full time. That's my job, and I'm like, hey, this deck's really hard. It's hard to want to play this over a 14-round tournament. It's taxing looking at the 75K head for me here. And, Eric here, it's going to come up. You're going to miss little things like that sometimes.
Well, Mason, we talked about there only being 2 copies of Terror Tides in Fanchen's deck. But guess what? If you draw both of them, you only need 2. It's fine.
That's very true. And this is honestly one of those things that is a real benefit of our deck here from Fanchen is that we have a lot of looters, so we're going to actually see a lot of our decks. So when you have a 2 of a card, it's probably a lot more like 3 of with the amount of looting that we're doing.
Let me see. Epicure is going to go ahead and deal 2, 1 from the trigger itself and 1 from the War Leader's call. That's going to put Fanchen down to 5. So yeah, this is the first time we've really seen War Leader's call in action, but the chip damage is really, really going to matter here.
Yeah, I think if we remember the Yoshin now, we're going to actually put Fanchen so low that every creature will be an out, so bringing back an Atraxa in the future won't be a problem, but it looks like we're going to bring Atraxa back now and miss the Yoshin.
No. Oh, Eric.
The 2 damage from the haste would have been huge.
Yep.
Yeah,
even that 2 damage would have, so the 1 from the call, then the 2 haste would put Fanchen down to 2, so it wouldn't have been lethal that turn, but like you said, maybe can find a creature or 2 off the top to get the last couple points in, but it's going to be tough now.
Yeah, the Atraxa 7 lifelink is going to make this a much harder out. Eric's going to need something like popping the clue into double resolute or, finding a Gleeful Demolition plus a creature. But for now, Fanchen is going to pick the cards. We're going to pick a Liliana of the Veil as one of the first cards, a Reenact the Crime, and Atraxa. And it looks like we're figuring out if we want a Scry land or an untap. Sorry, Surveil land or an untap land. Everything else going back. It looks like Virtue Persistence is also in here. Shipwreck Marsh was the land, going for an untapped one.
Yeah, land creature, planeswalker, instant enchantment. It's 5. A little 5-piece chicken nugget.
Honestly, if I'm Yang, I'm trying to be nice. I'm just over here like, hey, you know what? I'll take the land call today. As we do see, the virtue is going to kill that novice and gain the extra 2 life. That's going to make it where, this Yoshin frontliner on the last turn, less of a big deal.
Yeah, and now, honestly, the Gleeful Demolition, so if Fanchen was at 4, Gleeful could have been a lethal top deck, where you go Gleeful, put Fanchen to 1, reanimate the Yoshin frontliner that's lethal. But now with Fanchen at 6, no longer lethal.
Yep. And I imagine that, we're going to see Eric here draw and try and battle it out. These are untimed rounds in the top 8. And when you are starting to lose to Atraxa, you lose very quickly. And the Convoke deck can really pull some crazy wins out of nowhere. So doesn't hurt too much, as we did draw a case of the Gateway Express. That's normally really good when you're trying to beat down, but not at its best here.
Yeah, it does not kill the Atraxa. That thing has 7 toughness, and Eric, by knowledge, only has 2 creatures in play, so not quite going to get the job done. And you have to imagine this single Atraxa attack is probably good enough to just seal the deal.
Yeah, I imagine. Just even if she lost lifelink from this point forward and it was just a 7/7, getting up so much life, it's just going to be so big, and it's going to be hard to go from here. Again, the Celeste is turning day to night pretty soon here as well. That's going to gain you life. The Virtue is going to come down pretty soon, so it's going to be tough to rebuild here for Eric. Liking this Looter, the play for Yang. One thing I always find really funny, Devin, is Magic players will say commander cards when something's bad, and then, Atraxa, pretty clearly a commander card. Very good. Makes you wonder.
Coincidence?
Maybe.
I think not.
Yeah. The C and CEDH has to mean something. I hope to figure that out one day, as it does look like a Resolute Reinforcements and a case of the Gateway Express in hand for Eric. We can kill that Likeness Looter with this, and we have the blood as well as a pop and get some incidental chip damage in, but it's going to be...
Stands for Convoke, right?
Yes, yep.
Got it. Okay. Just making sure.
Well, it's because EDH is a multiplayer game. You need to convoke with multiple things.
Right,
Just
yeah.
makes sense, yep.
Yeah, I got you. I'm following along. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Mm-hmm. Atraxa, the white in her color identity means we got a little vigilance, as Eric is going to flash in Resolute Reinforcement.
Yeah,
Ping!
2 more
Yang down
damage.
to 10.
Yeah, 2 more damage, but yeah, the 7 from the Atraxa. I mean, this is... I can't really imagine a single top deck that would allow Eric to deal 19 points of damage, but I don't know.
If there's a deck in Standard that could do 19 out of nowhere, it's Convoke.
Yeah.
Now, the other problem is we have the Celestis, which we can turn to Night, which is going to gain us, another life. So that's where the real problem comes. As we are going to see a draw potential from Eric. Yeah, and we're going to pick it on up there. That is a tough one there for Eric. But I think it shows that, this matchup is actually probably pretty close, right? At worst, because Yang had a lot of it and was able to win that game, barely. Let's look at Eric's sideboard and see what he can be bringing in here for games number 2 and 3. We have 4 Invasion of Gobakon, 3 Destroy Evil, 3 Lithomantic Barrage, 3 Lantern Flare, and 2 Wedding Announcements. Devin, what do you like in the sideboard here and why?
So from Eric's side of things, see, the invasions, I kind of think the invasions have to come in here because, so Eric knows that Yang's sweepers are mostly 4 mana, those Terror Tides. So not only can you get the Terror Tide, which makes it cost 6 mana, but also reenact the crime, right? Yang's deck is almost like trying to assemble A plus B, which is reenact the crime plus big thing. And if you can invasion the reenact the crime and make that a 6 mana play as opposed to 4 mana play, I like that a lot. And then probably needs to have something like Destroy Evil to be able to answer just a big thing on the battlefield. Like imagine that game if Eric was able to draw a Destroy Evil for the Atraxa, we're looking at a different game. So I think those 2 cards are probably coming in. Typically the deck wants to shave on some number of frontliners, some number of call. Case doesn't seem... I guess Case is decent because there is a lot of like the looters and stuff that you can kill early with Case. So going to be tough to figure out what to cut. But I think definitely wants some invasions and some Destroy Evils.
Yeah, it is really awkward, right? Because the looters are such a big part of this. In the case, at worst, does acts a +1/+0 in this matchup. Let's check out Yang's deck and see what they have. We have 3 Cut Down, 3 Duress, 2 Negate, 2 Glistening Deluge, 2 Jace the Perfected Mind, a Deadly Cover-Up, an Urtai Resurrected, and Pithing Needle. Devin, what do you like from here and why?
So, all right. So we're looking at sweepers: 2 Glistening Deluge and 1 Deadly Cover-Up. Those I think are probably slam dunks. Past that, not really a lot here. You could maybe consider something like Cut Down because it's able to answer the Wardens, but we've talked about multiple times today. Cut Down is really only good against exactly Warden. Doesn't trade that effectively with the rest of the creatures in the Boros Convoke deck. Duress, not really enough targets. Negate, same thing. Jace, way too expensive. Urtai, too expensive. Needle, no targets. So past the sweepers, maybe 1 or 2 Cut Downs. I don't think there's a lot here for Yang.
Yeah, it looks like, we're going to have a little bit of a controlling ability post-board. But honestly, if we can just do our Reenact the Crime plan and put in the Atraxas, we're going to most likely win. Anyway, so I'm excited to see how Yang goes about playing game number 2 and 3. And speaking about going about playing, let's talk about our upcoming events, because y'all at home might want to come out and play one of those. And we have a couple events already announced coming up for the rest of the year. First up, in April 20th and 21st in Minneapolis, we're going to have the 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday, and then Sunday, a 5K Legacy event. Our Showdown events are the ones that qualify for our PTQ 30K at the end of the year. You're going to show up to one of those. The players today are playing for that as well, and we know you Legacy players love to get out in games, so we're hoping to see a bunch of y'all on April 21st. After that, then we're going to go to Indianapolis on May 11th and 12th. We're going to have a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday. And then Sunday, team event Showdown Standard, Modern, Pioneer. Winner takes all, goes to the 30K at the end of the year. It's going to be very exciting. Devin, we could have a commentary one. We got a little Standard, a little Modern. We just need a third person for Pioneer. We could do it. Who really needs coverage going on in that regard anyways? But those are just 2 of the events. We have more coming up this year. And if you want to watch them, they're all going to be streamed here on the Twitch channel. So click that that follow button. And if you're watching the YouTube VOD, make sure to follow the YouTube channel here, as all of our matches do get uploaded there. If you ever miss one, you can check it out there in perpetuity. Let's go down to the feature match area as the players are finishing up here. Just taking a look over the deck list one last time as we shuffled. Looks like the players have finished sideboarding. Just wanted to, take a look-ski poo. All right, there's Likeness Looter, there's Rona. All right,
We can probably convince Joe Lissette to play some Pioneer Lotus Field, right?
That's true. He
loves that deck.
Yeah. If only I loved Lotus Field. I feel like Lotus Field's such a me deck, except I can't stand it. And it breaks my heart. I don't like that deck. I don't not like Lotus Field, You
could just, have you tried liking it? I don't know.
I have. I've tried pushing through, and I'm not a Lotus Field believer. I want to be.
Sounds like a skill issue, Mason.
That's just true. I saw Andrea Mangucci play it yesterday for the first time, and he was having a good time. He was loving life.
Andrea Mangucci could have a good time registering 60 basic lands. So I don't, it's tough to say.
Yeah. I also hate cantrips. Anyways, we have the Novice Inspector on turn 1 off the Aganjo into the Relentless Reef here. This is the creature land from Yang. You can activate into a 4/4 and attack and mill for 4. That milling for 4 comes up a lot in this deck.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You just target yourself, try to get a fatty into the graveyard. And definitely. Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard to set up with a little expensive to set up with Reenact the Crime, where you go 5 mana effectively for the creature land and then 4 for Reenact. So maybe not quite there, but yeah, is able to definitely get some stuff. We see Gleeful Demolition here for Eric. Gonna go ahead and do that. See if we have the Knight Errant of Eos. Of course we do.
Yeah, this deck is incredibly powerful. And we're seeing it have those kind of draws here as we look at our top 4 cards. Looks like we're going to take a Voldaren Epicure and an Imadane's Recruiter. And this is why you want to play this Boros Convoke deck. We don't have a red mana yet. I can see Eric looking into the camera, longing for a mountain. We used the Mirrex this turn to generate that red. But once we find it, we're going to be attacking for a lot in the future turns.
Mason, I don't know if you noticed that there, but Eric, after he resolved the Knight Errant of Eos, did not shuffle the pile. Immediately put it on top of the deck and shuffle. So already learning. Bravo, Eric. Bravo. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you know what? Always improving. That is all right. And we do have the the Pain Land, as we're going to see Imadane's and
skill issue.
Bong! Attack.
Attack. You want to chump block this time, Fanchen? I don't know if you do.
Listen, Fanchen, you're on the play. I mean, you're gonna be on the play for game 3. That's where
2,
we're at.
4, 6, 9. Take 14. No big deal.
Yep. And this is where, we talk about cards like Path to Peril become so important. But even if we had something like Path to Peril, we would lose our Rona and there would still be a lot of power in play. I don't think the Novice Inspector dies.
Yeah,
I think
Inspector should not be dead.
Yeah, there might have been some confusion there. Probably should have blocked the Goblin. But I think it's going to be okay because Fanchen Yang was going to lose this game, I think, either way. But we're going to see.
Well,
because this is the deck that can do the impossible, right?
Deluge or bust, right? If there is a Deluge that can clean up everything but the Knight Errant, the Rhoda, you can either just take 4 and go to 2. Maybe the Rhoda chump blocks the Knight Errant. But if there is a Deluge, we're playing some more Magic. If not, then we're not. So.
Well, no, the Emodanes will live. So you're going to have a forced lethal attack. Yeah, right. And I think Eric has the Voldaren, so...
I forget that Deluge is... Yep, okay.
Yeah, this is why Deluge makes a lot of sense in Fancheng's deck because we have looters like this, and we want to be able to protect them and keep it one-sided, but there is awkwardness, when they're able to stick these Knight Errant of Eos cards.
Got it. And that's not even close. That's a Celestis. We're not quite, not quite there.
We have the field reporter, Nicole Dubin, in the background and in Twitch chat saying, Fanchen out loud, probably should have blocked a Goblin. I think that is an actual point of feedback for yourself there, Fanchen, as we do see the Novice Inspector come on down.
To be fair, it wouldn't have mattered.
It would not have
mattered. We're done here either way.
Yeah. Rest in solace knowing that one would not have done anything. As Eric did have sort of his best draw, and as we come back to the booth here while these players shuffle up for game 3, this is why you play decks like this, right, Devin? The ability to have draws that just completely dominate your opponent while also being able to play those long games that we saw from Sodek in round number 8. That's a really strong place to be.
I mean, that was a Pioneer deck, right? Like we talked about this earlier. That draw would beat most of the decks that people play in Pioneer right now. Lotus Field, not even close to beating that draw. Are you kidding me? And that's why the deck is super powerful. It's an extremely high variance, very high roll deck. If you open Gleeful Demolition 1-drop plus Knight Errant, you're going to win most of the time. The mana, there's 2 problems, right? It's very inconsistent where you don't always have the payoff, and then the mana can be a little shaky at times. But when everything lines up like that, it just feels like you're playing a different format.
I agree. I think one way that I kind of view it in my head, and I'm curious how you see this, is because of us needing the mana and like having to have payoff, you basically start every game at 6 because you kind of have to mulligan in order to like consistently have things come together. But your 6s do things like that so often that if you do hit the high roll, you're going to be doing well. And if you keep 7 cards and you're my Convoke opponent, I'm dying on the inside if I'm on the draw. I'm just like, it's Jover, like I wish I had a Spell Pierce. What's going on? But jokes aside, it is something that is like a really big part of this deck is that, it gets to mulligan, right? And I've played other card games. You've played other card games. You don't get to mulligan in all of them. And that is a real downside with this deck. You have to mulligan some of the time, but you also get to, and you have, 4-card hands that are pretty unbeatable, right? If we have that 1-drop, a land, the Gleeful, and the Convoker, even if we were behind a turn, that would still be so strong. So I think this deck is really one that's very impressive to me and has me very excited going into the 75K to see how players react. And, will there be a bunch of control? Will there be a bunch of sweepers? What sweepers will people play? It's a very exciting time.
So confirm Mason playing Convoke then.
I honestly, right now, I'd flip a coin between Convoke, and I'm willing to look at the blue-white control list, I think. Because I keep playing...
no, we can't talk anymore. No. Go to the match. Go to the match. Chill.
Lockhorn Whale. I'll play 4 Lockhorn Whales. If I'm playing control, we're going to be able to win. That's all I'm saying. Devin, we're going to mulligan to 6 here for Eric. I'm just let you know, I only had 1 unintentional draw with Yorion during the 4-color era, and I stand by the judge should have gave me a match extension. I didn't get a time extension for a thing. And then I lost a turn 5 at turns because it presented lethal. But I do have 1 draw to my name. And I'll never get over that.
1 draw. It's your record is tarnished forever.
It was my first draw in Comp Magic that wasn't intentional. Like at a big tournament. It was
pretty impressive.
Yeah, I play at a competitive pace. Anyways, I'll cry about that one later as Eric is going to mulligan to 6 here as Fanchen Yang does seem to have kept a 7-card hand, which probably means we have something like Reenact the Crime for a big thing on turn number 4. Or maybe something like a Glistening Deluge on turn 3 and just hope that buys us enough time. I think a lot of time that will do the job when you are on the play. Play draw dynamic is so big here in this matchup.
Yeah, and one thing you mentioned about the Boros deck mulliganing, it actually mulligans pretty well because a lot of your cards just make 2 or 3 game objects, right? So like if you mulligan, if you're down, even if sometimes if you're down 2 cards, you go 3-bit inspector into whatever, you're still already up more material. You get that material back every single time you mulligan to one of these cards. So it I would say it is a pretty like the deck mulligans well.
It really does. As we see Transportal into Novice Inspector with a Rona there from Fanchen Yang. Devin, the player I drew with, is in chat. It is ominous. As we do see a mountain and a passing the turn. Fanchen has cut down.
Chat.
Yeah, they said my bad on the draw.
Oh,
so it's got to be them. And you know what? That's my bad. I should have played quicker. As we do see a discarding here from Rona and a Undercity Sewer. Get a little Surveil action. I love the Surveil Lance in this deck because it sets up like some really insane high rolls on turn 5 where you get to play it, then it Atraxa, and then reenact the crime. Very sick, as we do see Virtue Persistence here, taking down the Novice Inspector, gaining that 2 life. Kind of a slow start here from Eric. We have seen that this deck, doesn't have to have the Blazing Flash draws. It can sort of, slow and steady wins the race approach, but most of those people aren't putting Atraxa into play so early. So we're going to see how this plays out differently here, as Eric is going to play Sanguine Evangelist.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, Eric's hand looks pretty good if Fanchen did have a Glistening Deluge or a Terratide, but, what if Fanchen just has, discards Atraxa, puts it into play next turn? Like, we're just done here, right?
Yeah, we are. And Eric even has a strong hand with Destroy Evil, Gleeful Demolition, War Leader's Call, and the Knight. We're going to be able to battle for a bit here, but we do have the discard, and we do have the Celestis. He did it again. You can see Eric's like a sigh of relief there that happened. We are going to get to untap the Rona and pass the turn back. And I think Eric has a pretty strong hand, all things considered. Had we put the Atraxa in playing on the trigger, yes, the Destroy Evil probably would have killed it, but it would have bought a lot of time and got a lot of cards. Still, we have to see how Eric wants to play this, and this is the strength of the Convoke deck. You can rebuild a little bit normally, and present good pressure. And here, Eric's going to, play War Leader's Call, it looks like. Then, I think Gleeful, put the opponent on a lot of pressure. I like the sound a lot.
The one kind of saving grace here for Eric is, well, I mean, I guess that it doesn't mean a lot, but because Fanchen could just have a second Atraxa in hand. But that Atraxa, as we talked about earlier, there is timing restrictions on Reenact the Crime. So Reenact the Crime can only target something in the graveyard that was put there this turn. So the creatures that you see in Yang's graveyard, those are off limits for Reenact if Fanchen does find that 4th land.
Mm-hmm. We do see the Gleeful get cast. That's going to trigger 3 times the War Leader's Call. We're going to do 3 damage to Yang down to 19, and we have a lot of creatures on board. We're seeing Eric decide, can I beat the Fathoms card? Looks like there's going to be a cut down happen on the Sanguine. That's going to give us a bat, get another point of damage there on Yang. So I was going to stop a Convoke, which is pretty big. I don't know if that was at the beginning of combat or in response. We know Eric has the Night Errant in hand. Sometimes players, they shortcut things a little bit, which is fine.
Oh, right. Okay. So, yeah, I was trying to think of when that cut down was, the timing on that cut down, but it makes a little bit more sense. Okay. So, yeah, Yang's really probably looking for land 4. There it is. We saw Atraxa discarded last turn, and we're just going to pass. Ooh, a little tricksy.
Day night.
Reenact the Crime is an instant. I'm just saying.
Gain a life. I think we have Reenact the Crime in hand.
The question is Reenact, yeah.
Oh, but to discard the Virtue. Okay.
Well, that's still good because we can reenact the Virtue end step, untap, get the Atraxa back.
Mm-hmm.
So
that is a very real line that I don't know if Eric is going to see coming. We have Destroy Evil in hand that will answer this card, but if he ends up tapping out, that could change things, as we are going to see an attack in the air with 2 bats and maybe some goblins on the ground. They are 2/2s. Looks like we're going to Convoke with them.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal if Eric taps out of this Destroy Evil. Okay, well, we have the Atraxa anyway, so Yang just had it all.
Yeah. And the Destroy Evil is going to get to kill this Atraxa, which is pretty huge. Looks like Eric is considering doing it in response. I don't think there are any Spell Pierces, but
Yeah,
I might be
you just
mistaken.
want to make sure. Yeah, there are no spell pierces in the 75. Players do have open deck lists, but yeah, just wants to make sure. You never know. But I guess it could, it could influence Yang's decision on what to take off the Atraxa. I saw a whole bunch of lands there. I didn't see a ton past that.
Yeah, it looks like we have the Surveil land and the Creature land. We have a Cut Down in the mix as well, and I think there's a Likeness Looter near the back.
Yeah, Looter. I think, was it a cut down? Bitter Triumph? No, it might be a cut down.
There's a Conspiracy Unraveler as well. Looks like we didn't want that one right now. A little bit of ways in that one. Did you know if you use Twitch Prime, Devin, you will not get ads?
What is Twitch Prime? I've never heard of this thing you call Twitch Prime before.
Oh my gosh, it's so sick. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, you actually get 1 free sub. So you can click that subscribe button in the bottom right, and you will get 1 free subscription to a channel like this one, and you will not have any advertisements played. And the Twitch subscriptions actually unironically get sent to me when I promote them. So it's like you're paying me more. So you want to click that Twitch Prime button if you want to help me out. As we see a Word in the Inner Sky, and it looks like a Midrange Recruiter. I can't quite tell going underneath it.
I believe that is a Recruiter. Yeah, I mean, there's not any other red card that you would. I guess it could be an Epic here, but I'm pretty sure Eric had the promo Epic here, so it's got to be a Recruiter.
I think so as well, and that is a big sign for Yang. As we are going to go to day, 2 spells were cast. We're going to gain a life, get a loot. If you love looting, you're going to love this Dimir deck. I think honestly,
it's just all Dimir looters.
Yeah, Merfolk Looter. I will finish what you started, the deck. If you want this deck list name changed, by the way, chat, we're going to need to message, our good friend FF Freak on Twitter and let MTG Melee know we need a Dimir Reanimator list. We're just working with what we got here, as we do have the...
We're doing something. Cruelty of Gix.
Bringing back Atraxa.
Get back that Atraxa.
Looks like we're a little hesitant about it, which is scary. If I was Eric, I'd be like, why are you hesitant about putting Atraxa in play? That can't be good for me.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking about the Unraveler, but probably doesn't have anything left in hand to be able to cast off of the Unraveler for free. So choosing to go with the Atraxa makes a little bit of sense. See a couple lands. There is, I think that was a Deluge. Yeah, that's Breach, sorry. So Breach, couple lands. I think I saw Virtue in there. Tough to tell. That's a Rona. All right, Breach, land, Rona. Not bad.
Yeah. By the way, Brad Nelson himself in chat, first time chatter. He's on it, so thank you, Brad. We'll try and get this updated. We use Melee, as we do have the Rona, the Breach at the hand. And Devin, how do you feel at this position now if you're Yang?
Considering that I have an Atraxa on the battlefield, I think I'm feeling okay. Not feeling too bad.
How would you feel if it got evilly destroyed?
Less good. Which that is going to happen. So there is one blocker here for Yang. It's getting a little dicey. We did kind of talk about this, where as long as Yang is able to get that one attack in with the Traxa, it feels like they're in a fine spot. But what happens when you don't get to attack? Or block, for that matter?
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have to block the Knight. There might be some amount of just confirming left tills before we loot as well. Looks like we just don't want to loot. We have all the cards we have in hand. As we are going to see Voldaren Epicure come down. That's going to do 1 from its ETB, 1 from the War Leader's Call. Drop Gang down to 5. Make a blood.
Upstairs, baby.
That is one of our Showdown winner tokens. When you win our Showdowns, you get those tokens as well. So that's a pretty exciting thing here.
You know what's really unfortunate for Yang too? Resolve 2 Atraxa triggers did not find a single sweeper.
Very true.
That's wild.
Kind of unlucky. Just keeping it a buck, because doesn't Atraxa put them on bottom as well? It doesn't shuffle the deck. Yeah.
So just went through 20 cards and couldn't find a single sweeper.
Scale issue, I'd have to say, as we are going to see a Breach the Multiverse come on down here. 10 cards milled for both players. I can't imagine Eric's going to have anything better than a Sanguine Evangelist for Yang to grab.
I mean, that one's not bad, though. It's 2 bodies. That's 2 blockers.
I've had that thing, Invasion of Amonkhetting, my Sanguine Evangelist playing this deck a lot, as looks like Eric's taking a look too.
Oh, my bad. Skittle, somebody in chat is saying that Yang decided to take Breach over the Sweeper with the last Atraxa trigger. So, okay,
That's on us.
I'll buy it. Taking the
All right.
Unraveler this time, so that leads me to believe that there was probably something drawn for turn, because had the option to go for Unraveler the previous turn with the Cruelty of Gix, chose not to. Now that we're going for the Unraveler again, you got to assume that there's probably something else to cast in Yang's hand.
Yeah, Conspiracy and Unravelers are pretty cool. Well, let's pull it on screen real quick here. The long story short is you can discover Evidence 10, which is remove 10 mana value of cards from your graveyard in order to cast spells from your hand instead of paying their mana value. And it looks like, ooh, we have Reenact the Crime, which we're going to use to cast the Breach, the Multiverse again. And we are going off, Devin.
You know what I wonder, Mason? I wonder how close they are to just milling Eric out.
I think so Eric got milled for 20, right?
Yeah.
It's turn, I would say probably 9, between like the drawing of the blood and the stuff. I bet you Eric has 20 cards.
Oh my
It's
god,
gonna kill!
It's gonna give our stuff haste. No way.
This might be game over.
No way.
That's gonna trigger. We have to resolve this Atraxa trigger first.
Let's go.
The Sanguine Evangelist can attack as well, which means
That's
Atraxa's gonna hit for
unreal.
10. We
Oh
talked
my
about it.
God.
Oh my god.
This is insane.
We're getting Virtue into hand, and this is the power of decks like this from Fanchen Yang. It sometimes, this doesn't quite work out like we saw in game number 2. They're a little fast. Other times you're doing things that no other deck in the format can do. As we are going to see a move to combat
points to the
here.
recruiter. My Atraxa has haste.
I think it might be lethal in the air because Conspiracy Unraveler is a 6/6,
Oh,
I
yeah.
believe. Which means we're going to attack
7,
for
13, 15. I think we did have lethal in the air, but we're only attacking with the Atraxa.
Yeah, maybe there's something that we're missing. It might be that life totals are incorrect. That sometimes happens with us. We accidentally mark down one more thing. If not, I'm sure, situation. But also,
honestly, Mason, I don't think it matters.
I don't know if it does matter either because we're also virtuing, killing the bat. Down goes the Batman as we gain 2 more life. And we have to fight through all of this. And I just don't know if we can from Eric.
I mean,
without
Yang
some
still
incredible
has...
draws.
Yang still has 1,000 cards in graveyard too, so we're not done. We could just play our whole hand most likely.
Oh, yeah, you can cast cards not only from your hand with the Unraveler.
Yeah.
That's a weird one. I would have guessed it was only from hand, but yeah, it just says you may cast them. So now Virtue's in play. That's going to allow the Atraxa to come back if it does somehow die. We're just going to get both
Virtue.
in play.
That's 2 virtues.
Yeah. Well, now that we have the
Safe.
second Virtue, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
It was tough before that.
Oh my goodness. And that, I believe, was the land for Eric. Very likely just going to go ahead and extend the hand here. I don't think... we've seen Eric win some pretty crazy games here, but I'd be pretty impressed if he was able to beat this board.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we need to get this deck changed to Dimir Scam. Just because, wow, I have to feel like we stole that one a little bit. Obviously, that was a play that, Fanchen knew was possible and seemed to have tried to set up there, right? And it worked out.
Yeah, that was impressive. Like we've seen Yang do a lot of turn 4, reenact the crime, get my Atraxa into play. Turn 4, reenact the crime, get my Unraveler in play. But that's the first time that we've really seen any a breach chain, right? Like cast breach, hit something, hit Unraveler, another breach, keep going, breach again, breach again. And that was a sick turn.
It was really cool, and that's a congratulations to Fanchen Yang there, and congratulations to Eric, still top 8ing. Very impressive and good run. A lot of people are going to be looking at that Boros Convoke deck list to get some ideas between them and Sodak. But we have more magic going on with a little bit of an Esper mirror going on our backup feature match here with Benjamin Ungar. So let's check that. He'll be on your right with Esper. It looks like he's picking up his cards. I don't know.
Tim's at 1, so...
Yeah, this probably means we're going to a game number 3 here. Doesn't look like Tim's getting up here. But yeah, this looks to be number 3. And Ungar, one of our players we saw in our championship last year, is running it back. And the winner today is going to go to our end of the year championship, $30,000 per tour invite, and so much more on the line. And he might lock in his spot a little early this year, kind of sweat it with the at-large bids last year.
Yeah, for sure. Going back to the previous match real quick, chat is we're trying to figure out what would be, because we obviously want to get Brad in on this as well. What would be a good serial name to name that blue black deck that we just watched?
Ooh, a serial name. That's a good one. Yeah. Well, while we're thinking of that, let's see if we can pull up the deck list real quick so we can take a look at those sort of things while we're waiting for these players. Get an idea of sort of what the difference in the deck is, because it's an Esper mid-range mirror, but one is legally Esper. That's the blue-black deck playing Rafine. The other one is Esper as you know it, sort of Danik, Wandering Emperor, and stuff like that. But yeah, those are the two decks going on here, and I think I like the side of being actual Esper, but I'm curious, Devin, you're the expert here. Who do you think is favored, blue-black, Splashing Rafine, or a Rafine proper deck?
So I don't know if it's necessarily blue-black just Splash Rafine, because Benjamin also has Destroy Evils in the main deck. So take a look at Benjamin's deck list. So there's the Rafines, the Destroy Evils. So I guess the big differences here is there are Shieldrids and Shieldrid, Preachers, Gixes, where Tim is more of like Wedding Announcement, Virtue, more interaction. I don't know. The more I kind of look at these two deck lists, I kind of think you're probably right. I'm actually kind of want to change my answer from earlier. I said that I like Ben in the matchup. I actually kind of like Tim a little bit more because I think that No More Lies Go for the Throne line up better. Like those cards line up better versus Shieldred and Gix than Gix and Shieldred line up versus the like Wedding Announcements and stuff, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Let's check out Tim's deck real quick here as we have Ungars on screen. Tim Hatch, like we said, was playing the Esper, and that was someone that you said, upon further look, you like it a bit more. And this is sort of, the deck that a lot of people are thinking of when they think of Esper. Is there any sort of technology you like here? Have you liked Cryptic Coat from these decks?
Tim is, let me see if I can pull Tim's deck list. Tim, unfortunately for us, Tim does not have any copies of Code in the main. There is 2 in the sideboard. We haven't seen that card on camera really at all. So tough to say, it hasn't really, I haven't seen it on camera. It haven't impressed me, but I have cast that card a couple of times and it's been nice. What were you going to say, Mason?
Oh, I've had that. Let's go down the feature match here as there was other mulligans. We talked about our blue-white earlier. We need a way to win with blue-white control, Devin. Ooh. What if Cryptic Coat is just Pack Rat circa 2024 and we play just 2 coats? Just 2 little coats.
If you're going to get me to play a blue-white control deck, you got to play 4 of them things.
Yeah, but I would like to win, Devin. As we were going to have both players on a tap land starting the game off. We were going to see plays there from Tim Hatch.
Somebody, I think it was somebody in Aspiring Spikes chat said that Cryptic Coat was just True Name Nemesis.
Yeah. The card plays a lot like Pack Rat to me, as we do see a Deep Cavern Bat come onto the battlefield. We got cast, excuse me. Tim might have a response. Looks like we are going to put our Virtue on an adventure and make a 2/2 Knight. Had a couple removal spells.
Would you say it's a True Name Rat?
Ooh, True Name Rat. That's good. With that kind of ingenuity, we got a good serial name coming. We have Fairy Mastermind, Shattered Spire, Takenuma, Destroy Evil, and Cut Down in the hand here for Tim. Which card do you think Benjamin might be taking?
Typically with Bat, you want to take the card that kills the Bat, especially if it's cut down, because that's the most mana efficient one. So that does make a lot of sense here for Ben, because if you take something else, Tim can just cut down the Bat and then, move on with his life.
Yeah. Looks like Tim not super worried about the Bat. Might be because he has a card like Fairy Mastermind in hand, hoping to get a block in here, but drew his own Bat for turn. Gonna play the Shattered Spire. And looks like he's deciding how exactly he wants to finish things up here. We're just going to pass the turn back.
Yeah, interesting for Tim choosing to not deploy his own Bat. So holding up the Mastermind / Destroy Evil. Now, what I like about that play is Tim is aware of this is not, you mentioned that Ben is playing kind of the, the Gix. It's more like blue-black with Rafine. So Tim is aware of the presence of Gix, right? So if something like a Gix or a Rafine comes down, Tim wants to be able to have that Fairy Mastermind up to kind of, respond to that play.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Benjamin has 3 Gix in hand, which, if we can get that point, the game is going to... There's a way, but we also have a second Deep Cavern Bat come down. And it looks like Tim is like, you know what? This time we're going to get the Fairy Mastermind down. And I have a Bat as the new card you can take. Benjamin, take a look at his hand.
Okay, there is 3 Gixes. Oh, my goodness.
There's 3 Gix and a Preacher in this schism. We might just see... It's tough. Yeah, the Bat gets taken as to, not give up any information. That pass the turn for Benjamin it decides, you know what, I don't want to give you a cut down and lose the other Bat. Heads up play.
That is that's a lot of Gix. So, I mean, this is like silly rabbit Gixer for kids, something like that.
There you go. As we are going to see an attack with both of these for 4, and then Dimir get played.
See if you find land 3. Is it? No, looks like maybe another 3-drop.
Yeah, I
Might have
didn't
been a
catch it.
Virtue.
I think it might have been Urtai.
Okay,
For-
4-drop. Basically another land.
Yeah.
Yeah, rough spot here for Benjamin. Just
Mhm.
oops, all 3-drops missing on that third land. That's kind of tough here, and it's just going to keep getting worse and worse every single turn here for Ben.
Yep. I think Benjamin has one more 2-drop in hand that he can play. It looks to be a go for the throat to me, but I'm very curious to see if he wants to move to discard, maybe lose something like Gix, or just, main phase this go for the throat now and kill off something so he doesn't have to move to discard. Be interested to see. It looks like he has cut down lined up as well. Maybe he wants to use that one. Line his removal spells up, thinking about which cards matter. And that is a big thing when we're playing these decks, right, Devin?
Exactly, yeah. Mana efficiency, especially in these kinds of Esper mirrors, you want to make sure that you're utilizing your mana. Now, to Benjamin's credit, doesn't really have anything that much to use this mana on because it has a bunch of 3-drops in hand that we can't play. But yeah, mana efficiency is key when you're in these kinds of spots. Both players jockeying for position and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Interesting to see Tim attacking with everybody. Again, 6 coming across the zone. Destroy evil in hand for Tim. Odawara, destroy evil. So that's some answers, and looks like Cutdown's going to get cast.
Yeah, we're going to fight over the Mastermind. I like that a lot because, Ben's hand is just a bunch of Gixes, and Mastermind very good against Gix. If you look at Tim's hand, not really a clean answer to, we're tapping 5. Okay, there's the Virtue. So Virtue is going to, but yeah, I mean, if you look at this field, if Ben just untaps and rips land 3 for Gix, you go attack with 2 bats, draw 2 cards, Ben's right back in it. This is the one draw step.
Yep.
There
And
it
you hit
is.
Dark Slick Shores. That's going to do it. So Benjamin Ungar is going to figure out, okay, we talked about when to slam the Gix and attack with both. It seems hard for that not to be the play if you're going to be winning, but we do have a lot of options, and it's an untimed round top 8, so can't hurt to take a second here. There's a lot of ground pressure. Maybe something like Preacher the Schism might be a little tempting. Benjamin does know the Destroy Evil is in hand for Tim, so that probably makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, you can't really play Preacher here because if you play Preacher, you still have to attack for 2. Tim just goes untap, kill your Preacher, hit for 6, trigger Virtue. So it's it's not getting any better for you. So yeah, I like this. I think you got to just play the Gix here.
Yep.
Okay, we drew 2. Thinking about the second one, I assumed it was just a snap draw too. Hand size discard, maybe? Can we get a hand count?
I think we're at
it
7
was.
exactly, which I think might have been the reason Ben stopped to think about the Gix, was double check that we have 7.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 last turn, removal spell 6, draw 7, land Gix 5, draw 2, 7. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 3-0-5. As we're going to attack in here with Dimir, it looks like Tim doesn't know that Benjamin has 3 Gix, but didn't offer the trade with the knight. Had he done it, Ben probably would have snapped the trade off. Heads up play there by Tim. Just not willing to trade for the Gix.
Yeah, actually, I kind of like that for Tim. That does make a lot of sense. I mean, you have to assume that Ben's hand is bricked up on 3s. And what's funny about that last turn with the Gix, Ben, if Ben had a Rafine, you probably would assume that Rafine would be cast before Gix because you want to get the bats a little bit bigger to gain more life to kind of outpace these other creatures. So, if Tim's in a position where Ben has been missing land drops, obviously has a bunch of 3-drops, likely doesn't have Rafine because it would have played it last turn. What else could that be, right?
Yep. And your thing's going to be a 4/4, so next turn you can always offer, the chump block if Benjamin, does something else here. But it looks like Ben has 2 go for the throats, 2 Gix, a Preacher of the Schism, and then another card I can't quite make out in hand. Tim Hatch was just a land and a Destroy Evil. Maybe that's a spell and I'm mistaken, but looks like, is Benjamin deciding if he wants to draw or not? I think the idea is basically, we are a little low on life.
Yeah, I feel like we've already drawn 1.
Yeah. I think we did draw 1, and now we're deciding on the second one. We decided not to. We're playing the Esper Triumph and passing back to Tim, who drew a cut down.
Yeah, cutdown's not. I mean, actually, cutdown's kind of crazy for Tim because that just basically kills all of Ben's bats. You just cut down the bat that has the cut down the other bat, and then kind of go from there.
Yeah. Benjamin's going to take 7 down to 11. Take 4 down to 7, excuse me, from 11. My brain broke for a second.
So now all of a sudden, even if Rafine comes off the top, I guess Rafine wasn't a great draw anyways because we know about the Destroy Evil. But yeah, this is going to be tough here. The House of Cards are going to come falling down. Yeah, Tim's probably just going to main phase this other cut down too because I mean Ben knows about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Tim too, you know Urtai is a card that's in Ben's deck. You don't want to walk into that, and you just get your bat down, and it's just too clean. As we're all going to get a good view here of the hand with a go for the throat. 2 of those Gixes, a Dark Slick Shore, a Urtai,
I think.
Yep, and that is the hand. So I'm interested to see what Tim takes from this.
Probably the go for the throat. I mean, I get the go for the throat and the Urtai both kill the bat to unlock to get the removal spell back. But if Urtai is cast on bat, that's Ben's entire turn, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, love that. Just tie up their mana and give you a card right away, right?
Yep.
So, and that's happening too. The Dimir is getting bigger and bigger and getting harder and harder to answer. So Tim must be thinking, dang, I'm a genius for not attacking earlier that night. Yeah.
He's a hand with 2 more Gixes.
Yeah. He's like, I thought you had 1. That's pretty unlucky, bro. And Ben's like, yep. Anyways, I'll draw. As the turn gets started here. On guard, trying to figure out what exactly we want to be doing here. Looks like we're going to play the Dark Slick Shore for turn. Tim knew about that one. And it looks like we're trying to figure out, should we do this Urtai now? Do it in the upkeep? Should I play this Preacher or the Schism? You know, from where Ben's sitting, we once again know Destroy Evils in the opponent's hand. So if we play the Preacher, that's just going to die. Do I have to force it? Can I afford to lose that much time?
The other question is, what do you even kill at this point? Like, do you go after the Denic and attack with Gix and hope to get another card that way? Do you go after the Bat, hope to go for the throat the Denic the next turn, but then you have to chump block the Denic this turn? It's not an enviable position here for Ben.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, there's something to be said about just killing that Denic and then attacking in with your Gix and get your card. But if you do that, then the Denic is going to get flashback as a 3/2 flyer, most likely, because Tim has, a 2-mana spell.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you do that, right, you go kill the Denic, hit for 3, you go to 6, then Tim just goes attack you for 2, you go to 4, play my flyer, get a counter on both flyers. Tim's almost presenting 2 lethal flyers the very next turn.
Yeah, it kind of forces Benjamin into position of having to, maybe just kill this bat and then, take a block and then get to go for the throat. Looks like Ben is just going to fight on Tim's turn. Once again, he knows Destroy Evil is the last card in Tim's hand, so he's only opening himself up to interaction. Not in love with the play, but maybe hoping for a mistake from the opponent. Sometimes that's the only way you can win.
I almost think that if I'm at Ben's position, I kind of want to just go combat, kill the bat, chump block the Denic, and then next turn go for the throat the Denic and just kind of hope it works out from there.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to flash this in here. Maybe the idea is we're going to kill the bat with the Urtai trigger and then double block the Denic.
3, 6. Yeah, double block would do it.
Yeah.
And then have the go. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're trading off a Gix, but who cares? Because you have 2 more Gixes anyways. And then the go for the throat can kill the flashback Denic. Okay, so that kind of, I mean, it answers everything kind of, quote unquote, but that virtue is still kind of looming over there too.
Yeah, a little uncharacteristic from Tim there. Has done a really good job of playing around stuff in combat, but kind of walked into that one there. Benjamin's plan to hold it up and wait paid off. As we are going to see Tim play a land for turn and looks to be bringing back Denic. It's going to turn that into a 4/3 flyer. We know Benjamin has the answer to it, but it is a card Benjamin has to play.
I mean, maybe Tim was just okay with the double block, which is, it's weird though. Or would you be okay with the double block? No, because you know that Ben has 2 more Gixes in hand. So you know that Ben's like, that's almost a forced trade from Ben, right? But given the position he's in, can't just keep chump blocking and wants to utilize these extra Gixes anyways.
Yeah, I think, Ben was secretly on like 3 cards in hand, and we've made it so he's back to 4 cards, right? We've unlocked a Gix.
Yeah.
I think that was just a moment where maybe Tim didn't fully appreciate that, and it's just maybe a little tired from gaming all day, because it seems like he was pretty heads about that stuff in all the other matches we watched, and it's really easy to just be like, oh yeah, this thing's huge, it's going to go fine, attack. But he might have a plan. I know that he has a Tidebinder in hand, so that's going to make things tricky for Ben.
Yeah, normally you're pretty okay with your opponent kind of double blocking and trading that 2 for 1. But when it's unlocking an additional legendary copy of a card that you kind of know is there, it's maybe a bit of a more difficult decision. So we see the go for the throat's going to take care of the flashback Denic, and we'll have to see what Ben's follow-up is here is Gix. Nobody saw that one coming.
Yep. Yeah, Tim had this Tidebinder, and we knew the Gix was probably going to come down. If it didn't, we destroy you on something else. I wonder if we were supposed to play the Tidebinder last turn just to get it up to, a 4-3, so that then this turn we can move a 5-4. But it's definitely an unenviable position to be in here for Tim, as he is just going to pass the turn back to Benjamin.
So Tim's hand right now is what? Cut down, destroy evil, Tidebinder?
I believe so.
Yeah, I guess you can trade for the Gix, but you know that there's another one over there. So is that even that great of a trade for you? And Gix, notably, Ben, 7 mana. That's Gix activation. Are we going there?
Well, if you try to trigger your Gix, which I think happens no matter what, you just Tidebinder it. Yeah, so that's going to turn off long term.
Well, so Tim is Tidebindering the Gix draw. Ben can respond and activate the Gix now for 3. I don't know if you want to, but that is a line that is available to Ben.
That is interesting. Benjamin, doing a little math.
It's like, do you want to discard 3 spells to hit 3 random cards off Tim's deck? Maybe you want to discard 1, maybe 2, because you figure you can maybe convert your Destroy Evil into a random card. Maybe that's better. Tough to say. But like here, the Destroy Evil does have target. Like you can just Destroy Evil the Virtue.
Yeah, I think your Destroy Evil is actively wanting to go over that Virtue, because you know that Tim has a Destroy Evil too. So you can just play your Evil, kill down that thing. And then if Tim has something like a counter spell, he's not going to use it on your Preacher, because he's going to want to line up the Preacher with the Destroy Evil in his hand. Maybe he'll use the counter spell just because you're tapping low finally and you have a lot of mana. But I think Benjamin is in a position where things are going to be okay if he can just make it to the next couple of turns. But it's a tricky spot to navigate. And, for what it's worth, Tim has a lot of life. So he has a lot of draw steps to sort of, get out of this. It's just he's going to finally be almost out of resources.
Yeah, for sure. Tim has a lot more time than Ben has. Ben at 7, kind of more under the gun, especially with that Tidebinder now in play. So it looks like Ben lining up some mana. We're going to go ahead and deploy the second Gix. So we're going to Legend Rule, keep the new one, and then hold up some mana for a Destroy Evil on the Virtue. Okay. And what's really good about this is you're not telling Tim that you have the Destroy Evil. So maybe if Tim doesn't know about it, Tim might just say, okay, I'm going to attack because I know that I'm just going to untap the Tidebinder, and then that could put Tim in a really awkward position, second main phase.
Yeah. Looks like Tim's deciding, do I want to even trade this? Because now that we've drawn the second Tidebinder, we can just let the trigger happen. Ben might be thinking, oh, I can attack. And now, you get it.
I know there was a bat from Tim not a few turns ago. I don't remember if Tim saw the Destroy Evil. I want to say Ben drew the Destroy Evil after the fact, but I can't remember.
I don't know either, to be honest, exactly. I think Benjamin knows about the Destroy Evil from Tim. That's what was being said exactly.
Oh no, I meant the Destroy Evil from Ben.
Tim does not know about that. That's my mistake there. A lot of Destroying Evil and a lot of bats going on.
Yeah. Too many bats. Okay, so now we see a Gix. Got Ben having 2 cards in hand. And I guess I would say was able to convert all 3 Gixes, even though the second Gix wasn't really converted per se, but it did sort of trade with a Tidebinder, kind of.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, traded with the Tidebinder activation, Tidebinder trigger, not the actual creature itself. Yeah. I think I saw another Tidebinder here for Tim. That's a Fairy Mastermind. So we'll have to see if Ben wants to fire off that mastermind. And we do, Tim does have the response, is able to, pretty sure that's a Tidebinder. It's some fancy full art card. Mason, you're usually good with those.
Yeah. Tim has a Tidebinder in hand.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yep. Oh, I'm good with them. Don't you worry. Cut down. The activation of that Fairy Mastermind is going to just give Tim a card. And we did draw the Virtue off that, which is pretty big if we can, stay stabilizing here. Which, I mean, I say stabilizing, basically just don't fall super far behind, and Tim's at so much life,
Okay, we got a bat here from Ben. Tim's going to think about responding. We have Destroy Evil, Tidebinder. And we are going to Tidebinder the bat. We're willing. Oh, yeah, because we want to protect the Virtue. Okay, because if you let that go, Ben takes the Virtue. You don't have an answer for it because the Destroy Evil can't kill the bat. So that does make a little bit of sense. Yeah, because now you can see something like Tim go end step Virtue or end step, whatever the instant speed version is called, untap, slam Virtue, and then just kind of go from there.
Very true. I can't believe you don't know Ardenvale Fealty.
My bad. I just say end step Virtue, untap Virtue. Good enough for me.
Yeah, I guess you just don't care about the people at Twitch chat who are trying to follow along, and they're like, "How's he unstepping a Virtue?" But the new Ardenvale's Fealty, they know. As we see, I'm pretty sure this get played.
I guarantee you that less than half of the people in chat knew that it was called Ardenvale's Fealty.
Twitch chat would never lie. Put one in the chat if you knew it was Ardenvale Fealty. I know you wouldn't lie just to dunk on Devin. As we are going to see Ardenvale Fealty cast at end of turn here, putting a 2/2 into play. See, it's coming in.
See, that's how you get engagement there, Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Love to see that.
Yep.
All right, now for everybody that typed 1, you have to subscribe to Twitch Prime.
Yep.
I'll make up the rules.
Sure. You didn't know Ardenvale Fealty? You don't make up the rules.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Here's the Virtue coming down. We're going to get an attack with the Tide. Binders. I'll have to see if Ben wants to trade off this last Gix. The first 2 are gone. And Ben's actually going to chump block with the bat. Interesting.
I don't know why the one... Oh, there he is. He's pointing. Okay. Yeah, I really like this attack from Tim because you could wait around, but honestly, this is a great way to sort of lock the game up. It's like, hey, force you to basically chump block and then make you rip something like Alcazats if you're going to stabilize in this game.
Yeah, we got Ben lining up a couple of mana.
I think Ben drew Alcazats. I think he's starting to feel a bit like a bat god.
Bat god.
You see, yeah, he has it. He's just like, here's Alcazats. And yeah, Tim's like,
okay. That's not a bad one.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. Pretty good. As he draws a Preacher of the Schism for turn. Not a bad one himself. Tim does have an Anchorage. Go for the throat.
Well, we're dead. Never mind. It in fact was not good enough.
Yeah, and that was a great match there from Tim and Benjamin. Congratulations from Tim Hatch. Moving on into our semi-final match. And that was a really exciting Esper matchup there that we got to see in our top 8 there from Benjamin Ungar. Congratulations to Ben. That's a lot of points. I'm sure we're going to see Ben grinding all year once again to get to our Players' Championship.
Absolutely. Yeah, it turns out that I guess you were right. I was wrong. Esper proper, better than fake Esper, or was it called legally Esper?
Legally Esper. That's the name I've coined it. In a court of law, it's Esper. In the streets, we know the truth. That's all I'm saying. But that was our last match in top 8 going on. So we don't have to worry about blue-white control taking forever. We're going to take a quick break and set up our players in the future match area, and we'll be right back to let you all know what happened on the other side of the bracket. So stay tuned and click that follow button if you haven't already. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Standard 5K Showdown in Chicago. I'm your host, Mason, joined by my co-host, Devin O'Donnell, and we're doing something kind of special. I had this wild idea, and Devin's like, you know what? I know how Twitch works. It's my full-time job. Check the Twitch chat right now. If you check there's a little poll option. We're going to let y'all vote on the 2 matchups that you could be watching here. We're going to have them both in the feature match area, so we're going to cover as many of them as we can. But we can either watch Esper Midrange from Tim Hutchick we just saw versus Dimir Ramp from Yang, or we can watch the Domain Mirror versus the Azorius Control Mirror. We're going to have that poll go for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to just jump down to whichever feature match area has the winning vote going on.
early poll results strongly leaning towards Esper versus Dimir, currently 70% to 30%. But yeah, make sure to vote in the chat. You know, I set the poll up for 5 minutes, so we're gonna kind of talk to a little bit, talk through some of these matchups, and you know, once that poll is decided, then we will get a feature match for you guys.
Yeah, so let's just show the graphic real quick here of our top 4, just so we can see everything here. Yep, so we have Fanchen Yang versus Benjamin Ungar. I'm sorry, it should not be Benjamin Ungar there on the left. That should be Timothy Hatch. Yep, Benjamin lost, but that's okay. Benjamin, congratulations for that little moment in the sun you had there. Meanwhile, on the other side, we had Mercy versus Sean. Domain Control versus Zuri's Control. Whoa, movie magic happened mid-screen. While we're here talking about these matches, Devin, what's going on? Let's talk about Domain versus Azorius Control first. Who do you like in that matchup and why?
Well, as far as who I like in Azorius versus Domain, I like the people who don't have to watch Azorius versus Domain more than the players involved in the match. It's probably going to be, depending on what time is it? 8:51 Eastern time. It'd probably take like an hour and a half, maybe a little bit longer than that. Both decks are not typically well equipped to end the game in any sort of meaningful fashion, and both decks have a lot of answers. I think as far as how the matchup plays out, it all kind of depends on whether or not the Domain deck can find Cavern of Souls, because Cavern on Atraxa is a way to kind of fight through Sean's counterspells. Even with the Caverns, like Sean might have enough stuff to fight through in Atraxa, because what is Atraxa even hitting? It's hitting a bunch of removal spells that don't do anything in the matchup anyways. So I think I like Sean's side of things, but I'm not sure about that.
That's fair. Yeah, it makes sense that they could go that way. My gut says Domain is favorite just because it has more threats, and Sean I don't think has enough answers for them, but we'll have to see how that goes as time plays out. Meanwhile, on Dimir Reanimator, we have it changed on Melee. I see it on my screen. Don't worry, chat. Versus Tim Hatch on Esper Midrange. Who do you like and why?
Okay, let's take a look at, let me just run down Tim's deck list here real quick. So Tim, Esper, midrange, and then got Dimir for Yang. So number of counter spells for Tim, we have four copies of No More Lies. That is quite a bit more. I think most of the Esper list are on 2 or 3. Tim's decided to play 4 copies, so that definitely gives Tim a bit of an advantage. One thing that we've seen, we kind of saw it sort of play out before, where the Dimir deck is like, it's kind of all in on trying to set up A plus B, and it turns out that Deep Cavern Bat is very good at picking off decks that are trying to set up A plus B. So if if Deep Cavern Bat can snipe one of the combo pieces like a Reenact the Crime or even a creature, that can be a little tough for Yang. So I think I'm leaning slightly towards Tim, but I could certainly see it go either way.
Yeah, and speaking of going either way, that's not going to be the case of our poll. No one's voted for the last minute. Esper versus Dimir is clearly ahead. Let's just cut to Yang versus Hatch in our feature match area here in just 1 second, as they are finishing looking over their deck list. And we will still have Domain versus Azorius Control in the backup. We will come to them if we're still going when we are done. Looks like we're getting some Oracle text on one of Fanchen Yang's cards. Tim just wanted to make sure that he understands exactly how one of the cards works, because it can be a little weird.
I'm guessing it was Likeness Looter? Maybe
Likeness
Volhar Vodalian Desperator.
Yeah, Volhar Vodalian Desecrator is one that I don't think many people know, including people who worked on the set. So that would probably be my guess for one of the Oracle text cards.
Could also be, I try to pronounce this card every time, and I always get it right. Matsalantil? Something like that? The Great Door?
Sure.
Just call it the Great Door.
The Great Door. Yeah. Alkozatz I have down. This one,
that one I got down, yeah.
Yeah. As the
what
players
about Likeness Looter? I think I got that one down too.
What's it? Lute? Ludi's Duty. Players are almost finishing shuffling up here for top 4. Been a long weekend of Magic for a lot of these players. Played our Pioneer 10K yesterday, where we saw Matthew Hoey win it all and win a bunch of money. And let's pull up the prize pool for today and see what these players are playing in our 5K. We have $1,200 to first place and an invite to our Player Championship within the year, along with 30 points for our Player of the Year race. You might be wondering, why do we give out points even when that happens? Because Player of the Year goes on. Whoever has the most points at the end of the year does get free entry into all of our events the following year. So that's very exciting. So winning, gets you the championship, but also helps you out there. Second place, $600, 25 points. Third through fourth, $400 and 20 points. Fifth through eighth, 215. Ninth through 16, 100 buckaroos, 10 points back. And 17 through 32nd get $50 and 5 points. The remaining places getting correlating points as the players are mulliganing now. So we're going to jump back into our feature match area.
Yep, and we have Yang, the 8 seed, Tim, the 5 seed. So Tim is going to be on the play. Pretty important for Tim because, this is kind of one of the matchups where Tim wants to get something into play and then start to hold up his permission before Yang can start to develop like a Kaido, maybe set up a Reenact the Crime. One thing that is very, very important about this matchup is Reenact the Crime being an instant, right? Normally, a lot of these kind of go big decks to try to set up a Cruelty of Gix or some sort of Breach the Multiverse, a Tali, this kind of stuff. They all have to tap out main phase. But the really cool thing about Yang's deck is if there is a looter in play and 4 mana untapped, Yang at every single point when that happens is always threatening an Atraxa, right? Because if Tim ever taps out and Yang has that 4 mana up, Yang just goes loot, discard Atraxa, reenact, here's my Atraxa. So Tim has to be very, very careful about when he taps out.
It looks like we are going to have things underway with a Restless Anchorage on turn number 1 into the backwater sewers for a Surveil.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Yang was on 4 copies of the Surveil land, just playing all 4 copies. Yeah, 4 sewers. And like you said, the sewers is really cool because you can just try to high roll on turn 5 with, land 5 and then try to set up a reenact that way.
Yep, as we're going to see Dimmick, and that is actually kind of a huge card in this matchup. You can't target cards in the graveyard, but we're going to see Virtue of Persistence, neg 3, down that Dimmick and get it in the yard.
Oh, I totally forgot about Dimmick when we were talking about all this. Dimmick just shuts off for Yang's entire deck. So, yeah, good one to get that one out of the way, huh?
Yep. We are going to see Wedding Announcement. Tim Hatch wants the world to know it's wedding time as we pull up some vampires and human tokens. Oh my.
Time for the wedding.
Have you ever thought about the fact that Wedding Announcement from a design standpoint is bringing humans to sacrifice to the wedding as a gift? And that's what's going on as we get closer to the wedding. Anyways, we do have Kaito into the play. We're going to make a ninja immediately.
Nope, never thought about that. And I don't think I'm ever going to think about that again.
Well, I want that one for Twitch chat. I want them to know.
Twitch chat, please don't respond to Mason's comments.
Twitch chat, you can't avoid me.
Don't do it. What do we got for Tim here? Tim has a wedding announcement. What do we have a follow-up? I think I saw Tim pick up a bat for the draw step. And lining up 2 mana, I would have to guess it is the bat. Bat's kind of like the fun police. You're trying to do all this cool stuff with Reenact the Crime and Cruelty of Gix, and Bat's just like, nah, dog, not today.
Mm-hmm. Keep covering Bat. Very powerful as we're going to see this hand revealed here as we have Reenact the Crime, Liliana, Odoar, Lightness Looter, and Gix's Saga. Devin, which of these do you think is going to probably get under the Bat?
I think you kind of have to take Reenact the Crime, even though there's no big thing in the hand right now. Well, actually, there technically is, because even though there's no creature, like there's no Atraxa in Yang's hand, what you could do is go draw, discard Cruelty, reenact Cruelty chapter 3, get back the Unraveler. So it's kind of like this weird roundabout way of doing it. So yeah, taking reenact makes a lot of sense.
Yep. As we do see the wedding announcement, into turn trigger, get the token.
Drew an Unraveler. So we're going to loot first. And I think that was a Celestis. Discard to the second Unraveler.
Ottawa for turn.
Yeah, honestly, with Yang having the... Oh, okay, yeah, because the Celestis gives us a mana next turn. I was going to say Yang wants to draw land 5 for the Cruelty of Gix, but just has the 5th mana source in the form of Celestis. And I think that's the Vohar, right?
Yep, that is Vohar, the card no one knows. It's basically a looter for the sake of chat. Yeah, the Celestis has been the card that surprised me the most, Devin, as we've been watching this game. Just getting some incidental loots has come up a lot, and just jumping from like 3 to 5 mana so quickly.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Yang's deck is very, very good at like the reason that Reenact the Crime is so powerful is because it costs 4 mana, right? You get to curve a looter into, loot into turn 4 Reenact the Crime. So if Yang's deck is set up in such a way where you have a bunch of the 2 mana looters, which we do, 4 Rona, 2 Likeness Looter, 2 Vohar, you can go turn 2 looter, turn 3 Celestis, and that opens up the possibility for turn 4 Crime or Cruelty of Gix. So it just gives you more options for that really fast turn 4 start.
Yep. And it's not totally fair, I guess, to say Vohar does nothing, as it does sometimes interact with, our collecting evidence cards. The sacrificing the Vohar in order to cast an instant with sorcery card is actually pretty big once you have the Conspiracy Unraveler. It allows you to breach the multiverse more and more. So
right.
Vohar definitely actually does some stuff. I just didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to surprise chat.
Because
the
like you
production
said,
was like no secrets.
Like you said earlier, Unraveler, a card like Omniscience, who, chat might be familiar with a card like that specifies casting cards from your hand for free. Unraveler doesn't have that. So you can cast cards from anywhere, exile, graveyard, wherever, and still, pay the collect evidence for that. So good call.
We're going to see the Cruelty of Gix come down. Tim doesn't know exactly which chapter we're going to start because it does have the read ahead ability.
I think we know which chapter. Most likely. Well, I don't know. It depends because Yang doesn't really have like anything left over to cast off of the Unraveler. I think I saw Liliana and Arona. So you could go to chapter 2 here and just go tutor for Atraxa, loot away Atraxa. We're even going chapter 1. We're just going all the way.
I like chapter 1. Just make the target player have to discard a card. We're going to have to destroy Evil It now. And now they're going to lose that go for the throat. Yeah, and Tim,
no, Cruelty only takes creature or planeswalker.
Oh, creature, right? Excuse me. My bad there, yes. But, still pretty strong play there for Fanchen Yang. Obviously could have popped in immediately, but we're going to see Anchorage fired up and an attack for 4. Make a map token due to the Anchorage. Put that into play. And keep attacking. Excuse me, there's a flipped wedding announcement on the board. So this is actually an attack for 7. We're going to pop the map?
I'm thinking about popping the map post-combat. Spread out the power a little bit. That's a Denic on top. Now, you got to imagine Tim wants to keep that because that does shut off any, future cruelties or reenact the crimes, and Tim is going to keep that Denic on top. And this is kind of the big turn here. Worth noting, Tim did not cast a spell that turn, so that's going to give us a loot and a life off of the Celestis. Pick up a blue card. Looks like a second Rona.
And, another Cruelty of Gix.
Yeah, that's not bad. So now, I don't think we have life totals updated. I think Fanchen took 7 last turn, right? I think. So probably should be a little bit lower because I'm trying to think if does Fanchen have time to go through the full 3 chapters on Cruelty here. I feel like you probably don't.
I think last turn you could take the risk on doing it in order to hit something from Tim. This time we're just going to cash in immediately for the Unraveler and get that into play. This wedding announcement in play here from Tim is also making things a lot tougher. If it was just getting incidentally hit, we could have more time. But that flip announcement actually doing good work just as an anthem here. And it looks like we're deciding if we want to collect some evidence and maybe put something in like Liliana of the Veil. We'll have to see. Oh, I forgot we have the Virtue over there on the
Virtue, yep. And that's actually perfect because now about the Go for the Throat in Tim's hand. So if you, pay 10, play the Virtue, even if the Go for the Throat goes after the Unraveler, you can still just get back the other Unraveler.
I guess the problem is that, Dinic's on top of the deck and Virtue targets.
True. Yep.
But it's still probably pretty good just to get the Virtue in play. And the moment you draw a kill spell, you can get the Dinic back. Or you can get something back once the Dinic is gone. Misspoke there.
So the graveyard right now is what? Unraveler, Rona,
and a Dinic
2
on
lands?
Tim's side. Yeah.
So it's just 2 lands. So we only have 9 evidence in the graveyard. So that's the only spell we can play for free, I think. Well, that's not true. We could Liliana discard a card and then use that as the 10th evidence.
Yeah, that could be a great way to do it here.
If we have another spell we want to cast, but I think there's only one card in hand for Yang, and I think it's that other Rona.
Yeah, I kind of like Yang here minusing. Obviously, Yang's the expert with their deck. They're here in the semifinals. But I feel like the minus is kind of nice because it kind of forces the attack from the creatures onto the Liliana. Looks like we're going to tick up. And yeah, I mean, this might just be discard the Rona, collect evidence 10, put the Virtue in play now that we have the 10 from the Unraveler. Oh, it looks like there was another Conspiracy Unraveler in the art, so it made it really easy to get that into play. And now that it's daytime, we're going to get a little loot action, gain a little life from Yang. Just put that card right in the graveyard. You're going to collect some evidence.
Yeah, weird spot. Like you said, knowing that the Denic is on top, it's like a tricky position for Yang because like you want to deploy the Virtue, but the Virtue also does nothing in the face of the Denic. We see the go for the throw going after the Unraveler, and then the Denic is going to get cast. So yeah, this is, it's cool. Yang's got a Virtue in play, but that Virtue's not really going to do that much. And Liliana's going to die this turn because the flipped announcement is going to kill it with the token in the bat.
Yeah, unless it's possible I'm mistaken on Virtue. I'm pretty sure Virtue
definitely targets. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You're going to see the Liliana go down. Tim's going to gain 2 life from the Deep Cavern Bat. We cast 2 spells there, so it is nighttime.
What doesn't target Mason?
What doesn't target?
It doesn't target Breach the Multiverse, and that is the card that I believe that Yang picked up there. Now, unfortunate for Yang, not able to cast it because we lost that Unraveler, but we can go ahead and get a little bit of Lootski here, gain life. See what we can find. That was, I think, a land. So land's going to go to the graveyard.
We saw in our top 8 match from Fanchen Yang just how powerful things can be once we get that Breach the Multiverse in play, or in the stack, excuse me. But it's going to take a little bit more mana to get there, and Tim has got a sizable board here.
Yeah, I remember that crazy turn where it was like Breach hit Unraveler, Unraveler, Crime back Breach hit a Trax, and it was just out of nowhere. All this a million things. Oh yeah, that was the Recruiter hit too.
Yep. We killed in one turn essentially.
Yeah.
We are gonna see. Looks like Tim has the Virtue in hand. We saw how much work that did earlier in the tournament against Benjamin Ungar, the top 8. We might just see it get slammed here. Looks like it might also be make a 2/2. Nope, we're just going to do the Virtue.
I was thinking about it a little bit, but yeah, I kind of like just deploying the Virtue. Get a little bit more power in play. You want to close out the game before... You don't want to give Yang a bunch of time.
Yeah, Ardent Veil's Fealty is like an important spell to play in the early game, but at this point, let's just get our counters.
Yeah, the card that Yang was really looking for there was Terror Tide. Terror Tide this turn could have maybe cleaned up everything. Now, if you draw Terror Tide, I think you're just dead on board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Because you gain a life, go to 11. We found a Virtue, so Virtue can maybe buy us a little bit of time, but we don't have the land. Okay, that's gonna do it. Game number 1 to Tim Hatch.
Yep, and it was a very exciting and interesting game. But let's check out what Yang has in the sideboard. We have 3 cut down, 3 duress, 2 negate, 2 glistening dealers, 2 Jace, a Deadly Cover Up, an Urtai, and a Pithy Needle. Devin, what do you like and why?
So from Yang's side of things, you definitely need the cut downs, right? Because we saw how powerful Denic was that game. It can also kill some of the other early creatures, things like Deep Cavern Bat, Rafine, and Deep Cavern Bat is a huge problem in these games, especially when it's taking one of those combo pieces. So definitely wants to go towards the cut downs. Past that, maybe the Urtai to help answer some of the more expensive cards. I don't know if this is a Jace matchup. I'm assuming it's not, but that is something that you may want to consider. But yeah, cut downs, Urtai, maybe the cover up, but that one might be a little bit too slow.
Can totally see that. We're going to see how that plays out here as the players are looking at the open deck list. Let's check out Tim Hatch's Esper deck one more time as well. Take a look at that sideboard and see how things are going here. We have 3 Tishana's Tidebinder, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Knockout Blow, 2 Lauren the Third Path, 2 Cryptic Coat, 1 Alcazat's the Deepest Betrayal, 1 Destroy Evil, 1 Negate, and 1 Cut Down. Devin, what do you like here and why?
So this is kind of weird because Yang's deck is cut down normally not the best against a deck that's trying to put Attrax into play. But if you look at Yang's deck, there's 4 Rona, 2 Likeness Neuter, and 2 Vohar. And it is, I would assume, pretty important to remove those early looters. So normally you'd want to cut down on a matchup like this, but I don't know that Tim wants to remove them entirely. As far as sideboard cards, you kind of want the Tidebinders because Tidebinder is good against Atraxa triggers and decent against Cruelty of Gix. So wants a couple of those. Disdainful Stroke, Slam Dunk here, counters Breach, counters Cruelty, counters Reenact the Crime. Loran's interesting. It can kill a Cruelty of Gix that doesn't immediately go to Chapter 3, and it can help fight over the Celestis if that's something the game is about. And then Negate and Destroy Evil probably as well. Destroy Evil, it's okay. Again, similarly, if Cruelty goes on Chapter 1, Evil can kill that. But yeah, the Negate's a slam dunk as well.
Awesome. Great. Well, those players are still sideboarding. So let's take a look at some of our upcoming events. So if you want to be playing on the NRG series, you can. We're going to be traveling all across the country this year. And we're starting off in Minneapolis on April 20th and 21st. We have a modern 10K showdown on Saturday and a 5K legacy trial on Sunday. Make sure to come out to those. And then May 11th and May 12th, we're in Indianapolis. We have a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday. And then Sunday, we have a Team 10K Showdown, Standard, Modern, Pioneer. Showdown events, as a friendly reminder, are our events where you qualify for the end of the year championship. We're playing a 5K Showdown today. Whoever wins this will be in our $30,000 PTQ at the end of the year. And we have one more event that we are going to, and that is in June, the 22nd and 23rd. We're going to St. Louis. You're going to have a $10,000 showdown for Pioneer and a $5,000 trial of Modern. And I think that's around the same time, actually, as the Pro Tour is going to be happening, which is pretty exciting because we're going to get to see some exciting cards there with, I believe, the release of Modern Horizons 3 around that time, Devin. So that is exciting for us to see that coming out here very, very soon. There's a lot of events going to go on this year. We can't wait to show them all with you as the time goes on. And let's show really quickly what the players are playing for right now. This is a 5K showdown, going on. So we have that invite, like we talked about, to our end of the year championship, $30,000 on the line. Direct invite to the Pro Tour if you win. We saw Steven Dykeman win that just about a month ago now, which is pretty exciting. He's going to be playing the Pro Tour next week in the Magicon. Congratulations to him and good luck to him as well. We have all of this dollary dues here on the left, and then the points. The points are what's so important to our NRG grinders, like Benjamin Ungar. The point system lets you get into the end of the year championship. So here on the NRG series, if you don't even, you don't have to win one to make it. That's an easy way to do it, but you can also just have consistent results over the course of the year and make it. And that's something like our next slide shows, which, Connor Mullally did, and he was our player of the year in 2022, made it to our championship and actually won. And you win a token for winning one of these showdown events as well from Inkling Token. So that's very exciting to see. We saw this team here take it down about a year and a half ago now at this time, make a Goblin Shaman token. That's pretty exciting. We saw Max actually yesterday lose in the finals, try to get another token, unfortunately for Max. They'll run it back next time. But our players are shuffling up and presenting for game number 2 here, so we're going to go down there. Lots of exciting stuff going on here on the NRG series. We are trying to bring you the most exciting and best paper Magic that we can. So click the follow button. Don't miss anything.
Click the follow, subscribe, like, comment. You know the drill. Whether you're watching on YouTube and the Twitch channel, don't forget about those Prime subs. I heard a lot of people talking about the ads earlier. And Mason, there is a very, very easy way to get rid of those ads, and that is with a lovely, lovely Twitch Prime sub. Twitch Prime does help support the stream. And then, removes the ads for you, and it's free if you have Amazon. You probably have Amazon Prime. You just throw it somewhere. Hey, listen, it doesn't even have to be us. It doesn't have to be Devin. It doesn't have to be me. Just put it somewhere. Don't waste the money. As we are going to see, a Relentless Reef has turn 1 for Gang and a pass of the turn into a Restless Anchorage from Tim Hatch. These creature lands are starting things off into Darkslick Shores into Rona for Gang. Yeah, Rona is, definitely Yang wants to kind of get the party started a little bit early with the looters, because the looters can help you, like we said, just kind of loot into finding the combo pieces. We talked about Yang's deck really trying to set up A plus B, and the looters are very, very good at doing that. So, and then, here's the Denic from Tim as well. That is the card that gave Yang a lot of problems in the last game, shutting off cards like Cruelty of Gix and so on and so forth.
Yep. We are going to loot. There is Denic can play. We have a Kaito. Looks like we're going to play the Kaito. Yang has loved making the Ninja so far. We're going to see if that continues, and it does. It's going to phase out now, so it can't be attacked.
Yeah, it seems pretty easy to just make almost always make the Ninja on the first activation, because you know that your Kaito's not going to die this turn anyways. You can always just get the loot next turn. And as we talked about with Reenact the Crime needing specific timing windows, you don't really want to loot this turn and discard your big thing this turn. You want to try to wait until the turn that you're going for Reenact the Crime.
Fair. So we're going to see a Denic attack in.
Love this attack. Yang's like, 2-3 versus 1-3. But I mean, it's a free attack from Tim. Tim just wants to gain the life. Maybe there's something that Tim could have. Decks are face up. I wonder if there's anything Tim could have. Gancho? Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yep. That is the one he is bluffing. And this is interesting. Fanchen Yang immediately attacks the Ninja. We've seen him debate a lot of spots about looting or not. Just seems to be like, hey, Tim has all this mana up. I don't want to do anything. So I get this card immediately. And the Fairy Master on the board. That's going to let him draw as well. And worth noting, Fanchen had the cut down in hand. We could have fought it with the Mastermind, but I think we want to fight over this Denic instead. So pretty disciplined play there for Fanchen to allow Tim to have a card in exchange for fighting over the cards he preferred to battle over.
Love it. Absolutely love it. You recognize that Denic is the card that you need to try and worry about. Now, there is a bit of risk involved in that play, because you're giving Tim more cards at trying to find a counterspell. And if you make the game only about Denic, then you could run yourself into a problem where, if you fight over the Denic and Tim just has a counterspell for your reanimation anyways, then what did you really accomplish by fighting over the Denic?
Great point. As we do see the cut down here on the Denic at the end of turn. And I see a Verona activation now that we know the Denic is dead. Jace the Perfected Mind was the draw and discard Underground River. Untap.
Yeah, we weren't sure whether or not the chases were going to stay in or come out. Confirmation, at least one of them's in there. Oh, yep. Mason, I see a breach, and I think I saw a Reenact the Crime. And what I talked about game one is really going to come up here, because Yang just says go, right? Because you have the loot, the reenact, and the breach all at instant speed. And here we go. Tim's going to tap out. Oh, my goodness.
And Fanchen Yang's going to discard, breach the multiverse, cast Reenact the Crime with that on the stack. And you see the players in the background looking in the sky as Tim also is like, uh-oh, did I mess up here? Mess up's a strong word, but we are going to breach the multiverse, Tim. Mill those 10 cards, and let's see what Fanchen Yang gets. We get a card from both players' graveyards.
I don't know about you, Mason, but I just sat up in my chair after that one.
I am leaning in, excited to see exactly what happens here.
All right, what do we got? Rafine.
There's an Atali. Fanchen flick to the front. That's going to get even more cards for us.
Okay, Rafine Atali.
Looks like we have a... Yeah, just going to go with Rafine. And to Atraxa and to go for the throat your fairy. Pick him up, Dad. Pick him up. It's a long drive home for everybody. Papa's got to watch True Detective Night Country. Pick him up.
Oh, man. I might have yelled into the microphone a little bit. My apologies. I couldn't help myself, though.
It's understandable. As we are going to resolve this Atraxa trigger, Tim is just smiling and laughing, and I'd be smiling and laughing as I picked up my cards, but respect, the game is going to keep going. As we are going to see this top here, we're going to see another breach as a potential option. We're going to take a cut down. We're going to take a virtue resistance. We're going to take a land.
I really want to know if Tim had a counterspell in his hand and just just chose to cast the Tidebinder. There is a No More Lies. He did have it. Oh my god. Oh, that's so tough.
Yeah, and this is the power of Fanchen Yang's deck. We can sort of, we stabilize, we put Tim in an awkward position. Tim didn't have a lot of pressure, and it was just going to be like, okay, am I really going to sit here and not do anything and let him sculpt, make those land drops? And we have to reenact the crime out of nowhere. And while, yes, we kind of did high roll with a Tolly into Atraxa, that's what it kind of does. And having things like Atraxa just been hit in the first place might have been game in and of itself. Even the Atali just hit, like another Rona. Would it really have been that different? Probably not, all things considered, as these players seem to not be changing their sideboard and you just started shuffling for game 3. So we're going to have that right away for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, that might be one of these things where Tim just, like you said, the inexperience of Tim never playing against a deck like this before, maybe, it is aware of the cards, like he knows that the cards exist in Yang's deck, knows what the cards do, but maybe just kind of just didn't even realize that that was a possibility. And, even in that situation where a breach, like, let's say the low end where breach hits, like, I don't know, a Rafine and a Conspiracy Unraveler, like, that's still probably good enough, right?
Yeah, that is just so much power put into play there. And it sets up so much, right? Like, that's kind of the whole joke, right? It's Conspiracy Unraveler plus Breach basically means you get to cast another card for free. And they can really sort of pop off from that position. And, Tim's going to have some respect now. Like, okay, yeah, game 1, I didn't really understand maybe exactly what you could do, but I've seen a taste of it now. And, I'm sorry, I didn't realize how much respect for your game you had.
Yeah, you think Tim is ever going to tap out for the rest of his life after that game? No.
Probably not. That one is going to stick with Tim for a while, as we are going to see the players draw up here for game number 3. Devin, am I going to see the stream go live tomorrow with Real in parentheses and then Dimir Reanimator?
Well, I'm going to call it, I think Chat came up with Cocoa Puffs earlier, which I kind of like, so maybe I'll call it Cocoa Puffs.
All right, Undercity Sewers Surveil. I'm very disappointed in chat trying to break. Oh, Traxa hit the yard. I'm very disappointed in chat just not letting the serial thing go. It's been 20 years plus.
I mean, in chat's defense, we did ask them earlier about serial, so they were just responding to our question.
Don't you rope me in with this. You asked them about cereal. You're the one who's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. As we are going to see Ardevale's Fealty get cast here at the end of turn.
I'll bring up the tape. Don't worry. I'll clip it. If you want me to ship it, I will clip it.
So, I don't normally do this, Tim. We gotta stop putting our adventure zone behind the deck. It's got
that is kind of weird, right?
We gotta change it. I don't normally do it. I saw him do it one time. I thought he was just in the zone. I watched him do it on purpose this time. It's gotta change.
We gotta have a talk.
We gotta have a talk.
Tim, if you're watching this, we gotta have a conversation.
We're not mad. We're not disappointed. We're just curious.
It's just weird.
Yeah. And not like we're trying to shame you way, as we are going to see a Restless Reef enter the battlefield tapped here. In the passing of the turn, you see Yang doesn't want to walk into anything like Fairy Mastermind. Also wants to be able to block this 2/2 Knight.
You see, Tim here is just so mortified at what happened last game. He's just never going to cast a spell this entire game. Yeah. He's just having these flashbacks, He's like, I'm just not casting spells. It's fine.
And that is like a serious, boost here to the Dimir Cocoa Puff deck. See, this doesn't hit the same.
Yes.
Doesn't hit the same. I tried. I want Papa Cedric to be proud of me. He's not. And we're going to move on with our life, as we are going to see a land and a passing of the turn.
Cedric would just say Dimir Reanimator, right? At least we're calling it Dimir Ramp. Well, what do you think Cedric would be happier with, Dimir Reanimator or Dimir Ramp?
Reanimator, not close. The deck doesn't ramp. Negate is going to go on Reenact the Crime. Sorry, my mask came off for a second. That's on me. But hey, we guys fixed on Melee. It says Reanimator now. Reanimate. It's all good.
And notably, that was end phase. So got Tim to tap a little bit of mana. Does still have some mana available to have potentially a second counter spell. I don't even know if Yang has another way to go for it. I think that was their only reanimation spell. I see no other reenacts or no cruelties or anything like that.
Yeah, I like it from Tim too, just to kind of go for it. I mean, like, listen, nothing's really happening. You clearly have a bunch of answers. I'm going to have to work them at some point. So I'd rather do it now and prevent you from doing something like, flashing in a Tidebinder or something else if I draw very well. And we're going to see the block from Yang. Does have Urtai up in hand as well. That could stop something like the Virtue if it comes down. Not that Tim would ever tap out after what happened.
Wait a minute, Mason. I have a revelation for you. I don't know if you noticed this, but I swear to God, earlier the deck list on Melee said Dimir Ramp. I think Brad might have changed it after we said something, because he literally changed to Reanimator. Oh, okay. I didn't even realize. I missed the joke.
Yeah, that's why I was like, thank you, Brad. And on my side, it says Reanimator. He's in there in the streets watching. Brad loves Standard. He loves to animate on Standard and on Standard deckless names, as we are going to see Yang cut down in response to that. Now the Wandering Emperor is at 4 loyalty, and we're going to get a little looting going on. And it looks like we have Kaito in hand.
W's in chat for Brad. Just W's all around. All right, Kaito's going to untap the Rona. Let's see.
Do you think
now Fire Shoes is saying he changed it, so.
Oh, interesting.
I guess it wasn't Brad. Well, W for Fire Shoes, anyways.
Always a W for Fire Shoes. You think Brad's gonna be happy when he learns that I messed up my registration again? He's gonna have to help me. Anyways, we have a ninja in play as Rona is thinking about maybe attacking this Wandering Emperor. It's a tough spot to be because you want to keep looting and building up your evidence, for that Unraveler and various other things, but you don't want the Wandering Emperor to get too big. They're going to make a Samurai.
Don't forget about that Virtue. I know it doesn't look like it's, in an adventure. It looks like it might be an exile. It's like halfway between exile and the graveyard. Who knows? But that is on an adventure.
Yep. Looks like Tim has lined up 5 mana plus counter magic with the old 5 and 2 here. He has a Disdainful Stroke in hand, I believe.
Is that what that blue card is?
I believe so.
Kind of makes sense. Tough to tell. There's like that card has so many different like new arts. I know what the old school one looks like, and I know what the retro one looks like, but there's like 3 other ones that it could be because that's got reprinted a couple times recently.
Yup. It's weird. Weird world we're living in.
Get a Deluge. Interesting to see those come in. I guess it kind of makes sense because Deluge kills Denick, and that is a card that you really have to fight over.
It's true. As Undercity Sewer comes in, I think Deluge, yeah, it makes a ton of sense when you think about that and the wedding announcements too, and like the samurais we're seeing.
Yeah, we kind of saw this sort of on display with the last time that we watched Yang, where you're kind of just transforming into this Dimir mid-range deck, right? You have the Kaito going, drawing a couple extra cards, Rona's filtering your cards every turn, and Yang is making all of the land drops and is eventually just going to be able to start hardcasting Conspiracy Unravelers and Breaches.
Yep. And we're seeing here from Tim sort of the trouble with it all is that like Tim can never really tap out until he's forced to or can smell blood in the water, right? He kind of has to leave up No More Lies, and it's 7 mana, but it's not impossible for Yang to get up to 4 mana for Reenact Crime and 3 for the No More Lies. So you need to have cards like Stroke, and then he's going to bait you with cards like this that you're going to have to fight over.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about getting to 7 mana for hardcasting Breach or it's Conspiracy Unraveler. We're basically there next turn, right? Yang's got 6 lands in play.
Yep. And now Yang is either going to be very happy long-term or very sad about that Disdainful Stroke fighting over that air tie. Looks like we hit a Virtue of our own.
A Terror Tide's going to hit the graveyard. That one not looking super hot on this board. I mean, it makes sense to bring it in because, Tim can kind of go wide with Denick and a bunch of wedding announcement tokens, but no necessary here. Now, I think Yang has a choice of 3 7-drops in hand. I think we have Virtue, Raveler, and Breach. So, just I roll a die and pick one. I don't know.
I kind of like using Locthwain Sworn here as the adventure mode.
Okay, well, I guess we're not casting a 7-drop. Never mind.
Yeah. And then we can cast our Jace with Completeness as well to draw some cards. We've got to be close to 20 cards in the graveyard, right? Now look at that. That adventure's over there on its little zone.
the actual adventure zone.
Yeah.
Not the Tim Hatch adventure zone.
No, Tim Hatch is just like, Kong versus Godzilla into the other world adventure zone. It's just a little different.
Yeah.
As we do see, Jace is going to get cast. It's going to untap the Rona. It looks like we're going to spend the full mana, so Jace is going to enter with 5 loyalty counters. If we fight over this Jace, we won't be drawing cards, but Fanchen Yang will be able to -2 and draw some cards. It looks like we're going to cycle in response.
Power. I mean, this is exactly what you said. You're just making Tim fight over everything that's not your 7-drops. And this is like basically this is perfect. I mean, Yang is almost ahead on board. right? You have like the Rona, the 1/1 versus the Emperor on 1, so it's kind of a wash there. There's Yang has more mana, and Yang just has 3 7-drops left over after you've already burned through 3 counter spells from Tim.
Yep. This is a good place to be, and we still have things like the Restless Reef in the zone as well. So Deep Counter Bet comes down.
It's like, which 7-drop do you want, Tim?
And you're seeing Tim go,
You see Tim like,
I do not have the cards for this one, is what Tim is thinking. You probably have to take Breach the Multiverse.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah, tough spot to be on that one.
You could tell Tim's not happy about that one.
You have Dimmick, that will stop the Virtue. You can tick up on your Samurai and make it a 3/4 as well. That will stop another Lochthwain Scorn, from killing the Dimmick. Devin, I bet you didn't know that I knew all the Virtue's little names.
Well, I knew the black one because I played with that one a little bit. As we talked about earlier, I didn't know the white one. The other 3, I could care less because I assume they're all unplayable. But
I don't know. But anyways, I think they're pretty bad too. As we are going to see some evidence collection here, we're going to put this Virtue into play. Tim's going to look. Has a Destroy Evil in hand. Is going to get the evidence Unraveler. And I kind of like this from Tim. He's kind of putting all his hopes and dreams on the Dimmick here. A little surprised to see the land there from Fanchen Yang. That might be a sign that maybe we're really close to activating both creature lands.
Yeah, because could have kept that in hand to discard Arona. Interesting.
Yeah. This might be a spot too where Fanchen might be wanting to transform Rona and activate the land next turn and attack for 9. Obviously, this Dimmick is a lifelinker, so it's going to be a little hard, but not impossible. And Fanchen has to know that if we draw something like Breach off the top, we're going to be able to slam that card immediately.
Yeah, or even just a removal spell, right? I guess taking a look at the removal spells in Yang's deck, there's the Virtues, which don't touch the Dimmick. There's sideboard, the cut downs don't touch the Dimmick, and the Deluges also don't touch the Dimmick. So the only thing we really have at this point left is the Terror Tides.
And the Liliana Minus, which is a dubious plan, I think.
It's the Urtai, but there's only one Urtai. We've already seen that this game, so.
Here comes the Virtue. We're going to grow. We're going to grow the bat, get it out of cut down range as well. Get some extra damage in. Very surprised to see that land come down from Fanchen Yang on the last turn.
Yeah, very, very interesting. So that would give us, well, we tapped out for the 7-drop, right? So we had 7 mana. That was our 8th mana. Mana number 9 still doesn't even let us animate 2 lands, right? Because we need 10.
Yeah. So got something in mind, though. Knows this deck a lot better than I do, as we do see the Restless Reef get activated. That is a Death-Touching Shark, Devin. So that is going to allow us to fight here. And I think we drew another one in hand. So, Tim, we're going to mill for it. I wonder who we're going to go. Probably ourselves, right?
Yeah, I would assume ourselves. Give us more targets for the Virtue if we can find an answer for the Dimmick at some point.
I bet you Fanchen would kill to have Cling to Dust in his deck. Just one.
Oh boy, don't even get me started.
We're going to see another Reef come down, and
yeah. So interesting. So I guess last turn it wasn't clear whether you were supposed to play the land, but because she played the land last turn, it kind of makes sense to play the land this turn, especially because it's that second Reef.
Yeah. There's a lot of lifelink going on here from Fanchen. I wonder if there's. I guess you just can't ever block with your Rona right now, huh? Because of the Reenact the Crime off the top. You need to just hope to get lucky. Oh, but
Reenact is offline because the Dimmick.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, maybe the plan is just to transform the Rona. I don't know. We have to see how it goes here.
I mean, honestly, the card that Yang is looking for is Breach, right? That's the top deck.
Yeah, Breach, I think, is our best and maybe only out at this point.
No, the Rona not going to do it, so we're going to go ahead and see if we can find something good. Some Mirex?
Not quite what the doctor wants.
or no, it was a Shipwreck Marsh. So, okay, that was kind of weird, right? So you played land 8, wasn't sure if that was right. Then, or you played that was land 9. Then you played the other reef as land 10, or land 9, and then we discarded land 10 to animate both reefs instead of discarding the extra Rona. That confuses me.
Yeah, might just be a moment of shifting priorities from Yang, but it might also just be, long day, playing a little quick. Yeah, we're hungry. And Tim Hatch here seems to be on the precipice of being in the finals. Now, I wonder if Tim knows if that land has Death Touch or not, because if the Dimir gets into combat, it could be disastrous for him.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, well, Tim's only going to attack with the bat, so maybe he is aware of that.
How many Odawars is Yang playing? We have one in play
just
already,
one.
unfortunately.
Yep, just the one.
Tough.
I think it kind of has to be Breach at this point. It's a Cruelty. Yeah, it's not good enough because of the Denic.
Well, Cruelty lets you search your deck, right? So you can find the Wrath.
Oh, Cruelty for Wrath. Clean up the board. Question, is the life total updated?
I assume it is, but I'm not positive. All I know is this. The bat hit us for 4.
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure because I thought that Yang was at 10 when we passed to Tim last turn before taking 4, but I'm not 100% positive.
Yeah, and you see Tim here have to shine his Tidebinder. He's trying to figure out, should I stop this trigger? I think you're supposed to, Tim. And Yang can search his deck. Tim might also have a card like No More Lies. It was going to have a great grip. Great look at his grip, excuse me. So it looks like maybe we've milled the card, / we're just double checking.
Well, I know we went through one Terror Tide earlier.
And it's definitely possible with the amount of looting and restless reefing that we got rid of the Terror Tide.
Yeah, Yang had thumbed a Reenact the Crime to the front, but I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it looks like we're maybe looking at Jace, Lockthwain, Sworn. I think we're just thinking about everything we could possibly grab here. Liliana. I think there's an Anchorage in play for Tim. I could be mistaken. That might have been last game. Yeah, Gang's just going to concede. Congratulations to Tim Hatch there for winning our semifinals. And congratulations to Fanchen Yang there for losing in our semis. It was a great run with a very awesome and innovative deck. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that deck on Magic Online and Magic Arena. It's going to be very popular. We are going to come back here for a second as we set up our backup feature match with Domain Control versus Azorius Control. But Devin, what did you think of that match?
That was pretty sweet. I mean, we got to see the Dimir Reanimator deck do its thing. There was that, we kept talking about the instant speedness of Reenact the Crime, and it was really awesome that's how the game ended in game 2, that actually came up. Instant speed really, kind of puts your opponent in the spot where they just can't ever afford to tap out. It's a really cool showing for, Yang. Congratulations on making the top 4. Condolences. But yeah, it was a really, really well fought battle.
It really was. And let's see if we can jump on down to our backup feature match. I am unsure the current game status. We'll have that updated. So let's go. We're in game number 3. So that's a good sign for everything.
Game 3. I'm actually kind of surprised. I figured they would still be in game 1, Mason.
Yeah, I think my guess is what happened is that the Domain Control deck probably just won game 1 because it does have all the threats and probably just was able to run over Sean with a fast start, maybe like a mulligan. And then, game 2, Sean was able to tie things up with the sideboard. Because thinking about it before, it's like, how is Sean actually supposed to beat this deck, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense that his deck could do anything. But when you look at his sideboard, he has a bunch of Tidebinders, a bunch of negates, a bunch of strokes. So I think he's just kind of, bringing in 6-7 cards for this matchup and hoping it's good enough. And it looks like it was. We'll get an idea of actually who won that game by who plays the first land here. Sean Gallagher with the clean 6 pickup and a 7th one as a treat. Do you like his shirt, the Fast and the Nefarious? Because he plays Teferi. And yeah, it looks like
next.
All right, it looks like I was wrong. It was backwards. Sean won game 1 as he is on the play here, which means he lost game number 2.
All right, so going into game 3, let's take a look at the side. I'm just going to kind of rattle off some quick sideboard hits here. So Domain has 3 negates, 2 destroy evils, 2 jaces. Those are probably all coming in. A couple of Tishana's Tidebinders, bunch of dead wraths in the main deck. Makes a lot of sense. And then Sean has 2 Tidebinder, 2 negate, 2 disdainful stroke, and a Chrome Host Seed Shark, going to cut a lot of his wraths. So that's kind of just to give you an idea of how these players are sideboarding.
I love it. And while you're doing that, Up the Beanstalk got cast, got negated by Gallagher. It does look like we're taking a little think here on turn number 4. I think we have like an Archangel of Wrath in hand and a Jace. I might be mistaken on the Archangel there, but definitely a Topiary Stomper. I think we're figuring out exactly what we're going to play this turn. As it looks like Stomper is going to go into the slaughter, as it were. And Gallagher is going to allow it. We're going to pull up a basic land, and looks like that's because Gallagher had a Memory Deluge. How important is that card in this matchup?
Pretty important. I mean, just Memory Deluge is one of your better turn 4 plays from the Azorius deck, just allowing you to kind of sculpt your hand, figure out exactly which cards you need, counter spells if you need that, and maybe a Wandering Emperor threat if you need that, something along those lines. Probably the most important thing to kind of keep an eye on is whether or not the Domain player can find Cavern of Souls, because that is, you kind of think about traditional ramp versus counterspell or ramp versus control, and it usually comes down to whether or not the control deck can draw enough counterspells for the threats. Well, if Cavern of Souls hits the battlefield, that means Atraxa cannot be countered, which means that you then need to be able to have, 3 or 4 more answers for whatever the Atraxa is finding. As of right now, Chimiki does not have that Cavern in play, but, there are 4 in the deck.
Yep. Looks like Gallagher got a negate and a Gonjo off of that Memory Deluge. We do have a Restless Anchorage among the lands.
Are you sure? It's really hard to tell. There's a lot of glare on Sean's lands.
I can tell. I got it. It's the middle one on the column closest to us. That's my guess.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I'm confident. What can I say? As Invasion of Zendikar comes down.
Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier. Masai actually has Case of the Locked Hothouse in this deck. This is a new card, and I don't know if we can get it up on the screen for you guys, but it's kind of a ramp spell, kind of a little bit more. What do you think about this card, Mason?
Yeah, it's one of those cards that I think lets you sort of power through your deck a little bit once you get it solved. And it's a very interesting thing because sometimes these decks, Domain is a control deck at the end of the day, right? Like Domain Ramp and Domain Control are basically the same deck. And so having some way to kind of make sure you don't get flooded out on lands is a good thing for decks like this. So Case of the Lockout House lets you do that. I think is a really strong addition to this deck as a one-of, and something we've seen be very powerful and limited.
Yeah. I think I just haven't seen it be played too much, so I kind of wasn't 100% sure on how good it was. Wasn't sure, the deck does have 26 lands, but it's like turn 4, turn 5. A lot of your extra lands are coming from the Topiary Stomper, so you might not always have an extra land to play off of the Case. As we see a Jace going to resolve here, and then Sean is going to, I think it's a Tidebinder to Jace, and we're just going to go ahead and finish it off.
Yep. Good lineup events there from Gallagher. Fighting over the mana, not letting any sort of value occur, and just trying to push the advantage here. And I think we have 7 mana, which means we are going to Memory Deluge here at end of turn. Look at that top 7. If we don't have any responses, but it looks like we might have the Wandering Emperor on a little minus situation. I love this addition of the Wandering Emperor to this deck. Lets you fight a little bit more over the aggressive decks and gives you powerful cards against these control decks, which sometimes you can be lacking.
Yeah, 0 copies of that card in the main deck and 1 single copy in the sideboard, but a very cool one-of to play. Gives you a lot of flexibility. Here being able to answer Sean's threat. If Sean had nothing in play, you could just make your own threat and be able to, looks like... Okay, we're just we're shuffling the Deluge pile. Sure, that's fine.
Yep.
Deluge, unlike Ranger Knight or Knight Errant of Eos, does not shuffle the whole library. So,
Another Restless Anchorage hits the battlefield in the pass of the turn. Gallagher is someone who really appreciates and really loves these blue-white control deck lists. We saw it yesterday in Pioneer. We saw Gallagher lose in the finals of a NRG Showdown to Daniel Weissman, eventual winner of the RC Atlanta, and just loves these decks, as we do see Topiary Stomper come down.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and just fire that one off. That's going to be a Disruption Protocol countering the Topiary Stomper. Emperor is going to go ahead and tick up. So interesting, Sean fighting over the mana there and gets rewarded in kind. I don't think that Masai played a land that turn, I believe.
Yeah, Masai missed a land 5 a few turns ago and hit land 4. I forget what it's and then hit land 5 here. So we're going to see Restless Anchorage get activated. Anchorage, nice. It lines up really well against Leyline Binding, which is a lot of the removal here from Masai. As we are digging that map. Yeah, it looks like we're going to pop that map on the Anchorage as we hit another Disruptive Protocol.
Counterspell on top. Definitely wants to see that. At least wants to see counterspells until there's a Cavern of Souls, as we see in Atraxa picked up here for Masai, and we see the typical ramp problem, right? If your ramp spells get fought over and you draw too many of the 5 and 6 drops and 7 drops, then you're just not going to be able to cast them, and you're giving the blue-white control deck a lot of time to find the answers that they need to be able to power through them, and that's exactly what's going on here.
Yep, we are going to see Archangel of Wrath hit the battlefield. It is going to get losted, and we're going to have a third map over here get added.
So yeah, interesting decision for Masai there. Could have paid the extra mana to deal Sean 2, but chose to sacrifice a map instead because really needs to hit land drops, and Sean did have the second get lost to be able to answer that Archangel of Wrath.
We are going to be attacking with the Restless Anchorage here for 3 now, thanks to the map from earlier.
Yeah, and if you're in Sean's position, this is exactly how you want this game to go. Masai, stumbling a little bit, missing some land drops, that's able to find, I think that was a basic mountain. So land 6 here, but, still land 6, not able to deploy the Atraxas in hand. Besides the Atraxas, I think I noted a binding. I can't quite get a good look at the rest of it.
So it is those Attractions you talked about, and then just 2 bindings, one at the front, one at the back there. And that is why it's being so awkward on this Restless Anchorage. And Gallagher fighting over that mana means that cards like Atraxa can't come down, and that gives us time to use things like these Memory Deluges. And then now we're going to start holding back. Something's changed. I imagine it is the Deluge. But,
yep.
Looks like Gallagher
Emperor?
flashing in the Emperor.
Yep.
Going to make a Samurai. And finally, a target for our Leyline Binding.
Target acquired.
It's interesting.
Sean, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's interesting for Sean. Devin, do you think you'd fight over this Leyline Binding? And you have a card like Get Lost, would you use it to get back the Emperor again?
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. I don't think that Sean wants to fight over this because I think you care more about the 7 drops than you do keeping your Emperor in play. 7 drops being Herd Migration, Atraxa, things of that nature. I think those are more impactful if they hit the battlefield the following turn. And from my count, I think I saw a negate and the gate in the Disruption Protocol that we know about. But past those 2 counter spells, I don't think Sean is super heavy on counters past that.
Yeah, I think Sean is a little light. Got Negate, got Disdainful Stroke. Little promo version there with the fraud out blue-white deck. Got a Field of Ruin for the turn. Ironically, against the 5-color deck, not the best. You would think it'd be really good there. The deck just plays a bunch of basics thanks to cards like Invasion, as we are going to see Atraxa Grand Unifier hit the battlefield. Doesn't look like there's a Cavern of Souls, so Disdainful Stroke is going to tag that. Sean going to flashback Memory Deluge from the graveyard. Such a powerful card. We have seen this be one of the staples of blue-white control for the last couple of years, and even poking into other formats like Modern.
Yeah, it's going to go ahead and, you have to imagine probably found at least 1 counter spell off of that. Looking at 7, you're pretty likely to find at least 1. And we do know about that Disruption Protocol still available for Sean that was revealed off of the map token a couple turns back. And maybe we're going back to the well here with this Restless Anchorage. Just try to, chip a couple ship shots one at a time. I'm going to go ahead and sack the map as well. It's going to pick up a land of sorts.
Yeah, one nice thing about this, as we are attacking Massimo down to 16, is that the Field of Ruin we talked about earlier not being the best. It will turn off Cavern of Souls after it gets its first cast. which is going to be very important as the game goes along. So it's a card where Sean not very happy right now to have it, but long term is going to be pretty happy to see that one in the mana base. As we are going to see a little retapping going on. Looks like we might be trying to play Topiary Stomper. Try and bait out a counterspell here from Sean. Looks like Sean's cool with it.
Yeah, Sean doesn't really care about that. I mean, at 20, even you just take 3 or 4 hits from that thing and not even not even worry too much about it.
Yeah, you are probably likely to win the race currently, given everything. And if worse comes to worse, you have cards like Get Lost that you can always finish off those Stompers.
And what do we got here? Binding is going to the graveyard. That probably don't want that from the map token. Really just wants to try and find. I mean, honestly, the besides best card here to find is Cavern of Souls. Picked up a land. I think it might have been a Triumph of some sorts. Oh, it was Plains. Plains. Okay.
Plains like a Triumph. Both tap for mana.
They do. One comes into play on tap, though.
True. So we're going to hit another Plains there. Secret Lair.
Yep.
Shibuya edition. You have a Boseiju in hand, which is actually pretty huge.
Another Deluge.
And we're seeing this kind of go here as Sean does have to randomize the 2 cards. When Sean here, just one Deluge finds the next Deluge, and it kind of just like it ends up being the sort of weird chain that we saw with cards like Dig through time before. Sometimes you're just like, oh, I'll dig for a dig plus another card, and I'll figure out what exactly I need later.
Sean is just in his element right now. You know, this is thriving, moisturized, well-equipped. Sean's just chilling over here. He's got all day.
Yeah, this Boseiju is going to end up being a problem currently for Sean's win condition. Sean does need to get the game over. Like, as time goes on, things get worse and worse. I think for him, up until a certain point where they get really good. You know, there's kind of like this weird window where he's kind of not super happy to be in this spot. And then, okay, we've reached the super late game. I'm good again. I'm going to deck you. Don't worry about it. Jace minus. So, looks like Stomper does attack in 4-5, dropping Sean down to 15. Looks like we're figuring out how exactly to tap our mana. This might be a Traxa finally coming down. It is a Traxa.
Yeah, and you know, Masai had a couple of looks at trying to find a cavern, and he's like, you know what? At this point, whatever. You know, I'm just gonna try. I gotta fight through this counter magic at some point, right?
Yep. And you've got to kind of force Gallagher to use it if you're gonna keep the game going, because it might be more likely that you're gonna win something like Herd Migration at this point. Gets answered there with the stroke. We're going to flash back the Memory Deluge.
All I'll say right now is, Masai, I feel your pain. Head in hand. This is exactly how I feel every Twitch stream when I play against Blue-White Control. So I feel you, buddy. I'm with you.
Gallagher trying to find some threats here to close the door. Looks like we have March.
If you think about it, Mason, the Blue-White Control players are the bad guys.
Hit me with that theory while we untap for turn here.
I don't have any like logic past it. They're just the bad guys.
This is the vibe check, and they failed it. So we're going to see another Field of Ruin get played. We're going to cast a card that honestly I have. Oh, it's Cryptic Coat. I think.
Ooh, yeah, that tracks. No, it doesn't track.
Oh, we don't have one in the deck
Cryptic
list?
Coats in Sean's deck list.
Oh, that's Chrome Host Seed Shark.
That is a one. That would make a lot of sense.
What if it was Cryptic Coat?
Well, if it was Cryptic Coat, we'd have a problem. So
it'd be really good here. Is all I'm saying. Is we do see the Archangel into the battlefield. I'm sorry, it's getting cast here. We'll see if it does ultimately end up entering Disruptive Protocol in hand here for Sean. And there's an interesting moment too of, do we care about this Chrome Host Seed Shark?
Kind of, yeah, right?
Yeah,
I would
I
assume
think
so.
I mean, we got to start winning at some point, and we've used like 3 deluges, so we're gonna eventually like. The deck doesn't have a ton of card selection outside deluge. Deluge is just a lot of it. We have Deduce to move through our deck a little bit instead of cards like Quick Study. And
yeah, interesting.
Oh, I love this. The Wandering Emperor comes down. We're going to incubate for 4, and we're going to plus on the Chrome Host Seed Shark. It's now a 3/5. Gallagher set that up beautifully. It was like, yeah, you're going to kick it, right? And the guy's like, yeah, I'm going to do that. I was like, cool. All right, I'm going to have a 4/4 and a 3/5 now.
3/5 with 4 damage on it. That is kind of a beating.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Deduce? What Deduce?
I think it's Deduce, which is going to end up with a incubate of 2. You know, Think Twice kind of is the modern version of it, but notably Think Twice would have triggered the shark again. This does not, but you do get those clue synergies, and we see that Sean has stuff like Disruptive Protocol, which in the early game gives him, you know, essentially counterspell.
Yeah, notably, just like you said, strictly worse than Think Twice in this particular instance.
Yep.
And I'm using the term strictly loosely, but not that loosely.
As it does look like Sean's going to March Otherworldly Light for X is 4. That's going to give us a 5/5 incubate token as well. And I'm curious to see if Sean's going to lower the shields here a little bit to start battling.
Mason, I'm disappointed. I wanted to see Sean do like over March. Now, obviously, you would still want to hold up the counter spell, but I just want to see March for like 12 on a 4-drop just to get a 12 incubator token. You know, just do it for Twitch.
Do it for the chat. As we are going to attack in here for 8 with Incubate and the Shark, and we're going to have a passing of the turn. And it is looking rough here for the Domain deck. Just early on in the game was not able to keep up the pressure. Sean had too much time to set up and has not found one of the 4 Cavernous Souls in the deck here, which are pretty big in this matchup. You know, had we got these Atraxas, even if they got instantly killed, it would have been big, as we do see this Atraxa get tapped for. And Sean has Disruptive Protocol and able to tap that Artifact Incubate token.
Fancy.
Yep. Get it. Now we have mana up.
Oh, counterspell? It's almost... surely Sean will have nothing in his 17-card hand.
As we are going to see Sean cast into Sean a Tidebinder on the Atraxas, but now it's a 7/7. And you see, he's like, I won the war over the Atraxa. How could this be? Sean untapping, not even lowering the shields to incubate the other tokens. We're just going to have a bunch of shark power.
Pretty surprised. You know, honestly, Mason, I'm pretty surprised that Sean had another thing in his hand. I'm actually pretty surprised.
I mean, he did only have 2 cards in hand, you know, so like, it wasn't, you know, that. Oh, no, never mind. He has a lot more
he had
cards
like 7.
I
had 7 cards in his hand the whole game.
Well, we're going to march for 8. And that is going to give us an incubate. Sorry, March 1st is going to give us an incubate of 8. And
just tell me it's over.
I mean, I think if we attack with everything, it should be over. The question is, do you play around a card like Leyline Binding?
No.
Now as we attack you for 12, which is exactly lethal, we don't need to overactivate. We're going to see a Boseiju on that incubate token. That's going to keep us alive for one more draw step.
No, Messiah, it's fine. You could just go. You can leave. You don't have to take a draw step. You could just go.
Call the Herd is... I'm sorry, Herd Migration. I call the Herd every time. Herd Migration, not going to be good enough, though, to stabilize us, as we are going to see a concession here. And congratulations to Sean Gallagher. Moving on to our finals, we're going to see Tim versus Sean in just a minute. We're going to take a quick break and set our players up, and we'll be back in just about 2 minutes. Click that follow button that we don't miss any of the future action, and we're back in a minute, crown our champion, and see who's going to join us at the end of the year for our 30K PTQ. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the finals here. We do have Sean Gallagher on your left with Azorius Control versus Tim Hatch on your right. This is the voice of Mason Clark, joined by Devin O'Donnell, better known as Doomwake, and we are going to cover this match live here for the finals. 8 rounds of Swiss, 2 other rounds of top 8. The players are here, and they are ready to go. They're going to take a quick second to double-check everything, as this is an open deckless finals due to the stream. But, Devin, who do you think is favored in the finals and why?
I hate to say it, but I really do think that Sean Gallagher is, we kind of talked about this a little bit before the match start, before we came off break. I think Sean's a pretty big favorite, sizable favorite in this matchup. Part of the reason you maybe want to play in Azorius deck, kind of to prey on these Esper decks that are. So we kind of saw two different versions of Esper. We saw Tim's version, and then we saw Ben Unger's version. That's maybe a little bit more lower to the ground, more cheap threats, Gixes, stuff like that. And that's kind of a way to go under the blue-white control decks. But if you're making your deck bigger to be better in the Esper mirrors, I think in turn that probably makes your deck a lot weaker against control.
That makes a lot of sense to me. That's been my experience playing Esper as well. As much as I like the deck, I think Sean Gallagher is going to be in a happy spot here now, just about playing the games. It is definitely not a matchup where, I don't think Sean would snap pick this one of all the decks in the format to play against. Maybe he would. We'll have to find out later from that. But I think this is a spot where, you're happy to play this matchup, but not, your first pick one. And we're going to have to see what's going on here as Sean is on the play, being the third seed in our Swiss. Tim Hatcher, fifth. That is going to matter a good bit. Things like Rafine on turn 3 when you are on the draw is a lot more punishing than turn 3 on the play.
Exactly. So, let's to see players shuffling up. Trying to think of what does an ideal hand look like here for Tim? I mean, I would imagine Deep Cavern Bat, take your counterspell, slam, Rafine, or Wedding Announcement, something along those lines.
Yeah, those would be good. I think you can also do something like Fealty to Ardenvale and get that into turn. Hopefully Sean fights over it because Virtue is such a scary card, and then you slam something like Wedding Announcement. Those players are going to go to 6 here. Open deck, let's kind of know, hey, I got a bunch of cut downs and some lands. That's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's another good thing to point out. Tim, I guess in a game 1 situation, Tim has a lot more dead cards than Sean does. Tim has 3 cut down, 3 go for the throat that don't really have any meaningful targets. And then if you look at Sean's deck, the removal spells on Sean's side are still good. Like they kill bats, they kill Rafines, they kill that kind of stuff. So Sean doesn't really have any dead cards, I guess maybe Lockdown, but even then that one can still do something.
Yep. Going to be exciting to see sort of how this plays out there. The open deck list means, we know what is coming as well when it comes to mulligans. I think that is something that, Gallagher gets a big edge in. When Gallagher's mulliganing, it's basically pointing the same type of cards all the time, right? Like this format is so focused around creature decks for the most part that he can kind of hedge in that direction. Where Tim might, keep a hand that has cut down and stuff like that, not knowing what Gallagher's on. Although he does have, the Fast and the Teferius shirt on. So that might give you a little bit of a clue. But overall, I do think this is a spot where open deck lists probably favor Sean overall, but Tim's got something to it as well, as we do see a Seachrome Coast in the passing of the turn.
To Sean's credit, he is a man. He does love a control deck, and he really does sell the part. Like you said, the Fast and the Fair, just a beautiful shirt.
It's a great one. And one thing, true about Sean as well is he is a blue-white lover. So we do see no more lives in this Deep Cavern Bat. That was a good start for Tim. We talked about needing. Sean lost in the finals playing blue-white control and Pioneer about 3 NRGs ago to Daniel Weiser. And is someone who just loves the deck beforehand too, as we do see Rafine into no more lives as well. That was the start we talked about. He had it so far, but can he convert here in the last little bit? And you can tell Sean loves the deck too, because basically this whole deck is foil.
Yeah, and I mean this is basically this is the epitome of play draw, right? Imagine if Tim wasn't to play this game. Tim would have resolved the bat, could have taken one of the counter spells. Granted, Sean had a second one for the Rafine anyways, but Bat could have traded for a card that wasn't a counter spell. Bat would have been in play, and this game looks a lot different if Tim's in the play versus the draw.
Yep. And then now you see here from Sean, not really worrying too much about Dimmick in play. Going to let it resolve. Just play an Odawara past the turn. Has a Disruptive Protocol in hand. That is going to be the cancel variant of choice for Gallagher this weekend. It looks like we drew a Memory Deluge for turn.
I was talking earlier, and it's not Deluge, Mason. It's Deluge.
Deluge? Is that what you said?
Deluge.
What about them deluges? As we are going to see disruptive protocol.
Chad, I tried. All right, I tried.
Listen, I believe that chat believes they're right, but until I hear it from someone I trust, I just don't know.
It was Fire Shoes that said it, so
that's tough. I do trust Fire Shoes. As we are going to see the Restless Anchorage move into combat. Sean does have a Lockthorn Whale in hand. Looks like we are going to use it on the land there. We can tap in. Devin, I know that you're wanting to look at this. We got to figure out if we're going to this top or bottom. We could we're never going to main face the Lockthorn Whale, but we could. And if we do, it's going to have Ward 2, and it's so big, and it might actually end this game very quickly.
I mean, you say that we're not going to main phase it, but Sean knows that there's 4 normalized in Tim's deck. I mean, if we're going to cast it, it might just be right to main phase it, honestly.
Yeah, I talking about it with you there, I kind of like it. Yeah, let's just get the 6/6 into play.
I like it.
Yeah, Tim has cards like Go for the Throat or whatever, but if he goes for the throat this, then it's just Time Walk, right? As Tim did have the No More Lies in hand.
Oh, just beautiful, you know?
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to see... Okay, we do have a Go for the Throat as well. We have Ward. That's going to, buy us some time.
Yeah, and I mean, Sean was kind of aware of that was a possibility, but very heads of play, wanting to play around that No More Lies.
Yeah.
Now it does kind of work out pretty well for Tim because Tim still gets to hold up 2 mana. So even if Sean goes for an additional follow up threat or maybe like an end phase deluge, then Tim's still able to normalize that deluge.
Yeah, I was going to say, it might end up actually not working in Sean's favor if the game goes long enough. We'll have to see exactly how this plays out. As there are Fiends on top, you see Tim's face like, oh, that one's pretty good, but I don't think it's the one I need, as it does look like we're going to bin it. And if you're Sean, you're probably pretty conflicted about this one, all right, as it does look like Tim's leaving on top. Attack for 3. Gallagher down to 11. Hatch up to 29.
Yeah, I mean, Sean doesn't have a lot left over. We have the Deluge in the graveyard, which that was from a couple turns ago, but we have the No More Lies that has that covered. So yeah, I mean, Sean's maybe starting to run out of gas a little bit. We see a Rafine here that's going to be lined up here for Tim.
Looks like Sean's going to think about responding. Sean also has cards like Sunfall, which can answer these. I think we're going to see a Connive happen here. Fairy Mastermind the pickup on the Connive.
Yeah, and if Sean does have a Sunfall in hand and Tim chooses to fight over the Deluge, then Sean can, just untap and safely resolve that.
And we have a March for the Really Light and another. We just drew a Memory Deluge here. A lot of discipline here from Gallagher.
Oh, I thought we already had a Deluge. Could have sworn we did. I guess not.
Well, we might, but Gallagher might just be waiting,
Okay.
Like it could be a situation where it just has the read on the No More Lies as Depopulate is cast here. Good news for Tim. You're going to draw a card, friend. You got a gold creature in play.
You can have a card. It's on the house.
Tim is going to get to flash in this Fairy Mastermind, and we're going to see, March of the Really Light take it down immediately. Empty board for Tim. I'm sorry, for Gallagher here. Tim needs to start rebuilding. We know we have the Dimir at worst. We can flash back.
Yeah, notably, depopulate, destroying, unlike Farewell Sunfall that exile. So Tim is able to get that Dimir back and present a little bit of a threat. And what are the leftovers here? We know about the No More Lies, and I think it might be a Go for the Throat as the last card in Tim's hand.
Yep. I believe that is the case. So we are going to see Memory Deluge playing around that No More Lies once again. You see Tim kind of tanking. Could be a spot where maybe he was trying to tap out the No More Lies, but looks like Get Lost, Depopulate, Anchorage, and another card didn't quite make out there off the top.
Randomize, Sean. Randomize. Shuffle them up.
Yeah. We're going to see a Plains for the turn in the pass. Cycle Rafine's Tower from Tim Hatch. Draw a new card. End of turn, we're tapped out. Sean decides not to fight over the Dimir. Yeah, I think Sean knows there's No More Lies over there for Tim. And if not, he's giving it a lot of respect.
Yeah, at least has the read, and that's the read that he's going with, and yeah, read is on point for Sean. Not surprised. Sean is extremely, very very well versed with these blue-white control decks, as we mentioned. The fast and the Teferius.
Yeah.
Not even attacking here from Tim. Maybe worried about the prospect of a Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening here is Tim knows, like, hey, I've got to just hold out here, and maybe I'll play a creature, it'll get countered, it'll turn into a clue, but for now, we're gonna let this happen as we're gonna deduce twice here for Gallagher, and we're gonna pop those blues and tap out all at the end of Tim's turn. Oh yeah, 4 cards going, and Tim's like, that does not feel good for me.
Yeah, 2 mana, draw 4. Or 2 cards, draw 4, sorry.
Not
2 mana.
8
like
mana,
that. You know what I meant.
2 cards. We're gonna do our thing. I'm not losing sleep over it.
Good enough. Anchorage, Sean. Got that one in play. Tim's got Tim drew a cut down. Well, just banger of a card. I mean, we made fun of cut down, but Sean did just play a target for it, so
yeah, we might be able to convert it. Yeah, it looks like we are animating. Sean's like, that's getting cut down. So be it. I'll respond with a different card. And it's going to be a get lost, still having 3 mana up.
Yeah, and notably doing get lost before the cut down resolves, because that would trigger the Denic to give Tim a clue token.
Yep. Smart play there. And No More Lies is all that Tim has left. And we've seen Sean give this No More Lies more respect than his own mother. And he's going to probably continue to do that and make that card a dead card in Tim's hand.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Tim's hand, there's 1 copy of No More Lies, and you look at Sean's hand, and there's 7 cards. I feel like Tim might have no more lives this game.
Sean just temporary lockdown to clean up the maps.
Get it out of here. I don't want it. Get it out of here. I don't want to see it anymore. Get those maps out of here.
Yeah, and I think what Sean might be doing now is just trying to draw go for a little bit, and is just going to try and not worry about actually killing, because he's afraid of Tim having removal spells in his hand, because that's just how it's going to go in game number 1, and we're just going to try and set up a Jace that -15s.
See, if we didn't already have a prediction in place for who would win the match, this is where I would do a prediction of how many turns that Tim is going to play before conceding.
Excuse me, Sean actually does not have any Jaces, as you're true there about the conceding prediction there, which does make this a little hard. I know a lot of players are playing Jace the Perfected Mind as a way to sort of draw some cards and win games. So maybe Sean's just going to try and get there with his 3 Wandering Emperors and just make enough 2/2s.
Tim's just chilling over there, playing lands every turn, just vibing. Tim's just vibing.
Yeah, this Tim might be like thinking about, what am I going to do for dinner?
Yeah,
what's my cookout tray going to look like?
Definitely thinking about other things that don't involve this game.
Yeah. And it's pretty free for Tim just to sit here too, right? Like, Sean is at 8 life. There's a lot of pressure on Sean to win, and it's an untimed round.
Well, you say free, but is it really free if if you're utilizing your mental energy? That's not really what do you value your mental energy at, If
I'm Tim, I'm just drawing cards and not doing anything, and just kind of like vibing, and then trying to cast a bunch of spells in one turn. Like, I'm not thinking. I'm just kind of vibing. Make Sean think. Sean's gonna figure it out. As we are gonna see another samurai into the battlefield. Honestly, it's us that Tim should be thinking about. You and me. Is Tim going to draw? Going to play another land? Pass the turn. Gallagher thinking about maybe Memory Delusion is going to go for it as a treat. Top
Tim's
4.
like,
put 2 in a
sure,
hand.
why not? You can have 2 more cards. I don't care.
Added a March.
You already got 10.
Yeah. Looks like we are untapping here, and this is Sean's plan to win the game, is just make these 2/2s, swing in. Tim gained a bunch of life from that early Denic, but we're going to plow through it pretty quickly here.
Chat's talking about Portillo's.
Portilla. As we do see a Wandering Emperor picked up here from Tim. Curious if Sean even tries to fight over it because he's got
the unfortunate part about this game is the whale has been dispatched earlier, so we can't even play towards that to try to end the game quicker.
Yeah. Honestly, Sean went for it and then had to play on No More Lies the rest of the game. And he just got a No More Lies to go for the throat. We haven't done anything, and we would have maybe been done sooner.
Yeah.
Kind of played out so weirdly as we are moving to discard. Temporary lockdown. Don't need that one. Tokens are how I'm winning the game, says Sean. And I'm curious to see if Sean's just going to maybe go for the double block here. First strike will trade with one of them, but...
Maybe just march it. Yeah, this is probably fine. March it, send both at the Emperor next turn.
Yeah, makes sense to me. As we are going to see a pass of the turn here from Tim Hatch. Just hanging out. You're going to see 6 get pushed on the Emperor. Sean going to make another Samurai. And I think this is his plan. Get the Samurais up to 3 and attack. Get the Samurais up to 3 and attack. And we're only 3 turns away from victory at this point. Tim drew a cut down, though, so we're going to be able to kill one of those Samurais.
Oh, get that Samurai out of here. Get it out of my game.
Yeah. Clock's the same, but Tim has the moral victory.
Yeah, Tim's like, you know what? I got value out of 2 cutdowns this game. That's more than I could have ever imagined.
We are going to see Restless Anchorage activated. And we're going to get this out of cutdown range. Gallagher says, aha, you used your cutdown. It's time for me to swing in for even more. Get a map. Get more power.
If you told Tim that he was going to be able to convert 2 cutdowns before the match started, he probably would have told you that you were insane. So that's W in my book.
True. I see. If I was Tim, I'd been like, "Oh yeah, but cutting down on my own Dimmick before Sunfall just doesn't count,"
True.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them. They're always trying to get you on the little angles. And Sean here, I do respect this. He's like, "Listen, I've got the game 1 next turn. I'm not supposed to do this end of turn, right? Yeah, nope. Let's just double check. Don't want to because of more time will be taken up if we don't do it the right way. So we are going to attack here for 9. Tim, destroy evil.
Oh no. Evil has been destroyed.
Sean's like, you have 2 cards in hand? Sure, you're dead next turn. I mean, Tim's doing the right thing. It's not like Tim's wrong.
Right. Yeah.
You
kind of a little unimpressed that Sean doesn't have foil samurai tokens. Like the whole deck is foil, you know what I mean?
Oh, that'd be so sick. Yeah, Sean's friends, you gotta get him that for Christmas. He won't watch this feature match. He won't see it coming. Don't worry about it.
No.
So that was a great game, number 1 there, and sort of showed the problems with the matchup. But we have the sideboard to help maybe fix those problems. Devin, looking at our sideboard here with 3 Chinese Tidebinders, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Knockout Blow, 2 Lorraine, 2 Cryptic Coat, 1 Alcazat's The Deepest Betrayal, 1 Destroy Evil, 1 Negate, and 1 Cut Down. What do you like and why?
All right, so we talked about game 1 not being super great for Tim, a lot of dead removal. Already behind in terms of just like the way that the cards line up, but Tim does have some pretty good sideboard cards. 3 Tashana's Tidebinder, very good at stopping planeswalker activations, things of that nature. Even just like having a flash threat, allowing you to play at instant speed, which the blue-eye control deck is very good at doing. So you can kind of play on their terms a little bit. Disdainful Stroke, good at answering Sunfall, good at answering Emperor, okay at answering Deluge. Not that's fine. Loran of the Third Path, taking a look at Sean's deck list for targets, not a ton. So there's the lockdowns and then maybe a couple sideboard cards, but probably not going to go towards the Loran's Cryptic Coat. Love that card. Nice thing about Cryptic Coat is even after a Wrath, you can still just kind of pick it back up, replay it. Aclazotz is weird because normally threats that come back from the graveyard would be good against the control deck, but a lot of the removal that Sean has is exile, like Farewell, March, everything like that, Wandering Emperor. So I don't actually know if Tim wants to go to Aclazotz. If he has enough dead cards, maybe he will. And then the Negate as well coming in.
All right. And then that is going to be sort of how things go on that side. Meanwhile, Sean, we have a full sideboard here, 4 Knockout Blow, 2 Shitani Sidebinders, 2 Negates, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Dimmick, 1 Temp Lockdown, 1 Elspeth Scythe, 1 Chrome Host Seed Shark. Devin, what do you like from here and why?
Sean probably doesn't have to do a lot here. We talked about how we already think that Sean's pretty far ahead in the matchup. As far as cards that you want to bring in, you might want to consider Tidebinder because it is good. You can stop like a Rafine trigger. You can even just fight over Tim's Tidebinder, like Tidebinder or Tidebinder could be a battle. The counter spells, negate, disdainful stroke. Negate has a reasonable number of good targets, wedding announcements, virtue of loyalties, things like that. So probably wants to go towards those. Disdainful stroke, you might associate, black mid-range decks in standard with having a bunch of Shieldreds, but there's no Shieldreds in Tim's deck. So the only target for disdainful stroke is Aquazots and virtue of loyalty, and that's really it. So weirdly enough, I don't even think Sean wants the disdainful strokes. Denick, no, not really for this matchup. The temp lockdowns, I think the ones in the main deck are already coming out. And then Chrompo Sea Shark as an additional threat probably wants to go towards that.
All right, then our players are finishing up sideboarding here right now. So let's quickly take a look at our future events, because this is potentially our last game of the day here. In Minneapolis, we're going to be having a modern 10K showdown on April 20th, and on April 21st, we're going to have a 5K legacy trial. Showdown events are the ones that qualify you for end of year $30,000 PTQ, so that's pretty exciting. After this, we're going to go to Indianapolis on May 11th and 12th. You're going to have a modern 10K showdown and that one. And then Sunday, we're going to have a Team 10K showdown, standard, modern, pioneer. And Devin, this might be one of the last big modern terms before the Modern Horizons 3 sets drops. Those could be really exciting to go out there and win with your friends. And finally, we are still going to St. Louis in June, the 22nd and 23rd. We're having a Saturday 10K showdown in Pioneer and a Sunday 5K trial in a modern.
Absolutely. MH3, you excited for MH3 to hit? I know you spend a little bit of time on it, so you probably obviously can't tell anything about the cards, but you're pretty excited for the set overall to hit and see what people's reaction to it is?
I'm very excited to see people's reactions in the set overall. I think it's going to be a super fun time. I'm very much looking forward to that. And I'm very much looking forward to the exact announcement date, because we actually, I don't think we know it, but we know the Pro Tour that's related to it is when that is. So it's like a weird, like, we have a guest in it, but we don't know how late. And honestly, it might be kind of cool to see it be really soon or really far out. Who knows? But I'm sure we'll get that soon enough. But yeah, that's something I'm personally very much looking forward to. Did get to do some contract work on the set for a couple months, and that was a great time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was talking about earlier. I think that it was maybe that your defending of Lightning Bolt was maybe because you had some insider information. But we'll leave that. We'll leave that.
Why would working on the modern set have inside information?
I don't know. People say things about other sets, and I don't know, man. I'm just spitting facts.
Nah, they kept me on a short leash when I was in the building. I had to have I had to have an adult with me at all times.
Did you?
Unless I was going to the kitchen to get a little snack.
Chaperone.
Yeah, I got a little snackies. They had little kitchens. I got a little cheese stick sometimes, a little apple. It was great. These players are mulliganing here. As we're going to see Seachrome Coast into Anchorage and passing and back of the turn here with Deep Cavern Bat for Tim in hand. But do we have the Black Land? I don't think we do.
I think that's 2 Seachromes.
And that's a Denick, and that is huge. We saw how in game 1 the bat could have been massive, but let's see how the game goes.
Like, I think the second land was Shattered Sanctum. Now, I kind of weird, because if you had Sanctum in the opener, you would probably just play that on 1. So Sanctum must have been the land drawn for turn. Like he must have drawn Sanctum on turn 2 and chose to play the Denick on turn 2. So kind of just an awkward mana draw here for Tim.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that happens when you have these 3-color decks is sometimes it doesn't work out. Speaking of awkward mana, that Field of Ruin, I think there's only one basic in Tim's deck. I'm going to take a look. Ooh. That is the normal for Esper. All right, so Tim has an island and a plane. So we have 2. A lot of people just have the planes. Sean does know about that, so if we see those later in the game, we might be seeing some land destruction.
Yep, 4 copies of Field of Ruin in Sean's deck. I remember we were watching. Will and I were watching Dom Harvey earlier, who didn't play a single basic, played against Blue White and his Blue to put a drew 3 Field of Ruins.
I love it.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
We're gonna see Fairy Mastermind get in a wedding announcement here. And you're seeing the play draw discrepancy. Gallagher in game 1 just answered everything when it was on the play and had that luxury. And now Tim was able to get some stuff down, and we have to tap out to answer other things. And it's a pretty big difference here as Sean's going to think about how he wants to work through the turn. I'll just do from Sean. He's not even looking at his cards. He just knows kind of what he needs to do and is thinking, okay, how do I maneuver from here?
So worth noting, we did mention that Sean knows about the 2 basic lands in Tim's deck list, but he knows that's an island and a plains. So there's only one black source on Tim's side of the field. If that Field of Ruin hits the Shattered Sanctum, Tim cannot search a black source.
That's actually really important. I honestly, if I was Sean, I would be so tired. I don't know if I would have catched it. That's a great catch there, Devin. As this Fairy Mastermind is going to get a Gonjoed. See the Emperor.
Now, Sean doesn't know that Tim doesn't have, we don't even know. Tim might have another black source in him. We don't know that. But if Tim does not deploy a black source this turn, you got to imagine Sean's going to fire off that field. And I think that might be a Takenuma.
Yeah, that is a Takenuma. But honestly, you're right, though. Had he missed, that would have been huge and maybe game ending. It looks like Deduce and 4 lands.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, my goodness. Maybe that's why Gallagher was tanking, was if I'm supposed to just go Deduce and, pass.
The second Field of Ruin, though. So we can double field both black sources.
That's true. We did top off the Mystical, the Archive, I believe. No, Mystical Archive was the land thing. Oh, no, I failed on knowing the Surveyor land. It's Meticulous Archive.
Meticulous.
I wasn't meticulous enough on that one. Darn it.
Tisk. Checking him out of the booth. He's done.
It's Jover for me.
It's Jover.
We are going to see.
We're going to field something. What are we going after? Black sources. Yeah, I like it.
It's funny. Tim has Tidebinder in hand. So if Sean goes for the field, he might be the one getting Stone Rained.
So, Tim floated a mana there, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you're Sean, you just say, I'll pass priority and then make you use the mana now. So
that's true. Yeah, you can play around it. But what if you're tired and you've been playing blue-white control all day?
True.
And you're hungry and you just want to go get a cookout tray after you're done commentating. And oh god, I'm projecting. Anyways, we are going to see Gallagher fetch up an island. This might be a thing where he's. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. It looks like we didn't actually say main phase 2 and.
Tough. Yeah, you see the shake of the head for Sean. Realizes, yep, knows exactly what happened there.
Yeah, and now. I think you had the right idea, and so did Sean, about trying to get us off black mana here for Tim, but. We're going to get attack down for 5, down to 10. Tim up. And if Sean can't find Wrath soon, he's going to be in trouble. And Tim still has all this counter magic.
Yeah, I can't really get a good look at Tim's hand, but, Tim's been drawing a bunch of cards. You got to assume there's at least one of them in hand. Yeah, but like you said, Sean's been playing blue-white control for the past 12 hours, so it's a pretty easy thing to miss. Sean's, moved all the way to the finals, just had to play insanely long games every single round, so, very, very easy thing to to just not even realize.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Sean doesn't have many spells in hand. Trying to figure out how exactly to get through this. We have Elspeth's Smite, which is pretty important. That is going to fight over the Deep Cavern Bat and get back to the Deduce if we want it, or maybe take out the Tidebinder.
Yeah, the mana lines up perfectly for killing Bat, and then you have 4 mana left over to Deduce plus Pop Clue, so kind of works out for Sean.
Yeah, it's just so hard too, because remember that wedding announcement is flip chat, so this is going to be an attack for 8. If don't do anything, so you can cut the damage in half or take more and hope to draw cards. It's a really interesting spot here for Gallagher, as he is going to attack. Sorry, as Tim is going to attack Gallagher with everything, seemingly no fear of something like the Wandering Emperor.
Let's get the token out, get the Settle the Wreckage out. You know the drill. Ooh.
Okay.
Going animating.
I like this. We're going to get into combat, do our thing, and see if we can Elspeth's Spite maybe down something else. And the Agonjo is going to catch it. As you see, Sean's, brutal.
The punish.
We're going to see, I think, either.
So now what do you target? We're going to go through the Tidebinder. Okay.
Yeah, it buys you a turn if it resolves. And he's going to no more lies it.
Tim's just like, nah, dog. I ain't having that.
All right. Gallagher's he's taking it in stride down to 4. If he can draw one of the Wrath effects, I think he'll be back in it. but we do need to draw one of those Wrath effects for the turn.
Yeah, I mean, Tim could have held up a counterspell.
Oh, he flipped it.
He flips the lockdown, but it's not enough because the tie bet is still a 4-3.
Yeah. And yeah, Sean's like, okay, yep, good beats. I'm gonna pick the cards up and move on to game number 3 here.
That was good.
That was a really good one. I like it there from Sean. You know, we got a little got by the field room, but at the end of the day, I don't think it would have mattered too much, as we are going to shuffle up here. And it looks like the players are just going to present their same decks, which we're appreciative of here. And I cannot wait to see who is going to be joining Matthew Hoey in our end of the year championship event. $30,000 and per turn invite on the line. And honestly, you know, Sean Gallagher, someone who's played a lot of our events last year. We've seen Tim Hatch at a lot of them too. Both these players want to make it to the championship, and getting this right now means, you know what, we might play all the ones that are local, but maybe we won't drive that extra 7 hours. You know, we won't get that plane ticket flight chasing the points. All been there before.
What kind of token do you think? So if Sean wins, what kind of token do you think Sean will make?
Ooh, I think a clue would be pretty important after the deduce protocol build. Like, you just kind of got it. You know, you kind of put your chest out there with your build of blue-white. Not many people doing this kind of thing.
And then for Tim, you think I'm trying to think of the token that you make most often in Esper. Wedding announcement token?
Yeah, wedding announcement token. I don't know. It looks like Tim doesn't have a band on. I was going to say, if we had like an engagement ring or something, we could do a cute thing with our partner. But looks like we're not at that point. But it would be a great way to announce it too. You know, maybe Tim's been thinking about popping the question. Suddenly the announcement token comes out. It'd be really awkward if the person said no, but it'd be really cute if they said yes. Could you imagine you win, you propose to your partner, and they go, I just wasn't feeling it at this point. I'm not saying no, I'm just not saying yes. And then, you know, we're all there. So we're going to come to the booth real quick, as the players are going to actually take a second here. But enough of the jokes aside. Yeah, I guess wedding announcement token. So human, when you come down to it, right? Like, that's the one that would happen. I always kind of want like a weird one, like Monarch would be kind of cool, you know, or something like that for like cube type stuff, but like not as good for the people. So you get less screen time, right? It's a tough challenge. Urza Saga token.
I got it. What about a Minsc and Boo token? You just be Boo.
Oh, I would love to be the Minsc and Boo token.
Yeah,
like my Animorph day. Yeah. I like where our head's at on that one. Okay, Minsc and Boo. What about? Oh, actually, I know what I want. I want to get the initiative, and it's like me with like the map of like going through the Undercity, and I'm like explaining it, you know, and I'll be like the little voice bubble that's like, take a left at the, you know, blah blah blah. That would be kind of a cool one.
Is it like the oversized ones that the annoyingly oversized ones that they put on the table, like when that Legacy Champs or whatever?
Exactly, just like one of those. That would be so sick. That's what I would like. So, you know, NRG, whenever the, you know, commentary tokens come out, I feel like we're at all the events too. We get a lot of good finishes. Just let it be known. That's what I'm looking for.
We'll go with that.
Yeah. I'm saying, listen, if I go to an SCG con, I see Cedric and Patrick tokens still there. They haven't worked there in years. I'm just saying, how many more years do I got to put in? I'm willing to put in the time. I just want to know, as Restless Anchorage gets played, Dark Shores and Passing of the Turn back. We're here in the finals. One of these players is going to go to our end of the year championship event. And Gallagher has that all important play. And Tim does have black mana for the Deep Cavern at this time, but it looks like he's maybe thinking about throwing something else out. What do you think about maybe holding the bad, as it does seem that's the play?
Interesting. Yeah, it makes a little bit of sense. Maybe trying to save it. Yeah, he has Mastermind, so that makes sense too. Maybe he wants to save the bat for like turn 4, where we can go bat plus counterspell available or something like that, or maybe even fight over the bat potentially. But yeah, with the Mastermind, it makes a lot of sense to just kind of jam that. You know, don't let Sean use his mana, because like the thing about blue-white control. The thing about this deck is you really want to make them pick fights on very specific turns, right? Sean has Wandering Emperor and Memory Deluge at 4 mana, and those cards, in terms of mana efficiency, Sean really wants to cast those on turn 4 to kind of progress the board state. So if you're making the blue-white control deck fight on the turn they have 4 mana, they're only using 2 of their 4 mana. Unless they have something like a deduce, of course. But you're actually getting more usage out of your stuff, out of your spells, if you make them fight on that turn.
I love it. We're going to see a pass the turn back. Tim did not have that 4th land. And Sean kind of knew, hey, if you have all those spells and nothing going on, there's probably a counter spell, maybe something like No More Lies, and I want to try and avoid that as best I can.
Oh boy. Yeah, Tim's missing a couple land drops. Sean just casually moving on. Getting all the land drops.
Looks like Sean missed his 6th land. Tim had a tapped 4th land on turn number 5 there. But Tim is going to deploy a Deep Cavern Bat. I'm going to be curious to see what Sean does. As No More Lies gets fired off, the bat is going to go down. You see Tim eyeballing. Looks like he's going to hold up Negate instead of playing something like Dominic. We also have Tidebinder in hand for Tim. Tap land for Sean. Pass of the turn back.
A lot of draw go here. Players kind of just jockeying for position. In terms of the current position, Sean is 2 lands ahead, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lot.
Yeah, with that card in play, No More Lies, you can really tell what is going on when it comes to the lands, because getting to the point where we have 7 mana means that Sean can do something like Wandering Emperor plus pay for the No More Lies. And this also shows us kind of the difference, right, of Tim's deck once you don't have those stinky little kill spells in there anymore. You're able to play a much more real game.
Yep. And here we see the exile clause on No More Lies coming up. Massive for Sean here, able to exile those Denics. Normally, if that was just a regular old counter spell, Tim would still have the ability to just flash them back and actually have, utilize them as real 2-for-1s, but No More Lies just efficiently trading 1-for-1 with that.
Yeah, Sean with that 3rd one. So Tim does only 1 more of those he has to fight through, and then a couple disruptive protocols to cancel variant as. Sean is going to play Memory Deluge here. Again, idea.
And worth noting, Sean, waiting until we get the 7 mana to play that Deluge, just wants to be able to pay for No More Lies and not get it exiled. And Tim's just going to fight over with Negate.
Oh, I love this. If Tim has a No More Lies, he will get the Deluge here. Looks like he just has a Disdainful Stroke, though.
Yeah, that would have been backbreaking, right? You lead on the negate, you lead on the negate, Sean fights over it, and then you end up normalizing the Deluge. That would have been a huge, huge swing for Tim.
Yeah, and we see Tim tapping out for the Mastermind. I wonder, will Sean take this opportunity to flash back the Memory Deluge? He decides not to.
All right, Mastermind hitting the battlefield. It's not nothing for Tim. Mana to activate it. And just imagine how many more resources Tim has if those Denics were not exiled. Nope. The fact that this is kind of the first time that I've really seen the exile clause on No More Lies matter this much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this matchup on both sides, right? It's kind of wild how much this comes up here. And, listen, Mana Leak would have been strong in Standard. This No More Lies, with the way our mana set up, it kind of plays out very similar. It looks like this is what Sean was going to do, is maybe pick a fight. And it looks like some of the go for third stayed in from Tim Hatch, probably for situations like this. It's probably just a 1 or 2 of them with Rafine. You can have 1 or 2 go for the throats,
Right. Yeah, with Rafine in your deck, you probably don't mind having cards like that where you can just discard them at will if they're bad. And yeah, able to take out the Anchorage, and also is aware of the shark, the Chromo Seed Shark in Sean's sideboard. So wants to maybe have an answer for that.
Yeah. How does a Gonjo, can you Tidebinder a Gonjo?
You can, yeah.
Okay.
It is an activated ability.
Okay. I was curious because Tim had it in hand but didn't want to pull the trigger. Makes sense that you maybe want to fight over something different with the Tidebinder. I was just curious if you even could. Never had it come up before.
Yeah, I think Tim's in a position where if you Tidebinder the Gonjo, then you have 2 things in play, and then that just trades 2 for 1 with the Wrath. So I think Tim is trying to prioritize only ever committing 1 threat to the battlefield until he feels like Sean is maybe out of gas or it smells blood in the water. So, up until that point, just doesn't want to commit 2 to a Wrath.
Sean lost a land to the go for the throat. They went after the Anchorage, and Tim does not fight over the Anchorage with his Tidebinder. He's holding it for something better there. A lot of respect there, I think, from Tim to not, go for that.
With the Deluge in the graveyard, there I might have been tempted to fight over it.
Same, yeah. Just getting Sean down to 5 lands is so big now. You lose all your pressure, but it is reasonable. I guess with Sean at 18, just can't fight, right? It's just you're going to take forever to kill him. Maybe if he's at 8, it makes a lot of sense to snap it off, but a lot of respect there from Tim, basically being like, it's worth, as the meticulous archive comes down, we're going to surveil to the top. Kind of like we wasted a land drop when you think about it as we cycle.
You wasted a land drop, he says.
You didn't get the surveil value.
True.
The goat taught me that one. As we attack for 2. Down to 16.
Coming in.
If you know how they did it on the Bible, 2 by 2. That's how Tim's doing it. 2 by 2.
Whatever you say. I don't know how to respond to that. Are we sure there's a Tidebinder in Tim's hand, by the way?
There was earlier. I thought maybe I'm mistaken. It looks like the back card in his hand is a Tidebinder. It's a very colorful blue card.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wasn't sure because I no,
Stop!
Tim, don't do it,
Tim!
No, Tim, don't do it. No,
Don't make room for it.
Like the exile zone was right there. This was Tim's perfect opportunity to do it, and he's just like, nope, just gonna push the exile zone aside.
It happens as we attack it for 4. We are going to see Deduce here into turn for Gallagher. Get a clue, draw a card.
Tim, we gotta have a talk.
Pop a clue, draw a card. Tidebinder in hand for Tim. You see him? He's thinking about it. Decides not to. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious as to if we're not Tidebindering the field, I wonder what we're saving it for. So if you look at Sean's deck list, saving it for Wandering Emperor, maybe that's a card that's on Tim's mind. And honestly that's Devin, really it, right?
I think what we're saving for it is it's a 3/2 in case we get wrathed.
Okay, sure, I'll buy that.
We just need pressure,
Yeah,
also,
and if you Tidebinder the Field of Ruin at that particular spot and Sean does have untapped Wrath, you have nothing left, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of but that's what we had talked about and why we didn't Tidebinder the initial thing. So yeah, Tim just wants another flash creature. And here's another Virtue that is a flash creature, and that's able to, Tim's able to hold on to that Tidebinder as well.
Yeah, Ardent Veiled Fealty gets the 2/2 in play. We have a 2/2 with an Incubate token that can trade for now. And it looks like both players are trying to respect, the cheap interaction that the others can have. Tim knows that Sean's used 3 No More Lies. So there's only 1 more of those and a few other counterspells left. But cards like March of the Will could be a problem as wedding announcements to play for turn. And Gallagher is going to tap the Incubate token, take out that attack for 2.
Do we have an untapped land here for Tim to play this Virtue? It looks like the leftovers are Destroy Evil Tidebinder, so no.
Yeah, the Virtue would have been really big there. Gallagher also knows there's probably not something like a No More Lies. It's possible that Tim did want to fight over it, but I think a card like Wedding Announcement is probably so tempting to fight over.
Yeah. Yeah, I like fighting over pre-combat because, well, I don't know. Would you rather offer the trade? I mean, Sean's probably not going to take the trade of 2/2 for 2/2. Maybe just takes it and then post-combat still fires up the counterspell.
Yeah, I think the problem is just Sean had so little mana that he just lowers the shields, and he doesn't realize that Tim just has like a Destroy Evil as the card. So it does look like Virtue is coming down. Sean does have a Get Lost. It's possible Sean can just fight over the Virtue itself.
2 Get Lost, I think.
Yeah, I mean, long term,
It's weird, though, because if you let this resolve, Tim doesn't attack. You get into this position where Tim goes second main, Sean fires up the Get Lost. Tim has 2 mana left over to potentially utilize the map tokens immediately.
Yeah, and Gallagher kind of felt weakness there. Disruptive Protocol going to counter that so we can resolve this Memory Deluge. The Virtue's going to hit. We're going to get hit for 2 with the Vigilance, pretty much no matter what happens as long as Tim doesn't forget. And Gallagher is going to be able to do something like Get Lost, and I wonder, are you supposed to even Get Lost the creature and just leave the Virtue because the 2/2 is sort of turning into a problem? I'm going to be curious to see how he plays this. It's a really exciting, interesting position to figure out.
Yeah, it's a position where Sean has all the answers, but he just has to sequence them in the correct order.
Yeah. And how does want to fight with them too, right? Because if you give the map token so that the knight is fighting instead of the Virtue, then you might be, in trouble there. Yeah, and so fighting over that with a March of the Worldly Light, gonna leave the Get Lost in hand for now.
Yeah, and honestly, as long as there's no creatures on the other side of the battlefield, then you don't really care about the Virtue, right?
Yep. We are going to Field of Ruin, take out one of these lands. Tim is out of basics in the deck.
Stone Rain, get him.
Bam. And honestly, it matters a ton with Sean having cards like No More Lies. And we're going to see Sean's like, yep, all right, just double check to make sure. We're going to blow up another white land. So now Tim is down to 1 white mana. That means Virtue is not a playable option.
Yep. And if we take a look at the deck list to see if there's any other double white cards from Tim's side, 2 Wandering Emperors. Those are now offline as well. And I think that might be it. Yeah, so the Emperors and the Virtues offline. You know what Tim's probably looking for here, realistically, is a Cryptic Coat.
Yeah, that's probably actually just the best card we can get. Just a never-ending army of 2/2s.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Sean does have the March of Other Worldly Lights that can answer them, so... Take that, for what it is, but
yeah, it's interesting too, right? Because you just hold up multiple mana when you return the coat, so it's a weird spot. But I'm sure Tim brought this in. Maybe we'll get to see them here. As Sean does need to work on killing Tim.
There's another deluge. Sean's pulling ahead.
Yeah, we are gonna see an Anchorage Disruptive Protocol get lost, and I couldn't quite make out there. I think it's a Dinnick. Little Dinnick on Dinnick action here from Gallagher.
Dinnick. Sean's so confident getting in there with the 2/2.
I like it. We got to start winning.
Send
we can't just give Tim infinite time.
Send it. All right, we're doing something here for Tim. Is this finally the Tidebinder?
I think it is.
Yep.
It's more like the time has bindered.
Nope. Next.
Draw for turn. Don't know what we're talking about. I said nothing weird.
We can cut that.
You're going to see an attack for 3 here from Tim.
Get lost.
Knocking out that Tidebinder. Tim's going to get 2 map tokens. Tim did get a Cave of Koilos, so we're able to cast the second Virtue with the double white if we want. That will make it obvious to Sean that we do not have No More Lies.
What the deuce?
All right, and we're going to pop the clue maybe as well. Yeah. Sean just double checking. Didn't want to do something like maybe Flashback Deluge. There's the last No More Lies. Those Fields of Ruin blowing up the lands. Pretty huge actually for that card as well. Making it a lot more live here on turn 15.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of Tim's powerful cards are, 3 and 4 mana, and it's harder to fight over those when you have less lands.
We are going to see a Restless Anchorage here from Tim tapped. I'm very curious to see maybe he'll activate it, get a little counter on it from the Virtue as a treat.
It's kind of nice. I mean, from Tim's perspective, the 2 Field of Ruins are down because Sean aggressively, just wanted to fight over some mana. We're not going to go ahead and put a counter on it. And Deluge going to be flashbacked here. I don't want to call this one Jover, but it feels kind of Jover.
It's getting close to the part where I feel like Sean is firmly in the driver's seat. I feel like Sean has the big advantage right now, but Tim has a couple cards in hand. We have the Destroy Evils. We have the ability with a lot of powerful cards at the top of our deck to maybe come back into this. And since we fought over the creatures, not the Virtue, anything we stick is going to become a real threat for the remainder of the game. So Gallagher is going to have to fight over basically every creature for the remainder of the match until we get to the point of where we can alpha strike through them for lethal. Kind of why I'd like to see an Anchorage get activated and sort of just double the clock here.
Yep.
But
just kind of force it.
Yeah. Maybe there isn't an Anchorage though.
I would have to assume there's an Anchorage. There's a lot of lands in play, right?
Yeah, after taking a closer look, I might be wrong. It might just not be one. So that's on me. That would make sense. That's why we're not activating.
Tim's got one,
we
though.
Don't have it. Yeah, Tim's getting in. Gonna pop
Surely
a map on it.
Work. Surely that'll work.
1 mana march, huge here, blowing up that Anchorage. Not gonna get any value. You see Tim thinking, gonna float a little mana. Has an Otawara.
Could have Otawara'd your own Otawara'd your own Anchorage, then replay it.
Might have been pretty good.
I mean, that's a tough way to do it, but
yeah, turn an auto water into a counterspell.
Yeah. Oh, there's an anchorage.
All right, now we're getting in there. And we see just how much these Sunfalls incubate token really is like a big part of the win condition for these Azorius control decks. They don't play a ton of ways to actually win the game, and they just kind of do this a lot and hope that you draw a couple lands in a row and can't really power through a 3/3 or a 4/4. Which with the Wandering Emperor, they can pretty easily grow and first strike something down.
Yeah, and I mean, post board, Tim's cutting all the cut downs anyways, so Sean really realistically knows that there's no answers for these small creatures because Tim cannot afford to keep those cards in his deck.
Yep. We saw one go for the throat. It's kind of a nod towards the shark, but we're going to see an attack here for 4, down to 8 for Tim Hatch. We are 2 attack steps away. And I like this from Sean. We're not going to lower our shields. We have Memory Deluge in the graveyard, I believe, still. We don't want to grow the anchorage up to a 3/4 because then Destroy Evil becomes a card. Now, it looks like we have a Takanuma getting channeled. Deep Cavern Bat, Seacrum Coast, Tidebinder. Tidebinder already in the graveyard there for Tim Hatch. We have to see exactly what he wants to take. I think there's not much different than what we already saw. Weirdly, a lot of exiling going on this game.
Yeah, really tough to see. We're going to go for a bat here, which, I mean, not the worst because you can maybe take an answer, but I mean, Sean's got 7 cards in hand. It's very likely he has multiple answers at this point.
Yeah, it might also be a situation where Tim's just hoping that things are gone poorly for Sean and just has a bunch of lands in hand. Sometimes that does happen, and it's just well, maybe you'll have 1 kill spell. I'll fight through it and then things will be fine. Unfortunately, we know there's lots, and Tim's uh-oh.
You want to take a look at the hand? I'll just show you 4 spells. It's 2 counter spells that get lost in an Emperor, huh?
Yep.
Tim's all right, yep. We're good. We're good.
Congratulations to Sean Gallagher for winning our 5K standard showdown. We're going to see you at the end of the year in our championship, $30,000 Pro Tour invite. You're going to join Matthew Hoey and 22 other players over the course of this year. Sorry, 21. Steven Dykeman has already got his invite there. I cannot wait to see it happen. I believe we're going to try and get an interview with our winner, Sean Gallagher, there and get his thoughts on the blue-white control deck list. But I know this is something he has been pushing for a long time. I'm very excited for you, Sean, and good work on putting in sort of, the time and effort and kind of also putting your money where your mouth is. This is not the way everyone else is building blue-white. We've seen some other lists and things are early on, but I think this is going to be the way people build blue-white going forward.
Right. Yeah. We mentioned, there's more of the hard counters in the form of the disruption protocols. Little bit less Emperors, maybe some more lockdowns main deck. The deduces is kind of something that, a more recent card that people have been trying. But yeah, I mean, Sean just kind of put on a master clinic throughout this entire top 8, and congratulations again to Sean.
Yeah, and those cards like Deduces and the Quick Study, those kind of are pretty big differences, and they end up, making the deck play out similarly, but different enough that he's able to play the games the way he wants, and also just kind of going down on win conditions a little bit, and having, just a couple Emperors, no Jaces, but he's in the booth. Let's start to the man himself. Congratulations, Sean Gallagher, on that win. We're going to see you at the end of the year at our Players Championship, $30,000 PTQ. How are you feeling, bud?
Yeah, great. Long time coming. I've lost in the finals twice, so glad to break the streak.
Nice. So how do you feel about your blue-white standard control deck, even before today, right? Obviously you're someone who loves to fairy. You love blue-white control decks. We've seen that a lot. We see it on the shirt. Obviously you win. You feel pretty high about it. But what was your thoughts going into today about the deck?
Yeah, so the big one was, as long as I don't play mono red or infect a bunch, I felt pretty happy. My sideboard, as you can see, is just a bunch of anti-mono red cards and some mid-range cards. And I dodged mono red, played infect one time and beat it. So I got the luck of the draw.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, as far as Mason and I were talking about this, this particular build is a little bit different than some of the other blue-white builds that we've seen over the past couple of weeks, especially with the Deuce kind of moving into the mix. But the one card that I want to talk about is Disruption Protocol. This is not a card that a lot of people play, and a card that you put to good use. Talk to me about that card.
Okay, well, I originally built the list with a card called Ice Out, which I don't know if you're familiar with, is a strictly worst disruption protocol. And we added it to the deck, and it just ended up working out really well. The 4-mana Deduce Disruption Protocol combo, brings you into the really helps in the Esper mid-range matchups. And as you can see, like, that's a perfect example of what I want. I kept scrying Deduces to the top, and the matchup is all just about raw cards, and I was able to draw as many cards as possible.
Awesome, great. Are you going to be playing in the 75K next weekend? Are you excited? Were there any changes you want to make to your blue-white deck? Give us the scoop here. We got a lot of people in chat who are excited to hear it.
Yeah, if I don't think I'm playing next week. I went to Denver last week, and it's hard to swing all three. But if I was going to play next week, I'd definitely play something to hit the gas a little harder, whether it's the 5-mana 5/5 Ezram or a second Horned Lockwhale, probably something like that. I didn't drop a match all day, but I did draw against Slogurk, and I think part of that was I just couldn't hit the gas hard enough. So a way to close the 15 minutes on the timer going into game 2 games would be really helpful.
Yeah, one thing that we've been talking about all weekend is kind of the story of the weekend was Boros Convoke, and whether or not people is going to be able to beat Boros Convoke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you showed up with 3 main deck lockdowns, and I have to imagine you probably like your Boros matchup.
Yeah, I played Sodek twice, who was playing Convoke. I played them in round 5 or 6, and I 2-0'd them. Lockdown does its thing, and then we ran it back in the quarterfinals, and I was able to replicate that. He thinks it's a really bad matchup for him, and I was really excited to get to play him in the quarterfinals. That blue-black Reanimator deck, that deck was really cool. I did not want to play against that. So.
Speaking of decks you didn't want to play against, I was curious about your semifinal match against Domain. How do you feel about that matchup?
Yeah, so that was one when we built the deck we kind of had to think about, because obviously Cavern Souls is a huge problem. But the more and more we played the matchup, we started to realize that Atraxa, while good, draws 5 cards, but only 1 or 2 of them end up mattering, especially game 1. So Atraxa's easy to slog through game 1, and then game 2, we have enough Field of Ruins and Tishana's Tidebinders to kind of keep those Atraxas in check. So as long as you catch your deluges at the right time and they were able to find Tidebinder and Field of Ruin, you can usually keep them under control pretty well.
Awesome,
All
great.
right. Sean, I don't want to, last question. I don't want to know if I put you on the spot. You got some time to think about it. Well, because this is a showdown, you get to make your own token. Any ideas or any thoughts on what you want to be?
Okay. So we've talked about this. There is a good chance if there's no food token, as you can see, I really want to be a food token. So I would be okay with a food token if possible. If that's not in the cards, probably a Samurai for the Wandering Emperor. That's my favorite card of all time. So maybe one of those two.
I love it. I love to hear it. Well, Sean, we're going to give you a quick second here. Is there any shouts or anything you want to say before we let you go on your drive home?
Oh, we got a 6-hour drive. Me and the boys, we're all here. Listen to me talk about how bad blue-white is, but really excited to get to hang out with them. Really appreciate all the Minneapolis guys to help out. Everyone did a great job. I really appreciate it.
It's so great to see you there with your friends, and we can't wait to see you at our showdown at the end of the year, along with some other NRG events coming up. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you, Sean. Congratulations. Have a safe trip home. Let's get to the booth real quick, and let's say goodbye, Devin, because you've been here all day, buddy. I know you're exhausted. I'm pretty tired. Thank you so much for everyone at NRG who helped put on this production. Thank you so much to Twitch chat for hanging out with us today and being here. We love Paper Magic, and we love bringing it to y'all. Please make sure to click that follow button. That way you don't miss anything else. Our next event is going to be in April on the 21st and 22nd in Minneapolis. That is going to be a modern 10K showdown and a Sunday 5K trial. Then after that, we're going to go to Indianapolis and we're going to have a 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday on May 11th, and on May 12th, we're going to have a Team 10K Showdown Standard Modern Pioneer. You're going to want to watch that with your friends. Thank you so much for production, for helping put on the show behind the scenes, a thankless job that's pretty hard. We're happy to have you here with us. Thank you for Chicago Landers and everyone who made everyone feel special. Thank you so much to the other commentators who were here this weekend. Thank you, Devin, for joining me, and we will see you all next time for another NRG Showdown. See you then, chat.